protested without effect, and the women sit with their feet out of the front windows. By the fall of 1928, with prostitutes and bootleggers filling up the block and real estate broker Nail virtually writing off Harlem as a place for his and Dubois' kind of people, Dubois would be ready to walk away from 606 St. Nicholas and move to a large apartment building. Meanwhile, despite knowing that Fawzet faced the prospect of major surgery, Dubois had apparently brushed off the sister's debt with such callousness at the beginning of 1926 that Fawzet confided to Spingarn that she felt not only angry but disturbed and frightened. She was certain that this ordinarily very generous and kind man could regain his composure and the crisis be rejuvenated once his property woes were alleviated. Fawzet's perturbation revealed itself in an uncharacteristically awkward proposal, assented to by Nina, that the Spingarns and a few other wealthy friends give Dubois a 60th birthday monetary present 2 years early on some honorific pretext. If he learned of her appeal to Joel and Amy Spingarn, as is highly likely, a haughtily irritated Dubois would surely have considered Fawzet's conduct to be a breach of their relationship, a disloyal act that demeaned his business acumen and even his competency as a family provider. Deeming the unrepaid loan business to be an intrusion upon weightier concerns such as planning the Fourth Pan-African Congress, completing an education research project underwritten by the Garland Fund, or persuading Pennsylvania to include the Star of Ethiopia in its sesquicentennial exposition, he now treated his helpmate of many years with cold correctness. He turned his attention to Rachel Davis Dubois, a young white Pennsylvania widow whose career in interracial education was just starting, and to Ethel Ray Nance, the adoring Minnesotan whose talented 10th parents had weaned her on the crisis and Trotter's guardian. They had met in 1920 when her father invited the great man to Duluth to speak to the NAACP's new branch. Both Rachel Dubois and Ethel Ray's emotional and professional lives would remain commingled with the editor's until he died. On February 1, the editor wrote Joel Spingarn, detailing his finances to the penny and asking for another loan. 4 days later, he headed west on a lecture tour, leaving instructions that Ray receive his addresses en route. "I hope I may run across you," he prompted. In effect, Dubois had also walked out of Jessie Fawzet's life. When he returned to the crisis, he was able to repay the sisters in full out of a $3,000 loan subscribed to in equal amounts by Amy and Joel Spingarn and Mrs. Jacob Schiff, payable at your convenience. He thanked Fawzet for her patience in awaiting the repayment. She could only have been immensely relieved. The Harlem physician she had consulted had sentenced her to a costly, perilous gastroenterostomy. Another month would pass before the specialist consulted on the recommendation of the Spingarns told an ecstatic Fawzet that no operation was needed. As she regained her emotional balance, Fawzet came to realize that the special relationship with Dubois had about run its course. A psychic and intellectual bond that once had been so vital for Fawzet that she had often imagined herself Dubois' alter ego was now merely a business partnership with memories. La Vie c'est la vie, the poem in which she poured out her feelings, spoke of a man whose lightest word set her afire, fulfillment of his least behests/defines my life's desire. The May 1926 issue of the magazine announced her graceful retreat from center stage. Henceforth, Miss Jessie Fawzet would be the contributing editor of the crisis. She composed Noblesse Oblige not long afterward, the stiff upper lip poem Cullen published in Opportunity. That I dance and sing and spar/juggling words and making quips/to hide the trembling of my lips was the goodbye that preceded engagement and marriage to a New Jersey businessman with whom she would be demurely miserable. Love is lost, and bitter ruth/pride is with me yet. By the time Dubois sailed for Russia in late summer, the redesign of the magazine had been all but completed without Fawzet's input, an omission that would have been unthinkable a year before. Meanwhile, during the short period between Fawzet's withdrawal and Davis Dubois' apprenticeship, Dubois engaged in several controversies that epitomized the contemporary state of race relations in the United States as well as the British Empire. Release of the second and final volume that spring of the Phelps-Stokes Fund's Education in Africa, recommendations of the African Education Committee confirmed his worst expectations. This massive, 3-year survey of educational conditions below the Sahara, undertaken in cooperation with the International Missionary Council of England, was intended to serve as the template for the instruction of Africans for decades to come. Norman Lees had alerted Du Bois to the deeply conservative prejudices of most of the members of the African Education Committee at the time of the Second Pan-African Congress. The fact that Thomas Jesse Jones had chaired the committee's roving investigations from Monrovia to Nairobi was, for Du Bois, prima facie evidence of the study's ulterior design. Secretary of the influential Phelps-Stokes Fund, advisor to the General Education Board, executive trustee of Fisk University and Hampton Institute, Jones had risen from humble Welsh immigrant to world expert on the educational needs of black people. Negro Education, a study of the private and higher schools for colored people in the United States, Jones's 1917, 2-volume study had drawn rigid boundaries and fixed low ceilings for the majority of aspiring black men and women. Du Bois had meticulously dissected Negro education in the February 1918 crisis with cold fury. Seeing history now being repeated on the African continent drove him nearly into apoplexy in his detailed review of education in Africa in the issue for June 1926. Castigating the committee for its casual devaluation of college preparatory schools in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and South Africa, the editor called attention to such typical Jones recommendations as less time being devoted to conventional requirements of university preparation, to observations that higher education was responsible for unrest in India, and to his prescriptions for the right type of education for Africans. By the right type, Jones's document explained that Africa must avoid the mistake generally made by New England in dealing with the Negro in the southern states of America immediately after emancipation. The models suited to the continent were Hampton and Tuskegee, where education was adapted directly to a people's needs. Here was real education, the study decreed. Small wonder that British officialdom is rhapsodic over Jones, Du Bois wrote sarcastically, small wonder, with the Phelps-Stokes Fund making Africa safe for white folks, that American mission boards were refusing to send more able men of color like Max Jurgen to serve among the Africans. Du Bois repeated the widely circulated charge that Jones had tried to sabotage Jurgen's YMCA appointment to South Africa. The editor had good reason to know from the troubles afflicting Carter Woodson that attacking Jones could be costly. Woodson's unease over Jones's ascendancy had impelled him to criticize Jones in his History of the Negro, then to write a formal protest to the Phelps-Stokes trustees in 1924, followed by an angry letter printed in the Indianapolis Freeman. Unburdening himself in the letter, the normally restrained historian declared that Jones had neither the economic nor the moral worth to serve the disadvantaged. If he was truly a friend of the Negro, Woodson added caustically, then it was rather strange that the race is daily praying to God that the curse of his friendship may be speedily removed. In a letter praising Woodson's forthrightness at the time, Du Bois had expressed identical indignation to Anson Phelps-Stokes and professed incomprehension that the chairman and trustees of the fund could permit this sort of imposition upon the colored race. Whatever connection there may have been to the Carnegie Corporation's refusal 2 years later to continue funding Woodson's Historical Association or to the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial Fund's reduced appropriation, the message Jones sent Woodson through an intermediary threatened the historian with precisely such consequences for his temerity. I honestly believe that you have injured yourself and your cause, wrote Jones's dutiful subaltern, and that for some time to come you will have to work hard to regain the confidence of many important persons, both black and white. Du Bois' lack of success in securing foundation support for research projects had always been handicapped by foundation censorship of the oblique kind that resembled Woodson's after his confrontation with Jones. An old favorite project, his languishing History of Negro Americans in the Great War, was a case in point. He had put off demands year after year from veterans for return of documents generously loaned him at the end of the war. One of them, now an attorney in New York, would complain once again in the spring of 1927, as so many others had repeatedly. In February 1920, you stated that you hoped to be through with my material in a few months and thanked me for letting you keep it for that time. A few weeks after attorney James Johnson's plea, Du Bois approached James Hardy Dillard, Dean Emeritus of Tulane University and now benign president of the Genes Fund, about a grant enabling him to finish the multi-volume The Black Man and the Wounded World. Dillard thought the project inappropriate for any of the foundations, but offered to sound out General Education Board Director Raymond Fosdick and Colonel Arthur Woods of the Laura Spelman Fund about a direct approach to the junior Rockefeller. Du Bois gratefully accepted Dillard's offer. 4 months of silence passed. Then Du Bois heard from Dillard, who wrote in a long-winded surprise that a chance encounter with one Trevor Arnett, a Gep philanthropoid, revealed that the powers at 61 Broadway knew nothing of my letter. Arnett had promised to look into the matter, asking Dillard in parting, though, whether Du Bois intended his monograph to be plain records and history, or whether there might be controversial matter. Dillard wrote that he replied that it was the former, but urged Du Bois to write to Fosdick himself. From its frank and almost impassioned contents, it may be inferred that Du Bois' request for Rockefeller's personal funding of the war history would have struck the notables at 61 Broadway as a project only slightly less appealing than underwriting Ida Tarbell's History of the Standard Oil Company. It goes without saying that anything I write is pro-Negro, Du Bois declared. Naturally, it is going to defend the poor black and ignorant against prejudice and power. Still, he reminded Fosdick and Rockefeller, his scholarship in history and social science had always stood up well under severe criticism. Du Bois would get his answer at the end of November 1927 after Fosdick transmitted his letter to John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Speaking through his personal secretary, Mr. Rockefeller regretted that he was disinclined to assist for reasons of principles which experience has shown him to be wise. Du Bois was assured of no lack of sympathy for the objects which he had in mind. Desperate, he applied for a Guggenheim in order to complete the work. It is my duty to conclude, he explained, but was turned down because of his age. A decade later, the loaned documents still in his possession and his Great War history still begging for subvention, the Penrose Fund would reject Du Bois' application for a grant. Uncompromising month after month in his editorials and exposés, Du Bois' courage was a reminder of the insurmountable odds faced by dark-skinned people in their native country. As recently as November 1925, the New York Times had once again rejected his plea to capitalize Negro. Denial of uppercase existence in the newspaper of record merely affirmed symbolically the literal denial of the humanity of an entire race, token diminution that both reflected and sustained the cruelest beliefs and actions in the real world. The policy of the Times suited an era in which 34 Negroes were to be lynched in 1926. William Edgar Bois, Idaho's perpetual senator and chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, gave no thought to capitalizing Negro when he wrote a 3-page letter to Du Bois in mid-July 1926. In opposing the constitutionality of the Dyer anti-lynching bill in the Senate, Bois, one of the upper chamber's most influential members, had surprised the editor by publicly questioning the wisdom of the 15th Amendment. How, Du Bois wondered, could a man of the senator's breadth and knowledge of world events exempt black Americans from his sympathy with struggling classes? Very simply, Bois replied, blanket enfranchisement of a people subjected to 1,000 years of barbarism and 300 years of slavery had been a terrible mistake. No race in the history of the world has ever been equal to such a thing. Exceptions could have been made for the very intelligent and those who served as soldiers, but Bois insisted that the South's handling of its complex Negro problem deserved the highest credit and entitled it to the confidence and cooperation of the North. In an amicable follow-up consenting to have his letter published in the Crisis, Bois urged Du Bois to find time for a chat when next in Washington. Bois promised he would share with him the real history of the Dyer Bill's progress through the Senate Judiciary Committee. It is one of the finest illustrations of how we played politics with the Negro that I know of, he confided. Even with sympathizers like Bois in politics or Lowell in higher education, the level of racial violence tolerated in the white South periodically embarrassed and strained the entente cordial between the two regions. A lynching of 3 family members who were dragged away from their cells and slaughtered by an Aiken, South Carolina, mob would appall Northern public opinion and even a considerable portion of Southern. Once again Walter White would assume his practiced role as a Southern white man in order to compile a full report on the complicity of law officers and citizens in the triple butchery of the Lomans, one of whom was a woman. The Assistant Secretary's account would induce several major newspapers to cover the story, with the New York World sending a reporter whose regular dispatches from Macon became increasingly interrogative and revealing. The South Carolina lynchings took place shortly before Dubois' return from Russia in mid-October. His part in them would be confined mainly to editorials as the grand jury abided by the fraudulent script written by the state's attorney general in collaboration with the new governor. Dubois had already anticipated South Carolina's lawlessness in a trenchant essay appearing in the June issue of the North American Review. The Shape of Fear described the national chrysalis out of which Southern violence and Northern malevolence unmysteriously emerged. Drawing lines between the red spots on the racial map, the editor connected them to the new Ku Klux Klan, whose octopusal spread across the nation he detailed in the article out of his own extensive travels. As a sort of national association for the advancement of Anglo-Saxon people, the Klan was the last best hope of genteel racists, educated folk too ashamed to do and say what the KKK says and does. Lincoln Steffen's 1919 effusion about the future at work had done a great deal to make it almost mandatory by the mid-20s for intellectuals to visit the Soviet Union. Convoys of British Fabians had followed hard on the tracks of Steffens, an enthusiastic H. G. Wells and a repelled Bertrand Russell among them. Granted an hour's interview alone with Lenin in May 1920, Russell had been impressed by the Bolshevik leader's self-assurance, but he found the regime loathsome, writing his good friend, the writer Colette, that there was less liberty in modern Russia than ever existed anywhere before. Uncritical readers of his quick book, The Practice and Theory of Bolshevism, would have been inclined to abandon all travel plans to see Bolshevism being practiced. 2 years after Russell's visit, the Liberator's Max Eastman had come to St. Petersburg to attend the 4th Congress of the Communist International, accompanied by a temporarily exhilarated Claude McKay. Eastman, who had bitterly assailed Russell as a gullible catspaw of Menshevik propaganda, became an impassioned champion of Leon Trotsky and fell in love with the sister of the Minister of Justice, whom he married. McKay, who enjoyed the special distinction of addressing the world body of communism on the unique racial circumstances confronting the American Communist Party, wrote Negri v. Amerique, a small book on the subject that would become required reading among the Soviet hierarchy. The poet recalled being fated like a black icon in the flesh, much to the surprise of the African Blood Brotherhood's light-complexioned Otto Hugheswood, who had been cast by the American Communist Party delegates as the black embodiment of class solidarity. But both McKay and Eastman, like the indomitable Emma Goldman, had soon become disillusioned with the Soviet system, Eastman's explosive Since Lenin Died appearing 2 years after Goldman's My Disillusionment in Russia and only a year before Dubois embarked to see the future for himself. The editor was familiar with the literature inspired by the Soviet Union's growing stream of political tourists, and it is clear from his writings during the early 20s that he resolved not to prejudge the Russian experiment. He refused to be moved either by the superficial omniscience of Wells or the reports in the New York Times. When the Liberator charged in summer of 1921 that he sneered at the revolution, Dubois had responded to McKay, then an enthusiastic partisan of the Bolsheviks, with the equipoised Negro and radical thought, a crisis think peace denying scorn but asserting a right to skepticism. How could one dismiss a movement whose paramount duty was not only to unite the European working class, but, as the Comintern now proclaimed, to achieve the unity of all colors, white, yellow, and black, the toilers of the world? He asked. The marvelous set of phenomena known as the Russian Revolution might well be all that McKay, Asa Randolph, Hubert Harrison, Cyril Briggs, and others prophesied the greatest achievement of the 20th century, in Randolph's words, but Dubois had urged an inquiring patience. Russia is incredibly vast, and the happenings there in the last 5 years have been intricate to a degree that must make any student pause. Even though he had sanctioned the blood-soaked anti-slavery crusade of John Brown in the biography, Dubois made it clear that he was deeply disturbed by the violent transfer of power in Russia. "We do not believe in revolution," he had announced dogmatically in The Class Struggle, another provocative crisis editorial in summer 1921. There may have been rare circumstances in history where organized murder was the sole option, but those occasions belonged in the past. Revolutionary changes must come mainly through reason, human sympathy, and the education of children, and not by murder, Du Bois moralized. Morality aside, however, Du Bois also concluded that the application of Marxist class analysis to people of color had limited validity. Black Americans might look and act like proletarians. Theoretically they were indeed part of the world proletariat, he conceded in one of the earliest of what were to become significant Du Boisian revisions of scientific socialism, but, as a practical reality, they were not only unrecognized and excluded from the white world proletariat, they were victimized by the physical oppression, social ostracism, economic exclusion, and personal hatred of the white working class. European workers, after all, had discriminated against Asians. Why, therefore, assume on the part of unlettered and suppressed white masses a clearness of thought, a sense of human brotherhood, sadly lacking in the most educated classes. However appealing the communist ideal, the Briggses, Mackays, and Randolphs were mistaken to assume that we have only to embrace the white working class program to have the working class embrace ours, Du Bois admonished. It would be foolish, he thought, to abandon the practical program for Negro emancipation laid down and thought out by the NAACP by seeking to join a revolution which we do not at present understand. The life and death question was this: how far can the colored people of the world, and particularly the Negroes of the United States, trust the white working classes? Those who schemed the essays in Darkwater could easily find Du Bois' not very encouraging answers. This cautious approach to the new order in Russia, which contrasted so markedly with his frequently audacious embrace of the radical and the unpopular, only had the effect of redoubling the attacks upon the editor. Indulging in a bit of sneering itself, the Messenger derided Du Bois' criminal ignorance of the trend of the modern working world. According to Mackay, who had sought to enlighten the aging editor prior to his own disillusionment, the problem of the 20th century was far less one of race than of class. The black American was ostracized only technically because of his color, Mackay explained in a lengthy letter. In reality, black workers were discriminated against because they were the lowest type of worker, because they allowed themselves to be manipulated against the white working class by the capitalists. Du Bois would have heard the theme of class over race being stridently sounded in the Messenger shortly before sailing for Russia. Speaking on behalf of the recently organized Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, BSCP, now the principal support for Randolph and Owens magazine, the magnetic young Negro socialist, Frank W. Crosseth, predicted the imminent founding of the worker state soon after the BSCP and all the workers of the nation realized that the fate of the whole working class was inextricably bound up with that of every section of the working class. In revealing contrast to the indignant response the previous year when a subscriber had repeatedly needled the editor for ignoring Crosseth and Randolph, whom the nation and the New Republic found worthwhile, the crisis lost no time announcing its full backing of Randolph and Owens' courageous venture into organized labor politics and its looming battle with the gargantuan Pullman Railroad Corporation. When the Communist Party operative, Lovett Fort Whitman, sent an invitation to participate in something called the American Negro Labor Congress, ANLC, Du Bois admitted not knowing anything about you personally, but subsequently praised the party's effort to mobilize black workers, although he declined to attend the ANLC's founding in Chicago in October 1925. The Black Man and Labor, appearing in the December crisis, marked a significant advance in thinking about the USSR, with Du Bois enjoining readers to stand before the astounding effort of Soviet Russia to organize the industrial world with open mind and listening ears. While not quite a revolving door socialist, Du Bois had shown not a little inconsistency by decisions such as choosing Wilson over Debs in 1912 and by supporting the United States entry into the war. Yet, because he was sincere in his determined profession of socialist ideals, he found himself intellectually and temperamentally predisposed to condone the economic critique and social vision of Marx and Engels while reserving a troubled judgment on the tactics of Lenin, Trotsky, and Joseph Stalin. The puissant Darkwater essay of Work and Wealth had seemed almost to verge on revising the epic pronouncement about the color line being the problem of the century. Perhaps with the French 19th century philosophical anarchist Charles Fourier in mind, Du Bois had come close to suggesting that the greater cause of human misery was due to the theft of property as the primordial act generating the market economy, proclaiming, "Today, therefore, we are challenging this ownership. We are rapidly approaching the day when we shall repudiate all private property in raw materials and tools." In Russia, repudiation of private ownership of the major means of production was already a fact that cheered Du Bois. Although far from ready to dogmatize with Marx and Lenin, as he put it, by the end of 1925 he had progressed from curiosity to guarded approval of the Soviet experiment. When the International Committee for Political Prisoners published the book Letters from Russian Prisons, Du Bois was sufficiently troubled by the irate protests of Tass and the PUSA that he asked Roger Baldwin and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn to remove his name from the organization's list of supporters. He was not a communist and he deplored violence, he explained to Flynn, but he was especially sensitive with regard to Russia. Having heard all kinds of stories that had proven to be lies about the USSR, he was reluctant to believe anything under ordinary circumstances. Indeed, he now believed that Russia was trying to do a great and wonderful thing for the economic organization of industry. Russia hadn't yet succeeded, of course, but he hoped for her success. Many readers would have found it ideologically pertinent that the young Marxist economist Abram Harris was beginning to write for the crisis. Du Bois had been impressed by the unsolicited advice during the Fisk controversy from the then 23-year-old undergraduate at Virginia Union University. One of the most brilliant minds of the younger talented 10th generation, the second Negro professor to be hired by the University of Chicago, Harris had no confidence in the NAACP's program of legal redress and incremental integration. He, too, was convinced that the problem of the century was essentially one of class exploitation, of which racism was merely the most virulent manifestation. Bolshevik Russia strongly enticed Du Bois now. Intellectuals of his stature were expected to possess informed opinions about what he would soon describe as the greatest event in history since the French Revolution. The editor thought of himself with good reason as someone who helped to set the trends of his time, yet he surely recognized that his hesitations and qualifications about the Russian Revolution and the white workers of the world had diminished his standing among many of the so-called new Negroes. At 58, he was thought of as the peerless embodiment of Negro civil rights and intellectual culture, an iconic figure after whom high schools were named in West Virginia and Illinois and whose birthday brought interracial tributes from many of America's most distinguished men and women. Yet, also, and increasingly, Du Bois had come to be regarded by young militants as the superannuated representative of a magnificent past. The mocking tone messenger regularly employed when reporting some accomplishment of the editors, especially after the Rabelaisian George Schuyler joined its staff, was symptomatic. The 6th award of the Spingarn Medal went to the King of Kings, William E. Burghardt Du Bois, noted author, famed editor of The Crisis, intellectual Grand Lama of Aframerica and coiner of that militant wartime slogan, "Close ranks, let us forget our grievances." Despite the barbs of the young insurgents, astute observers on the left had closely monitored the shift in Du Bois' thinking. One of them, George Getz, editor of the New Modern Quarterly, a brilliant fusion of socialist and communist theorizing, made overtures through Abram Harris at the close of 1924. Getz, a recent graduate of Johns Hopkins who used the nom de plume V.F. Calverton, appears to have failed to gain an audience until Harris made a special plea. Sympathetic to the Soviet experiment but probingly critical, Getz soon earned the editor's regard for his lively mind and mission to bring advanced ideas to the common man and woman. Not surprisingly, then, as Du Bois would recall in Dusk of Dawn, with his usual inaccuracy for vital autobiographical details, sometime in 1927, 3 visitors from the Soviet Union presented themselves at the offices of the Crisis. They were probably clandestine agents of the communist dictatorship, he suspected. 1. A blonde German and active revolutionist, was too ideologically aggressive for Dubois' taste, but the married couple were persons of education and culture, unlike the impatient German, who wanted to organize blacks into revolutionary cell groups immediately. He gradually faded out of the picture, Dubois noted. The husband and wife, however, became social acquaintances from whom he learned much as he sat at their feet to hear what was taking place in Russia. Their offer to finance a trip to the USSR, which Dubois seems to have accepted without delay, cannot have been unexpected. It probably came sometime in June 1926, just as Dubois was making final arrangements for a junket to Switzerland and Germany. Russia seems to have been added to the itinerary at the very last moment. Dubois insisted on a written stipulation that he was under no obligation or agreement of any kind. I was to go on a journey of free inquiry to see the most momentous changes in modern human history. That his departure would come immediately after the association's annual convention in Chicago, taking him away from the work of selecting winners from hundreds of crisis literary contest entrants, as well as from arranging the gala dinner at International House and planning for the Fourth Pan-African Congress, all without Fawcett's dutiful efficiency, were suddenly concerns of secondary importance. Honorable mention in the 1925 Opportunity Contest had prompted 21-year-old John P. Davis to write Dubois early the following year asking about vacancies in July in the editorial department at the Crisis. Davis had grown up in a home where the Crisis was required reading and attendance at the District of Columbia's elite Dunbar High School an obligation of class. Always with something of the charming confidence man about him, Davis would achieve the distinction in 1932 of special appointment to the Republican National Committee and, 4 years later, that of co-founding the Popular Front's National Negro Congress. Georgia Johnson had brought this charming, self-confident Saturday nighter to Dubois' attention and first mention in the magazine, soon after which Davis had attracted wide coverage in the black press as the powerhouse member of the traveling Bates College debating team. Several weeks after graduating with honors, Davis rushed to New York in response to an unexpected summons from Dubois. 3 days after arriving, amazed and swamped with deadlines, he found himself appointed de facto editor of the magazine. His passport issued on July 14 and valises packed, Dubois dropped Oswald Garrison Villard a note offering the Nation articles about Russia from my point of view. Identified on the ship's passenger manifest as Colonel W.E.B. Dubois, the racial notation colored had somehow morphed into military ranking, he departed for the unknown. 1926 was the first summer of the Locarno Pact, the multilateral agreements about national borders signed by the foreign ministers of France, Germany, Belgium, Poland, and Czechoslovakia, with Britain and Italy serving as guarantors. Proclaimed by florid gentlemen in frock coats as the beginning of a new order based on collective security, Locarno, a European illusion as doomed as the Wilsonian idealism it imitated, did in fact foster a long moment of euphoria. Nous avons parlé Européen, we've spoken European, France's suave foreign minister, Aristide Briand, quipped. As Dubois' train carried him along the familiar route from Antwerp via Frankfurt to Berlin, the hot, dry summer weather making for the outstanding wine harvests that year perfectly complemented the sanguine mood that seemed to envelop the continent. He arrived in Berlin, mistakenly anticipating only a brief stay before heading northeast by rail to Stettin, today, the Polish port city Szczecin, then across the Baltic Sea to Leningrad. The account of his transit through Germany is astonishingly brief. Where he stayed, persons he saw, sites he visited are unrecorded, despite the singular fact that this was his first visit in more than 30 years. Perhaps impatience with the delay, distress by things seen, and excitement about the unknown ahead explain Dubois' unusual taciturnity, the formulaic sentences somehow devoid of depth. He writes of seeing poverty struggling on the ruins of the empire, of much oppression and disorganization that left an unforgettable impression. It cannot be known how keenly he may have sensed the lift being given the people by the Dawes Plan, which had just regularized Germany's reparations debt and provided for a massive infusion of American and British bank loans to help stabilize the mark. The Locarno Pact had ended the French army's humiliating occupation of the Ruhr, authorized the Allied evacuation of Cologne, and enabled Germany to enter the League of Nations just as Dubois arrived. But the scene in Berlin was still one of widespread, gnawing hardship for the working classes and deepening political disaffection on the part of the middle classes. Cabaret life had begun to sizzle with an athletic decadence, but the shabby street crowds had the look of outpatients, hollow-eyed victims recovering from the disastrous inflation of 1923-24 when people bought food with wheelbarrows filled with marks. To enter the Soviet Union in late summer of 1926 was to catch up with history, or so Dubois believed. He had finally been able to sail from Stettin on August 14, disembarking at Kronstadt, the fortified naval port in the Gulf of Finland. The history of the great naval base stretched back to the first fortifications raised by Peter the Great in 1703. The Bolshevik Revolution had stumbled badly there 5 years earlier after the Kronstadt sailors mutinied against the regime they had helped to make possible. Kronstadt marked the real beginnings of an ideological pilgrimage that would lead Dubois mentally to know Karl Marx and Lenin. Never before in life had he been as stirred as he would be by 2 months in Russia. Everywhere there still existed the ravages of the Civil War and xenophobic memories of the American, British, French, and Japanese invasions. Petrograd, recently renamed after Lenin, had easily as many shabby crowds and as much dilapidation as Berlin, yet Dubois reacted differently to what he saw there. As he strolled the Nevsky Prospect, following its grand course to the Neva and its monumental Alexander Nevsky Bridge, Dubois began almost immediately to feel a special relationship to the Soviet experiment. Walking in the palace square at twilight, he meditated on the misspent glory of the fallen Tsarist regime as he stared at the massive Winter Palace. It loomed red-brown, and the statues and chimneys above it were as ghosts, he recorded in his notebook. No ghosts inhabited the regime born in the Smolny Institute a little farther along the Neva. Russia is at work, the notebook exclaimed. God, how these officials work! A hard-working Dubois marveled at the pace kept up by these servants of the people who spent 6 hours in their offices and 6 to 8 hours in inspections and lectures. Traveling by rail to Moscow on an itinerary that would take him afterward to Nizhny Novgorod, Gorky, today, a cradle of Russian civilization, Kiev, capital of the Ukraine, then south to Odessa, he would observe legions of ragged, hungry peasants and scores of ruined towns. In the Soviet capital, where not even a dozen automobiles circulated, he watched masses of truculent and over-assertive Muscovites fight for places in packed streetcars. He described seeing the wild waifs of the sewers. Yet even though the red will of war suffering and of famine still lay across the land, Dubois caught the spirit of sacrifice and onward movement animating the people. The evening of his Moscow arrival, the 28th, he was disgusted by a story in the New York Times dated the very day he had landed at Kronstadt claiming, Dubois recalled, revolution has broken out in Kronstadt. Streets are flowing with blood. He patrolled new museums and toured some of the new factories, listening attentively. He wrote of gathering some documents and figures, and of plying officials and teachers with questions. All these things were physical, however, he said. What touched him at his core was the spirit of the new Soviet man and woman. Here was a people seeking a new way of life through learning and truth. There was little prostitution or crime to be seen, some drunkenness, yes, and, although priests were everywhere, the state had taken religion out of the schools. Watching 200,000 young people marching through Red Square on Youth Day moved him. Not everyone was happy, but Dubois was certain that most Russians saw a bitter past being succeeded by a great future, not swiftly, but surely. Yet, despite these enthusiasms, there is a curious solitariness to his reporting as he roamed about from his hotel in Red Square, no mention of people he could have been expected to meet in the fields of education, the arts, or government. August was not the best month in which to find them, probably, as many of the nomenclatura would have been away from Moscow on vacation, nor had the rushed decision to come to Russia allowed him time to write ahead. Russia, in 1926, in the November crisis, grandly and vaguely relates conversations with peasants and laborers, commissars of the Republic, teachers, and children, but no names and titles are given. Dubois might have been expected to request an interview with Maxim Gorky, inspirer of the Soviet regime's official cultural doctrine of socialist realism, or with Anatoly Lunacharsky, the Commissar of Education whose reforms were moderately influenced by American ideas of progressive education. In fact, he does seem to have met Karl Radek and Lunacharsky's assistant. The young director Sergei Eisenstein, whose battleship Potemkin had catapulted him into the front ranks of world filmmaking early that year, was on location. Given Dubois' writings on the subject of women's rights, should he not also have tried to see Alexandra Kollontai, whose new morality and the working class pushed the envelope of the new morality of the sexes, free love, further than Lenin felt he could permit? These and other architects of the much professed, and soon suppressed, proletarian culture movement, Proletkult, such as Vladimir Mayakovsky, Vsevolod Meyerhold, and above all Alexander Bogdanov, were the nurturers of the new Soviet man and woman who so much impressed Dubois. Citizens unfettered by religious superstition, able to divorce on grounds of incompatibility, afforded the option of abortion, and provided free child day care. These new men and women were being liberated from avarice and the class enmities it bred, he thought, and were learning to live unselfishly for the good of the collective. After less than 3 weeks in the country, zeal for the regime impelled him to write James Weldon Johnson one of the most ebulliently friendly letters preserved in the immense Dubois correspondence. The place was a revelation, a tremendous eye-opener, he cheered. Russia was pointing the way, and we've got to get in the line. Regards to White, Bagnall, and all the gang. Tell Seligman that Moscow has the greatest collection of modern art in the world. Monet, Degas, Gauguin, Matisse, Derain, Picasso, Van Gogh. Marvelous. Yours truly. Dubois' travels in Russia, alone and unaccompanied, coincided with the last months of the High NEP, the 3 relatively prosperous years of 1924, 1925, and 1926 that came after the 10th Party Congress had adopted Lenin and Nikolai Bukharin's new economic policy, NEP, in 1921. In order to generate capital for the economy's state-run sectors of heavy industry, public utilities, transportation, and natural resources, the NEP allowed peasant proprietors to hire up to 12 workers and to profit from the private sale of produce. Small private businesses were legalized and a robust market economy encouraged within limits. As a result, Russia enjoyed a level of prosperity in 1926 not seen since 1913. Dubois would not have known that the modest signs of economic abundance he saw that summer had fueled a deadly political crisis within the Communist Party leadership that had only just been temporarily contained a month before he disembarked at Kronstadt. Stalin's uninspired, autocratic, and increasingly sinister performance as General Secretary of the party had finally convinced the ablest intellectual, with the worst sense of timing, among the Bolsheviks, Leon Trotsky, that he should join the united opposition led by Grigory Zinoviev, the party boss of Leningrad and head of the Comintern, Lev Kamenev, former chairman of the Moscow Soviet, and a large number of other dissidents. Nearly 2 years of polemics from early 1926 until December 1927 would ensue from Trotsky's fateful decision in which the so-called united opposition dressed up a largely raw power struggle in ideological purity, accusing the General Secretary of favoring rich peasants over industrial workers and of failing to advance world revolution. Stalin had trumped them ideologically with his defense of socialism in one country and, more importantly, politically with the loyalty of Bukharin and enough votes at the mid-July plenary session of the Central Committee to strip Trotsky, Kamenev, Zinoviev, and their allies of Politburo membership and party titles. The united opposition would regroup and persevere, but had Dubois been extended the privilege of meeting any of its members, it would have been a rendezvous with the doomed. The 15th Party Congress convened by Stalin in December 1927 would expel the entire opposition group, sending Trotsky into internal exile at Alma-Ata and replacing the new economic policy with the first 5-year plan. Solitary, although he does mention one Russian-speaking friend, communicating in German when he could, Dubois could have been at best only dimly aware of the momentous political tragedy unfolding in the Kremlin. A month in Moscow was enough anyway, he decided. Moscow is bureaucracy. Real Russia lies outside. He pressed on to Nizhny Novgorod and Kiev, finding everywhere in the more than 2,000 miles of travel signs of a new egalitarian social order that until then he had only dreamt might be possible. Many times, he was moved simply to sit still and gaze at Russia so that the spirit of its life and people might enter his veins. Rejoicing in finding that the Soviet regime was determined to make working men and women the center of modern power and culture, the editor predicted, much as would the young Sidney Hook on a visit 2 years later, that the Russian Revolution would sweep the world if it succeeded in harnessing wealth and knowledge for the benefit of the majority. The teleology of global class revolution now began to vie powerfully with the concept of the superordinate power of race in Dubois' thinking. If race was the problem of the 20th century, after this first encounter with the Soviet Union he also began to regard class as a dilemma of comparable magnitude. A more thorough reading of the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin would have to be deferred several years, but Dubois had seen enough in 2 months of the theory of scientific socialism being put into practice to venture an informed opinion in Russia, 1926. In pregnant language reminiscent of a Protestant Reformation divine, Dubois told of standing in astonishment and wonder at the revelation of Russia that had come to him. He might be partially deceived and half-informed, but if what he had seen and heard with his eyes and ears in Russia was Bolshevism, I am a Bolshevik. He would write later that when he left Russia he saw more clearly than ever before the limitations inherent in the belief of people of color that achieving full voting rights and letting a few of our capitalists share with whites in the exploitation of our masses would never be the solution of our problem. He returned by way of Italy and Greece in first-class comfort to the United States in October, breathing anti-capitalist fire and very probably writing the first pages of what would become Dark Princess, his second novel. American and Western European capital were using every modern weapon to crush Russia, and the editor would discourse gravely in the crisis on the spread of monopoly capital in the United States. Poverty and wealth will gird themselves for a new battle in this land during the 21st century, he predicted with what may prove to be awful accuracy. The redesigned magazine, appearing in December 1927 and bearing a strong resemblance to Opportunity, took on a more aggressive tone. The March issue permanently deleted contributing editor Fawcett from the masthead and substituted the Wide World for the editor's long-standing, pugnacious opinion department. Much to one original board member's regret, Dubois' particular opinions were now lodged in a section called Postscripts. The format was different but the animating voice was, as always, pure Dubois. My recent journey appeared in the December issue along with a lamentation for Eugene Debs, the one national political figure Dubois admired above all others for many years. The loss of so great a mind and so brave a heart was a national calamity. Debs had bowed to short-sighted expediency in his 1912 presidential campaign when he declined to make a special appeal to black voters, but Dubois insisted that the broken old socialist leader had gone to his grave in the full knowledge that organized labor must embrace Negroes, that unless white labor recognizes the brotherhood of man it becomes the helpless tool of modern industrial imperialism. Judging Russia appeared that February. The Wide World in the March issue focused on the growing repression of Italian fascism and the struggle for power in Germany between the right and left. United States investments in Latin America were also likely to supply rationales for widespread interventions on the Nicaragua model, warned Dubois. Nevertheless, some of his sharpest critics would have noted the editor's lame interpretation of the Liberian Firestone concession as a cause for concern that could readily be minimized by the influence of vigilant black American voters. *****. The Soviet Union had a greater impact on Dubois than it had on the magazine. Circulation figures for the crisis continued to slide, whether because of or in spite of the editor's Bolshevism. At the beginning of the year, 1927, they ran at about 30,000 a month. Dill searched diligently for advertisements, squeezed out savings, and fretted terribly over the monthly fumbles. A swastika design on page 66 of the December issue had escaped detection. He hoped our Jewish friends will forgive us, and he could only pray that Walter White's distressing grammar on page 74, wouldn't give us a bad name. Taken on by Du Bois as a special research assistant during 1926, recent University of Chicago graduate Horace Mann Bond recalled the scene at the crisis. "It was something out of Dickens," Bond said. The gnome-like business manager sat in the outer office guarding his employer's inner sanctum, where every inch of wall space was covered with books that were also liberally distributed on every possible repository. For 16 dedicated years, the 46-year-old, bachelor business manager had had no other life than the crisis and its master. Du Bois took their interdependence, his and Dill's, for granted, whereas it sustained Dill's very identity. But Du Bois noticed that Dill was running down. He had encouraged him to attend a family reunion, his first in 25 years, and Dill returned to work claiming to be refreshed, though obviously still tired. Shortly afterward, this cultured, fastidious man's life fell apart in a homosexual encounter and arrest in a public lavatory. Du Bois' reaction was one of formal Victorian displeasure masked by genuine compassion. "Never for a moment had he contemplated continuing my life work without you by my side," his letter terminating their relationship began. But the work of the crisis was more important than individuals. "For 10 years we have been losing ground, and the magazine could not longer afford Dill's salary." Urging Dill to forget the little incident that has so worried you out of all proportion to its significance, Du Bois closed with the assurance that the little incident had no bearing at all upon his painful decision. More than 30 years later, however, the editor made a self-reproachful admission in the autobiography, writing of a new and undreamed aspect of sex bursting upon him, of having never understood the tragedy of Oscar Wilde, and of dismissing a co-worker forthwith and spending heavy days regretting my act. In fact, the unhinged business manager would remain at his desk until February 1928, while the crisis continued its decline. Du Bois had already begun to think that Dill would have to go even before the little incident. Afterward, however, he heaped more than a fair share of blame on Dill for the falling circulation, confiding to Dill's sister that, although he has tried hard to stem the tide, the business manager simply was not fit for the work. Only Ovington or Joel Spingarn would have dared to ask if the editor himself continued to be as deeply interested in the work as in earlier years. The widening span of interests and information Du Bois brought to the magazine, Africa, imperialism, Soviet communism, labor, literary criticism, social science research, remained exceptional. Annual special issues on higher education and children were still eagerly awaited and provided valuable data on the social progress of the upper tiers of colored America. Even so, signs of a grip less steady and of hurried experimentation were unmistakable. The Wide World department, which had replaced Opinion in March 1927, was replaced 3 months later by As the Crow Flies. A plethora of photographs of cute, neat children, prospering citizens, Greek letter and club activities, accompanied by a feast of advertisements, altered somewhat the publication's activist texture. Without Fawcett, and now that Dill was underperforming, worrisome mix-ups in attribution continued. Georgia Johnson was astonished to see one of her poems credited to Frank Home in the April number. Young John Davis, having done a masterful job with Dill's help of putting out the crisis and winnowing finalists for the Krigway Awards, had been given barely enough time to make his first literature classes in Harvard's graduate school that September. Marvel Jackson had arrived from Minneapolis at the beginning of the year to serve as capable secretary to the editor, but the publication functioned throughout 1927 increasingly on autopilot. Du Bois was overcommitted, overworked, distracted, and occasionally even disinterested. He had hurried from the docks almost immediately to preside over the Crisis/Krigway Awards ceremony at International House on the evening of October 25. The field reports he expected to find on his desk pertaining to Negro common schools had not been sent by one of his assistants. This was the research project Du Bois had persuaded the New American Fund for Public Service, the Garland Fund, established by a young millionaire who declined his father's $1 million legacy, to underwrite for $5,000 in May of 1925. Garland Fund Chairman Roger Baldwin's esteem for the editor and James Weldon Johnson's election to the board of directors had assured the project a fair hearing. A broad, careful study of Negro elementary school education was of the highest priority for Du Bois. In effect, it was intended to update the 1911 Atlanta University study. The growing racial disparities in per capita expenditures in the southern states were devastating the minds of almost an entire generation of young people of color. In another 25 years or more, he knew that the educational and cultural consequences would have become irreversible. Du Bois had turned immediately for research assistance to two of the best young minds in the pool of talented 10th scholarship, E. Franklin Frazier and Horace Mann Bond. Frazier's performance during the summer of 1925, as he filed reports and expenses for research conducted in Alabama and South Carolina, had been fully satisfactory, so much so that in January 1927 Du Bois and Dill hoped to obtain Rosenwald money in order to offer Frazier the position of managing editor of the Crisis. But Bond's Oklahoma materials were still undelivered when Du Bois returned from Europe. Reading between the apologetic lines, the annoying upshot of correspondence between Chicago, where Bond had resumed graduate studies at the university, and Fifth Avenue was that the Oklahoma Common School investigation had been a casualty of time constraints and competing agendas. The never-to-be-completed report on Southern elementary school conditions would shortly involve Du Bois and Johnson in a libel suit. Meanwhile, Du Bois managed more activities and balanced more commitments than a professional juggler. He sped away to a California lecture tour in mid-January after his friends the Somervilles of Los Angeles assured him the trip was worthwhile. As to the number of lectures, use your own judgment, he wrote. Barely back at his desk, he found an SOS from Frazier, who was being forced out of the directorship of Morehouse College's new Atlanta School of Social Work. Assertive and often blunt-spoken, Frazier's dismissive review of the basis of racial adjustment was a case in point. The author of the book, T.J. Woofter, was one of the White South's foremost self-proclaimed liberals. Frazier's criticism of the study as a rationalization of the Southern position was deemed recklessly cheeky. When he violated Southern racial etiquette by refusing to kowtow to a white female associate, however, his fate was sealed by the school's white trustees. For a brief few weeks, Fisk had looked like an ideal forum for Frazier's stellar abilities. But Frazier's Fisk sources reported that the new white president, Thomas Elsa Jones, had been advised by influential whites, in the manner of the instructions that would accompany the protagonist of Invisible Man, to keep this nigger running. At 32, with a wife to support, the able sociologist was desperate. The Fisk president had already written to explain to Du Bois why, even though Frazier had impressed him, he was not certain that Mr. Frazier is just the man we need, because of local conditions here. Du Bois' second letter in the matter advised Jones not to make a mistake on Frazier. One of the classic ways of getting rid of well-educated and efficient colored men, is the more or less vague accusation that they cannot get on with the white South. Jones wrangled. Frazier's professors confided peculiarities about his personality. But rather than risk the fury of a crisis thunderbolt, Fisk finally decided to gamble on an outstanding scholar. Frazier joined its faculty in academic year 1927-28. The penultimate round of Krigway Awards required attention. Setting the deadline for June 15, a significant portion of the prize money was earmarked for entries dealing with business, although a purse of $600 was set aside in Chestnut's honor. Du Bois expressed reservations about the literary thrust of the Renaissance had been well received by several of the race's most successful capitalists. Maggie Lena Walker, president of Richmond, Virginia's St. Luke's Penny Savings Bank and grande dame of rags to riches success after the demise of Madam Walker in 1919, Charles Clinton Spaulding, president of Durham's powerful North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, and Harry Pace, a Du Bois protégé who now headed Cleveland's Northeastern Life Insurance Company, sent checks for business prizes. This time, The editor would have to read nearly 400 Krigway entries without experienced helpers. Entrants probably would have received gentler rejections from Fawcett than such typical Dubois responses as one to a Mrs. Butler: "My dear madam, your poetry is rather too trite for our use." His disappointment with the quality of the submissions for the business prizes, only 13 out of 375, would cause Dubois to cancel awards in that category for 1927. The young Negro writers do not realize the tremendous development and paramount importance of business, he lamented to Maggie Walker after extending the business deadline to July 1928. As much as he had recently come to admire communism in Russia, Dubois continued to praise the virtues of private enterprise in the United States and to exhort Negroes to acquire habits of industry and frugality that he deemed to be in all too short supply among them. "I have long been a socialist," he would reiterate in the summer of 1928, yet he had no illusions about the practical application of socialist solutions to problems of labor and wealth under the prevailing economic system. As was often the case, however, even as he pushed one set of ideas or policies of Dubois was already beginning to think of formulating very different approaches to the accumulation of minority wealth. He was still a year away from the grim conclusions of Our Economic Future, an editorial that skewered the creed of bootstrap group advancement that exercised such a powerful hold on the followers of Washington and Garvey. Preparations for the Fourth Pan-African Congress, another Dubois venture, had not gone smoothly. Toward the end of 1925, he had finally had to abandon plans for a venue in the West Indies. Once again, the club women whose treasury had helped make possible the Third Pan-African Congress came to his assistance with a proposal to underwrite an August 1927 meeting in New York City. Although Dubois' lack of enthusiasm for the New York venture is evident from the correspondence, the dedicated women of the NACW and of the Women's International Circle, League, for Peace and Foreign Relations, led by Mrs. Annie Dingle and the redoubtable Addie Waits Hunton, plunged into preparations for the Congress. The 60-year-old Hunton was a legend among feminists and civil rights leaders. A founding member of the NACW, she had been one of only 3 women of color commissioned by the YWCA to serve black troops in France during the war. As president of the International Council of Women of the Darker Races, Hunton volunteered the woman power and considerable resources of the interlinked women's organizations. Dubois supplied names of distinguished sponsors and potential delegates, alerting Dingle and Hunton to pitfalls of colonial censors and subservient francophones men, such as Diogny and Candace, who were both conservative and reactionary and afraid of American Negro radicalism. The officers of the Women's International Circle for Peace and Foreign Relations immediately ran into pitfalls much closer to home. Their plan to have the Congress endorsed by the Democratic governor of the state and New York's mayor was temporarily shelved when the city's powerful black commissioner of civil service, Harvard-educated Ferdinand Q. Morton, the boss of Black Tammany, judged the proposal impolitic and advised the editor and his collaborators that most black people believed their destiny would be determined by our national origins rather than our ethnic origins. More misunderstandings arose during the final weeks. Hunton had supposed that the NAACP would handle publicity for the Congress, whereas Dubois had agreed only to advertise the meeting in the crisis. At the end of July, the astonished officers of the Circle for Peace and Foreign Relations learned that they, not Dubois, were responsible for the speakers and topics for the Congress. "We have taken no thought of the above, thinking our duty lay in getting money and delegates," Hunton wrote plaintively. Another major oversight would result in no stenographic report being made of the Fourth Pan-African Congress. "She is incompetent, though has splendid ideas," Dubois would say later of the energetic Hunton. Even so, the club women succeeded in raising $3,000 indispensable dollars and a fine editorial tribute from the Amsterdam News, Haarlem's newspaper of record. Still, it would probably have been wiser from the point of view of publicity and attendance not to have scheduled the Congress to run simultaneously with the National Convention of the Elks, 50,000 of whom paraded through Haarlem on opening day. The lengthy article running in the Sunday New York Times a week before the Congress opened was almost certainly written by Dubois himself. The declaratory sentences were unmistakable trademarks. The question of the status of the Negro Sikh in modern society was no longer a domestic problem of the United States, the unsigned writer lectured. Nor was it a parochial West Indian or a colonial policy problem. It is rather a great worldwide problem to be viewed and considered as a whole. Above all, emphasized the Times article, the problem of the Negro had nothing to do with Garvey's now defunct Back to Africa movement. With Du Bois presiding and Logan serving as secretary, the first of the 4 days of sessions opened in Harlem's St. Mark's Methodist Episcopal Church on Sunday afternoon, August 21, with the singing of the Negro National Anthem. Once again, Ida Gibbs Hunt and Jessie Fawcett, joined by Sister Helen, had attended to critical organizational details that might have escaped the flustered Hunton and held no interest for a preoccupied Du Bois. When the final session closed at Abyssinian Baptist Church on Wednesday night, the Congress would have drawn some 5,000 participants, among whom 280 were paid delegates representing 22 states and the District of Columbia, as well as Haiti, the Virgin Islands, the Bahamas and Barbados, the Gold Coast, Sierra Leone, Nigeria and Liberia, Germany, and India. Governor Alfred E. Smith's and Mayor James Walker's noncommittal greetings were read to Sunday's opening session, followed by Hunton, who spoke movingly of the vision of brotherhood of the darker races, according to the Amsterdam News. Du Bois crisply rehearsed the history of the Pan-African movement, delighting the capacity audience with a procession of young women carrying the flags of countries with significant African populations along with a census for each country. The editor had after all taken on the job of corralling an impressive roster of 11th-hour speakers. The Gold Coast's chief Nana Amo III, over from London to replay his role in the Third Congress, brought greetings in full regalia and was reported to have caused the assembly almost to gasp by his British English as he praised the work of women in Africa and America. Haiti's internationally respected Dantes Bellegarde aroused similar Harlem wonderment when he followed Amo at the podium to deliver a spirited discourse in purest French with Logan giving a running translation. Leslie Pinckney Hill, principal of Pennsylvania's Institute for Colored Youth and one of Du Bois' close friends, discussed impediments to providing quality education. The address by the NAACP's Pickens, who reported on his participation in the Brussels Conference for Oppressed Races, outmatched the attention paid by the press to all others on opening day. Due to sail for Russia soon, Pickens managed to sound like a schooled convert to Marxism. Urges proletarian unity, the Herald Tribune captioned its article on the Congress and Pickens's speech. The Congress moved to Grace Congregational Church for Monday's and Tuesday's proceedings, which were well attended by audiences the Amsterdam News described as seemingly unmindful of the Elks parade taking place as they considered soberly the future of Africa. The closing session at Abyssinian Baptist Church was presided over by Du Bois' old Harvard classmate Clement Morgan. The assembly was particularly engrossed by two relatively young scholars whose anthropological knowledge of Africa was probably unexcelled in the United States, Northwestern University's Melville Herskovits and Howard University's William Leo Hansberry. Virtually unknown to the public for most of his professional life, Hansberry, drawn to his field by reading Du Bois' The Negro as an undergraduate, had offered the first courses in an American university on Negro civilizations in the ancient world. Hansberry's Howard colleague and contemporary, the historian Charles Wesley, summarized the principal findings of his Negro labor in the United States, 1850 to 1925, a new monograph destined to become a classic. Writer John W. Vandercook, whose Black Majesty, A Popular History of Haiti's Henry Christophe, was scheduled for imminent release by Harper and Brothers, presented a fascinating account of the island's early 19th century political history. The delegates restated the demand that Africa be developed for the Africans and not merely for the profit of Europeans. The attitude of all imperial powers was fundamentally wrong, declared the Congress in a resolution that reflected less worldliness than might have been expected. They are seeking profit, not men, they want trade and industry more than civilization and spiritual uplift. Narrow focusing of concerns was deplored. The race in America was exhorted to fix its eyes upon the international problems of the color line. The voice of Du Bois in the text was unmistakable: we desire to see freedom and real national independence in Egypt, in China, in India. We demand the cessation of the interference of the United States in the affairs of Central and South America. Despite notice by the New York Press, the Christian Science Monitor, and even the Daily Worker, Du Bois was clearly disappointed with the results of the Congress. Less than 300 delegates from the United States and a handful representing the Antilles, West Africa, Europe, and India fell far short of the parliament of the darker races he had once envisaged. In comparison with the Second Congress, whose sessions in London, Brussels, and Paris were well attended, the Harlem Convocation was distinctly a mediocre affair. Recuperating in the Catskills, an exhausted and depressed Ida Hunt came to the conclusion that the Pan-African Congress movement was too non-exclusive and publicity-conscious for its own good. Imperial powers would never permit it to succeed while it conducted its business so openly. At the very least, the name should be changed to the Human Rights Association or the Free Government Association, she urged Hunton. Ask Du Bois what he thinks about this. For Du Bois, however, the movement's ailments went deeper than its name or than the refusal of the French government to permit the convening of the next Pan-African Congress in Algiers, Tunis, or even Marseilles, as voted by the delegates. He had resolved some time ago, he wrote Bellegarde, that until we black folk developed international interests, that I would not undertake to push the Pan-African Congress. He was willing to do anything that the race is willing to do. Clearly the race was more inclined to share the view of Civil Service Commissioner Morton that its most pressing concerns stopped at the water's edge. Yet to peruse any issue of the crisis was to be reassured that its editor possessed the keenest understanding of the importance of those national concerns. 18 years would elapse before the Fifth Pan-African Congress was convened in Manchester, England. Du Bois' various activities during the summer and fall of 1927 were remarkable even for him, partly because Hunton and her associates spared him considerable toil by taking on the fundraising and paperwork involved in mounting the Congress. There were pressing family matters. Yolande wished to spend the summer studying in France. Madame Cayman-Levy obliged his request to find good, inexpensive lodgings in Paris, while he wrote to the University of Grenoble in order to arrange accommodations in the Foyer de l'Étudiante during Yolande's 3-month study abroad. Their daughter's accommodations secured, Will and Nina turned anxiously to solving their own. St. Nicholas Avenue had become untenable. The lodgers were more obstreperous than ever, and the former janitor, now living elsewhere, had begun to harass them. That September they decided to move to the Dunbar and have nail cell 606. The Paul Laurence Dunbar Apartments, a cooperative complex under construction at 149th to 150th Streets, was financed by the Rockefellers. An oblong block wide and deep between 7th and 8th Avenues, the Dunbar, its cocoa brown brick facade incised by archways giving it the appearance of a Florentine palazzo, was to be the ne plus ultra in Harlem housing. The announced intent of the Rockefellers had been to provide affordable, well-built housing for black working-class families. In short order, however, the Dunbar would become the preserve of the talented 10th. It was also home for flashy, prospering families, such as the Enrique Cashmales and the Louis H. Faircloughs, and such stylish singles as Sadella Ten Eyck and Ollie Capdeville. Their apartment soirees and country retreat weekends reported breathlessly in the Dunbar News Bulletin. In applying for membership in the coup, Du Bois paid lip service to the Rockefeller pledge that it was meant to serve the working class of people and that their demands should prevail. That said, however, he expressed the hope that resident manager Roscoe Conkling Bruce, fellow Harvard man and son of a Mississippi Negro Reconstruction senator, might persuade the Dunbar's board to permit the purchase of a 7-room apartment, the 6-room unit being really too small for us. In the final negotiations in November 1927, the Du Boises were permitted to buy 2 combined apartments, 5G and J, into which they would move at the end of January. Yolande's summer abroad and the acquisition of a new bundle of mortgages challenged Du Bois' messy financial virtuosity. The raucous dispute running throughout 1927 with Robert Lee Vann, the pugnacious publisher-editor of the Pittsburgh Courier, was a deadly serious challenge to his integrity. Van was a model self-made man, a believer in Booker Washington's precepts, who had risen from poverty in rural North Carolina to earn a law degree and achieve high municipal office in Pittsburgh. Unlike the great accommodator, however, Van was as courageous as he was pragmatic. Opinionated, brilliant, fiercely independent, the 47-year-old businessman hated Jim Crow with a passion that suffused his newspaper. His detestation of GOP racial hypocrisy was equally deep, but, in contrast to most black leaders who fumed in impotent loyalty, Van would deserve considerable credit for leading black voters out of the party of Lincoln. The rival Chicago Defender, along with much of the black press, had withheld support from Randolph's BSCP after it demanded union recognition by the Pullman Corporation. The Courier championed the Brotherhood's cause. There was speculation that Van sometimes applied his principles where they would do the most good for the Courier's circulation. If true, then he had the right principles. By 1927, 16 years after taking control, Van had transformed a small, local newspaper into a 16-page weekly with a circulation of 60,000 and status as the most respected in Black America, featuring bylines by Schuyler, White, and amateur historian Joel A. Rogers and reports from syndicated Washington correspondent Louis Lautier. Relations between the Courier, the Crisis, and the NAACP collapsed in late 1926 with the unexpected suddenness of a highway accident. Breaking the news on October 9 with the headline "NAACP Slush Fund Aired," the Courier uncovered what it predicted would be the biggest scandal of the new year. The brunt of Van's attack was directed at the association's secretary. Johnson had exploited his membership on the Garland Fund's board of directors in order to steer more than $30,000 to the NAACP, dollars being misused, according to Van, for rent, salaries, expenses, and to pay for expensive and palatial offices on Fifth Avenue. Meanwhile, the Garland Fund had seen fit to award the BSCP, fighting for its life against the Pullman juggernaut, a mere $11,200. Van compared that amount to the $26,552 granted to the Sweet Fund, which everybody knew was simply the NAACP's legal defense budget under another name. The Courier story compounded its charges with an aspersion on the validity of the $5,000 research award to Dubois, insinuating that the editor's education study was a boondoggle. Both NAACP men always claimed to have no explanation for the newsman's motives other than some unintended slight of Van. Until the October accusations, Dubois and Van had found themselves in general agreement. Both supported the BSCP and both were infuriated by Van Vechten's Nigger Heaven, Van refusing to advertise the novel until White telegraphed an urgent appeal to reconsider. The editor reacted to Van's accusations furiously, signing a press release with Johnson demanding an immediate retraction, followed by the threat of a lawsuit when Van refused. As the controversy raged throughout 1927, one of the talented 10th's most influential bodies, Sigma Pi Phi, the exclusive society of professional men called the Boule, declined to take sides, despite Dubois' repeated insistence. The editor didn't at all like being called a thief, he seethed in a letter to the Grand Matthias of Sigma Pi Phi, serving notice of protest sent to all the constituent chapters, or Boules. If the Boule were truly a society of gentlemen with all members pledged to uphold its honor, then Van was a flagrant transgressor. But Dubois received the distinct impression that the Grand Matthias missed the gravity of Van's offense. Every American is entitled to a trial, but do we want a trial? Dr. Allen Wesley wondered, rather too genially inviting Dubois to help him adjust this matter without much ado. After all, people do not as a rule get to calling one another names without there is something back of it, he speculated in a follow-up letter. That some of the officers may have suspected that Van's wounding allegations contained a grain of truth, especially as only portions of the education study materialized, made the Boule's adoption of a nonpartisan stance all the more reasonable. Nearly a year after the initial Courier attack, Dubois and Johnson were still awaiting a response to their two draft statements that were to have been presented to Van by a special Boule committee. I have waited patiently for more than a month, Du Bois snapped at the end of September 1927. The Boule's last word about the unfortunate incident came the following month when Du Bois received word of the special committee's decision that both parties had erred and that the matter be closed without further action. Du Bois and Johnson would skirmish continually with Van for 3 years, until the publisher-editor finally signed a retraction appearing simultaneously in the newspaper and the monthly. That Du Bois and Johnson failed to rally the Boule to their side in a controversy impugning their professional integrity was a telling measure of the limitations of personal and organizational influence as the maturity and diversity of power and opinion began to shape a much different racial landscape. Much had changed in the structure of the leadership class and in the relations of power in Black America since the time, hardly 20 years earlier, when a signal from Tuskegee had been sufficient to silence all but the most determined critics. Du Bois' pride in the Harlem Renaissance had always been ambivalent. In the fall of 1927, he figuratively held his nose as he reviewed Mackay's Home to Harlem, sniffing that for the most part the novel nauseated him and made him feel distinctly like taking a bath. Having been dealt a blow in the face a year earlier by Van Vechten's Nigger Heaven, Du Bois' distaste for the subject matter being featured by the young Renaissance artists and writers had become acutely painful by the beginning of 1928. More than a year had elapsed since the Criteria of Negro Art, his revealing symposium in the crisis. He knew now that a unique opportunity for art and letters, and therefore civil rights, was about to be forfeited by people of color, as he wrote Amy Spingarn in a long, late January letter. The opening was greater than ever before and the number who are writing is growing, but they were still handicapped by cruel racial paradox. If they wrote honestly about their own inner lives and environments, white publishers claimed there was no market for the material. But if they caricatured their experiences, spicing them up with low comedy, sex, and violence, following the lead of Carl Van Vechten and Knopf and Boney and Live Right, then publishers were only too happy to give white America what it thinks that it wants to hear from Negroes. He was determined to build up a counterpoise to the Van Vechtens and the Mackays. A Black Book of the Month Club, perhaps, or prize monies distributed on a monthly rather than on an annual basis, he conjectured, inviting Spingarn's suggestions. Du Bois chose not to mention that a few weeks earlier he had sent his publisher the final manuscript for a novel written with the intention of putting the Harlem Renaissance back on the right track of art, virtue, and politics. All art is propaganda, and ever will be, he had declared at the NAACP convention, and he was determined to put the axiom to the test. Dark Princess, a romance, Du Bois' 300-page novel, was released by Harcourt, Brace and Company in April 1928. It was Du Bois' first large work of fiction since The Quest of the Silver Fleece 17 years before, and he conceived of it as volume 1 in a series of novels encompassing the Afro-American experience, a sort of black comedy humaine in the manner of Balzac, he promised Alfred Harcourt. Strong women, intelligent and decisive, virile may not be inappropriate, and sensitive, educated males well-intentioned but underwhelming were the signatures of Du Boisian fiction, along with a plenitude of history acted out across multiple time zones. The Silver Fleece, a spacious enough drama unfolding in the red sunlight of Jim Crow, moves from African mystery in the rural South to sophisticated purlieus in Washington and New York and then returns to its climax in the New South of Henry Grady. Dark Princess, set in the 1920s, encompasses a great portion of the planet stretching from Benares to Chicago, Du Bois wrote, and from Berlin to Atlanta. As in the first novel, whose dark-skinned protagonist, Zora, energizes her unfocused lover Bles Alwyn, the main character in the second, HRH the Princess Kautilya of Bwadpur, India, stiffens the moral fiber resolve and expands the world vision of an uprooted Matthew Towns, the Hampton-educated hero surnamed for George Towns, Du Bois' ally and friend from Atlanta University days. Ovington believed she had seen the model for the princess on Du Bois' arm descending a ballroom staircase during the 1911 Universal Races Congress in London. I thought her the loveliest person there, except perhaps for the darker daughter of the Haitian president. Kautilya of Bwadpur was not a single woman, of course, but an amalgam of Du Boisian memories and current interests. Matthew Towns's astonished description upon first seeing her mimics Du Bois' own teenage bedazzlement at first seeing Lena Holmes' great-aunt in the Fisk dining hall. No human being could possibly have been as beautiful as she seemed to my young eyes in that far-off September night of 1885. Sensitive and sensual, Du Bois' protagonist may have been borrowed in some measure from Georgia Johnson. Toward the end of the novel, the princess sounds like Mildred Bryant, the author's Chicago lover, when she writes Towns from Virginia, "Dearest Matthew, my man." But then, Cordelia's regal bearing and cosmopolitan culture more often evoke Fawcett. The model for Matthew Towns is Du Bois himself, as Bles Alwyn was in The Silver Fleece, a man of feminine sensibilities who defers to women and finds himself alternately manipulated and wonderfully improved by them, a man very different from the Du Bois the world knew. Heroine and hero become acquainted over tea in Berlin's Tiergarten after Towns flattens an impudent white American whose unwanted attentions have distressed the princess. The Southern-born Towns had abandoned the United States after Manhattan University annulled his medical school admission on racial grounds. "I was firm in my Hampton training," the bewildered valedictorian tells the princess. Prejudice was to be a miasma that character burned away. A radiantly beautiful woman, and she was colored, Cordelia is first and foremost of royal blood, serene in her centuries-old pedigree and only spottily informed about the descendants of American slaves. Intrigued, she reveals her membership in a secret international. "We represent, indeed I may say frankly, we are part of a great committee of the darker peoples, of those who suffer under the arrogance and tyranny of the white world." Taking leave, she invites Towns to dinner to meet the committee. At dinner the following evening, the question of American Negro admission to the Great Council of the darker races caroms off the members, Arab, Chinese, Egyptian, Japanese, Hindu, like a billiard ball, until the Japanese, although professing every human sympathy, cuts to the quick. "But for us here and for the larger company we represent," Du Bois has him explain, "there is the deeper question that of the ability, qualifications, and real possibilities of the black race in Africa or elsewhere." This extraordinary question posed one of the central issues of Du Bois' novel, a question the princess seeks to answer for herself north and south of the Mason-Dixon line, as she reappears at climactic moments in Towns's tumultuous Odyssey. His sense of purpose rekindled, Du Bois' hero returns to America, stopping in Harlem to deliver a message from the secret committee to a colorful personality wickedly modeled on Garvey. Matthew had at first thought him an egotistic fool. But Perigua was no fool. He next put him down as an ignorant fanatic, but he was not ignorant. Overwhelming Towns with non-stop rhetoric, the fictional Garvey discloses a plan to mine the South's lynching belt with dynamite for every lynching mob, he shouts. Perplexed yet curious, Towns sets off to discover how much of Perigua's rantings about a national underground of black terrorists can be believed. The large chapter entitled "The Pullman Porter," an overload of melodrama and propaganda, converts Du Bois' crisis endorsements of Randolph's BSCP into vivid fiction, capturing through Towns's ordeal aboard the Atlanta-Chicago Express the brutal hours and demeaning treatment of George, the typically courteous and efficient porter who brings cup after cup of ice water to people too lazy to take a dozen steps. In a passage described with what was for Du Bois startling concupiscence, Towns, exhausted and lonely, slipping his clothes off, and clasping his arms around her curving form, spends the night with a Chicago prostitute. The chapter roars onto an encounter with Perigua, the princess, and a plot to bomb Klansmen heading to a convention in Chicago. Warned of the scheme by Cordelia, Towns stops the express within yards of the trestle where Perigua's body lies mangled by his own explosive device. Suspected of complicity, unwilling to compromise the global mission of the princess, Towns is convicted and incarcerated in Joliet prison after a highly publicized trial in Chicago. As in The Silver Fleece, the sinewy designs of a beautiful, cold, sophisticated woman of color intervene in the hero's fate. Towns's command of language and dignified manner during the trial had impressed the calculating Sarah Andrews, private secretary to Sammy Scott, Chicago's most powerful Negro boss, who controls the Second Ward through graft, patronage, and legerdemain from his office at the corner of 33rd and State Street. The gears of the city machine shift quietly and the hero is pardoned, marries Sarah, and finds himself in quick sequence ward politician, member of the state legislature, and on the verge of being nominated to Congress just as the princess reappears to remind him of their great obligations. As the author had explained to his publisher, when the Indian princess with her great dream of world unity for the darker races dramatically reappears in his life, he surrenders all to become a common laborer on the new Chicago subway. Jettisoned by Sarah, Towns comes to identify with the proletariat. Finally, he leaves the city in answer to Cordelia's summons to rural Virginia, where she has toiled as a domestic and common laborer. Many months pregnant from their last meeting, she too has found clarifying simplicity under the tutelage of Towns's aged, wise, unlettered mother. Towns's gnarled mother, whom the princess addresses as Kali, the Black One, utters temporal and otherworldly profundities signifying that, like Shiva's wife, she is a primordial force anterior to color and caste, one that sustains perpetual renewal, order, and disorder. Her spiritual resemblance to Dubois' own mother is unmistakable. The birth of a son, the new Maharaja of Bois, removes the final obstacle to permanent union between Cordelia and Matthew, for, as Cordelia explains to Towns, had it been a girl child, I must have left both babe and you. Bois needs not a princess, but a king. As the loquacious storyline runs out in a wedding scene whose sylvan solitude is suddenly filled with a votive crowd reminiscent of both adoring magi and the final act of Star of Ethiopia, and then out of the gloom of the wood moved a pageant, many readers must have found themselves agreeing with one of the South's keenest literary critics, reviewing the novel for the Nashville Tennessean. Donald Davidson declared it to be by turns impressive and preposterous. Lifting Matthew in our softer tongue, their newborn, to the heavens, the princess proclaims the unity of the darker peoples in an apostrophe that was, nevertheless, decidedly skewed to her own Hindu destiny. Slowly Cordelia stepped forward and turned her face eastward. She raised her son toward heaven and cried, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, Lords of sky and light and love, receive from me, daughter of my fathers back to the 100th name, His Majesty, Madhuchandragupta Singh, by the will of God, Maharaja of Bois and Maharaja Dhiraja of Sindrabad. Then the forest, with faint and silver applause of trumpets, King of the snows of Gaurisankar, Protector of Ganga the Holy, Incarnate Son of the Buddha, Grand Mogul of utter India, Messenger and Messiah to all the darker worlds. Although Dark Princess had taken little more than a year to write, the novel was meticulously researched. Wendell Dabney provided details about Cincinnati's railroad stations and special train schedules from Atlanta. Family physician Lewis Wright vetted segments of the novel dealing with medical particulars. An Illinois state senator was quizzed on hotel and restaurant policies in the state capital. Can a colored member of the legislature get accommodations? Could he go there for meals? Although he appears never to have gotten a reply to questions about regulations governing the issuance of municipal bonds, Dubois' letters to a cagey Chicago official were typical of the scholarship informing the novel. For all its grandiosity of plot, walking antitheses, and deus ex machina devices, Dark Princess not only managed to capture the flavor of ward politics in Chicago, but to anticipate a major real-world political development with uncanny accuracy. When white Congressman Doolittle, representing the burgeoning black population in the Second Ward, suddenly dies after serving serial terms as the Republican machine cipher, the hamlet-like Towns is primed to become the first Northern member of his race to go to Washington. The real Congressman Doolittle was one Martin B. Madden, who died in 1928 shortly after another routine GOP primary victory, having served 23 undistinguished years in the House of Representatives. The real Matthew Towns was to be Oscar DePriest, catapulted overnight by Mayor William, Big Bill, Thompson's machine into Madden's seat as the first Negro congressman in almost a generation. Dubois' research for the Indian background was to invest the novel with a prefigurative power of greater significance than its astute reading of Chicago politics. Curiously, and largely because he must have come to feel that the novel's racialist romanticism was unworthy of the scientific socialism of his final decades, Du Bois himself would fail to capitalize on the prophetic pertinence of his ambitious experiment. Had it enjoyed greater commercial success at the time, however, Dark Princess might well have become required reading 27 years later, when international excitement over Third World solidarity reached an apex with the Bandung Conference of 29 Afro-Asian nations representing more than half the world's population. Caudilia's prediction to Townes misses the Bandung Conference by a mere 3 years. In 1952, the Dark World goes free, whether in peace and fostering friendship with all men, or in blood and storm. It is for them, the pale masters of today, to say. No American of note writing in the years following the Great War, and no Negro writer without exception, had incorporated Hindu themes into his or her fiction other than Du Bois. Few American Negroes had ever been well disposed to a society cemented by rigid castes erected on the historic subjugation of dark-skinned peoples by lighter-skinned ones. But as one of his biographers has insisted, Du Bois could not have become educated without some sense of the intellectual connections between his native land and the Indian subcontinent. The Indian-tinctured writings of Emerson, Thoreau, and especially Whitman in the poem Passage to India, were part of the cultural weather of his Berkshire, Fisk, and Cambridge environments. But the New England transcendental link, such as it was, connecting Du Bois to India must have been far weaker than that he forged with that nation's culture and politics through one of the subcontinent's most captivating personalities, Lala Lajpat Rai, an aristocratic writer, militant nationalist, and Congress Party theoretician. Du Bois and Lajpat Rai had become friends when the fiery Brahmin lived in the United States during World War I. Lajpat Rai's Impressions about this country, published as a book in 1916, profited from discussions with Du Bois in his home and at the Civic Club, much as the editor's growing knowledge of India benefited from correspondence with Lajpat Rai, who spent the early 1920s jailed by the British. Lajpat Rai took time to read and annotate passages from the Dark Princess manuscript, even as he plunged at 63 into another round of boycott agitation against British rule that would cause his death 6 months after the publication of the novel. Du Bois sent a fine letter of indignation to the Lahore people and then reviewed Unhappy India, Lajpat Rai's posthumous reflections, in the crisis. Du Bois called Dark Princess a romance with a message and liked it so well that it remained his favorite book until his Marxist phase after World War II. Locke would call it the skyscraper problem novel of the Negro intellectual and the world radical in the Sunday Herald Tribune. Although it fell somewhat short of the mark, Locke felt that Dark Princess offered the framework of a truly great novel, which complemented the view of the anonymous New York Times book review critic who thought there was enough material for several novels. The acerbic Schuyler broke off halfway through reading his review copy to write Du Bois that the novel had gripped him as no other book, since Knud Hamsun's Hunger. Dark Princess was fine literature, but he thought it was even greater as a portrayal of the soul of our people. Du Bois' novel was essentially an old-fashioned narrative that reinforced a slender tradition of Negro fiction that began with Sutton Albert Griggs, a shadowy Baptist preacher in Memphis, Tennessee, who wrote 5 novels by 1908. Imperium in Imperto, a rambling story about a conspiracy to overthrow white power, published by Griggs himself in 1899, was probably the first political novel written by a Negro. Du Bois himself had been the thinly disguised hero of one political novel, Of One Blood, or The Hidden Self, a 1902-3 serial by the editor of The Colored American, Pauline Hopkins, featuring an underground African city ruled by a king and queen destined to resolve the race problem. Widely and, for the most part, respectfully reviewed, Dark Princess would disappear from most bookstores after a decent sale of almost 3,000 copies in the first year. If Opportunity's verdict that the author had undertaken too heavy a load even for his real talents was sound enough, it was also true that any large, complicated propaganda novel, even one unencumbered by Du Bois' Victorian glaze, ran fatally against the genres of a period made notable by Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, 1925, Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises, 1926, Lewis's Elmer Gantry, 1927, and Forster's A Passage to India, appearing 4 years before Dark Princess. As a literary experiment and an antidote to Renaissance excesses, then, the novel was a failure, nevertheless, whose sociological imagination and heavily eroticized symbolism achieve a meaningfulness that seems to mitigate failure in a peculiarly Du Boisian way. Still, if the literary neglect awaiting Dark Princess was not undeserved, the novel was remarkable for its time and place as a meditation on the use and abuse of race. Du Bois expected readers to go beyond the adventure story to the second and deeper aim of the book. They were supposed to comprehend the difficulties and realities of race prejudice on many sorts of people: ambitious Black American youth, educated Asiatics, selfish colored politicians, ambitious self-seekers of all races. More than that, though, by centering the novel in an ancient non-white civilization, Egypt might have been an even better choice. Du Bois was able to undercut the hubris of whites with a gospel of derivative human experience. The machine age was Europe's achievement, but the knowledge that made triumphant industrialism possible came from people who had counted their past in millennia before Europeans acquired table manners. In the Upanishads and the Ramayana, the great texts of Hinduism, reposed the truths of being, understanding, and non-being. India's achievements in politics, sciences, and the arts under the Mughals were incomparable. Kautilya's soliloquy frames the novel's postulate: India. India. Out of black India the world was born. Into the womb of India the world shall creep to die. All that the world has done, India did, and that more marvelously, more magnificently. Man is there in every shape and kind and hue. Implicit in all this was the message of ineluctability expressed as racial truth. The great will of being would turn for Europe and America as surely as it had for Nineveh, Babylon, Egypt, and India. Dark Princess prophesied that Africa bonded to Asia was the next cycle, a prediction all the more conceivable, the author must have hoped, if the racial politics of this skyscraper problem novel were taken seriously by the Dark World's vanguard. ******. Invitations to Yolanda's wedding were being received just as her father's second novel reached the public. Any chance of putting brakes on the spectacular scale of the marriage had soon given way to the imperious enthusiasms of his own Dark Princess. Yolanda required a large wedding attended by 16 bridesmaids, presided over by both her future father-in-law, Frederick Asbury Cullen of Salem Methodist in Harlem, and family intimate George Fraser Miller of St. Augustine Episcopal in Brooklyn, followed by a large reception at the Madam Walker Studio on 136th Street. Her preference for a 4 o'clock ceremony troubled her father, who confided his punctiliousness in matters of correct dress to the increasingly helpless groom. Preferring the hour of 6, notwithstanding its requirement of cutaway coats with white vests and striped trousers, Du Bois sighed, I should imagine they would be about as easy to provide as claw hammers. He and Mrs. Du Bois had decided that the proper thing would be a large church wedding and a small reception, Count Cullen was informed in a detailed letter at the end of January. 2 weeks later, over lunch at the Civic Club, future father and son-in-law set 6 p.m., April 9, as the fateful date, and resolved to try to rein in Yolanda. We must be careful not to be too ostentatious and showy as to be vulgar, she was reminded. Couldn't they settle on between 6 and 8 bridesmaids? 15 is beyond all possibility, Du Bois pleaded, putting his foot down on inviting more than 200 to the reception, an awful mob that the mere thought of feeding made him feel weak. Yolanda held fast to 15, not counting her maid of honor, the slow-eyed Margaret Wellman of classic talented 10th pedigree. The final list of wedding invitees would nearly treble the 500 contemplated in mid-February, hardly a surprising number given the prominence of the Cullen and Du Bois clans, the one headed by a pastor with 25 years of service in one church and the other by a man who knows good people in 45 states and 3 continents, Du Bois wrote later in the crisis. The Du Bois-Cullen nuptial was the Harlem social event of the decade. The Interstate Tatler and the Amsterdam News, along with much of the national black press, accorded the ceremony the attention commensurate with its racial and social significance, although not even the daughter of W.E.B. Du Bois was excused from the ban excluding people of color from the wedding and society pages of mainstream newspapers. Leading families in places as far away as Washington, D.C., and Chicago agonized over alibis in the terrible event that no invitation came, while those receiving the coveted request were widely regarded as possessing the surest certification of social prominence. Like so many others of their class, bridesmaids May Miller of Washington and Chautauqua Card of Baltimore, invites Wilhelmina Adams of Harlem and Catherine Bell of Newark, retained memories of the wedding they would delight in recapturing long years afterward with virtually no loss of gossipy detail. As the music of Harlem's premier organist, the primly dignified Melville Charlton of Union Theological Seminary, trembled lightly against the walls, 1,000 spectators watched 1,500 participants, dressed to the nines, file into Salem Methodist Church on a cloudy, somewhat chilly Easter Monday evening. It was possible to imagine that not since the convening of the Estates General at Versailles on the eve of the French Revolution had such a rainbow of hats, bonnets, feathers, and gowns, waistcoats, jewelry, and gleaming footwear been seen. The groomsmen were the handsomest, most polished of men, 10 peers of the Renaissance, Bell thought, suave Arna Bontemps, winner of the 1926 Opportunity Pushkin Prize, tall Robert Weaver, destined to become the first Negro federal cabinet officer, William Alpheus Hunton, Addie's equally tall, scholarly son and a future victim of the Cold War, Edward Peary, Albert Walker, Alex Miller, Embry Bonner, and Bohemian Langston Hughes, who had carped about Cullen's parade yet somehow managed to look comfortable in rented formal attire. Whether or not it was true that Du Bois had wanted 2,000 white doves released after the Lohengrin bridal march, the symbolism with which he meant to invest the occasion was unmistakable in the grandiloquent "So the girl marries," running with 2 pages of wedding photos in the June crisis. Recycling prose from The Gift of Black Folk and the closing pages of Dark Princess, Du Bois proclaimed, the symbolism of that procession was tremendous. The march of young black America was set in motion by the union of a maiden and a fine young poet. America, because there was Harvard, Columbia, Smith, Brown, Howard, Chicago, Syracuse, Penn, and Cornell. There were poets and teachers, actors, artists, and students. But it was not simply conventional America, he limbed. It was a new race, a new thought, a new thing rejoicing in a ceremony as old as the world. But was so much of pomp and ceremony, flowers and carriages and silk hats, wedding cake and wedding music really called for? 500 had been invited to the select reception originally planned for the Walker studio but now less expensively mounted in the church rectory. It was only a marriage. Quite, and were he merely white, Du Bois revealed, there would have been much less pageantry. But he had done far more than give his daughter to a prodigy of letters whose star he believed was destined to rise far above the plebeian promise of musician Jimmy Lunsford. He had in a sense made a gift of Yolanda to the Negro race in a lavish ceremony designed to celebrate family values and cultural refinement in a manner that resonated with black people. He felt that he, Du Bois, above all, owed something extra to an idea, a tradition, to the unremarkable institution of matrimony. We who are black and panting up hurried hills of hate and hindrance needed to establish new footholds on the slipping bypaths through which we have come. Alienated as blacks often were by what seemed the desiccating conventions of whiteness but also repelled by the irrational frenzy of black religion, Du Bois exhorted them, nevertheless, to cherish the ceremonializing of birth, death, pain, mating, children, age. Ever and anon we must point to these truths, he insisted. An exalted Du Bois was convinced that, with music and ceremony at Salem Methodist, he had marked an evolutionary moment in the progress of black people. It must be as the soul wills. The girl wills this, his tribute to Yolanda concluded. So the girl marries. The Volksgeistian nuptial had unfolded with perfection, and from the confluence of 2 phenomenal bloodlines, Cullen's adoptive status was ignored. A uniquely endowed life force was supposed to issue. Life, imitating art, was expected to produce its version of Matthew and Caudilia's Maharaja of Bwadpur, a wonderful dark prince genetically enhanced by the union across generations of 2 geniuses, Du Bois and Cullen. Although he had steadfastly denounced the Nordic eugenics movement launched from Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island, as racist and an insult to democracy, Dubois' views about family eugenics were a quite different matter. As far as his own flesh and blood were concerned, he believed that genes were destiny. Probably no one present at Salem Methodist who knew Yolanda thought her possessed of more than average intelligence, yet her father, who shared that opinion, believed that he had engineered the almost certain outcome that his grandchildren would be brilliant and well-formed. As he stood beside his daughter, she radiant in her white gown and he immaculate in swallowtails and wearing the Star of Ethiopia, it can also be inferred that Dubois harbored another deep-seated family wish. It was a subconscious yearning, and not at all concordant with his public feminism, to find in and through his son-in-law some repair of his life's incommensurable disappointment, the passing of the firstborn, the loss of the infant son, the golden-haired Burghard. The florid passage in Dark Princess describing Matt, whose veneration echoes the Rococo messianism of the 25-year-old of the passing of the firstborn in the souls of black folk, the world loved him, the women kissed his curls, the men looked gravely into his wonderful eyes, and the children hovered and fluttered about him. Whenever the subject is Yolanda, however, the air seeps out of the prose, didactically deflating the writing until it seems more dutiful than genuinely affectionate. The words the author chooses for Cordelia to express her relief at delivering a boy cannot but be construed as expressive in an almost cruel way of Dubois' feelings about Yolanda. Had it been a girl child, I must have left both babe and you. Bois needs not a princess, but a king. 4 days after the wedding, Dubois wrote Mildred Bryant Jones in Chicago. He was $1,500 poorer but sounded satisfied and relieved. He told Mildred he was home and free at last. Mrs. County Cullen was now no longer his responsibility. Bride and groom were off to an auspicious start. The splendid news of Cullen's Guggenheim Fellowship had come just 2 weeks before the marriage. Due to no small degree to your endorsement of my application, the bubbly poet wrote his prospective father-in-law. The couple's honeymoon had not gone smoothly, however, but the difficulties, whatever their exact nature, were thought to be minor, temperamental, and transient. Dubois was in any case much too busy preparing for the meeting of the annual NAACP convention in Los Angeles and a southern lecture circuit that would cover 4,000 miles to take much notice of burning problems. He finished the major piece on the need for a national black cooperative movement, our economic future, for the May crisis. Roger Baldwin successfully pressed him, as chair of the association's resolutions committee, to consider incorporating some of the ACLU's broader civil liberties concerns for presentation at the convention. But while the editor was preoccupied with national questions involving the race, Harley Mitts, along with a significant portion of the talented 10th elsewhere, were roiled by gossip and innuendo. There were strong suspicions that County Cullen was gay. Indeed, many of the groom's friends had no doubt that he was. Young Charles Cullen, a gay, white illustrator and intimate, unrelated despite his name, disconsolately sent word of having been too ill the night of the wedding to attend. A female friend at Hampton, still struggling to accept the arrangement, wrote the groom a month after the marriage, "My, how strange. 'Tis true." William Brown, one of Cullen's ushers, had been relieved to learn that his friend appeared to have no over-romantic illusions about the union. There was a whole crowd of rather nice gay blacks around County Cullen. An aged French artist, himself gay, would tell a cultural historian specializing in the world of gay American males. Formal disapproval of overt homosexuality was arguably more rigorous among middle-class blacks than among comparable whites during this period. Incensed by white stereotypes denigrating black morals and partial to biblical condemnations of unconventional behavior, well-bred blacks were given to extreme execrations of what they perceived as deviant sexual practices. It was also true, to a degree insusceptible of precise determination, that, even among urban, middle, and upper-middle-class colored Americans, there was not only considerable informal tolerance of homosexuality's discrete manifestations but even of such glorious expressions as the annual Hamilton Lodge Drag Ball and of the torrid gay speakeasies along 133rd Street. When one of the mightiest voices thundered against sodomy from Abyssinian Baptist Church in the winter of 1929, it was because the senior Reverend Powell believed the times had never been more urgent for a policing of Harlem's loosening morals. Discomfort alternating with fascination, nervous hypocrisy with unfazed socializing, yielded unpredictable consequences. Neither Alila Walker, whose romantic partiality to accomplished women was an open secret in Harlem, nor Locke, whose meanderings among college football players were the subject of clubhouse ribaldry, ever found themselves excluded from the best heterosexual company because of their sexual preferences. Then there was Richard Bruce Nugent, whose homoeroticism was so flamboyant that it won an amused, sometimes admiring indulgence and occasional dispensation accorded artistic types. When Harlem learned that the Negro race's latest Guggenheim recipient intended to sail with his best man, Harold Jackman, for a study year abroad, his wife to follow a month later, suspicion and rumor degenerated into hilarity, followed quickly by sympathy for the recent bride. Jackman, judged by Caucasian standards, may have been the handsomest man in Harlem. Tall and trim with aquiline features and a personality as light and smooth as the complexion of his skin, Jackman had sat for Winold Rice as a college lad, a drawing featured in the famous March 1925 issue of Survey Graphic. 30 years later, still trim and matinee idol handsome, he would model for a popular Rhinelander beer ad. 28 years old at the time of the Dubois, Cullen wedding, Jackman had come as a youngster from London to Harlem, a brilliant, bisexual product of his Barbadian mother's liaison with an influential Englishman. A rare copy of Fire, found in the Atlanta University Library, contains Cullen's dedicatory signature to Harold beneath the poem Timid Lover, I who adore exotic things / would shape a sound / to be your name, a word that sings / until the head goes round. We always knew that there was County's little interest in Harold. Geraldine Desmond Major, who wrote for the Tatler as Lady Nicotine, would confide 50 years later, an opinion shared by an aged but keen May Miller. Marvel Jackson, Dubois' affectionate secretary, thought the match between Yolanda and County was absurd. Dubois accepted at face value the explanation Cullen had given him a few weeks after the marriage for traveling without his wife. Yolanda had said that she had too much to do to be able to leave before early August, Cullen wrote. Because his father had arranged to sail for the Middle East and Europe on June 30, however, Cullen explained that by accompanying his parent his own travel expenses would be partly underwritten. Another advantage to this arrangement was that he would be able to see a few places of importance in the plan of one of his narrative poems. Besides, the money saved on his fare could be applied to a first-class ticket for Yolanda in August, instead of the third-class fare if they had traveled together. It was to be inferred from the letter that the underwriting of Jackman's passage was explained by Reverend Cullen's frail health and need of a strong arm on the return trip to the United States. Departing for a speech in Chicago at the end of June and a warm reunion with Mildred Bryant Jones, after which he would go to the NAACP convention in Los Angeles, Dubois sent a short letter regretting their failure to have a good talk before Cullen sailed. He asked Cullen to write him regularly and with much warmth assured him that he would do everything to make his year abroad successful. In the weeks ahead after Jackman had returned to New York and Yolanda had taken his place in Paris, Dubois' commitment to his son-in-law's career remained the absolute priority. Robert Weaver had found it hard to believe that the distinguished editor knew what was going on. I really don't, he still thought not long before his death. William Montague Cobb, Howard University Medical School's legendary professor of anatomy, thought differently. Dubois knew Cullen was gay, the patrician old Amherst man contended, but Dubois thought Cullen might make it one time for the sake of producing brilliant children. Cobb was much more likely to have been right than Weaver. Having dismissed the once indispensable Dill the previous year, even as he consoled the shattered crisis business manager over his public lavatory humiliation, Dubois' conscience had had to wrestle with the social touchiness of a homosexually compromised friendship. There was a sense in which Weaver's disbelief may have been entirely correct, however. Given his own robust and impressively varied heterosexual relationships, it would have been entirely possible for Dubois not to understand that there were intelligent males, equipped with the requisite physiology, whose disinclination for coitus with a woman could be so intense as to preclude impregnation of their spouses. Aversions as deep as that Dubois really never did understand. As disastrous letters from the couple poured into the Dunbar from 4 Rue du Parc Montsouris during autumn of 1928, Dubois consoled his son-in-law and excoriated his daughter. Her job, he had written less than a week before the first devastating news arrived, was to help a great poet to become greater. And that meant that Yolande ought not distract him or make him spend too much time catering to her entertainment. For once in your life and in your own thought, get out of the center of the picture. His September 11 letter to Cullen expressed such distress that Dubois would call it incoherent and unsatisfactory when next he wrote Cullen. More grieved and overcome than he could say, he moaned that he would never have permitted the marriage had he dreamt that Yolande hadn't loved and respected Cullen. But nothing could excuse Yolande's conduct, presumably, her rejection of her husband's overtures, Dubois was forced to conclude. She simply couldn't realize what she has done. She meant no evil. Try for the sake of the great love you gave her, he pleaded, try to make this crisis of her broken life as easy as you can. But above all, Dubois wished Cullen to know that he was deeply concerned about his son-in-law's studies and writing. Cullen's career had always been very dear to him, and he had dreamed fine things from this marriage. Yes, he knew their honeymoon had been trying, but at the time he had thought he still did that the main trouble is physical and psychological, leaving unspecified what other possible troubles he may have had in mind. The couple had clashed frenziedly, Yolande rejecting Count's presumably uninstructed mating maneuvers. Yolande's admission to the American hospital ensued for an expensive condition whose precise nature is presently unknown. Before going, she locked the lid to their phonograph and took the key with her, sending Cullen into a fierce tizzy and eliciting an admonitory letter from Jackman about not standing for all that foolishness. Dubois prayed that if his son-in-law could just bear with her and try again, perhaps, all would be well. Perhaps he thought he asked too much, though. At any rate, keep her till Christmas if any way possible, and then God show us all the way. A week later, Dubois had steadied himself. He proposed a face-saving strategy to keep down unkind gossip and enable the break to come after a decent interval. The silent Nina would come to Paris just before Christmas to take Yolande in hand. The wedding indebtedness precluded an earlier departure. They would find an inexpensive apartment together and remain until summer. When Count and Yolande appeared to have reconciled in early October, a false prospect, as it soon turned out, the overjoyed paterfamilias proffered the most quaintly misplaced advice to Cullen. The whole problem comes because we are not frank over sex and do not teach the young, he philosophized, probably knowingly echoing Freud's 30-year-old remonstrance that in matters of sexuality we are all of us, the healthy as much as the sick, hypocrites nowadays. Nina had shielded Yolande so completely in accordance with the mores of middle-classness that their spoiled and often silly daughter was bound to have found her sexual initiation unpleasant and disconcerting. In complete conformity with Victorian manuals asserting that few females enjoyed sexual intercourse, and that civilized men and women approved of sex in marriage mainly for procreation, Dubois counseled his son-in-law that the act that gives her husband pleasure may be exquisite torture physically for a new wife. Never have sexual intercourse except with a willing wife, he added. He shared with Cullen a salient memory of his own sexual imprudence, an unforgettable moment of consternation when Nina refused what I thought was my right to demand. Of course, no man owns a woman's body, Dubois continued. In any case, sex wasn't the main thing about marriage. Unfortunately, in Yolande's eyes, sex was likely to be the last thing about her marriage. By January, the union in the name of genius was over. Well, the delighted Jackman chuckled to Cullen in a letter from Harlem, I didn't think it would be so soon, really. Dubois assured Cullen of his unflagging affection and promised him a permanent welcome in the crisis. Patriarch that he was when it concerned his immediate family, Du Bois had written too much about the rights due modern women to fall back altogether into the father-family ideology of the previous century. The strength of that troglodyte ideology in the first decade of the 20th century and a good many years beyond, the decade in which so much of Du Bois' intellectual thought matured, was exemplified in War and Other Essays, the 1909 collection of essays summing up the postulates of the founder of American sociology, William Graham Sumner. Woman's role, Sumner reminded gentlemen in their clubs and taverns, was that of an inferior whose status and destiny came from her position as an adjunct. The author of The Damnation of Women and of an essay on birth control for Margaret Sanger's Journal, not to mention numerous appropriate crisis editorials, Du Bois would have protested any linkage to the misogynist Sumner. Insofar as abstract rights were to be advanced and defended for women, Du Bois' voting record was, as has been shown, one of the best. Nevertheless, when abstract gender rights, racial dignity, exemplary class conduct, and the fermentation of a 29-year-old bereavement fused in an egocentric eruption uncontained and uncontainable by an intimidated Nina, the consequences were spectacularly wrong-headed. For an intellectual whose profound understanding of the human condition was often matchless, Du Bois serenely arrogated the right to decide the fate of two young people whose intrinsic emotional needs he willfully, myopically resolved not to understand. In so doing, he succumbed to a tyranny that resulted in the symbolic and literal immolation of his own flesh and blood in the service of genetic, gendered, classist, and racial fantasies. 7. The possibility of democracy in America. As Du Bois approached his next birthday, he began to think that his active years were coming to an end. The crisis, resting at what now appeared to be a natural monthly circulation of less than 25,000, thundered along in more or less predictable grooves, requiring only a small portion of his fabulous reserves of discipline and moral outrage, although still a source of fierce proprietary pride to him. On February 28, 1929, he would reach his 61st year, an age that placed him near the edge of the actuarial lifespan of the average American male, and well beyond the longevity allotted to most black men. Looking back many years later, he would marvel that his misjudgment of the full agenda in the years ahead had been so wide of the mark. He had more than 3 decades remaining, 34 charged years in which there would be time for teaching, writing, ideological controversy, remarriage, federal prosecution, and expatriation. Editor of the most significant Afro-American journal of opinion in 1929, Du Bois would attain the incommensurable status in 1959 of both political pariah in his native land and venerated elder savant among the leaders of post-colonial Africa and the communist rulers of Eastern Europe, Russia, and China. In the winter of 1928-29, however, as he and Nina recovered from the financial and emotional toll of their daughter's marriage, Du Bois' attention turned to Great Barrington and to thoughts of eventual retirement. A testimonial fund organized by the Spingarn brothers, including among its 50-odd donors Mary Bethune, Clarence Darrow, Jane Addams, Mrs. Jacob Schiff, and Charles Chestnut, had purchased the old family homestead, the house of the Black Burghards on Egremont Plain, as a 60th birthday present to the editor. Du Bois had made plans with a local contractor in the spring of 1928 to begin restoring his grandfather's house at moderate cost, doing it little by little as funds became available. Clement Morgan, Du Bois' Harvard classmate, and Charles Bentley, the Chicago physician who had been a stalwart of the Niagara movement, were to pass from the scene in 1929. Moorfield's story followed in December, preceding Lewis Marshall by several weeks. That same year, James Weldon Johnson, worn down by the burdens of association secretary, would take a year's leave in mid-July to attend the Conference on Pacific Relations in Japan, after which he was to begin writing a history of Harlem, subsidized by the first of the new fellowships inaugurated that year by the Rosenwald Fund. Johnson had confided in Mencken 6 years before that uplifting any portion of the human race beyond the size of a family demanded more time and energy than the average man possessed. Johnson and Du Bois were not average men, but the toll of unremitting advocacy mounted up. A sense of mortality, of entropy foreclosing important options, accompanied by peevish impatience and a martyr complex, can be detected just below the editor's elegant, austere surface. He composed a revealing letter to the Bouts, as unusual for its length as for its introspection, during this period. Prominent Harlem alumni who rendered valuable help during the Fisk crisis, the Bouts, anticipating by several weeks the creation of the Spingarn Testimonial Committee, had expressed the wish to organize a national birthday observance of Du Bois' Diamond Jubilee, to be capped off with a suitable gift. Fisk men and women, the NAACP membership, progressive whites, and the great majority of the talented Tenth would welcome the opportunity to pay tribute, the Bouts thought. But you do not realize, my friend, no one realizes as I do how unlikely, how impossible any such manifestation of approval could be, Du Bois riposted. It was possible that in some far-off day much praise would come to his memory, he conceded, but in the fickleness of an ungrateful present he had only the succor of a few fine and loyal friends and of a small audience that approved and applauded his work, even though it did not like him personally. But then there were the many black people who were entirely ignorant of his work and quite indifferent to it, Du Bois reminded the Bouts. Worse still were the legions of the envious and jealous, an appalling number of whom actively disliked and hate him. An historical novel published in 1928, John Vandercook's Black Majesty, a favorite of his for many years, contained the following passage underscored in Du Bois' hand: "To be great, Duncan, is to be lonely. To be magnificent is to have men hate you." A walking institution, Du Bois was increasingly aware that he was the target of public and private criticism. J. Max Barber, an old newspaper friend from fighting days in Atlanta when Booker Washington had menaced their livelihoods, hovered alienated and petty in the editor's shadow, claiming that the great man barely noticed him except occasionally when he wants something. He was still willing to consider helping Du Bois, Barber wrote waspishly to Pickens, but only when it didn't entail too much violence to his contempt for the editor. In the larger scheme of things, the injured feelings of the scores of families left off Yolanda's wedding invitation list should have been of passing importance. Nevertheless, as an apologetic exchange with the distinguished Mr. and Mrs. James Thomas suggests, several weeks elapsed after the ceremony before the editor was able to walk about the streets of Harlem untroubled by wounded or furious stares. Then came the uncomfortable feeling, "Every time I meet any friend nowadays," he wrote Mr. Thomas. Checking his card catalog of invited guests as soon as he came into the office Monday, the editor was chagrined not to find your name. The wedding comments of another Thomas were a much more serious matter. Naval Thomas, vice principal of the District of Columbia's elite Dunbar High School, was one of the association's most aggressive branch presidents. From the days of Wilsonian apartheid to the lily-white republicanism of Hoover, Thomas had led the fight against segregation in the nation's capital with such clamorous single-mindedness as to make him a national legend in civil rights circles. But the former history teacher had also been one of Du Bois' most acerbic critics as far back as the Close Ranks editorial and the abortive captaincy in military intelligence. Instead of being a record of the darker races, the crisis was one man's soliloquy, according to Thomas. "Nothing got printed about any person or any work that he does not like," he snarled in a letter to the board of directors. In the midst of a fight to save the jobs of the Negro clerks in Washington's General Land Office, when publicity was our greatest need, Thomas made the exaggerated but hardly frivolous charge that Du Bois had given 7 pages, to his daughter's wedding, a beautiful social event, but one that has no place in the organ that is supposed to voice people's woes. If the carping, calumny, and genuine misunderstandings were sometimes very painful, it would still be misleading to emphasize unduly the emotional stress they may have caused Du Bois. The rare outburst triggered by the Bouts' proposal was authentic, as were his more typical, quiet avowals about often feeling shy, socially inadequate, and usually quite incapable of being gregarious. All this was true enough, but the lonely, insecure boy growing up in the Berkshires had long ago come into possession of an aggrandized sense of self that was, and would always be, proof against the disregard or vilification of others, whatever their race or class. For the most part, the wordsmith whose imagery of the veil etched itself into the American consciousness deflected abuse not by confessional revelations but by screening his vulnerabilities with an imperturbable dignity, catholicity, and principled destiny. Beleaguered and feeling increasingly frustrated in his editorial role at 61, Du Bois comported himself like the colossus his public self had become. The result was stiff formality even with colleagues and an off-putting froideur to most strangers, coupled with spring-loaded vigilance against the slightest hint of racial put-down. It was only after Joel Spingarn had ventured a 1927 holiday season suggestion that, after a 12-year friendship, they cease addressing each other by title, that Du Bois adjusted his salutation to "My dear Spingarn." An unsigned profile of Du Bois in the August 1929 World Tomorrow captured, if somewhat effusively, the substance and symbol of what its author described as this dreamer, this dynamo, this finest expression of the inner meaning of American democracy. The author thought it was an incalculably good thing for the race that Du Bois existed. In a group given too much to humility and appreciation, she judged that the career of this proud and fearless fighter was heaven sent. Jessie Fawcett ended her profile on a perfect note, writing of the man who still meant so much to her, "He is so indubitably somebody." That sense of indubitable somebodyness Du Bois conveyed in a letter to an idealistic Harvard instructor who, drawn increasingly from teaching chemistry into journalism and human rights advocacy, had sought career advice. He wished to devote himself wholly to writing, speaking, and working for liberalism, truth, and justice. This young Southerner had given Dark Princess a warm review in a marginal Boston monthly called The Lantern, whose editors had also been persuaded to reproduce portions of The Possibility of Democracy in America, Du Bois' excellent article on disfranchisement running in the September-October crisis. Leonard Cartwright's embrace of socialism and civil rights had cost him dearly. Friends shunned him, and his Nordic, 100% American family ostracized him. In Du Bois' response to Cartwright are to be heard accents of the Calvinist stoicism that formed the bedrock of his character, lonely obedience come what may to indwelling precepts carved from New England granite. There was one thing Cartwright must remember: the world will not give a decent living to the persons who are out to reform it. He had to face this reality: how long can you get the necessary bread and butter by speaking out frankly and plainly? When you can no longer do this, what compromises can you make in unessentials that will allow you to save your soul? Beyond that, is oblivion. The oblivion of complete surrender or of complete silence. The object of life is to avoid either of these. Cartwright had received in succinct summation the credo of the indubitable somebody. The dilemma of surrender or silence came home to Du Bois in the spring of 1929 with all the vengeance of the cliché. He had sent in The Negro in the United States in May of the previous year, the lengthy essay under contract to the Encyclopaedia Britannica for its 14th edition. From the moment of first contact, Du Bois moved to parley his unprecedented Britannica commission into a group of discreet studies. Mrs. Worth T. Hedden, former assistant to Norman Thomas and influential staff member of the Encyclopedia, had responded with enthusiasm to his proposal to commission several Negro entries in addition to his own comprehensive treatment of the subject. On Du Bois' advice, 4 colored experts were invited to write about music, religion, economics, and education. Contracts were quickly negotiated with Locke, James Weldon Johnson, George E. Haynes, and William Albert Robinson, a relative unknown employed by the North Carolina State Department of Education. In light of the distortions and even gross queries written about people of color in standard reference works of the period, it was not so surprising that even among many sophisticated people of color access to the Encyclopaedia Britannica was greeted with an almost pitiable hopefulness, so much was theirs in mainstream America to so little allow. Ecstatic at the prospect of his education article appearing in the distinguished reference, 38-year-old Robinson told the editors that they could have no idea how much their new attitude on this matter cheered and heartened Negroes all over the country, adding that the Negro teaching profession regarded it as a watershed development that a Negro had been asked to write the article. The contributors' heady expectations had survived the phase of preliminary review, with Dubois reaching amicable agreement about several suggested editorial changes and the paring down of his entry to the regulation 5,000 words within 2 weeks after submission. By the time galley proofs for the Negro in the United States reached Dubois' desk in mid-February 1929, however, the Britannica had undergone a recent corporate upheaval. Worth Hedden was a memory, and Dubois found himself dealing no longer with congenial editor Walter Pitkin but with a bilious Franklin Henry Hooper, who blue-penciled whole paragraphs, altered the emphases of phrases, and nitpicked over words. The two men unleashed a train of letters that serves as an extraordinary illustration of the separate and unequal status of knowledge dividing the races between the world wars, an exchange exemplifying perfectly how color-coded cognitive dissonance impelled most educated white people, in the name of objective history and social science, to discount the beliefs of most educated colored people as propaganda or fiction. Writing Hooper immediately that he was very much dissatisfied, Dubois cursorily reviewed his deliberations with Hedden and the Britannica staff, noted that the article's present length was within the stipulated limit, and insisted that a small number of additions and restorations were indispensable to the integrity of the entry. He saw no reason why the number of Negroes lynched should not be plainly stated or why the role of Negro explorers should go unmentioned, any more than dropping an explanation for the causes of the Atlantic slave trade made sense. Nor did he like the dilution of intent on page 2 where, in reference to the South's black codes, the sentence, showed a determination to re-establish Negro slavery in everything but name was altered to seem to show an inclination. As for the rendering of Negro in lower case, Dubois reprovingly informed Hooper that that would never do, as he, Dubois, regarded the use of a small letter for the name of 12 million Americans and 200 million human beings as a personal insult. But above all, there was the virtual lobotomy performed on Dubois' Reconstruction paragraph, trepanned by Hooper to read, Negroes were gradually forced from the ballot box by one means or another. Hooper's stuffy response conceded the capitalization of Negro, opposed factual objections to data relating to the slave trade together with several other excessive statements that contradicted information given in other articles, and he insisted on deleting passages written, in his judgment, in vindication of the colored people, and therefore, quite unnecessary. Informing Dubois that most of the material he wished to incorporate did not seem essential to the article, Hooper underlined what he took to be the entry's most egregious error: Dubois' interpretation of Reconstruction. No statement as broad as this and as questionable could survive any conscientious editorial pen, Hooper declared, for Dubois had stated as a fact that, after the Civil War, it was Negro loyalty and the Negro vote alone that restored the South to the Union, established a new democracy, both for white people and black. But surely the point to bear in mind was that he, Dubois, was the author of the article, Dubois volleyed. Hooper had no right to demand that he subscribe to a wording which I deem false or misleading. And so it went throughout February until the first week in March, one courteously adamant letter batting another. Nor was Dubois' entry alone in encountering difficulties. Although Johnson had received his Britannica galley proofs with only a few insignificant changes, Robinson's article on Negro education also ran into complications of content and length, if less problematic than Dubois'. Hedden commiserated over what Dubois described as having some queer experiences with the editors. I'm afraid that everybody had had some queer experiences, she said. By March 2, their dispute was stalemated, with Hooper insisting that Dubois' most fundamental demands had been met and that his otherwise excellent entry would have to be dropped from the edition if Dubois insisted on retaining the revisionist statement on Reconstruction. 2 days later, Dubois wrote to propose on take-it-or-leave-it terms what seemed to him a reasonable compromise, a solution suggested by Joel Spingarn. White historians have ascribed the faults and failures of Reconstruction to Negro ignorance and corruption. But the Negro insists that it was Negro loyalty and the Negro vote alone that restored the South to the Union, established the new democracy, both for white and black, and instituted the public schools. Franklin Hooper replied regretfully on March 8, 1929, that the new paragraph was unacceptable and that he was compelled to delete Dubois' article from the 14th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. economics, education and art, drama, music, and poetry, folklore, and Harlem as presented by Johnson, Locke, Haynes, and Robinson were judged to be unproblematic, and, but for a stubborn insistence upon black people's agency in Reconstruction, the Negro entries would have had the benefit of Du Bois' shaping, lively, and authoritative essay. With the legal assistance of Arthur Spingarn, Du Bois was soon to overcome the encyclopedia's initial disinclination to remit full payment for his unpublished article. The large space that had been set aside for the rejected essay was filled by Rosenwald Fund director Edwin Embry. A week to the day after receiving the Britannica's definitive refusal to publish The Negro in the United States, Du Bois met the archpriest of Nordic supremacy, Theodore Lothrop Stoddard, in public debate at Chicago's cavernous Coliseum. The question before the House could not have failed to hold a surfeit of irony for the editor: shall the Negro be encouraged to seek cultural equality? A lively radio debate between Du Bois and Stoddard in September 1927 had sparked the curiosity of whites throughout much of the North. Described as a corker by one experienced white publicist, it had been broadcast on Friday, September 23, from New York City. Among colored people, news of the radio debate had spread by word of mouth well beyond talented tent parlors into the homes, barber shops, and beauty salons of many working-class folk. Whether or not more than a few had heard of Stoddard's most recent affront, Reforging America, The Story of Our Nationhood, 1927, and even if most Negroes had never actually read his masterpiece, The Rising Tide of Color, there were not many among the literate who failed to recognize this well-born Harvard man, in the words of a leading historian of the subject, as one of the most active propagandists for racism this country has ever produced. Interest in the match was so lively that, as the Open Forum Speakers Bureau anticipated, hundreds had to be turned away after more than 4,000 Chicagoans, 3/4 of them Negro, packed the auditorium. Speaking first, Du Bois cut straight to the premise at the explosive center of the resolution: racial intermarriage, the perennial question: would you want your daughter? Even though some might think it did violence to the meaning of culture and civilization, no one would deny Nordics who believe in their own superiority the choice of working voluntarily by themselves and for the development and encouragement of their own gifts. No one was going to deny Anglo-Saxon Protestants the right not to mingle their blood with other races, or contaminate their culture with foreign strains. Nobody is going to make Nordics marry outside of their group unless they want to marry outside, Du Bois stated with polite sarcasm. But this has never been the Nordic program. It was the Nordics whose conduct had produced the mixing of races. They had overrun the earth and brought not simply modern civilization and technique, but with it exploitation, slavery, and degradation to the majority of men. His debater's voice throbbing with passion, Du Bois denounced Stoddard's Nordics for having broken down native family life, desecrated the homes of weaker peoples and spread their bastards to every corner of land and sea. Inflicting this miscegenation on helpless, unwilling slaves by force, fraud, and insult, they had had the impudent hypocrisy to cry, "You shall not marry our daughters." As applause rocked the auditorium, Du Bois shouted the reply: "Who in hell asked to marry your daughters?" What did it truly mean to seek cultural equality, he asked rhetorically. It meant nothing less than the right of the world's peoples of color to be men and women, to have the artificial barriers torn down, to invest the rights of formal citizenship with vital meaning in the United States. They demand a voice in their own government, the organization of industry for the benefit of colored workers and not merely for white owners and masters. They demand education on the broadest and highest lines, and they demand as human beings social contact with other human beings on a basis of perfect equality. Not too many decades ago, he reminded the audience, the possibility had existed that the rise of Americans from slavery to freedom, from squalor, poverty, and ignorance to thrift and intelligence and the beginnings of wealth, would bring unstinted applause. Negroes themselves expected this, Du Bois pressed on in what sounded like a passage from a letter to Hooper. They looked eagerly forward to this day when you cannot write a history or statement of American civilization and leave the black man out, as proof of their equality and manhood, and they expected their advance, incomplete and imperfect though it remains, nevertheless, to be greeted with applause. Taking the negative, Stoddard professed to share in the applause for Negro advancement. He insisted only that it proceed on another track from that guiding white folk. The highest duty of both races was that of maintaining racial purity, otherwise there would be deadly race conflict, Stoddard insisted. Praising the situation in the South, he described its full-fledged Negro society, with grades of all kinds, and as a result of that social differentiation, careers and social stratification for talented Negroes on their own side of the color line. It was an ideal arrangement disparaged only by a small minority of Northern intellectuals unable to find social status commensurate with their professional aspirations. Obviously lacking the callousness of his convictions on this occasion, Du Bois' opponent chose not to make the claim that whites were culturally superior to brown, black, and yellow peoples but, rather, that all these races were different. It is not fundamentally a matter of superiority or inferiority per se, Stoddard equivocated, it was a matter of racial difference. Reaching for a new euphemism, he described in one word the South's arrangement of biracialism as both beneficent and inescapable. Biracialism is not discrimination, it is separation, Stoddard declared in the same breath that invoked the separatist wisdom of Washington and Moton, the great leaders of American Negrodom. George White reported to younger brother Walter that a patently ill-at-ease Stoddard had been outclassed by his adversary. Du Bois had him licked before he opened his mouth, George gloated, as Stoddard sank into what he described as a sea of irresistible logic. Du Bois shatters Stoddard's cultural theories, the Defender banner headline cheered. The editor would have fully seconded George White's debate assessment. The young Associate Secretary of the American Missionary Association had been especially impressed by the compelling personal reference Du Bois had made to his own struggles in order to illustrate the absurd arbitrariness of racism. Stating that it was almost impossible in America to think logically, Du Bois had reminded the audience that he was not only gladly the representative of the Negro race, but was also equally capable of being a representative of the Nordic race. Pure races were pure fictions, and he might have added that Stoddard's Anglo-Saxon bloodlines were as much a genetic composite as Du Bois' own hybrid descent from Dutch, French, and African forebears. Yet, whenever white America denied him his humanity, Du Bois was told that it was because he was black. But whenever Du Bois did anything that was worth doing, he became suddenly, preponderantly white. White relished Du Bois spelling out the foolproof, white supremacist formula that reduced entire generations of able, industrious American citizens to invisibility. Summing up its significance for crisis readers, the editor claimed that Stoddard himself knew that his arguments were already fatally undermined by modern social science data. Read between the lines, the sense of the May postscript column was that Stoddard had lost the whites in the Colosseum not so much because they exulted in the editor's vision of integration as because many flinched when confronted by the social and political implications, as nakedly unmasked by Du Bois, of Stoddard's anti-democratic prejudices. The whole Nordic theory of the Superman assumes that civilization and culture is a gift of the few from above and never arises from the great masses of men, the masses of ordinary people, Du Bois had said in concluding his rebuttal. The lesson of the Chicago debate was that white Americans could be made to feel guilty about racism, and not only in the North, the challenge was to make them do something substantive about their guilt. Socialists were stunned in the fall of 1929 when Du Bois wrote the Nation to protest his name being listed among those endorsing Norman Thomas for mayor of New York. In spite of his great respect for the socialist leader, the editor of the Crisis intended to vote for the incumbent, James J. Jimmy Walker, the Tammany Machine's uproariously popular, songwriter fashion plate. Du Bois had so stated publicly, pleading the peculiar circumstances of the Negro in New York, and propagandizing not for the noble Thomas or the colorful reformer Fiorella LaGuardia, but for the candidate whose dapper insouciance would bring grief to the city's finances and a resounding negative to the question posed by his favorite song, "Will You Love Me in December as You Do in May?" Harry Laidler, executive director of the League for Industrial Democracy, rapped Du Bois across his own high principles. The opportunist line of reasoning was utterly inconsistent with your whole life, Laidler contended, an opportunism worthy of Booker Washington. The rationale of Negro votes for Walker and DePriest was a textbook illustration of the inherent fragility of a political morality erected on the ineludible fault line of color. In a candid reply excusing the politics of race, his own race, Du Bois proffered the rationale that no 100% American will vote for a Negro candidate under ordinary circumstances, and that elective office for his group was obtainable, therefore, only through cooperation with a corrupt political machine. Oscar DePriest might be an unscrupulous character strutting out of Dark Princess, Du Bois readily averred, but the Illinois congressman would condemn lynching, discrimination, disfranchisement, and demand the enforcement of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Du Bois maintained that he knew very few white congressmen who will stand for any of these things. Behind this editorial, the Negro politician, could be detected a state of mind no longer patient with the niceties of a controversy. With lynch law tolerated by the federal government as a regional anomaly, with 98% of the Deep South's Negro adults barred from the polls and all of them from Democratic primaries, with a line drawn across the map of the United States below which a third of the population was told daily where it could not eat, sleep, study, travel, and go to the lavatory and the movies, while all forms of color discrimination were multiplying outside the South, and black workers in agriculture and industry were being laid off in droves. With all these vectors before him, Du Bois shuddered at the options and then embraced the crooks in prose inflected by defiance and despair. "We do not have a chance to vote on the real merits of the questions presented," he declared. "We cannot consider the tariff, farm, relief, war, peace, municipal ownership, superpower, and a dozen other pressing political questions. No, we have got to ask, does Herbert Hoover believe that Negroes are men or sub-men? What is the attitude of Al Smith toward the Negro problem? Does Reed of Missouri believe in education for Negroes, or is he part of the conspiracy that deprives Lincoln University of decent buildings? Can any man born south of the Mason and Dixon line be for a moment considered as a man, or must he always be put down as a raging beast, in alliance with lynching, disfranchisement, Jim Crow cars and public insult? Still so loyal to the Republican Party on the national level as to be taken for granted, Harley Mitts were in the growing vanguard of those who were willing to risk the Democrats on the state and local levels. Throughout the 20s, Ferdinand Q. Morton held the power of patronage as chairman of the Municipal Civil Service Commission, a powerful reward for the 74% mayoral vote Harlem's Negroes had given John F. Hylan, the Democratic winner in 1921. Morton, known as the boss of Black Tammany, was a Harvard man, almost as stylish as Jimmy Walker and haughtier, it was said, than Du Bois. Morton's staying power at the Civil Service Commission was to prove remarkable from 1921 to 1944, as occupants of Gracie Mansion came and went. When Fiorella LaGuardia's GOP fusion reform ticket swept into office in 1932, the snappy F.Q. would skip right along as a born-again reformer. Some in Harlem were of the opinion that Morton did a much better job of looking out for himself than for most of his constituents, and that his United Colored Democracy, UCD, was short-sightedly class-bound. His major patronage achievement had been 4 Negro physicians appointed to the staff of Harlem Hospital. In the case of Tammany Hall, the general rationale favoring big city machines was informed and complicated by personal relationships too discreet to be disclosed to Du Bois' socialist comrades. The professional predicament facing Jessie Fauset and so many others of her class persuaded the editor that Morton's influence made an especially good argument for keeping Walker in Gracie Mansion. Harlem's Negro population had risen like a thermometer in August during and after World War I, cresting at about 170,000 by 1930. Yet middle-class city jobs for middle-class Negroes barely existed, and, for Du Bois, the appalling exclusionary policies governing the public libraries and the schools had long ago assumed a special, enraging urgency. However impressive their credentials and competent their service records, persons of color were barely ever hired and rarely promoted either in the New York public school system or in the New York Public Library's 3-borough system. A few dozen people of color taught in New York's primary and secondary schools, a literal handful dispensed books from lending library counters. Manhattan's awesomely capable William L. Bulkley, Ph.D. in Ancient Languages and Literature from Syracuse University and a founder of both the NAACP and National Urban League, had become the first Negro high school principal in the consolidated school system in 1899. Almost 30 years later, his achievement was still unique. Well-meaning whites wanted to make the world better, while well-educated Negroes found themselves straining merely to have a place in it. Du Bois saw the faces of the strainers frequently at the Civic Club, or daily on the bus, or chatted with them in the gardens of the Dunbar Apartments. Fawzette's had been particularly strained in the spring of 1929 as she watched the list of high school teaching appointments dwindle with little prospect that she would be hired. "Thank you for writing, Mr. Morton," the new Mrs. Harris wrote Du Bois. "Do ask him to step on it." Du Bois received a grateful note in June. "I am very sure now if it hadn't been for you and Mr. Morton, I'd have been squeezed out completely." The fate of Brooklyn schoolteacher Dorothy Peterson, a Du Bois acquaintance possessing an exceptionally broad educational background and a minor light of the Renaissance, who remained wedged for years in the position of elementary night school principal, the promotion limbo reserved to Negroes, was yet another case where a Faustian political bargain brought at least some prospect of fair professional treatment for a dozen or more qualified individuals of color. The public library situation, with its apparent pigeonholing of talent at the 135th Street branch, was especially galling to Du Bois. Regina Andrews, soon to become Mrs. William T. Anderson, and her roommate Ethel Ray, Nance, had given indispensable service to Du Bois and Charles Johnson in the start-up years of the Renaissance. Anderson, as Ernestine Rose's first assistant, arranged literary evenings and Krigway drama productions in the basement of the 135th Street Library. But Anderson, like her somewhat older colleague Catherine Latimer, though filling the duties of first assistant librarian, was denied the position's title and pay, as well as the opportunity for a lateral move outside Harlem that would have positioned her for advancement. Nor was there much prospect that the 135th Street head librarian might apply for a transfer, as Miss Rose confronted her own professional barrier, the public library's unofficial quota on Jewish head librarians. The fact that the 35-year-old Latimer, the system's first Negro-trained professional, was repeatedly passed over would lead Du Bois to bombard Morton and the library directorate with letters of protest and incriminating documents in the fall of 1931, followed up by protests from such prominent community spokespersons as Adam Powell, Sr., Reverend William Lloyd Imes, newspaper publisher Fred Moore, and columnist George Schuyler. When spun out in Du Boisian prose, Faustian political bargains could be made to seem viable. The dismal actuality, however, was that they invariably failed to yield more than minimal material benefits to large numbers of Afro-Americans. Though hardly devoid of all intrinsic significance and possessing important psychic value to the group, machine politics in Philadelphia, St. Louis, and New York generally delivered little more than token appointments and symbolic gestures whose paltry gains usually redounded to middle-class supporters of the NAACP and the Urban League. In Chicago, where the Thompson machine delivered jobs in large volume to all its supporters, a white ceiling kept Negroes from rising above positions as janitors and laborers. The national elections of 1924 and 1928 had been calamities for black people. At the 1924 Republican National Convention, the party's black delegates were greeted in Cleveland by chicken wire strung across the section assigned to them. Coolidge promised nothing to the million Negroes who voted the GOP ticket. 6 months after being returned to the White House, the president observed in wonted silence as his onomatopoeically named special secretary, Bascom C. Slamp, former Virginia congressman, all but completed the racial segregation of the federal bureaucracy officially begun under Woodrow Wilson. Trotter's alarmed White House audience ended with a blank expression and a cordial dismissal by Coolidge. The president's silence on the pending Dyer anti-lynching bill would be audible. The power of the reincarnated Klan, spreading from the South and like wildfire out of Indiana across the Southwest into Oklahoma and Colorado, had been only too manifest at the raucous 1924 Democratic National Convention in New York City. By a one-vote margin, the delegates elected to say nothing about the anti-Catholic, anti-Semitic, and anti-Negro agenda of the Invisible Empire. Badly divided by region, religion, class, and dynastic antagonisms, the party staggered through 103 ballots to nominate John W. Davis, a colorless Wall Street lawyer from West Virginia. Speaking for himself in the fall of 1924, Du Bois had won that his ballot would go to third-party candidates Robert La Follette and Burton K. Wheeler, unusually honest and straightforward men. "I believe in them," he vowed. Senator La Follette, the Wisconsin dynast, and his Montana running mate said no more than Coolidge about racial discrimination and disfranchisement, but the editor underscored that, in response to the NAACP's urging, there had been a clear-cut condemnation of the Klan and a promise to free Haiti. The Progressive Farmer Labor Party platform of 1924 appealed as strongly to Debs, Laidler, and Thomas's Socialist Party as it did to Gomper's AFL, along with an amalgam of reformers under the umbrella Conference for Progressive Political Action, CPPA. Until Moscow corrected its premature Popular Front enthusiasm, the Workers' Communist Party, not yet the PUSA, endorsed the La Follette movement. Warming to its ambitious program, Du Bois exhorted Negroes to look beyond the Progressive Party's racial evasions. "But what are our problems?" the editor asked rhetorically in La Follette. Black people's problems were the world's problems and something more: color prejudice. But back of color there was class, an imperative as tremendous for us as for any working people, he lectured. La Follette's 14-point platform calling for the crushing of monopoly by federal power, taxation of wealth, collective bargaining for farmers and laborers, public ownership of railroads, the outlawing of war, and the other splendid goals was, Du Bois proclaimed, one of the best programs ever laid down by a political party in America. Of the 4.8 million Americans who agreed with Du Bois, the editor estimated that almost 500,000 were colored, helping to give Fighting Bob's Progressives the largest third-party ballot in American history. Still, the crisis recorded 1 million Negro votes going to swell Coolidge's 15.7 million crushing majority, a last pathetic appeal for justice in the face of unparalleled flouting of black men by this administration, he hoped. The business of America was not economic fair play, to say nothing of racial justice, but what Coolidge had proclaimed it to be: business, generally regarded as the exclusive province of white men. Irrelevant in 1924, American Negroes were sacrificial goats 4 years later, drawn and quartered on the butcher's block of the White South's 136 Electoral College votes. At the outset, Du Bois had done his best to give an optimistic spin to the prospective power of black votes, predicting, all things considered, that the 1928 elections afforded the greatest chance for intelligent and purposeful independence in a generation. Now, as the 1928 presidential campaign roared out of the late summer, the crisis vacuumed the census data, extrapolated liberally from them, and spun creative electoral outcomes in which the empty glass was depicted as half full. The transformation of the race from a deadlocked, voteless peasantry into the most urban people in America, as tens of thousands poured steadily northward and westward as if on a conveyor belt, was already beginning to alter the two-party dynamic. Du Bois' Negro voter essay may have struck large numbers of readers as a well-researched excursion driven by a desperate need to find an at least hypothetical deliverance from the straitjacket of irrelevancy. In a maximum voting scenario, the crisis tabulated black-to-white voting ratios state by state outside the former Confederacy in order to instruct readers in the crucial exercise of balance of power politics. Subtracting the 2.7 million men and women disfranchised in the 6 hardline white supremacist states of Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, subtracting another 1.5 million illiterates, the number of eligible Negro voters still came to an impressive 3 million. Distributed disproportionately in the largest cities Chicago, Philadelphia, Detroit, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, New York, and Baltimore registered in greater percentages than whites, 77% to 68, Negroes, who were slightly less than 10% of the total population of 110 million, had the capacity, Du Bois emphasized, to muster decisive turnouts in the large industrial states. In predicting that the race's political destiny was tied to its demographics, the Negro voter presented a Du Bois whose political science understanding would become received wisdom a decade or more in the future in the writings of Ralph Bunche and Henry Lee Moon. The problem, however, was that both political parties insisted, for the time being, on drawing conclusions diametrically opposed to Du Bois. The Coolidge presidency unfolded as a racial disaster compounded by one of the greatest national disasters of the 20th century, the Great Mississippi Flood of 1927. When the lower Mississippi exploded out of the gigantic earthwork levees built by the Army Corps of Engineers to course it its 1,100-mile run from Cairo, Illinois, to the Gulf of Mexico, 1.5 million people were displaced. Perhaps $1 billion in property, crops, livestock, and public works were swept away, killing several hundreds as land on either side of the river was flooded for distances as great as 150 miles. On Saturday night, April 16, swollen by months of biblical rains, the river gave the back of its swollen hand to the great federal levee 30 miles below Cairo, roiling over 175,000 acres and roaring on for hundreds of miles at the redoubling force of 3 million cubic feet of water per second through Missouri into Mississippi and Louisiana. 5 nights later, the levee broke at the prosperous town of Greenville, Mississippi, the economic and political epicenter of the Delta and satrapy of Leroy and William Alexander Percy. Leroy and William, leonine father and inadequate son, represented the flower of the Southern plantocracy. Leroy Percy, former U.S. Senator and a Federal Reserve Board governor, sat on the board of the Carnegie Institution for Peace, and inspired genuine respect from Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, charged by Coolidge to macro-manage the flood crisis. Leroy Percy sincerely believed in the feudal obligations of his class toward the black people who worked the incredibly rich black soil of his cotton kingdom. Son William was a tortured spirit whom the crisis would woefully outmatch. Hoover's reputation as brilliant engineer and humanitarian had been justly earned during World War I when, as Chief Allied Relief Administrator and then U.S. National Food Administrator, he masterminded the production and distribution of 18.5 million tons of food and $100 million in aid to more than 30 European countries. Inspecting the vast dislocation and misery along the river's course from his Pullman car as chairman of the Special Mississippi Flood Committee, the Commerce Secretary soon learned that Europe had been an easier challenge than Mississippi. Speaking for his fellow planters as well as for the sugar and banking interests downriver in New Orleans, Leroy Percy convinced Hoover, the officials of the American Red Cross, and the National Guard Command to sanction a plan to make the town of Greenville the receiving center for redistribution throughout the county of Red Cross and other relief shipments for more than 50,000 flood victims. Several thousand Negroes would be accommodated in a refugee camp at Greenville to provide labor for the levee and the transshipment of food and supplies. Percy Pear turned over the formidable task of levee maintenance and repair to Will Percy, who played his part with the cruelty of an incompetent Simon Legree. By the end of the first week in May, Hoover knew that his own reputation and that of the Flood Committee were in serious danger. From Claude Barnett, owner of the Associated Negro Press, ANP, and a stalwart Republican, came the warning that thousands of Negro laborers were being held against their will in virtual concentration camps ringed by National Guardsmen and local law officers. Thousands of dislocated Negro men and women were being forced at bayonet point into peonage because they were unable to repay charges for relief supplies the Red Cross had entrusted to Delta planters for distribution. Conditions at Greenville, where the Negro laborers were being driven without rest by an hysterical Will Percy, were nightmarish. Senator Arthur Capper of Kansas, an NAACP board member, forwarded Hoover a copy of the Defender's headline story, "Use troops in flood area to imprison farm hands," with the advice that the report be taken seriously. Van's Courier repeated the charges. Jane Addams urged the appointment of a special colored committee to investigate. At 70 Fifth Avenue, Du Bois and the officers of the association were in possession of conclusive information that prompted a telegram to Washington from Secretary Johnson demanding an immediate inquiry. White had hurried back to New York from the Delta at the end of May after another of his in-depth investigations as a white man with grisly details of malnourishment, concentration camps, and boxcar prisons for black Mississippians caught attempting to head north. On the 27th, the Times and Herald Tribune reported the Assistant Secretary's allegations. Hoover, flustered and furiously denying the association's accusations, reached for Moton, whose reliability he knew firsthand from having been involved in the Hampton-Tuskegee Endowment campaign. Moton quickly assembled a non-white investigating committee consisting of the Urban League's Eugene Kinkle-Jones, Negro Business League Secretary Alban Halsey, the YMCA's Eva Bowles, Claude Barnett, and a dozen others who were not affiliated with the NAACP. If the Special Mississippi Flood Committee and the Red Cross anticipated absolution from Moton, White's Chilling the Negro and the Flood in the June 24 issue of The Nation, followed by Du Bois' crisis editorial the following month, encouraged the Moton Committee to probe aggressively and report accurately. Flood, starkly titled, recalled the electric discharges of Du Bois' earlier years. With the authority of a diplomaed Moses, the editor called the black people of Mississippi and Arkansas out of peonage and hopelessness. Let them ride, run, and crawl out of this hell. There is no hope for the black man there today, he roared. Let them risk death to escape, for they could expect no relief from the President or the Secretary of Commerce. Mr. Hoover is too busy having his picture taken, and Mr. Coolidge, when an Arkansas mob burns the body of an imbecile, feeding the bonfire with lumber torn from a Negro church, while the mayor of the city keeps the Negro leaders imprisoned in their own business block. Mr. Coolidge tells the world of the privileges of American civilization. The Moton Committee's report corroborated more of the NAACP's allegations of collusion, corruption, and cruelty than the Red Cross establishment would permit to be published. Even so, when the Moton report was finally released after considerable delay, airbrushed and toned down, the performance of the Special Mississippi Flood Committee along with Will Alexander Percy's conduct were sufficiently exposed to serve as the basis for correcting the most egregious abuses. To ensure that end, from January through March 1928, Du Bois ran a three-part exposé in the magazine, The Flood, The Red Cross, and the National Guard, which provided much of the unexpurgated and as yet unreleased Moton report. If Hoover's flood relief came close to being a calamity, the Southern strategy he devised in order to win the 1928 presidential election was an uncanny harbinger of the regional GOP gambit that was to be tentatively tested by Dwight Eisenhower 24 years later and unambiguously exploited by Barry Goldwater in 1964. The nomination of Al Smith, a spunky Irish Catholic from New York in favor of repealing the 18th Amendment, was an act of democratic self-mutilation almost certain to deliver parts of the Solid South to the GOP. Building on Coolidge, Hoover accelerated the policy of whitening the GOP below the Mason-Dixon line in order to bring about a major political realignment. Supreme Court Chief Justice Taft privately described the electoral calculus as coldly designed to break up the Solid South and to drive the Negroes out of Republican politics. Herbert Hoover has started something, Du Bois would signal. We very much doubt if he understands the ramifications of his late declaration. What Hoover did understand fully was that he needed the votes of Southern white delegates in order to carry the GOP nomination against Robert La Follette, Jr., son of the deceased standard-bearer of progressivism. Teddy Roosevelt, facing a similar threat within the party in 1903, had assured himself of Negro delegates' votes at the GOP convention by inviting Booker Washington to dine at the White House. Hoover reversed Roosevelt's strategy, inviting Southern Negro loyalists to surrender their titles and perks so as to allow the GOP to become lily white. Using the pretext of restoring high standards of office and cleaning up rotten boroughs, candidate and later president, Hoover authorized the removal of Negroes serving on the Republican National Committee and as state chairman in the South. Benjamin Davis, Sr., of Georgia, Perry Howard of Mississippi, and William McDonald of Texas were dismissed. The assault on the GOP Black and Tans, the leaders of the Rump Party in the Deep South, and the elimination of all but 3 Negro delegates to the National Convention was unprecedented. The lone exception to the purge was the party leader of Tennessee. Mary Church Terrell's worldly brother, Robert Reed Church, Jr., a major force on the Republican National Committee whose Memphis family bank enabled him to contribute significantly to party coffers, escaped the purge with his prestige fully intact. Davis, a powerfully built man in his late 50s who masked his ruthlessness with geniality, was a successful Atlanta businessman, newspaper publisher, and fraternal order chieftain, deserving of Du Bois' qualified respect. His control of federal patronage in the Deep South almost placed him above the canons of Jim Crow, or so it had seemed to teenaged Ben Jr., the future Communist Party politician. Davis, Sr., spent a week in Washington during the summer of 1928 defending himself against charges of misappropriation of federal funds before a Senate committee. The 50-year-old Perry Howard may have been as unsavory as Mabel Walker Willie Brandt, the Justice Department's Assistant Attorney General, believed, but her investigation and eventual indictment of the Mississippi State Republican Committee chairman seemed personal to the point of obsession. Howard's patronage power not only matched that of Davis's, but the light-skinned, blue-eyed Republican National Committeeman cut a dashing social figure in the segregated nation's capital, where he served as special assistant to the Attorney General of the United States. Poised, articulate, he must have been a presence even more troubling to the grim Mabel Willie Brandt than to Herbert Hoover. The high opinion in which Du Bois once held Howard had nosedived when the politician, the lickspittle politician, toadied to conservative opponents of the Dyer Bill. The editor let Howard's acquittal on federal felony charges by 2 white Mississippi juries pass unremarked. Mississippi whites preferred a Republican Party structure headed by a colored man than one rejuvenated lily white by President Hoover and Assistant Attorney General Willie Brandt. All this is singularly contradictory, Du Bois insisted. Hoover had chosen to condemn only the leaders of Mississippi and Georgia, 2 of the 3 states where Negroes had managed to hang on to power. Thoroughly disgusted by Republican tactics as they calculated the outside chances of the Democratic presidential nominee, the influential owners of Norfolk's Journal and Guide, Baltimore's Afro-American, and Boston's Guardian shifted their support to Al Smith. The Democratic presidential nominee ultimately disappointed the Negro political class even more than Hoover. The early expectations, however, ran from optimistic to exuberant. White had interrupted his Guggenheim Fellowship year in the south of France to meet in New York with Smith's campaign manager, Belle Moskowitz, widow of one of the founders of the NAACP. The initiative for the meeting had been Smith's, on the advice of Moskowitz and the association's pro bono counsel and famous party giver, Charles Stoughton. For a brief, heady week, a skeptical Du Bois, remembering his own disastrous experience with Wilson, watched as White attempted to pin Smith to a mutually profitable agreement that could be the beginning of the end of the chronic republicanism of black people. Mr. Smith is posing as a liberal, Du Bois would finally scoff in the Nation. But he kept his suspicions about Smith's inevitable capitulation to the white South to himself for the time being. There had never been a more propitious time for an alliance between the Democratic leadership and the Negroes, White argued with infectious enthusiasm. Smith's enemies were the Negroes' enemies. The Spingarns agreed, as did Moorfield's story. In return for White's taking leave of the NAACP to run a separate campaign organization on Smith's behalf, Smith was to declare publicly and unequivocally that he would be president of all the people, and that he opposed racism. White informed influential Methodist bishop and board member John Hurst that Smith was prepared privately to give more specific pledges. Awaiting Moskowitz's confirmation of their accord, the assistant secretary overreached himself. The election of Hoover would make Moton practically to him what Booker T. Washington was to Roosevelt, but a victory for Smith would make the NAACP the power behind the throne. But the deal, as Du Bois, formally announcing for Norman Thomas, had predicted, proved too radical for Smith and utterly unacceptable to his ticket-balancing running mate, Arkansas Senator Joseph Taylor Robinson. Smith sent word that he hadn't changed his heart, only the promises he could make, and Moskowitz urged White to take the Democratic candidate on faith. Secretary Johnson now sided with Du Bois, Bishop Hearst, and Clarence Darrow and instructed White to resume his duties at 70 Fifth Avenue. Smith not only lost the election and every state above the Mason-Dixon line except Massachusetts and Rhode Island, but, as Hoover and his strategists had hoped, 7 southern states, among them Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, and Texas. White was bitter to the point of disillusionment, writing story that, frankly, he saw no solution of the dilemmas which the Negro voter faces. Sparing himself the disillusionment, Du Bois presented readers with the carefully reasoned essays that he wrote in response to the 1924-28 brick wall of elective politics. In The Possibility of Democracy in America, and 2 Reflections on Third Parties, he calmly faced the reality that Negro Americans appeared to have exhausted their political options. Caught between the hostility of the Democrats and the indifference of the Republicans, 10% of the people was effectively all but excluded from the American social contract. It might be assumed that the practical disfranchisement of the great majority of Negroes had no effect upon the state and nation, but simply upon them, but Du Bois hammered home the broad, corrosive consequences of democracy for white people only. As he contended in a paper presented that year to the American Academy of Political and Social Science, on account of the Negro problem we are making democratic government increasingly impossible in the United States. The assertion that racial disfranchisement made a mockery of the 14th and 15th Amendments had seldom been better documented, as Du Bois statistically tracked the elimination after the late 1880s of Negro voters and the collateral impact upon white men and, later, under the 19th Amendment, white women in the South. Under white supremacy, the wealthy and their satellites voted regularly, poor men and most women demonstrably didn't. In Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, and South Carolina, Du Bois gave the stark figure of 635,512 votes cast in the 1920 elections, a mere 19,000 of which were by Negroes. He calculated the number of eligible non-voting whites at 2,297,799. Du Bois demonstrated a similar dwindling in the franchise for white women in these 5 states, noting that 150,000 white women out of some 2 million had gone to the polls in 1920. 4 years later, 50,000 fewer white women voted in spite of 1 million increase in the female population. The exceptional 19,000 colored men and women who voted in 1920 had exercised a right denied to some 2.2 million other Negroes aged 21 and older. The percentages for all non-voters in the Deep South must have shocked readers: 79% in both Alabama and Arkansas, 86 and 89% in Louisiana and Georgia, respectively, above 90% in Mississippi and South Carolina. The goal of the argument was not so much to document Mencken's famous quip that the Deep South was civilization's Sahara, as it was to vivify the deadly impact upon history's most noble experiment here in the United States, here where we have essayed the greatest experiment in democracy. But where, Du Bois feared, we have perhaps the greatest failure. For the possibility of democracy in America disclosed a trend that has become an integral civic dysfunction afflicting Americans, ongoing and worsening over time. Non-voting, Du Bois could have said of 1920, was as American as apple pie, well over 40% in Michigan, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, falling to a tolerable 30% only in Delaware, Indiana, Utah, and North Dakota. Du Bois of course knew that a combination of factors, regional, demographic, economic, historic, explained the national voting decline, but he chose to blame the oligarchic, racist South as the underlying cause. People voted less because they had less from which to choose. They lacked viable third-party alternatives. They understood that no reasonable hope existed that shop-worn political structures could be made to yield to new ones. The populists failed. The socialists failed. The progressives failed. The farmer labor movement failed. Du Bois offered a novel explanation for these failures, the real effective reason, seldom discussed, that is now conventional wisdom. With its control of 124 electoral college votes, its disfranchisement of masses of blacks and whites, its election of 45 congressmen to Washington while a million voters on the Pacific Coast sent but 12, its seniority over the key committees in the Senate and House, its exercise of fatal filibusters, the Bourbon South, Du Bois claimed, exercised through the Democratic Party a veto over the nation's future. The political power of this rump electorate is astonishing, he warned in The Nation. So long as the South was the Republicans to win, and the Democrats to lose, Negroes would remain disfranchised and discriminated against and the forces of reform and progress decisively stymied. Al Smith's debacle Du Bois took to be a perfect illustration of the straitjacket in which the Eastern, urban, pro-labor, so-called liberal wing of the Democratic Party would remain imprisoned. Before the State Academy of Political and Social Science in Philadelphia, Du Bois scored the cause behind the deformation of America's national life, raising his refined voice to deplore the constitutional lapses allowing the Democratic Party to establish itself in perpetuity by permitting it to use the political power of the black men and white men which it has illegally disfranchised. Du Bois was not always consistent, nor was he inclined to be especially distressed by any such accusation. In The Negro Politician, May 1928, he defended collusion with corrupt urban political machines as an expediency forced upon mostly poor black people by conservative political elites pledged equally to government renewal and black removal. On the other hand, in The Negro Voter, August 1928, a prescient analysis of demographic redistribution and balance of power openings, the editor exhorted the race to exercise the ballot for intelligent and purposeful independence. Yet, in Thomas, November 1928, Du Bois backed the third-party candidate who had no chance of making even an impressive showing and denounced Smith, for whose core coalition many Negroes should have felt an affinity. Yet the third-party alternative, although offering the important moral and psychological lift of decrying lynch law and disfranchisement, was, as Du Bois conceded, an exercise in futility. These different emphases, if not outright contradictions, were certainly not caused by slipshod reasoning. They were the result of the Hobson's choices open to colored men and women, their citizenship dilemmas that seemed to Du Bois, and with less cogitation to Walter White, to defy any prospect of solution in the near future. In truth, Du Bois loathed machine politics and he inveighed against vulgar Negro opportunism, just as he called attention to callous white evasions and decried the invidious one-drop rule of inferiority and exclusion unique to North America and which skewed insanely its race relations. As the decade drew to a close, his Calvinist anguish over race and injustice boiled over repeatedly, as in Race Relations in the United States, his paper for the Political and Social Science Academy, in which he cried out, "What is going to become of a country which allows itself to fall into such an astonishing intellectual and ethical paradox?" Nothing but disaster, he foresaw. Intellectual and ethical disaster in some form must result unless immediately we compel the thought and conscience of America to face the facts in this so-called racial problem. His mood was somber and reflective as Christmas season 1928 approached. The crisis proclaimed Hoover's victory the victory of Wall Street and the KKK. It grumbled at the favorable treatment much of the American press gave to Mussolini, in distressing contrast to the coverage it had given to Lenin. In the same December number, Du Bois returned to the Sacco and Vanzetti case to condemn the executioners of the two confessed anarchists as murderers. Curiously, it was only the second time that the editor had addressed himself in print to this grand moral and legal drama, one of the 20th century's most impassioned, in which two immigrant Italians, a shoemaker and fishmonger, had been sentenced to death in 1920 for a payroll robbery and murder in South Braintree, Massachusetts. Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti protested their innocence in steadily improving and eloquent English as the years passed and the global demonstrations swelled, until the specially appointed Lowell Committee, Harvard's A. Lawrence Lowell presiding, ratified their convictions 7 years later as, on the whole, just. We who are black can sympathize with Sacco and Vanzetti and their friends more than other Americans, the editor had written soon after their execution in The Terrible Truth, an editorial about a little-known Tennessee miscarriage of justice almost as grotesque as the 1 millions accused Massachusetts of perpetrating. We are used to being convicted because of our race and opinions regardless of our proven guilt, Du Bois hammered away. We are used to seeing judge, jury, and public opinion lay down the rule, better 10 innocent Negroes lynched, than 1 guilty one go free. As in politics where the checkmate was decisive, the exclusion of Negroes from organized labor was broad and sustained. Hardly a year passed in which Du Bois had failed to plead against the anti-black policies of Gompers and now William Greene's AFL. Early in 1927, in an upbeat editorial on the organizing success of the BSCP in its fight with the Pullman Corporation, he had pretended to be encouraged by reports of modest increases here and there in the number of unionized Negroes. But the old AFL-6 spirit was hard to kill, and he cited the white musicians who were at that moment striking against the admission of Negroes to their union. 3 years earlier, in a direct editorial appeal to the AFL, Du Bois had warned labor leaders of an industrial Faustian bargain replicating the political alliance of big city bosses and Negro voters. The Negro is entering the ranks of semi-skilled and skilled labor, and he is entering mainly as a scab, and the editor had predicted that a Negro worker would soon be able to break any strike when he can gain economic advantage for himself. Wasn't it time, then, Du Bois had hoped almost desperately, for white unions to stop bluffing and for Negro laborers to stop cutting off their noses to spite their faces. To that end, as has been seen, speaking for the NAACP, Du Bois proposed the establishment of an interracial labor commission comprised of the AFL, NAACP, BSCP, and any other bodies agreed upon. His appeal had not been deemed worthy of the courtesy of an answer, but by the end of 1928 the exclusionary policies of organized labor spoke for themselves. Within a few months, the editor would have in hand the careful occupational tabulations compiled by the National Urban League's Department of Industrial Relations. Of 2.5 million Negroes engaged in non-agricultural work, the League's T. Arnold Hill calculated that 81,658 belonged to unions. More than 3,000 of these were members of Randolph's BSCP and another 12,585 belonged to independent Negro unions. The Null study gave black membership in predominantly white labor unions as a mere 66,000. The vision of a society in which workers controlled the means of production had begun to exercise a strong ideological appeal after his Russian visit, yet Du Bois was compelled to view Marxist nostrums with qualified skepticism as he took the full measure of working-class racism in America, as revealed by statistics as bleak as those compiled by Hill. The complexities of a distant triumph of the proletariat aside, the editor assailed the ongoing, quotidian apartheid imposed upon the universe of work by the dominant workers themselves as a greater iniquity than the exploitation perpetrated by the capitalists. Furthermore, the political power exercised by organized labor gave Negroes another major reason to mistrust the Democratic Party. Yet because the logic of working-class solidarity was a self-evident imperative to Du Bois, he was always ready to extol the slightest hint of interracial collaboration as the beginning of what might become a powerful trend. Reaction to Hoover's nomination in April 1930 of a supposedly moderate Southerner to the Supreme Court was to result in just such a collaboration. Republican John J. Parker had run for governor of North Carolina and then been elevated by Harding to the Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. North Carolina had been one of the breakaway states that had made Hoover's Southern strategy successful. Parker was the better sort of white Southerner, courtly, professionally dutiful, whose Senate confirmation should have been little more than a formality. When information reached NAACP national headquarters that the nominee had voiced impeccably racist opinions during his 1920 gubernatorial campaign, White sent a telegram with a 3-day deadline demanding to know if Judge Parker's views had become less unenlightened. It appeared to be a matter of record that the North Carolinian had declared that Negro participation in politics was a source of evil and danger to both races. He was even alleged to have promised that he would resign the governorship if he found that his election was due to one Negro vote. NAACP branches were mobilized and mass meetings held across the country with greater resolve than at any time since the Birth of a Nation campaign. The Negro press depicted Hoover's nominee as the most serious judicial threat to racial rights since Justice Taney of Dred Scott infamy. Du Bois denounced Parker in scores of churches and schools throughout the Northwest soon after taking leave of Stoddard in Chicago. Meanwhile, Parker's worries deepened when protests began to pour in from the United Mine Workers and the AFL about a 1927 decision upholding Yellow Dog contracts impeding union organizing in West Virginia coal mines. William Greene and Walter White appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee on the same day to testify against the nominee, although the AFL chief ostentatiously avoided being photographed with the association's acting secretary. The defeat of Judge Parker in the July crisis reproduced much of the press coverage North and South, some of it, like the Montgomery, Alabama, Advertiser, crediting the jurists' rejection to the NAACP, and cheerfully divined in the surprising outcome a union of forces between the liberals and the labor unions on one side, and the Negroes, on the other. Du Bois knew better. Organized labor and civil rights had traveled in the same direction to the same goal, but on parallel tracks. 6 years remained before a real union of forces would begin. There were others who shared Du Bois' highly intellectualized yet volcanic disquiet about America, others who believed that the potential for much fuller participation of the people in the political and economic life of the nation was being squandered. On a Saturday evening, 2 weeks before the close of 1929, the editor joined 50 like-minded academics, writers, publishers, organizers, and citizen activists at International House on Manhattan's Upper West Side to launch the League for Independent Political Action, LIPA. The animating spirit behind the League was Columbia University's John Dewey, America's premier philosopher and educator. Dewey and Du Bois were well known to each other, though hardly social acquaintances. Their earliest encounter probably occurred at the historic National Negro Conference, the chrysalis of the NAACP, held at the end of May 1909 in New York's Charity Organization Hall. Close friendship with the collector Albert Barnes gave Dewey more than a nodding awareness of the writers and writings of the Harlem Renaissance, and on more than one occasion, the philosopher had been a speaker at the Harlem YMCA, not far from Morningside Heights. The philosopher's rather tenuous involvement in some of the NAACP's broad policy considerations during the early 30s was due to the editor's encouragement. Dewey agreed to serve as national chair of the LIPA at the urging of Benjamin Marsh, a labor union lobbyist. Approached by Davere Allen, editor of the Christian Socialist magazine, The World Tomorrow, Du Bois had attended a preliminary meeting called in the fall of 1929 to formulate third-party solutions to the stasis created by the two major political parties. Agreeing to serve as one of the vice presidents, he immediately forwarded to Allen precise recommendations for the LIPA platform. After departing the December 15 International House meeting as one of the three vice-chairpersons of the League, along with the novelist Zona Gale, the socialist James Morer, and a young academic economist from Chicago, Paul Douglas, a future U.S. Senator. Among the other prominent men and women present were Debs's successor, Norman Thomas, sometime Du Bois antagonist Villard, League for Industrial Democracy Director Laidler, and radical theologian Reinhold Niebuhr. A Dewey biographer describes these men and women as veterans of a decade of frustration and failure in popular politics. The lifespan of the League was to run about 4 years, its final agony coming in the fall of 1933 with the Democratic congressional landslide. Its vital signs had begun to oscillate alarmingly before the end of its first year in existence, however. Having agreed unequivocally on the imperative of a third party, the LIPA's membership disagreed about the pedigree of the third party. The Thomas Socialists had signed on with the assumption that their party would be the chosen vehicle. The LIPA's liberals and progressives resisted co-optation by the socialists in the belief that only a new third party unencumbered by old labels and dogmas could attract a wide following among both working and middle-class Americans. But it was the determination of Du Bois and Dewey to have their special agendas ratified by LIPA that soon tested the inherently fragile structure of the loose coalition of middle-class reformers and intellectuals. Not only were the LIPA socialists disaffected by the Columbia professor's unanticipated appeal in December 1930 to an independent and reform-minded Republican senator to head the third party movement, but even many of the progressives were incredulous that Dewey could seriously propose Nebraska's George W. Norris to lead them. To LIPA fellow travelers such as Christian socialist A.J. Must, Dewey's anti-socialist and distinctly middle-class biases were risibly off the mark as pragmatic gambits. Must, a radical pacifist who would inspire the creation of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, 3 years later, seems to have been one of the few in the LIPA who made the same connection as Du Bois between racial discrimination and a viable reform politics. He reached out to Du Bois immediately, proposing a meeting of a small group during the Christmas holidays to talk about the problem of workers' education among Negro workers in which we are mutually interested. Nothing of a practical nature seems to have come from Must's démarche, however. Du Bois had been ready to give the liberals, progressives, and socialists at the core of the LIPA the benefit of the doubt because of professed convictions such as Davere Allen's about Negro disfranchisement. As Allen drafted a preliminary statement of principles, the World Tomorrow editor had reassured Du Bois that the organization had to make its position in this issue absolutely clear. If we have to compromise on that for the sake of Southern votes, he stressed, we might as well go out of business before we start. These distinguished authors, columnists, professors, Fabian-type socialists, and Roscanbus Christians were very much Du Bois' crowd, people such as Gale and publisher Kirby Page, with whom he sometimes dined at the Civic Club. Gale had served as a judge in the first opportunity contest. Page had commissioned Fawcett's recent, glowing profile of Du Bois in the August 1929 issue of the World Tomorrow. 14 months later, in response to a symposium inquiry to be published in the October 1930 number of the World Tomorrow, Du Bois gave Page an extraordinarily penitent answer concerning responsibility for World War I. The author of Close Ranks, who had coveted an army captaincy in 1918, had changed his mind about the rights and wrongs of that cataclysm. He knew German militarism firsthand and had greatly feared it, he told Page. Only later had he come to understand how the French and the British had intrigued and manipulated international developments. With millions of others he had been swept off his feet by the emotional response of America to what seemed to be a great call to duty. The thing that I did not understand is how easy and inevitable it is for an appeal to blood and force to smash to utter negation any ideal for which it is used, Du Bois admitted. Instead of a war to end war, or a war to save democracy, we found ourselves during and after the war descending to the meanest and most sordid of selfish actions, and we find ourselves today nearer moral bankruptcy than we were in 1914. Such cultural and political affinities associated with the League for Independent Political Action prompted Du Bois' August Crisis editorial, A New Party, a tribute to the men and women who were committed personally and as a group to building a party like the Labour Party of Great Britain. If it was and, indeed, would continue to be true, as a late 20th century student of the American left observed, that even though Du Bois encountered difficulty in finding a clear role for himself in the ranks of the left, the editor obviously did experience a degree of guarded optimism during the start-up period of the Political Action League. The program of the LIPA as spelled out in the Crisis was strikingly similar to La Follette's 1924 platform, tax policies on wealth designed to underwrite government health insurance, public education, augmented unemployment benefits, a minimum wage, and low tariffs. The editorial emphasized that the LIPA aimed to restore political rights to Negroes and to foreign-born citizens where they are now disfranchised. Pan-Africanist resonances were to be heard in the LIPA's desire to stop imperial domination of backward countries. Yet Du Bois' enthusiasm already had begun to cool 6 months or more before Dewey's divisive overture to Norris. As the editor reiterated in a fairly sharp letter to Paul Douglas in February 1930, he had expected his views about Negro disfranchisement to be evident in the LIPA's final statement of concerns. The South's unconstitutional elimination of a third of its voters was a non-negotiable issue that the LIPA Executive Committee was supposed to have accepted months ago at his behest. But with Why a Political Realignment, the LIPA pamphlet drafted by Douglas, on his desk, Du Bois demanded to know what had happened to the voting issue. Nowhere in this pamphlet, and more particularly for the program for the new party, is any mention made of the political rights for Negroes or for any other disfranchised classes, Du Bois objected. When an earlier draft had been flagged because of this omission, Douglas had explained that the matter had simply been forgotten. Du Bois wondered what the difficulty is now, since in the alignment of parties he found absolutely no reference to the South. This would not do, he upbraided Douglas. The South was the center of new industry being grafted onto its rotten borough vote system. He simply couldn't see how this situation can be ignored. How about that? Douglas answered somewhat sheepishly, remarking that he hadn't realized that we had omitted the Negro from our program. Of course, the LIPA's tentative leaflet issued in November had broached the subject, and Du Bois must certainly know that absence of explicit recognition in Douglas's final document did not mean that we do not have the issue at heart. It is not necessary to stress every issue all the time, he offered lamely. Nothing could have been more painfully obvious to Du Bois as the decade of the 20s wound down than that the task of making race an integral part of reform was close to being impossible in America. He was more and more prone to bitter eruptions, to rhetorical excoriations. What has the United States to contribute to this world problem of color? Darkness rather than light, paradox rather than logic. Almost devoid of political leverage, marginalized at best when they were not rendered completely invisible, he saw his people as a perdurable presence whose 310 years of adversity had made them the paradox of American exceptionalism, ciphers who could be blamed, nevertheless, for their own condition as well as the imperfections of most everything else. Whether it concerned the aims of organized labor, the emerging liberal wing of the Democratic Party, the socialists, progressives, and their Christian and good government collaborators, or the urban political machines and the Southern strategizing GOP, people of color struggled, usually without success, to avoid being reduced to pawns, patronized into impotence. Among the possible options involving collaboration with Euro-Americans, there was one significant, but as yet unexplored, alternative: the Workers' Communist Party, renamed in 1929 the Communist Party of the United States of America, PUSA. Du Bois had taken cautious, approving note in 1925 when the Communists, meeting in Chicago that October, had founded the American Negro Labor Congress, ANLC. Responding to talented 10th concerns that communists were boring into colored organizations, he suggested that there was an effective antidote readily at hand in the elimination of racism. But the communists were only beginning to formulate an approach to American Negroes, the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern having only determined in 1928, under Stalin's orders, the paradoxically useful doctrine of Negro Soviets in the Deep South. It was hardly coincidence that Lovett Fort Whiteman, his Garvate and African blood brotherhood days long behind him, asked for an appointment with the editor in mid-April of the same year. Fort Whiteman was the national organizer for the ANLC and the ranking Negro in the American Party's hierarchy. The nucleus of the PUSA's organizational and theoretical talent upon which it would shortly depend in order to attract colored members: Harry Haywood, Otto Hall, William Patterson, Maud White. James Ford was still undergoing training in Russia at Far East University and the Lenin School. The Great Depression, Scottsboro, the Popular Front, and all that was to mean to the radicalizing of Du Bois and Negro Americans lay just ahead. Scottsboro should have been the NAACP Dreyfus affair instead of a capital embarrassment it was never able to live down. The essential details of the case, even with the passing of nearly 70 years, are still generally familiar. A rumble between black and white hobos on a freight train heading southwest out of Chattanooga for Memphis ended badly for the whites on the morning of March 25, 1931. Ousted from the train as it picked up speed after a stop in Stevenson, Alabama, the whites shuffled, somewhat bruised, into the presence of the local sheriff to complain of being attacked and ejected by a bunch of niggers. They demanded to press charges against M. The right of white hobos to be secure in their persons from assaults by Negro hobos was a serious Southern consideration. A telegram to the next station halted the train at Paint Rock, where local law officers and a posse removed and arrested 9 Negro males ranging in age from 13 to 19. Two whites in overalls and caps sharing the boxcar with the Negroes surprised the sheriff when they revealed that they were females. Ruby Bates and Victoria Price, young prostitutes from Huntsville, Alabama, claimed that they had been raped by the 9 black men. None of the boys, their almost instantaneous label, had better than a 6th-grade education. One of them, Willie Roberson, was so cankered by syphilis and gonorrhea that he was sexually dysfunctional. Incarceration in Scottsboro, the Jackson County seat, dispatch of 100 Alabama National Guardsmen by the governor to cure the town's lynch fever, and 4 jury trials in 4 days resulted in death sentences for all but one of the convicted, 13-year-old Eugene Williams. Petrified and even more incoherent than was his normal state, one of the accused, Clarence Norris, had testified on cross-examination that all of his fellow defendants had ravished Bates and Price. From the day of the last batch of convictions, on April 9, onward over the next 20 years until the last Scottsboro defendant was finally paroled from prison, Alabama's public officials would insist that the trials had reflected credit on the state's capacity to guarantee due process against mob law. A majority of white Southerners concurred. To the rest of the world, Scottsboro was a human rights sinecure. The reactions at NAACP headquarters were conflicted from the beginning. Decisions in the case had been hampered in New York by the necessity of relying on information and legal talent available through the association's inefficient Chattanooga branch. The white Chattanooga attorney retained by the NAACP at the last minute to represent the defendants, Stephen Roddy, had generously fortified himself with liquor and arrived just as the Scottsboro proceedings began. He was unable to discuss the case with the local court-appointed white attorney or even to meet with the accused. Even so, Roddy had been able to enter into the trial record an objection of jury contamination that would be the basis for the appeal that the NAACP, tardily alert to the enormous public relations value of the Scottsboro boys, would commit itself to pursuing. But the PUSA had already taken the measure of the case as a cause célèbre. Another Sacco and Vanzetti, one of its observers at the trial, had cabled party headquarters and was determined to exploit its political significance with as little collaboration as possible with the NAACP. The party's legal arm, the International Labor Defense, ILD, sped its chief attorney, Joseph Brodsky, to Birmingham's Kilby prison to obtain exclusive rights to represent the boys on April 20. Du Bois' response to Scottsboro was astonishingly conventional. It might have seemed to be an injustice perfectly suited to the editor's temperament, a legal travesty in search of a Negro-American Emile Zola. Yet he, Walter White, and the board of directors had already squandered crucial weeks and committed several missteps in the handling of the Scottsboro case. Defending 9 unlettered black males, whose questionable character seemed self-evident, against a charge of gang-raping 2 white women in the Deep South was hardly an inviting prospect. White, officially appointed as James Weldon Johnson's successor only 2 weeks before the trials, regarded the Scottsboro boys as more of a risk than an opportunity. In spite of their indicting bluntness, then, Du Bois' first written words about the case in the July crisis conveyed the impression of a delayed response. A train ride shared with 2 prostitutes was no crime, except in the slave belt. The unwritten penalty for that sort of social equality in Alabama is death, he observed with dry disgust. He avowed that the NAACP was determined to see that the boys' lives were spared. Returning to the case 6 months later, there was still an odd remoteness, an uncustomary philosophical fatalism, to his editorializing, as he wrote in Blunders of Men and Women all over, standing ready to pull these wretched things from the grip of what we call law. Criticizing both the NAACP and ILD by implication, Du Bois spoke of organizations rushing up and down the land and fuming and yelling. And yet little is done. The 2 white girls will be set free to go on to hell. The boys will either be murdered swiftly in cold blood, or else murdered slowly in an Alabama jail, or else be murdered a bit less quickly in the slums and streets and brothels of the South. Meanwhile, 4 weeks after the last trial and still uncertain of his next move, White had cockily assured inquiring board member Clarence Darrow and the editor of The Nation that the NAACP had the situation well in hand. America's preeminent trial lawyer was advised to refuse the ILD's request to enter the case. In an attempt to rescue his organization from a fabrication, the executive secretary authorized the hiring of a well-connected white Alabama attorney to take over the case from the ineffective Roddy. Telephone calls overwhelmed the switchboard, and cablegrams from a half-dozen branches and from scores of members poured into the national office in such volume that the executive secretary realized the need to sprint in order to place the NAACP at the head of its following. The Pickens bombshell on April 24 figuratively rattled the windows in the director's boardroom. A letter from the field secretary effusively endorsing the ILD's Scottsboro involvement in the case appeared on the front page of the Daily Worker. The impulsive Pickens praised the Communists for moving more speedily and effectively than all other agencies put together, and went on to urge every Negro who has intelligence to send contributions to the Worker and the ILD. The very next day, the party brought the Scottsboro Boys to Lenox Avenue in the person of Mrs. Janie Patterson, mother of Haywood and a surprisingly effective public speaker. The fracas that ensued after ILD organizers led the inflating crowd, incendiary banners streaming, into the blue wall of the NYPD garnered the desired headlines. Mrs. Patterson's Harlem appearance marked the debut of a 6-month communist roadshow in which Scottsboro parents would appear in the major cities outside the South and before 200 mass rallies in 16 European countries by September 1932. Even as Pickens shriveled apologetically in the hot blast of Chairman Ovington's reprimand, he denied knowing that his employers intended to enter the case. The Defender, Baltimore Afro-American, Amsterdam News, Oklahoma City Black Dispatch, and a growing number of other black newspapers applauded the vigor of the Communists throughout the spring and summer of 1931. The new masses offered yet another derisory variation on NAACP with Opportunity Prize contestant Eugene Gordon's article suggesting the name change to the nicest association for the advancement of certain people. May Day banners in New York and Chicago parades proclaimed the innocence of the Scottsboro Boys, the perfidy of Southern justice, and the bourgeois treason of the NAACP. Robert Minor, editor of the Daily Worker and devastating cartoonist, ratcheted up the pressure with The Negro and His Judases, a blistering piece in which the NAACP was lumped with the Norman Thomas socialists and other social fascist conspirators. The masses cannot be led by the NAACP towards anything but slavery, Minor sneered. While Langston Hughes was fond of White and admiring of Du Bois, he increasingly distanced himself from the association's handling of the case, publishing a poem and a one-act play about the case in the New Masses. Van's Courier called on readers to give the association its due for 2 decades of prudent and effective civil rights leadership, but the private alarums sent to White by the young editor of the Kansas City Call, Roy Wilkins, were a far better indication of the rising mood of public skepticism verging on contempt. More than 2 months after the last of the boys had been sentenced, the association's chief officer journeyed to Birmingham to confer with the prestigious White law firm of Ford, Beddoe, and Ray, whose junior partner, Roderick Beddoe, had provisionally consented to take an appeal to the Alabama Supreme Court, but no further provided the ILD was excluded from the case. White finally spoke with the prisoners on May 14 at Kilby Prison, where he promised them the full backing of the NAACP in return for their signed agreements to discharge the ILD and entrust their fates to Ford, Beddoe, and Ray. The next day, White issued a full statement of the association's position. In attempting to explain the shifting cast of lawyers, he offered the patronizing observation that the boys and their parents were humble folk and have had few opportunities for knowledge. They have been confused by the conflicting statements made to them. Plainly, they were still confused, because the boys withdrew their cooperation in less than 24 hours. 2 weeks later, after a now fiercely anti-communist Pickens tongue-lashed them in their cells, the Scottsboro Nine reaffirmed their trust in the association only to repudiate their commitment again after a visit from ILD officials with their parents in tow. The revolving door struggle at Kilby Prison for exclusive possession of the Scottsboro Boys would continue until the first week of January 1932, when the NAACP officially renounced its objective. But 5 months before the board of directors voted to cede the case to the ILD, the mother of Eugene Williams had spoken her mind in public about White's assessment of the parents' understanding of the issues. "Well," she said, in a consummate reproach, "we are not too ignorant to know a bunch of liars and fakers when we meet up with them, and are not too ignorant to know that if we let the NAACP look after our boys, that they will die." Mrs. Williams spoke for a growing number of ordinary Negro men and women to whom the aggressive, public tactics of the Communists held far greater meaning than the Margold litigation master plan or the Supreme Court's agreeing to hear arguments in the Texas white primary case, Nixon v. Condon. If there were a possibility for democracy in America, these men and women had every reason to hope that communists could help them build it. As Du Bois watched the PUSA outmaneuver his organization and propel the fate of 9 juveniles onto the stage of international attention, his distress was unrelenting. Although he had been as surprised as White by the tactics of the communists, the editor was much quicker to gauge the profound implications of the case not only to the association but also to the prospective course of the national civil rights struggle. Neither he nor Johnson felt much confidence in White's management of the controversy. When the new secretary wrote the former secretary that, if the communists lose, they lose, and if they win, they lose, because everyone would understand that an ILD victory had been made possible because of the 1919 U.S. Supreme Court ruling on fair trials won by the NAACP, Johnson had been genuinely disappointed and alarmed. Not one person in 1,000 would either hear or understand the basis on which the victory might be won, he shot back. White's penchant for glib pronouncements and facile solutions was already well known. But this was no time for sophistry, an alarmed Du Bois realized, as there could be no doubt that the communists were bent on supplanting the Negro leadership class in a time of maximum vulnerability. They proposed to build on this case an appeal to the American Negro to join the communist movement as the only solution of their problem, he cautioned. Du Bois had made it his business to monitor the Comintern's rapidly evolving position on the Negro question, which had been given doctrinal firmness in the Communist International's October 1930 resolution Equal Rights and Self-Determination. The American Negro, whose special significance had remained under consideration from the time of Claude McKay's 1923 Russian sojourn, had by 1928 become the subject of intense Kremlin discussions and resolutions. As formulated personally by Stalin at the 6th Congress of the Communist International, the American Negro was defined as a special case of peculiarity, not only in view of the prominent racial distinctions but as an oppressed nation whose eventual self-determination in the Black Belt would be followed by integration into the working class and final liberation as a constituent of the triumphant proletariat. To sophisticated people of color, all this seemed to amount to little more than a preposterous inspection of the American South through the lens of Uzbekistan or Soviet Mongolia. Even so, and despite the fact that the PUSA generally preferred to downplay the doctrine as the years passed, self-determination for Negroes in the Black Belt carved out an extremely useful exception for racial and cultural nationalism in the otherwise hostile doctrine of the class struggle. As a matter of practical politics, the doctrine gave the Communists a potential advantage in recruitment of Negro Americans. However misconceived the curious concept of Black Belt self-determination, which both racially separated blacks from whites yet also incorporated them in the class struggle, it had the consequence of embedding the Negro in the national program of the party. As a troubled Du Bois conceded, neither the Democratic or Republican parties had made as concerted an effort to enroll Negroes as the PUSA or to place them in prominent administrative and elective positions. In the wake of Wall Street's collapse, the Comintern had ordered the national communist parties to accelerate and intensify their recruitment and confrontation in Western Europe and the United States as part of Stalin's third phase, the supposedly penultimate period leading to the triumph of the proletariat. The American Communist Party's monopolizing of the Scottsboro Boys was a breakthrough into Black America that followed hard on several propaganda successes. The staged public trial of August Jokinen, the Finnish immigrant who barely spoke English, on the charge of white chauvinism had yielded the party a load of goodwill among colored people. 2,000 spectators in the Harlem casino had witnessed the conviction and expulsion of the bewildered janitor only 8 days before the arrest of the Scottsboro Boys. Coverage of the Yochanan trial in the New York Times and wide attention in the Negro press had been followed by sensational developments 5 days later when the PUSA launched the first large-scale, nationwide protests against worsening economic conditions on March 6, International Unemployment Day. With more than 5 million Americans out of work, thousands of unemployed Negroes marched together with white workers in New York's Union Square and fought pitched battles with the police who blocked the way to City Hall. Newspapers took excited notice of an unprecedented interracial solidarity that party organizer Cyril Briggs trumpeted as a successful breaking down of the wall of prejudice between white and Negro workers fostered by the employers. Gunfire at Camp Hill, Alabama, on the evenings of July 15 and 16, 1931, sounded like the opening shots in the class war in the Deep South to some alarmists. Spreading the gospel of self-determination through its new organ, the Chattanooga-based Southern Worker, and audaciously putting it to the test in grindingly poor Tallapoosa County, Alabama, party organizers had enrolled more than 800 Negro farmers in a sharecroppers union, the Croppers and Farm Workers Union, CFWU, in order to force wage negotiations with the local planters. To believe James Allen's Southern Worker, the third phase was alive and thriving as Negro sawmill workers and farmers in Tallapoosa County enthusiastically welcomed communist leadership. Ignition of this highly inflammatory situation came when more than 150 croppers assembled in a vacant house to hear about the Scottsboro case. The final shootout on the 16th with a posse of enraged planters and poor whites cost the lives of 4 CFWU members, seriously wounded the sheriff, and led to the incarceration of 35 or more croppers. Headlines in the Birmingham Age-Herald reflected the hysteria engulfing many Alabama whites. Negro Reds reported advancing. All this proved too much for Du Bois, as it did for Pickens, who was as quick to call the Alabama farmers innocent dupes of the communists as he had earlier been to praise the party. Camp Hill Du Bois saw as another cynical example of communist irresponsibility too despicable for words. He felt nothing but compassion for the half-starved, destitute peons of Tallapoosa County living under the heel of merciless oppression. Their plight shrieked for remedy, but to organize a union and then to hold a public meeting to denounce the Scottsboro sentences in rural Alabama amounted to nothing less, Du Bois castigated, than drawing a red herring across the trail of 8 innocent children. That opportunity and even Van's conservative courier showed more sympathy than Du Bois for the party's conduct in the Camp Hill gun battle only underscored Du Bois' distemper. Camp Hill was a classic illustration of the communists' techniques, their arrogant, uninformed exploitation of humble folk in order to advance improbable political and social objectives, he charged. Part of the reason for what Du Bois regarded as tactics of provocation and exploitation derived from the communists' ignorance of Southern racial conditions. The party's understanding was as nothing when measured against the cumulative experience of the NAACP in negotiating the shoals of Jim Crow justice, he insisted. How could an organization largely comprised of newcomers to the cities of the East and Midwest, men and women of Russian and Eastern European backgrounds, presume to preempt a civil rights agenda reaching back to the Niagara movement? He and the association deserved from Russia something better than a kick in the back from the young jackasses who are leading communism in America today, he protested. Du Bois answered his rhetorical question and much else with a good deal of heat in The Negro and Communism, a long, score-settling editorial in the September 1931 Crisis, followed by a combative narrative of events in the December issue of Harper's under White's signature but unmistakably indebted to the editor. He discerned, rather fearfully as the crisis around Scottsboro peaked, another 20th-century problem impending, one that would seriously complicate and muddle the problem of the color line, that of the relationship of civil rights to communism. The die was cast, he noted. Scottsboro had brought squarely before the American Negro the question of his attitude toward communism, by which he also meant his own attitude toward the ideology and the political movement. An economic system and a race were confronted with a momentous decision: if socialism as a form of government and industry was on trial in Russia, capitalism was just as surely on trial throughout the world and was more and more clearly recognizing the fact. Having decided to undertake both a thorough immersion in the theory of Marxism and a methodical assessment of real-world implications of communism in the United States, Du Bois would soon boast of assembling one of the most comprehensive private libraries on scientific socialism in the country. With the help of Abram Harris, Du Bois broadened his circle of leftist associates, and developed a close relationship with Will Herberg and Benjamin Stahlberg, two apt young theoreticians. Stahlberg was never a member of the PUSA and would write exposés in the late 30s of the Stalinist threat posed by the party to the new Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO. The 22-year-old Herberg was a disciple of J. Lovestone, former PUSA leader recently expelled by the Comintern after he misjudged the staying power of Stalin's critic Nikolai Bukharin. Du Bois found Herberg's brand of Marxism congenial enough to feature in the Crisis for July 1931, telling Rachel Davis Du Bois that he believed it was incumbent upon him to give communism a hearing when it was expressed as temperately as this is. In opposition to Albin Halsey's Crisis essay, Business Points the Way, Herberg hoisted the banner of workers' solidarity and extolled a course of united struggle against the white capitalist members of the country whose rule of ruthless exploitation rests upon the racial subjection of the Negro as well as upon the class subjection of the worker. Herberg's was decidedly a new note whose reverberations were still in the air when the Negro and Communism appeared. Du Bois began the essay appreciatively. He could be fair, he wished to emphasize, even if the Communist Party failed the test. Concisely reviewing the dreary civil rights history of the two major parties, along with the feckless record of the Socialists and the Progressives, Du Bois complimented the exceptional interracialism of a political party that was to choose a Negro as its candidate for Vice President of the United States in the 1932 election. They have insisted in their strikes and agitation to let Negroes fight with them and that the object of their fighting is for black workers as well as white workers, he wrote of the PUSA. As for the Socialists, the editor ironized that the only time that so fine a man and so logical a reasoner as Norman Thomas becomes vague and incoherent is when he touches the black man, and consequently he touches him as seldom as possible. But Du Bois reproached the Communists for two fatal errors: 1. The savaging of the NAACP, and 2. Their myopia about racism. In addition to Robert Minor and James Allen, the PUSA now had such able Negro organizers and journalists as Briggs, James Ford, Eugene Gordon, and William Patterson, who kept up a barrage of social fascist charges against the NAACP in the Liberator, Daily Worker, and Southern Worker. Not since the heyday of Garvey had Du Bois felt so affronted as he heard himself called a class enemy, a Judas, a lickspittle of the capitalists' vituperation applauded by Dreiser, Dos Passos, Steffens, Lola Ridge, and other literary lions of the left. The founder of the talented Tenth bridled at the very notion of a Negro bourgeoisie disconnected from and unresponsive to the common folk, and he fumed that it had been the grossest of libels to charge the association with indifference in the defense of the Scottsboro Boys and its leadership with toadying to the capitalists. Differences in wealth and distinctions in culture did exist within the race, but he dismissed the phenomena of deracination and alienation as no more than Marxist caricatures. The editorial soared into an aria as Du Bois praised a group like no other group of leaders on earth who have so largely made common cause with the lowest of their race as educated American Negroes, and it is their foresight and sacrifice and theirs alone that has saved the American freedmen from annihilation and degradation. He foresaw annihilation as precisely the fate awaiting the Scottsboro Boys, as well, if the NAACP was forced to withdraw and leave the case solely to the ILD. It was a contention Darrow would also shortly make in public. Had the PUSA leadership been broad-minded and far-sighted, the editor insisted, it could never have gainsaid the honesty, earnestness, and intelligence of the NAACP during 20 years of desperate struggle. His organization was the sole organization and its methods the only methods available capable of saving the boys, and the NAACP would have done so in collaboration with capitalists and laborers north and south, black and white. A decade later, after two 14th Amendment decisions by the Supreme Court reversing the Scottsboro convictions, Powell v. Alabama in 1932 and Norris v. Alabama in 1935, Du Bois still maintained that the Communists had bungled the boys' appeals. Had it not been for their senseless interference, these poor victims of Southern injustice would today be free. Indeed, in dusk of dawn he would contend that they would have been freed in a couple of years without fanfare or much publicity. The wanton communist propaganda assault on the association had been motivated by the Comintern's calculation that Scottsboro was an opportunity to foment revolution in the United States. The actual fate of the victims was a minor matter. Here, the editor pressed on to the crux of his dispute with American communists: race relations in America. Threatening judges and yelling for mass action on the part of white Southern workers were fatally flawed tactics based on the same ideological evasion that Du Bois had repeatedly reproached in the Socialists, the supposed identity of interests of white and black labor. For the PUSA, it was axiomatic that the empowerment of the white working class meant the civil emancipation of the Negro people, that the resolution of the class struggle resolved the race problem. But that kind of talk to Negroes was like a red flag to a bull, declared Du Bois, for he and they knew that if and when the PUSA began to exercise significant national appeal it must come at the expense of genuine interracialism. Immigrant communists, however dedicated and color-blind, were doomed to bang their heads against the granite wall of race in America. Du Bois would postulate repeatedly that the race split in the American working class was yet another manifestation of this nation's much vaunted exceptionalism. He was passionate in believing that the exploitation of black workers by white workers was preordained, inscribed, as it were, on the DNA of the white American proletariat. White Alabama and Arkansas workers would prevent black workers from rising out of the mudsill by mob action and apartheid laws, Du Bois claimed, in the Negro and Marxism, just as their northern counterparts had historically done through urban riots and exclusionary union rules. When Herberg protested, the editor replied with what he saw as a crucial revision of the class struggle doctrine, one to which he would devote considerable theoretical elaboration in the coming months. Curiously, Herberg, like Bertram Wolfe, his coadjutor, spoke for a small but influential Marxism cadre that strove to tailor world communism to the very exceptionalism that Du Bois indicted as being inimical to the experiment. The difference between us, Du Bois told the precocious editor of the Lovestonite Revolutionary Age, was that Herberg sincerely believed that the attainment by white workers of their class interests would make them rise above racial antipathy, whereas he, Du Bois, was certain that race hatred would persist in the United States even when the lines of the class struggle are closely defined, and the Russian experience is so definite that it does not disprove but rather strengthens my belief. As he faced the decade of the Great Depression affronted by the party's Scottsboro behavior and dogmatically convinced of the perfidiousness of America's white working class, Du Bois set himself the challenge of formulating a grand design for the redress and resurgence of the race, a theory of political economy to serve African America that turned away from an expended capitalism but spurned the panacea of proletarian dictatorship. American Negroes do not propose to be the shock troops of the communist revolution, driven out in front to death, cruelty, and humiliation in order to win victories for white workers, he had almost seemed to bellow in the fall of 1931. His was to be a new race-centered political economy that could be said to combine cultural nationalism, Scandinavian cooperativism, Booker Washington, and Marx in about equal parts. No other alternative had been left to him and his people. From Brook Farm down to the Lipa, he concluded with embittered clarity, the face of reform has been set to lift the white producer and consumer, leaving the black man and his peculiar problems severely alone, with the fond hope that better white men will hate Negroes less and better white conditions make race contact more human and respectable. Du Bois was not at all optimistic. 8. Holding on, amorously and angrily. Du Bois' finances seemed to have no explanation other than alchemy. In addition to the monthly mortgage on the double apartments in the Dunbar Coupe, sales prospects for the heavily mortgaged, deteriorating St. Nicholas Avenue apartment building were dismal. Payments on his car would run until June 1929. He was now supporting both wife and daughter in Paris, Nina having gone to France in December 1928 to help Yolanda recover from the broken marriage. His plan called for them to remain abroad until the fall of 1930, almost 2 years. Maître Jean Beauvais, the attorney retained by Du Bois to prepare and file Yolanda's divorce papers, gave reasonable assurance that the matter would be resolved no later than the first months of 1930, a timetable that would prove to be more or less accurate. Meanwhile, the editor was obliged to ask his momentary son-in-law to advance Maitre Beauvais' retainer, which Cullen had appeared only too happy to do by dipping into his Guggenheim funds. Yet Dubois was somehow able to cable 3,500 francs to the Hotel Trianon in the Avenue du Maine in the spring of 1929, ordering Nina not to try to save too much. "Make yourself comfortable and do not worry." He followed up with several chatty letters, one of them describing a musical evening in High Harlem at which the Bonaparte Princess Violet Murat accompanied one of Nina's friends on the piano. Another letter recounted Jessie Fauzet's very pretty marriage, attended by about 75 special guests. Few letters came after May, however, mainly, he wrote, because of unsettled affairs at the crisis. His social life was emotionally so much more rewarding with Nina and Yolande parked in the 15th arrondissement that Dubois felt the arrangement to be worth the heavy drain on his finances. The correspondence with accomplished women friends quickened, most of it dealing with the successes or worries of their professional lives, but some of it was unmistakably amorous. It was at this point, the absence abroad of his wife and daughter, that his relationships with women, always vigorous and varied, became sexually ever more exuberant to such a degree that they resembled the compulsiveness of a Casanova. The episodic dalliances, the star-crossed love affair with Fawcett, the comfortable arrangements with Georgia Johnson and Mildred Jones began to be replicated with a seeming insatiety that yielded nothing to advancing years, and may, perhaps, have been a spectacular version of the generalized male late-life crisis. Whether with wounded reluctance or compliant relief, Nina outwardly accommodated herself to Will's extramarital pursuits, to the extent, even, of allowing herself to be befriended by several of the women and, occasionally, playing hostess to them for short periods. By all accounts, Nina Yolande Dubois had become a timid, pleasantly uninteresting phantom by the end of the 1920s, an indispensable but largely invisible fixture in her husband's concept of public marital propriety. When he had to save face for the organization, she would appear, the interstate Tatler columnist, Geraldine Major, aka Lady Nicotine, confided in an interview almost 50 years later. Catherine Bell Banks, the daughter of a close family friend, thought of Nina as retiring, sweet, very. I wouldn't say aristocratic, because she wasn't haughty. Nina was simply a real lady. Dubois' serial affairs, several of which were the equivalent of parallel marriages, seemed to imply some deep-seated emotional incompleteness that had probably remained unresolved since the death of his mother. That the moralist of the Harlem Renaissance and author of impeccably feminist essays in The Crisis and of The Damnation of Women in Dark Water was a priapic adulterer compels appropriate disclosure, even though it inescapably smacks of the report of a private eye. Nor can the biographer always know with sufficient certainty whether a friendship with a particular woman was anything more than that, an abiding, supportive rapport between two worldly people. Dubois' correspondence yields an abundance of vivid exchanges with women precisely because he found their company more interesting, egotistically sustaining, and less threatening than male companionship, and women responded, almost gratefully, to his apparent appreciation of them as fully complete beings. He had introduced Mildred Bryant Jones in a half-length photo in the November 1928 crisis, although her romantic significance would have escaped his readers. A graduate of Fisk and the New England Conservatory with study summers in Europe to her credit, Jones had just been awarded the degree of Doctor of Music from Chicago's National University of Music. The photo showed a pert woman in her early 40s, small, light-skinned, with warm eyes and hair pulled back into a fashionable bun. She headed the music department at Wendell Phillips, Chicago's leading Negro high school. Dubois usually spent time with her, often staying in her South Side home, when he came to Chicago, and those times he found himself unable to do so, Jones received an explanation. Mildred Jones, if anyone could, brought out whatever folksiness Dubois possessed behind a veil of dignity. He would tell her she was zany, that she was never going to have real good sense, and write with affectionate concern about her run-down health. She called him her dear Mr. Man, and seeded her plaintive letters in between meetings with slightly inaccurate French protests of her aching love. Vous êtes mon âme, she said, ma sick trace cher le plus cher ami de ma vie. Oh, oh. I miss seeing you, Mr. Man. It seems an awfully long time until January. Because it was the language that certified romance and sophistication, Ethel Ray, she was 2 husbands away from becoming Mrs. Clarence Nance, liked to flavor her letters with French also, addressing him as André and signing herself Marielle. When her secretarial position ended with Charles Johnson's resignation from Opportunity, she had headed back to Minnesota at the end of 1926. She and Dubois had an almost playful intimacy, one that would deepen after World War II and endure until his death. She delighted in those social quirks that so many others found off-putting or arrogant: his refusal to see people during his workaholic Sundays, his response when asked if he remembered a person Dubois would say, "Should I?" his habit of embarrassing hostesses by just kind of leaving a party. Sometimes Ray would ask bluntly, "Why are you so sharp with so-and-so? Why do you do that?" And he'd say, "Well, there must be brains somewhere." As a short, irritated summer 1929 note suggests, Dubois missed Ray: "My dear Ethel, I have been waiting a year to hear about you and your summer plans. Please write me." In her room in Phyllis Wheatley House in Duluth, musing on those times spent with André in the city of refuge that had seemed wonderful, Marielle finally got around to writing in the fall of 1929. She closed by sending her André thoughts of the sea and a fall a few years ago. Marielle and André continued to write each other, and they may have been reunited at least once when Dubois traveled to the Northwest. 8 years were to elapse before Marielle's dream of returning to New York became a reality, however, and by then Dubois would have relocated to Atlanta. Beyond an occasional adieu, Elizabeth Prophet made little use of French in her letters, although she had lived in Paris since 1922, first as a student at the École Nationale des Beaux-Arts, then, while the gatekeepers of the art world slowly recognized her sculpting abilities, in the penury that was virtually a professional obligation. Although the time and place seems uncertain, her friendship with Dubois must have developed a year or so before her departure for France, and probably became much more intimate during his Paris sojourns in connection with the Third and Fourth Pan-African Congresses. Prophet's life of adversity was inspiring proof of the overcoming powers of talent and determination, but it was hardly a life that any person who was not an artist would pursue. When she wrote Dubois in early 1931 that she would come through or go under, "That is all, and if no one else cares why should I?" Prophet's pathos was not greatly exaggerated. She had been born in 1890 to poor parents in Providence, and had shown such strong abilities in public school that she won a scholarship to the Rhode Island School of Design. Afterward, she worked as a cleaning woman in New York City until her situation was brought to the attention of Mrs. Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, who financed 3 years at the Beaux-Arts. 5 years of perilous economies followed, as the fiercely dedicated Prophet worked with chisel and hammer shut away in her attic apartment in the Rue Broca literally from morning to nightfall. Her diet was meager and her health suffered badly, especially during the wet, penetratingly cold Paris winters. She was in bed with a bad back when Dubois telegraphed in September 1929 asking that she look after Augusta Savage, whose Rosenwald Fellowship had finally provided the means to study sculpture in Paris. Prophet answered him in English written as if translated from French that she would try to undertake this which you ask of me, but begged him not to make a habit of such requests, for she had neither friends nor money to aid me, and she was very weary. Many months later, she wrote Dubois that she had been too weak to work for weeks. She accused Otto Kahn, the department store tycoon and arts maven, of devaluing her work, complained of Louise Brooks' insufferable vanity, and ranted that she could no longer believe in any of them. Her one good fortune was Henry Tanner's influential sponsorship. The expatriate Dean of Negro Artists nominated her for the Harmon Foundation Sculpture Prize, which Prophet won in 1930. The Harmon money arrived just in time to enable her to continue working. While Prophet persevered, Du Bois wrote consolatory letters. In May 1931, he would send what was for him an unusually long personal letter. Personal letters from Du Bois were seldom very personal, but to the lonely sculptor his encouraging words of artistic and racial destiny were like unguents from Cupid. He was disturbed that she had somehow been hurt by his own actions and by the attitude of colored and white America. "No one, either in France or America, appreciates you more than I do," he vowed, but, as France was still relatively untouched, Prophet undoubtedly failed to appreciate the depth of the depression in the United States. All philanthropy has been cut down, all business has been curtailed, breadlines have appeared everywhere, and the situation gets no better. Even in the best of times, the rich and the powerful were inimical to his frank and unpopular writing and talking. He was powerless to help her. Nor should Prophet expect great generosity. "As you yourself realize, this is the fate of genius," he lectured her with tough love. "It does not make you any less great, but it is the price that people like you have to pay all too often." He would do all in his power to spread news of her genius so as to give people of colored blood here a part of the glory that Prophet was destined to achieve. She forgave. "I am no longer angry with you, dear," Prophet had already written even before Du Bois composed the didactic May love letter. "How nice it would be if we could pass a few moments together, but would it be, after all?" she wondered. "Perhaps you would find me too thoughtful, too sad, too serious." By November, she was in better health and frame of mind as she imagined their happiness together should he find a way to come to Paris, beautiful Paris, wonderful France. Her mood became ecstatic. "I can never forget you, and see you often ever courageously at your work, admire and love you, but I have been through many phases since we parted. You have known it perhaps by the character of some of my letters, up and down." When Prophet decided to return to America after the exhibition at the Salon d'Automne of her prize winning Head of a Negro in 1931, the Du Boises would generously house her in their apartment at the Dunbar. She and Nina had struck up a pleasant friendship during Nina's Paris stay. Du Bois enjoyed the impishness of mentioning that there was another Mrs. Du Bois in his life, although this one was white. She was Rachel Davis Du Bois, a Bucknell University graduate and New Jersey High School instructor whose innovative presentations of racial and ethnic instructional materials were to make her a major, recognized precursor of multiculturalism. Rachel Davis's Quaker background predisposed her to social activism, and her marriage to the affluent accountant Nathan Du Bois enabled her to attend women's conferences where the topics were peace, social justice, and women's rights. As she was incapable of having children by her husband, the couple eventually decided to separate, living apart until Nathan Du Bois' death. Rachel Davis Du Bois' earnest white life had been changed forever by a speech delivered in the summer of 1920 by Hollingsworth Wood to the First International Conference of Friends in London. Movingly he described the terrible race riot in Chicago in 1919, and Davis Du Bois was overcome with shame at knowing nothing about race relations in her own country. 2 years later, she traveled on a fact-finding mission for the Pennsylvania Committee on the Abolition of Slavery, still in business, to Aiken, South Carolina, where, at the Black Voorhees Normal and Industrial School, she encountered for the first time people of color who were indistinguishable in appearance from white people. Channing Tobias, visiting the school on YMCA business, took Davis Du Bois aside for a quick lesson in the one-drop peculiarities of the region. "He must have seen ignorance coming out of the cells of my skin," she wrote in her autobiography. Deeply influenced by pamphlets such as The Popular Americanizing Our Foreign-Born and disturbed by Du Bois' The Dilemma of the Negro in the October 1924 American Mercury, one of the most penetrating magazine articles on so-called melting pot America she had ever read, Rachel Davis Du Bois embarked on a program of ethnic and racial self-education. She had known few if any Jews in her southern New Jersey experience. Negroes had been equally as rare. Most of the immigrants were a complete mystery. Davis Du Bois knew something of the work of the NAACP through Jane Addams, with whom she had attended the Women's International League, WIL, conference at The Hague in 1922. She learned much more about Du Bois at the 1924 Summer Conference of the League for Industrial Democracy, where she met and quickly endeared herself to Pickens and A. Philip Randolph. She had perfected by that time her Woodbury Plan, the multicultural high school curriculum incorporating song, dance, dress, and foods together with the history and culture of America's myriad ethnic populations. Pickens, who spoke to one of her classes, urged her to attend the NAACP annual convention in Denver on her way to visit a college friend in Los Angeles the following summer, a perfect opportunity to meet the formidable editor of the Crisis. Rachel Davis Du Bois, tall, handsomely built, with wide, lively brown eyes, was 33 when she finally met Du Bois in 1925. He speculated straight away that he and she might be related by marriage, which was remotely likely. She was taken in immediately by his subtle use of humor, impressed by his gallantry, and possibly sensed then that theirs was to be an enduring companionship. Du Bois sent her off with an introduction to one of his Los Angeles associates who could continue Davis Du Bois' education in multiculturalism. She reintroduced herself later that year as the other Mrs. Du Bois and asked his help in putting together a proposal for a high school lesson on Egyptian life. They had become friendly enough by the fall of 1928 for W.E.B., as she now called the editor, to introduce her playfully as Mrs. Du Bois at an interracial affair in Harlem. Then he laughed at the look of surprise on their faces, she recorded. Davis Du Bois came to know a side of the editor that not many others ever did. He could be very, very informal, very, very loving, you know, she recalled long after his death. Du Bois saw a good deal more of her after she took early retirement from Woodbury High School in 1930 in order to devote herself completely to interracial and intercultural educational experiments. Rachel Davis Du Bois' work with Quaker and other progressive organizations in New York and Washington, her peripatetic organizing of Woodbury Plan experiments in Manhattan, Englewood, New Jersey, and Boston, and her Columbia University coursework for the Masters in Education brought her to the city frequently. The editor came to value her opinions as much as her friendship, successfully pushing her candidacy for the editorial board of the Crisis in the spring of 1931 and then relying on her vote to help counter the policies of White. Whenever the gap in their meetings went on overly long, he informed her of his availability or wrote her slightly annoyed letters. "My dear Rachel, I am home again. Drop in and see me," she read in late March 1931, after he returned from a lecture circuit. On that occasion, there was news that she planned to be in New York about Wednesday of this week for the remainder of the week. He betrayed anxiety by the middle of July. "I had been hoping to hear from you for some time, but no word has come. I presume that you are having such a lovely rest or that you are so busy that you cannot write, but at any rate, try it, but better still drop up to New York." The wait for Davis Du Bois was never idle time, however. Her friend Nora Waring was sometimes available when circumstances or inclination kept Davis Du Bois away from W.E.B. Often enough, however, it was the editor's obligations that played havoc with his recreation. He dashed off a note to Waring, "This week is impossible. I am tied up." But he had hopes for the following week, he would write her. As the list of parallel relationships is scrolled, Virginia Margaret Alexander appeared for the first time in the spring of 1931. Du Bois requested that she be sent an invitation to a conference sponsored by the Liberal Club of Bryn Mawr on the economic status of Negroes, at which he and White were to speak in late April. She became the true successor to Jessie Fauset in his life, the woman who might become the second Mrs. Du Bois and for whom he felt a special passion and admiration that would be memorialized in the dedication of his great book Black Reconstruction in America. Virginia Alexander was then 32 and in her fourth year of practice as an obstetrician in North Philadelphia, a quadrant of the city mainly inhabited by Negro Americans of every economic condition. She came from a background of character-building adversity. Raised by her father's relatives since the age of 4, when her mother died not long after bearing her fifth child, Virginia was the second girl and fourth sibling in a Philadelphia family that had once enjoyed relative comfort. Hilliard Alexander, uneducated but enterprising, had moved from Virginia to open a profitable livery stable patronized by some of the city's wealthiest white families until the turn of the century. Deterioration in race relations, captured in media residential by Du Bois' Philadelphia Negro, caused the business to fail. Genteel poverty motivated Virginia and her brother Raymond Pace Alexander, older by a year and ruggedly handsome, to fulfill the motto of the talented 10th, which was to try twice as hard to become twice as good as the whites with whom they competed. Their superior high school records earned both admission to the University of Pennsylvania, where Raymond worked his way as a Pullman porter, to graduation with honors, followed by a law degree from Harvard in 1923. He had waded into the thick of the controversy over the exclusion of Negroes from the undergraduate dormitories, rebuking President Lowell in an opportunity piece for March 1923. Virginia blazed through Pennsylvania on scholarship, graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in 3 years. Hers was a world of exceptions. At Penn, Virginia introduced Raymond to Sadie Tanner Mossell, her best friend and member of what Locke called the O.P.S., Philadelphia's oldest colored families of accomplishment. Benjamin Tucker Tanner, Mossell's grandfather, had been the premier bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Henry Ossawa Tanner, the dean of Afro-American painters, was her uncle. 4 years after marrying Raymond Pace Alexander, Sadie Mossell became the first woman of color to earn a University of Pennsylvania law degree, having already earned a Ph.D. in economics from Penn, the first such degree earned by a colored American woman and only the second doctorate ever earned by a black woman in the United States. Meanwhile, Virginia had emerged from her ordeal at the Woman's Medical College of Pennsylvania, one of 2 Negroes in her class. She had faltered in her first year because of a failed love affair, but the Woman's Medical College had allowed her to repeat the courses. Alexander performed with distinction from then on despite the racism of some of her classmates and professors. The Crisis would profile Alexander's career in a caressing feature entitled, "Can a Colored Woman Be a Physician?" An answer in the affirmative was clearly the exception rather than the rule, as the story revealed that her application for an internship at Philadelphia General Hospital had been rejected by the Director of Health, who told Alexander that he would never consent to her appointment even if she were first in 1,000 applicants. Of the 3,900 Negroes practicing medicine in the United States when Alexander had entered medical school, only 65 were females. A woman, a black woman, a black professional woman in the sciences, Dr. Virginia Alexander was regarded as a serious threat to the social order of male dominion, white and black, as well as a reproach to women who resented the gendered significance of her ambition. Little wonder that the director of a Quaker settlement house in Philadelphia, after listening to her experiences a few years after Alexander had returned from Missouri, where she had one reluctant internship and residency at Kansas City General Hospital No. 2, the colored hospital, would lose her peace of mind. "That any creature, let alone so gifted, should suffer so made me deeply angry," was her understandable comment. Alexander was impatient with ignorance and injustice and devoted to finding the best means for combating both. The knot of Negro ignorance and conservatism tied by poverty and blessed by preachers caused the 4-bed birth control clinic she ran in conjunction with her practice to be widely regarded with suspicion and revilement, so that it was the rare husband who sent his wife to avail herself of the aspirant to health homes procedures. A veteran exponent himself of birth control who had been present at the recent housewarming for Margaret Sanger's Harlem clinic, Du Bois took an almost proprietary pride in Alexander's mission. In his crisis profile of her, Du Bois had written lovingly that Alexander was the joke of her friends when it came to business sense, forgetting to collect her fees, handing them back to the poor, furnishing medicine for nothing. She was a passionate joiner in any philosophy or group effort whose goal was unity and betterment, international peace, developing an international language, Christian socialism, enlarging women's role in society, the Society of Friends. At the beginning of 1931, she became the only colored Quaker in Philadelphia. No one who knew her even casually failed to sense a quality of warmth, a thoughtful selflessness that made her seem at once vulnerable and indomitable. Unlike Du Bois, Alexander was able to forgive the unremitting meanness of white people because of her deep belief in the ultimate irrelevancy of race. As Dubois knew she would, Alexander accepted the invitation to the April 1931 Liberal Club Conference on the Economic Status of the Negro. Paul Laurence Dunbar's sharp-eyed widow, who, a decade earlier, had been involved with a very married Emmett Scott, Howard University's self-important treasurer, observed in her garrulously spicy diary, Virginia Alexander parked next to Dubois and the two were inseparable and horribly obvious all day. Alexander's special relationship to Dubois was a secret also known to many of the civil rights influentials, as had been Fawcett's and would-be prophets, that does not appear ever to have become a subject of malicious or even censorious gossip. In an era when well-bred colored people were inclined to be extremely protective of their reputations, the inviolability of Dubois' image as dutiful husband and custodian of proper middle-class values must have been regarded as a priority of race and class. His adulterous private life was publicly concealed and privately tolerated by the talented tenth as a special case of a transgression more commonplace among distinguished men than acknowledged by the fiction of faithfulness. Recalling visits from Dubois when she and her husband, Horace, occupied the president's home on the campus of Georgia's Fort Valley State College, Julia Bond could only primly shrug and say, "Everybody accepted it." Dubois had always been like that. It was just sort of his personality, and people knew that he liked young women, and she smiled he always liked to be in their company. Nina's growing invisibility combined with the general knowledge that she accepted Alexander as a friend and family pediatrician may have excused for many what proved to be one of Dubois' deepest and most enduring liaisons. With his wife and daughter in Paris, Dubois was spared some of the distractions that might also have hobbled his efforts to restore the health of the crisis. The magazine's problems were fearsome, with myriad difficulties cropping up almost daily at the office. Much overdue was the registration with the U.S. Department of Commerce of the crisis trademark at the beginning of 1929. More pressing, however, was the need to secure a broader base for paid advertising. Paul Kennedy, one of the association's founding board members, offered to sound out the editors of Survey Graphic and Asia magazine about ways to attract mainstream advertisements. Kellogg of the Survey was frankly pessimistic, but Kennedy reported that Asia's editor thought it possible that some of the large national advertisers might be responsive, but certainly not until the magazine divided the job of editor from that of advertising manager and hired a person of equal capacity to the editor. Dubois was willing to follow the advice, but had no money to make it a reality. Suddenly, humiliatingly, there was not even money enough to survive the month of May. Dubois was appalled to learn that he would have to suspend publication of The Crisis unless the board allowed him to petition the Garland Fund for an emergency loan of $3,000. He insisted that the suddenness of this necessity was as much a surprise to me as to the board. The cause, he stated, was due immediately to faulty business management. After Dill's enforced departure, the office of business manager had been filled first on an ad hoc basis and then, permanently, by a young man whose resume turned out to be superior to his well-intentioned abilities. His character, earnestness, devotion, and hard work did him credit, the editor told the young man, but life was crassly cruel, and, for the larger end we must carry on without his services. Pierce M. Thompson had somehow allowed 2 months of printer's debts to pile up, and the collection of money owed for ads had slipped badly. The next few weeks were grueling for Dubois as he wore the hat of editor, business manager, and advertising manager while writing his usual, substantial amount of copy for the magazine. Forced to miss a Sunday affair for Johnson, he dashed a breathless note to the secretary, "We have been having a hell of a time with the crisis in the last week or so." He hadn't been able to think about much else. He managed to scrape by on the Garland Fund reprieve, but the price exacted by the board, reasonable enough in principle, put the control of his magazine, at least from his point of view, on the slippery slope to decision-making by vote. Henceforth, there would be a 4-person crisis finance committee consisting of the increasingly self-important White, Joel Spingarn, Lillian Alexander, another good friend and prominent Harlemite, and Dubois family physician and new board member, Louis Wright. Dubois would secure Thompson's reluctant resignation at the end of May 1929, after persuading retired federal employee and Washington realtor Thomas Junius Callaway to take the position of business manager. T.J. Callaway was an old Fisk classmate with whom Dubois had waitered at a resort hotel on Lake Minnetonka 41 years earlier. Fully apprised of the steady decline in subscriptions, of mounting complaints by long-term subscribers about delayed and missed issues, and of arrears in advertising fees uncollected for many months, Callaway would devise an ambitious, aggressive battle plan. He recommended subscription drives spearheaded by historically black private and state-supported colleges and universities, and he promptly set off on visits to businesses and professional organizations across much of the country. The results were encouraging. By mid-October, Callaway could report to the new Crisis Finance Committee of having met encouragement at all points. The Delaware State Teachers Association committed to a crisis subscription campaign. Howard University agreed to a profitable renegotiation of its monthly ad. The Capital News Company ordered 300 copies for November. The Boston Chronicle and the Murphys of the Baltimore Afro-American were discussing distribution details. The Chicago branch of the YWCA and that city's Binga Bank, the largest Negro bank, were going to purchase advertising. The editor's report to the Finance Committee for October 1929 would carry the relatively upbeat news of forthcoming ads from Tuskegee Institute and the National Negro Business League, and even of a small budget surplus. Just as these strenuous efforts were beginning to stabilize the magazine's decline, Thomas Callaway had fallen seriously ill and would expire of colon cancer within the year. His place was taken by Irene Malvin, a youngish woman whose devoted service would end 2 years later in bitterness. The chilling effect upon subscriptions of an ominous downturn in the economy during the summer of 1929, coupled with the death of his enterprising friend, made Dubois almost desperate to find someone with broad professional experience in managing and marketing magazines. October 29, Black Tuesday, must have put the editor in a deeply apprehensive frame of mind, despite the appearance of the market's full recovery after the beginning of the year. The editor began to explore hiring a young Kansas City newspaperman to whom Marvel Jackson, still assembling the Browsing Reader column, had once been engaged in Minnesota. Although Jackson had transferred her affections to Eric Walron soon after she came to New York, and the tall, brown former fiancé with a low voice and thoughtful eyes had recently married a woman from St. Louis, Dubois had remained impressed by the Roy Ottaway Wilkins described by Jackson. Wilkins's family traced back to the Mississippi Delta, to a dusty dip in the road south of the town of Holly Springs, birthplace of Ida Wells Barnett. Senatobia was another place in which Roy Wilkins would have spent his formative years deferring to mean white farmers and learning to duck ambition had not his father Willie's combustible temper necessitated a dawn escape aboard the Illinois Central Railroad direct to St. Louis with a wife of only a few months. St. Louis, where Roy was born the following year, on August 30, 1901, was much better for his life chances, but unlucky for his parents. Sweetie Mayfield Wilkins died of consumption when her firstborn was 5 years old. Roy, his younger brother Earl, and sister, Armada, were taken to live in St. Paul by Auntie Elizabeth, their mother's sister. Willie Wilkins, angry and jobless, disappeared, not to come back into his children's life until Roy was 9, and then only for a frightening few days until Aunt Elizabeth and Uncle Sam retained a lawyer to draw up adoption papers for the trio. Samuel Williams, who became the children's surrogate father, was all that Willie Wilkins was not, an upstanding, civic-minded provider who owned his house on Gaultier Street free and clear and was chief steward to no less a worthy than the president of the Great Northern Pacific Railroad. He was a charter member of the St. Paul branch of the NAACP and a crisis subscriber who swelled with pride over Dubois' castigations of Woodrow Wilson. My family and the NAACP were entwined practically from its creation, Wilkins liked to say, and Dubois had reinforced that bond in an indelibly special way in the teenager's junior year in high school. Delighted to learn of his election to the editorship of the school's literary magazine, Wilkins savored the victory on a wonderful day in 1918 amid the congratulations of faculty and students. A great surprise awaited him when the crisis arrived a month later. A short item in the magazine noted, Roy Wilkins has been elected president of the Mechanical Arts High School Literary Society of St. Paul, Minnesota, over 2 white candidates. It was goodbye to the science curriculum. After that paragraph, Wilkins decided, it no longer occurred to me to be an engineer. In his first year at the University of Minnesota, Wilkins, like countless black men and women before and after, had experienced the psychic volcano of lynching when 5,000 white citizens of nearby Duluth, driven temporarily insane by a charge of rape, hanged 3 innocent Negro members of a visiting carnival show from light poles. The anger and humiliation of that atrocity still festered just below his self-control when Wilkins attended the NAACP's Midwestern Race Relations Conference in summer 1923. He got to see Du Bois in action, along with Bagnall, Pickens, and White, in the Kansas City Convention Hall. But it was Johnson who swept him off his feet along with 10,000 others in the hall with a defiant platform rebuke after listening to the governor's emissary caution Negroes against pushing too hard for their rights. Pounding the dais, Johnson had shouted in Kansas City, "We are here to serve notice that we are in a fight to death for the rights guaranteed us as American citizens by the Constitution." Wilkins wrote in his autobiography, Standing Fast, that he knew he had seen a great leader and found my own cause. Desperate for an experienced business manager, however, it would be Du Bois who played a crucial role in bringing Wilkins to the cause. Managing editor of the Kansas City Call since 1928, one of the best of the 200-odd Negro weeklies, the 28-year-old University of Minnesota journalism graduate had played an energizing role in the Kansas City NAACP branch. In a brief meeting during Wilkins's first visit to New York in the spring of 1929, Du Bois had found his expectation of exceptional competency confirmed. He liked the young man and wanted to bring him to New York, he told Jackson, who would regret many years later that she hadn't shared her misgivings with Du Bois about what she saw as Wilkins's conservative, opportunist bent. Suspecting nothing of Jackson's forebodings, Du Bois campaigned for a new business manager with even less regard than usual for the competing priorities within the association. Like the crisis, the NAACP was fighting merely to keep its revenues constant. The worst of the depression was only just beginning, but Chairperson Ovington and especially White, as acting secretary during Johnson's leave of absence, had begun to enforce a policy of economic triage in which the role of the crisis along with the importance of the association's field officers, Bagnall and Pickens, were being re-evaluated. Without question, the organization's quest for operating revenues would have failed catastrophically over the next 4 or 5 years but for the special connection, the sustained generosity of Jewish philanthropy. The 3-year, $1,000 matching gift of Julius Rosenwald's youngest son, William, leveraged an equal sum from Herbert Lehman, the future New York governor, Harold Ginsburg, the publisher of Viking Press, Samuel Fells, the department store merchant, and Felix and Frieda Schiff Warburg. Edsel Ford was the outstanding Gentile contributor in the 3-year campaign that would yield $26,250, nearly half the association's contributions by 1933. Given the shortfall confronting the organization, then, it was understandable that Ovington refused Du Bois' request at the beginning of 1930 for help in making a competitive salary offer to Wilkins. She sought to assuage the editor, however, by acknowledging a willingness to help subsidize the magazine in principle, but not simply in response to every SOS, and without any previous basis for discussion and projection. In the rigorously top-down leadership style rapidly emerging under White, bureaucracy repeatedly trumped inspiration at 75th Avenue. The courtly office culture of delegated authority existing under Johnson gave way to micromanagement so intrusive that Rich Ed Randolph, Johnson's longtime secretary and now White's, complained that the acting secretary insisted on opening and reading every piece of correspondence himself. The minutes of the board, once reflective of clubby affairs in which ample time was taken to ventilate a variety of opinions, acquired a streamlined brevity. Prim, dutiful Ovington complained quietly to Arthur Spingarn that she was being sidelined by the new regime. "But I am not much use except as a cheerer-on," she sighed. The acting secretary not only seemed to confound the axiom barring simultaneous appearance in two places, he seemed literally everywhere at once in New York or Washington, buttonholing, lobbying, nightclubbing, and name-dropping. Whatever Dubois actually thought of this frenetic activity, he was sufficiently concerned to write Johnson about the acting secretary's perfectly terrific rate that showed no sign of let-up. The editor was going to try, however, to get him to go a bit slower, if possible. Jackman, whose letters to Cullen in Paris read like a live transcription from the period, observed a captive audience at Swank 409 Edgecombe Avenue listening to Walter White still talking about Walter, and how he can talk about himself, and Carl and Haywood and Residential and Clarence and Bernard and all the other big lights. However much diplomacy might have lubricated organizational friction, the harried editor felt he had no time to apply it. A major office blow-up had narrowly been averted a few weeks earlier when Dubois supported Pickens and Bagnall's protest of the board's award of a much greater salary increase to White than to them, a dispute that would recur over the next 2 years. Dubois' testiness was an early reaction to the shift in the balance of power within the NAACP, of which White's $1,200 salary increment was another clear sign. The formal announcement in June 1930 that the American Fund for Public Service had voted 100,000 of Charles Garland's inheritance dollars to establish a permanently staffed legal defense department within the NAACP greatly enhanced White's authority. The deaths in late 1929 of Story, the venerable Boston Brahmin, and Lewis Marshall, one of the nation's leading jurists and a founder of the American Jewish Committee, suddenly deprived the association of the pro bono services of its two most valuable constitutional lawyers. Dubois paid warm tribute to Marshall as an indispensable partner in the common effort to end racism, underscoring that, in this struggle, American Jews have been especially prominent. The president of Temple Emmanuel had not only joined Story in successfully arguing Nixon v. Herndon before the Supreme Court in 1927, the major voting rights case thus far won by the NAACP, but Marshall had endeared himself to the membership by the ardent address he delivered in Harlem Street Marks Mue Church a few months before dying. Membership of the board of directors of the association was among his most cherished honors, said Marshall. I belong to an ancient race which has had an even longer experience of oppression than you have. We came out of human bondage nearly 30 centuries ago, and we have had trouble ever since, he reminded the amused audience. Now that Marshall and Story had departed, White saw the substantial budget awarded by the Garland Fund as providing the wherewithal to hire talent to plot a determined litigation strategy against the Southern states. Meanwhile, Dubois' enthusiasm for Wilkins had spread by early spring of 1930 to Spingarn and Lillian Alexander of the Crisis Finance Committee, Spingarn urging that every effort be made to bring Wilkins to New York and to share wholeheartedly the responsibility of running the crisis with Dubois. Encouraging long-distance telephone discussions and an exchange of letters ensued in which the journalist's keen assessment of the magazine's deficits and potentialities captivated Ovington along with most of the rest of the board. Even a sizable increase over what the call paid him, however, would have left the Wilkinses barely able to survive New York City living costs. Still, as Dubois assumed, the young professional fully appreciated, to be associated with the high purpose of the crisis could bring compensations well beyond monetary. His best offer was a respectable starting salary of $2,500 and a pledge to let Wilkins do anything that was reasonable and not antagonistic to our main object, to make the magazine popular. Dubois emphasized knowledge and courage to branch out, consecration and high ideal over sizable income. His business manager would be able to draw upon his, Dubois', long experience over a considerable part of the world, upon his wide acquaintanceship with influential persons of both and all races. Wilkins was clearly tempted, even though he thought that his true abilities lay with editing rather than in the business department. The confidential advice given by White strongly urged acceptance. but Wilkins finally informed Dubois in early July 1930 that salary and family considerations, combined with the editorial freedom enjoyed at the Call, constrained him to remain in Kansas for the time being. In the tone of Wilkins's letter there was just the merest presentiment of Dubois' fading suzerainty over the younger talented 10th generation. There were hard times just ahead for black people, and Wilkins was typical of many young professionals who intended to combine racial idealism with hard business sense. Fresh out of UCLA in May 1927 and on his way to graduate work in political science at Harvard, Ralph Bunche had thought it de rigueur to present himself to Dubois and inquire how he might be of service to his race this coming summer, either in the East or in the South. 3 years later, many ambitious men and women wanting to serve the race still considered recognition in the crisis as the highest seal of approval. The future Governor-General of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, then a student at Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, sent Dubois an article about British suppression, murdering women in Nigeria, his first publication. In that same year, St. Clair Drake, about to graduate from Hampton, offered Dubois an insightful reflection on the checkered academic performance of many of his peers, also his first publication. For Roy Wilkins, the imprimatur of Dubois was more or less an optional consideration. The editor was told by Wilkins that, with luck, he might find a young man already established, who is not now commanding a good income, willing to extend himself to help keep the old ship afloat. To be brief, Doctor, the letter of refusal stated flatly, the problem is simply to decide which activity offers the best chance for larger growth and larger remuneration. The stark reality was that the magazine was victim of the global downturn in magazine circulation, a victim considerably weaker than the New Republic or the Nation, certainly, due both to its editor's inability to build an endowment during the Roaring Twenties and to the economic fragility of most of its subscribers. It seems doubtful that Wilkins as crisis business manager would have been much more successful in implementing his own meticulous marketing recommendations than were Dubois and Malvern. Many years later, Wilkins described his final letter as a bit impertinent and claimed that his wife had played a decisive part in his decision. Tiny, pert Minnie Bedeau, who would earn a reputation as fierce protector of her husband's interests, seems to have found it easy to dislike Dubois from the start. Had Roy forgotten that the editor was a notoriously prickly fellow, she scolded. She told him the story, repeated somewhere by someone every year, of Dubois' long life, of his regally snubbing guests invited to meet him by some odd hostess in heartland America. The promise of partnership with such a self-important personality might mean very little, Minnie Wilkins warned. Deciding to follow his wife's advice, Wilkins imputed a state of mind to Dubois that revealed much more about his own, writing in his autobiography that in Dubois' weaker moments he managed to give the impression that racial discrimination had been invented solely to make his life miserable. As the Great Depression bit deep into the summer of 1930, the editor and Malvern struggled to retain the magazine's advertising base, to work out payment schedules for delinquent advertisers, and, with striking successes such as Hampton and Tuskegee, even to increase the educational publicity. In March, Dubois had persuaded the Rosenwald Fund to make a life-saving annual grant of $2,500 for 3 years to the NAACP, with the understanding that half that amount would be credited to the crisis. Once again, Mrs. Jacob Schiff provided a crucial gift of $500 toward the magazine's reserve fund. To board member George Crawford, who remained one of Dubois' most loyal yet critical allies, the Wilkins negotiations and shrinking support for the magazine were evidence of disturbing short-sightedness. Asking that his letter be read in his absence at the July board meeting, the New Haven attorney warned that the new efficient and well-managed executive routine had led his colleagues to underestimate the extent to which the backing and prestige of the association were also due to the crisis and to the work of the field secretaries. Yet never before had his authority and his explanations been subjected to such ungenerous scrutiny. Dubois felt, even less tolerable was the growing unresponsiveness to his concerns in board meetings. Finally, in what appeared to be a throwing of the dice against his magazine's future, he challenged the board to consider terminating, suspending, or replacing the crisis if it were unwilling to vote the resources to enable the magazine to recover lost ground. After intense deliberations, his colleagues had voted in the July meeting against replacing the crisis with a less expensive monthly bulletin. As once before during the early 1920s, however, the board had also decided to subject Du Bois' monthly to management by an editorial board in order to effect, in Joel Spingarn's words, much greater correlation with the executive organization of the association, this one to consist of the editor, the executive secretary, assistant secretary, and a fourth person to be designated by the board of directors. Henceforth, shortfalls in the editor's salary from the crisis were to be paid from the general funds of the association. Although Du Bois succeeded in having Spingarn's resolution modified when the board reconvened after the summer recess so as to add the NAACP's well-disposed director of publicity, Herbert Seligman, to his editorial board, he had few illusions about the dismal forces arrayed against the magazine, the national economy, the declining readership, and, above all, as it seemed to him, Walter White. Ovington had idolized Du Bois during the founding years of the association, consistently explaining him to others and occasionally succeeding in moderating some divisive course of action down which he was dogmatically charging. She still admired him, but when she finished her biographical history of the NAACP after World War II, the walls came tumbling down. It would be apparent that she had long ago come to see Du Bois as a great man whose flaws counted heavily against him. After 25 years of friendship, she decided a few days before the Christmas holidays that, as his friend and chairman of the board, she owed the editor some brutally frank advice in strictest confidence. Recalling the old times when they had had many a bout around the roll of the crisis, most of them won by Du Bois, Ovington acknowledged that the magazine had once amounted to more than the organization. But with the passage of time, and she might have added, due also to the militancy of the magazine, the association had become increasingly important, and the crisis less important. What Du Bois and his monthly were doing was useful, interesting work, she believed, but work no longer as essential to Negro progress and to radical Negro thought as it once was. No matter who succeeded Johnson, and both knew that it was likely to be the gregarious little blond man with the large pipe, the next secretary would gradually reduce the importance and independence enjoyed by Du Bois in past years. Unless some unforeseen largesse befell the magazine, such capital as a white weekly would have, she was convinced that he would lose control of the crisis. It cannot belong to you as it has in the past, she warned, perceptively noting, you won't enjoy it in the way you have. Why not anticipate the inevitable, Ovington counseled. He might consider taking a somewhat reduced salary as a part-time staff person, writing occasional pieces for the crisis, and lecturing to the branches. On Christmas Eve, 1930, the editor penned an exasperated, terse reply. Vibrating with indignation, he informed Ovington that not for a moment would he consider her proposition, nor would he work with the NAACP under any other conditions. Slamming the door hard against all such demotions, Du Bois decreed, either the crisis is necessary to the work of the NAACP or it is not. If not, then he should be allowed to make it an independent publication. A less ruffled Du Bois would have appreciated that Ovington's motives were genuine and that her understanding of his predicament was only too accurate. But his remarkable self-control had tended to falter during the last half of that year. Ovington's rocket, streaming into his office while the Harlem sky was figuratively still glowing from a shimmering interracial success for which White got the lion's share of the credit, was about as welcome as an electric shock. First, there had been a downtown benefit for the NAACP at the Forest Theater that was unprecedented. Downtown, think of it downtown, Jackman crowed. He hadn't actually been there, he wrote. Cullen couldn't afford it, but he had mixed with some of the high society folk afterward at the Dark Tower. Second, James Weldon Johnson's formal resignation as executive secretary, coming 1 week later on December 17, 1930, Du Bois regarded as the penultimate act after which the fate of the association and of the magazine now hung by a thread. The 60-year-old poet, diplomat, civil libertarian had come back from the sojourn in Japan so well recharged that Black Manhattan, a history of Negro cultural life in New York that became an instant classic, was finished before his Rosenwald Fellowship expired. "I gave my best in what I knew to be a great cause," Johnson would say at the close of the emotional evening in celebration of his retirement. On that May evening in 1931, Du Bois would deliver a moving tribute at a farewell banquet where more than 300 of the nation's distinguished men and women of letters, philanthropists, educators, public officials, and reformers gathered in Johnson's honor at the Pennsylvania Hotel. In a stab at affectionate humor, Du Bois noted that Johnson was one of the few people who could invade the office of the crisis at 11 o'clock in the morning and receive a welcoming smile. After 14 years in its service, Johnson accepted the honorary title of Vice President of the NAACP as he prepared to join Charles Johnson at Fisk as the Adam K. Spence Professor of Creative Literature. Du Bois would have chafed under Walter Francis White's leadership in the best of circumstances. The mismatch of age and temperament boded poorly from the start. The editor was senior to the secretary by a quarter century and, in his own mind, possessed of an incommensurably superior intellect. Although he had not been one of White's professors at Atlanta University, as was often reported, Du Bois knew White's prominent Atlanta family well and seems never to have entirely accepted the reality that the bright, competitive teenager, Fuzzy, had grown into a formidable administrator, publicist, speaker, writer, organizer, and popular fixture in New York's literary and social circles. The very qualities that had favored White's advancement and would make his 25-year stewardship of the NAACP renowned for its meld of bureaucracy and charisma, Du Bois disparaged in the beginning as flaws in the secretary's education and, finally, as defects of character. But if White was a virtuoso of the instant study and a class A schmoozer, he was also incredibly hard-working and as uncompromising in his civil liberties convictions as Du Bois. White was a lightweight, according to one board member of many years' service, but Robert Weaver gave him most of the credit for transforming the NAACP into a powerful lobby. If Du Bois was a visionary with a contempt for minutiae, White was a CEO with a policy. If the devil is in the details, White was the devil himself. Reduced to essentials, White's policy for the NAACP was to be top-down, legalistic, and legislative, in other words, litigation and lobbying. The draft of the plan for an ambitious assault on racial segregation through the courts had been presented to the board by the new legal department underwritten by the Garland Fund. The long, costly quest for congressional votes to enact a federal law against lynching would commence in late 1933. The combustible Du Bois, White mixture of age and ego probably could have been contained had it not been for the implosion of the national economy. As the prices of grain and cotton had dropped steadily due to domestic overproduction piling up against rising European tariffs, the American farm economy staggered under a mountain of indebtedness that was replicated in large and small towns across the country where a dollar down and a dollar forever had become a way of life. Industrial production slowed and unemployment climbed even as the bull market lifted Wall Street into its fatal apogee. For hundreds of thousands of black people trapped in the cycle of the last hired and first fired, it was a case of black misery finding white company when the market economy shuddered on its foundations in the winter of 1929. The Defender had sounded a warning months before the crash, noting that hardly a day has ended that there has not been a report of another firm discharging its employees, many of whom have been faithful workers at these places for years. What seemed to be an overnight cataclysm to most other Americans was already a chronic state of being for Negro Americans by the end of 1928. But the chronic would become rapidly acute. The Urban League's broad 1931 survey of Afro-American economic conditions in more than 100 cities would find unemployment rates of 31% in Baltimore, where Negroes were 17% of the total population, and 16% in Chicago, where they were only 4% of the city's population. In Harlem, unemployment ranged between 40 and 50%, in Philadelphia, it reached 56%, in Detroit, 40. No jobs for niggers until every white man has a job was a Deep South slogan that nonetheless reflected the national mind. Negro jobs serving in homes and hotels, cleaning streets, and collecting garbage became white people's work. The Urban League's T. Arnold Hill declared with dismal accuracy that at no time in the history of the Negro since slavery has his economic and social outlook seemed so discouraging. Because Negroes suffered the ravages of the Great Depression earlier, deeper, and longer than most white Americans, the consequences were devastating for the NAACP. The organization's membership plunged to 20,000 by the end of 1930. Its ambitious legal strategy was soon in shreds. The drop in the value of the Garland Fund stock by 2/3 meant that the 218-page Margold report drafted that year could now be implemented by the NAACP's legal division only slowly over time, if at all, and in piecemeal fashion. As the scramble for diminishing funds became increasingly fierce throughout 1931 and 1932, the result was that virtually any difference of opinion between Du Bois and his sympathizers and those loyal to White tended to be inflated into a dispute over high policy or character or both. Without wishing to trivialize what were, in fact, several major controversies of policy and values, it seems certain that the real source of friction between them was the inability of the association's budget to keep pace with the egos of its two principals. Money frustrations would exacerbate intrinsic philosophical disagreements between the editor and the secretary to the extreme degree that, finally, one or the other had to exit the NAACP. White proceeded cautiously at first in attempting to trim the costs of the crisis, seeking advice from founding board member Charles Russell about ways to improve the magazine's appeal. Had White shared Russell's opinion, Du Bois would have dismissed it as racially patronizing, for Russell gave precisely the sort of counsel that the editor had come to expect from aging, white parlor socialists. It was foolish to continue the magazine's diet of serious political and social commentary. Negroes needed humor, color, gossip to help them through hard times, Russell thought, and he warned that Du Bois' blunt criticisms of American democracy were exactly what your enemies most wish you to say. Coming at roughly the same time as Ovington's friendly warning at the end of 1930, White's sharing of concerns with Russell and others greatly distressed the editor. Seeking to put an end to the secretary's meddling by erecting a firewall between the front office and the editorial bureau, Du Bois sent marching orders to Abram Harris, now on the faculty of Howard University. Harris was needed as a final member of the newly created Crisis editorial board in order to serve as a ballast against White. Seligman, the director of publicity, was quite all right, but after all White is his superior officer, and White is impossible. Unless some radical blood was injected into the NAACP, Du Bois warned Harris darkly, "We are done for." Harris was willing to serve but had not the train fare to pay for frequent committee meetings, but Du Bois had already decided to place Davis Du Bois in the position instead, as her teacher's college studies brought her to New York weekly. As grim as conditions were for Negro Americans, the magazine could report considerable improvement in the higher education policies of the federal government and the foundations. The Interior Department's massive survey of Negro colleges and universities was far more objective than the 1917 document largely compiled by Du Bois' nemesis, Thomas Jesse Jones. The 1917 report had tended to discount the value of liberal arts in favor of more and better industrial and vocational training at the college level for Negroes, whereas Du Bois was pleased to quote the New Studies injunction, "The immediate need is for more education, better education, and higher education." And now, as the issue for July 1930 disclosed, the GEB had decided, however belatedly, to assume the major costs of more and better higher education. From 1902 to 1919, the GEB's sole allocation for endowment at a historically black institution was a $25,000 grant to Hampton. The officers of the GEB had sneered at Latin and Greek. The crisis reminded influential whites who seemed ever prone to historical amnesia. They accused educated Negroes of being ashamed of their race, and proposed to fill the South with non-union black artisans warranted never to vote nor strike and always to be happy. But as Negroes moved from farm to town in the South and then pell-mell to the urban North, bringing their numbers above the Mason-Dixon line to more than 2 million by 1930. The GEB had recognized the academic aspirations of the new Negro, nearly 21,000 of whom were enrolled in college, more than a tenfold increase over 1919. Of the $20,986,576.62 dispersed to the historically black colleges and universities by the GEB between 1915 and 1930, 3/4 had been remitted only within the last 3 years. That this philanthropic volte-face had made possible the new Atlanta University Graduate Center, headed by John Hope, afforded Du Bois a special reason for rejoicing. Whatever Russell and other board members may have thought about too much gravitas, Du Bois was incapable by temperament and conviction of altering the magazine's serious emphasis. Grim times demanded solutions, not comic relief. A record of the darker races, the crisis continued to monitor, expose, pass judgment, and exhort as the effects of the Depression worsened month after month, falling upon Negroes with redoubled intensity. Although conceding for the sake of argument that the magazine's content would benefit from experimentation, the editor was far more prone to think that what was actually needed was more of the same, only much better. The remarkable document entitled Memorandum on the Present and Future Editorial Program of the Crisis, drafted at some point in mid to late 1931, presented Du Bois' best agenda to the board of directors. He made it clear that he would carry on the crisis as it has been carried on before, but he proposed to give greater emphasis to new writers by establishing a fixed pay scale for work published in the magazine and the creation of a literary bureau to advise and guide young writers. Color photographs and color reproductions of ancient, medieval, and modern masterpieces were necessary, however costly and unaffordable, White must have muttered. The importance of the Pan-African movement was to be reinforced. Above all, the crisis needed to push a program of economic development for the American Negro. For Du Bois, this entailed promoting consumer cooperatives and finding ways to increase black membership in mainstream labor unions. Finally, there would be much greater self-criticism, a need that many readers might have thought the magazine had long attempted to meet. An oppressed race is afraid to acknowledge its defects, the document stated. Negroes were strong enough now to criticize their churches, the family, social ideals, and 100 other matters of their group life, he insisted. Who could deny, with its track record of commitment and accomplishment, that his magazine hadn't earned the sympathy of 9/10 of the educated and thinking Negroes of the country? If sold at the reduced price of 10 cents an issue, the editor was confident of being able to increase circulation, appeal to general advertisers, and, despite the Depression, make American business realize that there are 12 million black buyers in the United States. The crisis needed only money and investment made on business principles for a great philanthropic end to carry on. Even as his present and future editorial program was under consideration by the board, Du Bois was writing about business and bank failures within Negro America that made it almost a certainty that the era of underwriting great philanthropic ends was over. The imposing Binga State Bank collapsed in December 1930, wiping out thousands of depositors and ruining Jesse Binga, its autocratic, self-made millionaire owner who had carved out, gouged, said some, a real estate empire on Chicago's South Side. The crisis said it was a great calamity, but it blamed the big white banks in the loop. They could have saved the bank and saved it easily without loss or the prospect of loss. Somewhat more than a year later, Spingarn medalist Anthony Overton's Douglas National Bank became another falling Chicago domino that collapsed its owner's Victory Life Insurance Company, but left Overton still in control of his newspaper and cosmetics factory. Onto the door of this last of the great Negro financial enterprises in Chicago was nailed a sign closed, the magazine lamented. The crisis had carried earlier business obituaries, several much closer to home. Villa Elwero, Madam Walker's white Palladian mansion on the Hudson, was sold at auction for $50,000, representing practically the amount of the indebtedness laid on it by the recently deceased Alila, Du Bois disclosed. Nail and Parker, Jack Nail's Harlem real estate engine, was virtually bankrupt, although James Weldon Johnson still hoped John D. Rockefeller III could be persuaded to advance a loan to his brother-in-law. One case of acute financial distress the crisis did not mention was that of its founding editor. Du Bois had been compelled to defer repeatedly repayment of Yolanda's portion of the French divorce to his former son-in-law. He was terribly sorry, he wrote Cullen in Paris, but the effects of the depression were so severe at the magazine that he had not drawn his salary for several months in order to make things go. Dill, whose affairs had gone to deep ruin, was given a similar alibi. The $125 balance due from the former business manager's salary had to stand until we clear away some other things, the editor explained, tacking on a reminder that the debts that we are paying now were accumulated while you had full charge of our business. Poor Dill was mortified that it had ever been necessary to ask for the balance. It would be unpardonable if a mere business matter were to undermine a 25-year bond between the Du Bois family and the one-man Dill family, he wrote affectionately. The record is unclear as to whether the salary balance was ever paid, but by the end of 1930 Du Bois learned that Dill was living on money borrowed from prominent whites. There is no reason in the world why he shouldn't go to work and support himself, the editor upbraided the broken man's sister. Privately, though, Du Bois knew that there was a reason for Dill's indigence. His mind is giving way, he told Arthur Spingarn. A year later, he received a distressing note from the Civic Club secretary that Dill was sleeping in the lounge, which triggered the sternest of reproaches to an associate who was becoming a discredit to the race. Your actions are distressing and humiliating to all of your friends beyond endurance. While Dill decomposed, his mentor tried desperately to stave off his own financial disintegration with a plea to the Spingarns to save his Harlem property. Relying on information provided by Du Bois, Joel Spingarn asked his lawyer sibling if one of his firm's clients might not agree to assume the second mortgage on the St. Nicholas Avenue apartment building. The $11,000 first mortgage had nearly another year to run, but the second mortgage of $6,409.07 with Nail and Parker was months overdue. Although its assessed value was $18,000, Du Bois had given assurances that the property was worth conservatively $25,000. Arthur Spingarn found no mortgage rabbits in his hat for Du Bois, however. Relations with Nail and Parker began to sour, as Du Bois, admitting that pressures of crisis work had prevented him in years past from carefully examining statements and vouchers sent him, now set himself to the task of self-appointed accountant. Where were copies of his 4 fire insurance policies? He wanted to know from Nail and Parker. What precisely were the repairs undertaken by Mr. Smith? There was great distress to find that Mr. Parker had failed to supervise first-floor plumbing work at 606. His increasing testiness was undoubtedly aggravated by symptoms that led to a tonsillectomy in the summer of 1931, a period in which Du Bois was particularly anxious again about his daughter. Yolanda had come home from Paris divorced and overweight to begin teaching art in the fall of 1930 at Frederick Douglass High School in Baltimore. With Du Bois' encouragement, Nina had decided that she should continue their daughter's chaperonage, which meant that the family became entangled in yet another housing outlay, this one at 1301 Madison Avenue in Baltimore. During the last weeks of the school year, Yolanda had felt so fatigued that her father asked the principal to release her from commencement activities in June 1931. One source of her weariness may have been a muscular Lincoln University dropout who was a night student in the city's teachers' college housed in the Douglass High School basement. Arnett Franklin Williams, a football player who could take or leave poetry, was a bit of a rogue and the antithesis of County Cullen. He and Yolanda were married on Wednesday, September 2, 1931, in a simple ceremony in Baltimore with a philosophical will and Nina present. Prophet sent felicitations and the canny observation that the newlyweds would give Mrs. Du Bois also another interest. The aristocrat sick of the breakfast table, the nervous groom's description of his father-in-law, had imposed only one prenuptial condition: Williams must finish his college education. 2 weeks after the wedding, the groom returned to Lincoln. "Have him write me about his studies and credits as soon as he gets settled," Du Bois instructed Yolanda. Williams's college tuition was added to the overloaded family budget. From his estate overlooking the Housatonic, Joel Spingarn kept abreast of the organization's internecine anxieties and, like Ovington, he foresaw the unpalatable changes the Depression would inescapably impose on the editor. Spingarn and the departed Johnson were among the few men of accomplishment capable of mollifying an enraged Du Bois. A day or so before Ovington posted her unacceptable advice on December 20, the NAACP president had urged Du Bois to see that he had no enemies on the board, but simply men and women anxious to find ways of meeting the financial crisis which faces the association. Yet it is not unduly speculative to suppose that Spingarn must have been deeply concerned by the tone and implications of Du Bois' memorandum on the present and future crisis editorial program. As the competition for diminishing organizational resources became a desperate scramble, the NAACP president understood that the crisis as conceived by its creator was at risk of being discounted as a luxury, and even an albatross. There was not a scintilla of recognition of these dangers in the present and future editorial program, however. If the NAACP had evolved into a national force for progress in the 2 decades since 1910, Du Bois informed his fellow board members that it was in large measure due to his journal of opinion and protest the crisis was the NAACP, in a word. During this period, the crisis has led in an endeavor to make American Negroes stand up for their rights, the memorandum asserted. In these 20 years, his people had learned to talk frankly and insistently about their wrongs, and use every lawful method of fighting race prejudice. As compared with 20 years ago, the peak of the crisis has passed, lynching was abating and would soon disappear. Black higher education was building endowments, literature and the arts were gaining recognition. Negroes are going to vote and hold office in larger numbers. If the racial future Du Bois projected was even more glowing than the balance sheet he tallied up for the recent past, it was because he intended his memorandum to wrap the magazine in a rationale of compelling contemporaneousness. Guided by the crisis, the association and the people it served could reasonably look forward to advance in the next 20 years similar to that of the past 20. The thesis was well argued, but less than successful in winning the board's undivided attention. The editor's tense relations with the chairperson were set on a hair trigger throughout most of the year, 1931. A board meeting that May had gone badly for both, and Ovington had apologized for irritating Du Bois. But we do seem to have a good many bouts these days, her note confessed, adding rather naughtily that, after 2 decades of disputes, her capacity for hero worship has left me. Du Bois fired back that she was too inclined to monopolize the speech-making, and he added sternly that Ovington had a very poor conception of her duties as chair. Finding himself badly in need of allies, then, Du Bois had good reason to make common cause with one of the race's most distinguished physicians, who was also a member of the board. Lewis Wright, one of the newest Negro members, introduced a professional concern that temporarily absorbed much of the NAACP's energies during the summer of 1931 and pushed Du Bois into an unequivocal defense of a principle that he must have thought, in actuality, to be much more complicated. The Georgia-born Wright had finished 4th in the 1911 Harvard Medical School class. Brilliant, imperious, with Latin good looks to match his self-assurance, Wright had welcomed controversy in medical school in order to thwart racism. He refused to attend classes in order to picket the showing of the Birth of a Nation in Cambridge. He forced the authorities of the Boston Lying-in Hospital to honor their own regulations against barring his internship on racial grounds. His lungs damaged from a phosgene gas attack in World War I, Wright had returned from the Western Front with captain's bars and the Purple Heart to enter practice in New York City. After 10 years as a private physician, the Du Bois family among his patients, he had received appointments as both the city's first Negro public surgeon and chief of surgery at Harlem Hospital, thanks to the influence of Civil Service Commissioner Morton. At its meeting in early February 1931, Wright raised the issue of the Rosenwald Fund's plan to underwrite medical centers in the North for the training exclusively of Negro physicians and nurses. The Rosenwald Fund had appropriated $250,000 a few months earlier to modernize Provident Hospital in Chicago, a Negro facility problematically affiliated with the University of Chicago Medical School. A well-endowed Negro hospital for New York was on the philanthropy's drawing board, an offer that some prominent Harlemites pragmatically welcomed, given the virtual exclusion of physicians of color from the municipal hospital system. Wright expressed grave anxiety about what he described as the growing control of Negro thought and education by certain foundations, and he was adamant about the NAACP preventing such a precedent in the medical field in the North. Wright was a special favorite of mine, gifted and thoroughly unselfish, Du Bois wrote later. Out of motives of friendship mixed with principles and politics, the editor readily consented to craft the association's position. The statement drafted and read on March at the meeting of the board was adopted as official NAACP policy on the Rosenwald Hospital plan. It faithfully reflected the views of the influential surgeon whose board candidature and membership in the Crisis Finance Committee Du Bois had seconded with avidity. Negroes in the North should be admitted without discrimination to the public hospitals, the Jewish philanthropy was informed. Much of the Negro press joined the NAACP in opposing the hospital plan, reiterating the observation made by a group of Negro physicians that Mr. Rosenwald has not, as far as we know, advocated the segregation of Jewish students at the University of Chicago and the sending of Jewish students to Jewish hospitals for their clinical clerkships and internships. Opposition to the segregated New York medical facility soon caused the fund to beat an embarrassed retreat. It needs to be recalled that 9 years prior to his seemingly unqualified support of Wright's hospital position, however, Du Bois had found it necessary to rebut prosegregationist remarks attributed to him by the Negro Philadelphia Tribune as an unpardonable misinterpretation. What Du Bois had actually said to a Philadelphia audience, and written in the Crisis, was that, as segregation in education was a fact of life, dedicated colored teachers deserved every support in order to make segregated education successful. But in a curious anticipation of Du Boisian ambiguities to come, Johnson had been so distressed by what might further be published in the magazine on the subject that he sent a long, carefully reasoned memorandum discouraging the editor from further public pronouncements. There was a very fine line between what as voluntary segregation, such as we have in our churches, for example, and segregation enforced by custom or public opinion, the secretary had warned. Less than 3 years after the Rosenwald Hospital controversy, the Crisis would carry an editorial unusually susceptible of being misunderstood as an endorsement of racial separatism, a plea for the best institutions possible under the fixed reality of apartheid. Segregation would be one of the most explosive editorials ever written by Du Bois, bookend, as it were, by two rationalizations of racial segregation roughly a decade apart. It seems reasonable to wonder whether Du Bois' denunciation of the Rosenwald Hospital plan for Harlem may not have been so strongly motivated by the stakes in the internecine NAACP politics that he subordinated certain pragmatic misgivings to them. Indeed, Du Bois himself should be given the last word, as he was to confess frankly in his autobiography, Dusk of Dawn, that he saw clearly the argument on both sides to this controversy, being heart and soul with Lewis Wright, and yet I knew that for 100 years in this America of ours it was going to be at least partially in vain. I was heart and soul with the Rosenwald Fund. What Negroes need is hospital treatment now. The prospects for radical overhaul of the NAACP deteriorated badly, along with much else, as questions of merit and principle became inextricably entangled with personalities throughout 1931. In March, for better and worse, the board permanently ratified the secretary's authority. For want of an adequate salary offer, Roy Wilkins, who was never to serve as crisis business manager, would accept White's offer to become assistant secretary of the NAACP, the position being vacated by White as Johnson's successor. Du Bois himself would offer the motion, voted on April 13, 1931, to hire the able newspaperman, whose abilities were now so well known to the board, at the generous salary of $3,300. The editor must have been confident that he could inspire Wilkins's allegiance in the coming test of strength with White. What Du Bois may not yet have appreciated, however, was the apparent warmth struck up between White and Wilkins several years earlier when the former had come to speak about lynching to a white congregation in Kansas City, an affinity strengthened during 1930 by the Call's aggressive editorializing against Judge Parker, Hoover's Supreme Court nominee. Wilkins's reflection much later that as a plotter, Dr. Dubois was hopelessly inept seems to have applied with special force to his first months as assistant secretary at 69 Fifth Avenue. Taking up his duties in September, Wilkins found himself in a pall of office politics and intrigue thicker than smog in Los Angeles, he recalled. According to Wilkins, Dubois had yoked Bagnall and Pickens into a cabal to put an end to White's secretariat, each of them convinced that he would make a superior replacement. A deeply offended Minnie Wilkins had wanted to cut short their first Dubois social visit when the editor excused himself to speak conspiratorially into the telephone about association business in French, a language she understood. If the Wilkinses were off the mark about any ambition on Dubois' part to become NAACP secretary, they were accurate about the intensity of Dubois' offensive or counter-offensive, as he saw matters. White's assumption of office was to set off an explosion within a year, Dubois recalled 3 decades later. His attitude and actions were unbearable. Specifically unbearable was White's expenditure of the magazine's half of the restricted Rosenwald subsidy that Dubois had negotiated the year before. "We must have this money," the memorandum he sent Ovington in early October could almost be heard to shout. "The crisis must have January 1st, $1,540 to balance its accounts properly." The monthly had been kept barely afloat during September in large part because business manager Malvin, apparently as yet untroubled, had persuaded the president of Harlem's Dunbar Bank to extend a $1,000 short-term loan. The crisis needed a monthly minimum of $1,200 to survive. The shocking discovery that the expected Rosenwald subsidy no longer existed convinced Dubois that White had to be removed, especially after the board's tepid response to the May restructuring proposal presented by Dubois indicated that relief was unlikely to come through any divesting of the secretary's power. White had almost reached the same conclusion about Dubois, however. In the War of Memoranda, the secretary's November 15 missive nearly destroyed Dubois' defenses. At the present time, Dubois read with stupefaction, White saw no possibility of the association being able to give any further help to the crisis this year. With more than $9,000 in obligations to foundations and banks falling due on January 1, 1932, the secretary stated it as a virtual certainty that we ourselves shall end the year with a sizable deficit. The days were long gone when the fate of the magazine was tantamount to the fate of the civil rights organization, and White would deliver a devastating follow-up punch a few weeks later. 1931 ended with a Dubois counter-offensive involving most of the senior staff. "The whole staff appealed to me as the senior executive officer to lead a protest against White," he asserted. It was probably true that White's imperious managerial style galvanized officers and employees who were already distressed by economies that loomed ever more threateningly. Ovington, dividing her exasperation equally between the editor and the secretary, was heard to sigh that White was not always just to others. But it was the actions of the board's budget committee at its December 14 meeting that stampeded Field Secretaries Bagnall and Pickens, along with publicity director Seligman, and even the KG Wilkins, 3 months into his position as assistant secretary, into staging an open revolt. Painful retrenchments had been approved, salary reductions ranging from 5 to 10%, dismissal of a clerk, a special legal assistant, and Pickens' secretary, and sharp reductions in postage, printing, and mimeographing. The committee had also debated the tenure of Bagnall and Pickens. Finally, with the connivance of the chairman of the board and the secretary, Dubois fumed, the new budget committee had recommended that White be given control of the business department of the crisis, an action effectively nullifying Malvin's position. The strong and biting arraignment Dubois handed the board at the emergency meeting convened the following week alleged that a budget committee had been hastily appointed for the sole purpose of devaluing certain staff members, Bagnall in particular. Where was the acknowledgement of special undertakings such as Pickens' activities in connection with the Scottsboro defendants? Why had the figures submitted to the Budget Committee covered only the leanest 2 months of some $39,000 in income generated by the field secretaries? Such facts illustrate the utter viciousness of the present method of appointing the Budget Committee and laying facts before it, the group document declared. It is our solemn and carefully considered opinion, Dubois intoned before the unsettled directors, that unless the power of the chairman of the board over the appointment of committees is curtailed and unless Mr. White is going to be more honest and straightforward with his colleagues, the chief question before this organization is how long he can remain in his present position and keep the NAACP from utter disaster. The Dubois-led protest came during a period in which White seemed especially vulnerable because of growing public criticism of the association's handling of the Scottsboro case. If, as has been seen, Dubois was as antipathetic to the ILD as White, he was careful to defend the NAACP rather than the secretary in the controversy. But it was White who received the brunt of the criticism for his hands-on responsibility in the case. He scurried about like a terrified terrier, panting, promising, negotiating, and, according to Dubois, abasing himself before the board and showing himself pleasant and approachable to the staff. The stress of maneuvering between Dubois and White finally proved too much for Ovington, whose resignation as chairperson became effective in a matter of days. Stepping down to assume the vacant post of treasurer, the 66-year-old feminist and socialist handed the chair to Joel Spingarn, who now held the dual position of president of the NAACP and chairman of the board of directors. Although his motion to have the finances of both the Secretariat and the crisis investigated by an independent body had purchased a cooling-off period, Spingarn made it known that he found White's management of the association's accounts to be irresponsible. Having challenged the board with mutiny and finding that the directors were deeply moved by their complaints, Dubois must have believed that the radical restructuring of the civil rights organization might be within his grasp. But as often transpires in the dynamic of protests, the conceding of legitimate grievance imposed the risk of premature armistice. Spingarn's appeal to the signatories to withdraw their protest in exchange for a thorough investigation of the charges by the board proved persuasive to all but one. No, the editor wouldn't do what Spingarn called the manly thing, and make a complete retraction. He refused to retract or change a single word, Dubois growled. I did not trust Walter White, who promptly changed his tact, worked hard and went underground. By temperament and intellect this romantic Calvinist bridled at the very thought of moderation and retrenchment in time of crisis. For Dubois, the Great Depression was to be comprehended as a redemption enveloped in a catastrophe. The more potent the challenge, the greater must be the response, he believed with the passion of logic. The NAACP and the race at large needed another new program, or certainly one drastically revamped suited to the next quarter century. But Dubois was becoming convinced by the month that even he might not succeed in jolting his associates at 75th Avenue out of their institutional security. As his influence at NAACP headquarters waned, then, his response was to take what he saw as a struggle for the soul of the association to the membership, the race at large, and, finally, to much of mainstream America. As if to wash his hands of the national office, he left on another speaking tour, this one to last, intermittently, several months. Distance from New York combined with sudden, brief returns to the office in no way altered the control he exercised over the magazine, however, and some of the liveliest and most challenging material would appear in the crisis during this final phase of his editorship. The hard-hitting editorial criticizing Will Alexander, the South's most distinguished white liberal, for assuming the acting presidency of the Rosenwald-endowed New Dillard University in New Orleans was another instance of the editor ventilating an opinion many influential Negroes preferred to hold in private. The white-maned Dr. Will, rumpled and courtly, was a walking institution, a founder of the Commission on Interracial Cooperation, CIC, affiliated under a variety of titles with all the great national foundations, senior officer of the Rosenwald Fund, and soon to become a pivotal administrator in the New Deal. But Dillard was a Negro school and Alexander was a white patriarch confronted by an inescapable dilemma, Dubois thought, if he becomes a companion and host and intimate social friend of black folk, Alexander wouldn't be able to keep his southern white constituency. The college presidency would be a misfortune for the black students and a major loss for white moderates. If Dillard University must have seemed a somewhat gratuitous criticism of a man broadly respected by blacks and whites alike, the editorial's real significance was as a prolegomenon of the more fully developed cultural nationalism Du Bois would espouse in the Negro College a year later. In ways subtle and more evident, Du Bois' thinking about the American race perennial had begun to embrace separatist solutions increasingly at variance with the integrationist ideology of the NAACP. Writing in the August 1933 crisis, he would insist that there can be no college for Negroes which is not a Negro college, that while an American Negro university, just like a German or Swiss university may rightly aspire to a universal culture unhampered by limitations of race and culture, yet, a Negro university in the United States of America begins with Negroes. Criticism of a Southern philanthropoid was complemented by an edifying obituary of a public-spirited Northern white conservative in the issue for February 1932. Notwithstanding the recent opposition to the Negro hospitals policy, the crisis observed the passing of Julius Rosenwald with a genuine, if ironic, tribute to a Jewish philanthropist whose prodigious benefactions to Negro America had been a splendid reproach to the niggard charity of Gentile hypocrites. Du Bois wrote a ghastly, eyewitness account in March of the protracted coal miners' strike in Kentucky's Bell and Harlan counties. Reduced hours and reduced wages paid in scrip redeemable only at company stores had finally driven more than 11,000 miners to lay down their tools and face the mine owners, sheriffs and armed vigilantes in a 12-month combat of such one-sided violence that the strike had been abandoned by the United Mine Workers as hopeless. Reports of abductions, murders, and a pitched battle with machine guns eventually mobilized a small number of Eastern writers, led by Theodore Dreiser, John Dos Passos, and Waldo Frank, to brave two highly publicized visits to Kentucky coal country, the first one having taken place in November 1931. Du Bois joined the February 1932 sortie, driving his reconditioned automobile to the edge of Harlan country. Never had he seen so much persecution, so much constant repression, ruthlessness, brutality, and utter disregard of human life and property as perpetrated by the owner's hirelings. An investigative reporter was fatally ambushed. Bombs shattered the night, blowing up relief organization soup kitchens and cars driven by investigators from the National Student League. An ACLU representative was jailed after an arbitrary roundup, and Du Bois stressed that he had been able to circulate in Harlan County only in the company of a prominent local attorney, a wise decision, as Frank had taken a bloody beating. Read this report from an observer on the ground at Pineville, Kentucky, the editor exhorted, crying out for universal sympathy to help these black and white workingmen obtain a living wage, overthrow feudalism, and win the right to free speech. The issues for February and March 1932 also carried the ghastly specifics of the life under Jim Crow. 7 Negroes were recorded as being lynched in 1929, a comparatively low figure that had occasioned cautious optimism in some civil rights quarters about the slow advancement of law and order in America. But 21 were lynched the next year, followed by a less than encouraging drop to 13 in 1931. 13 or more, Du Bois wrote. It may have been 15 or 18, but, whatever the exact count, at least one black person had been hanged by a mob somewhere in the United States every month of the year. His facts came from lynchings and what they mean, the investigative report issued by the Southern Commission on the Study of Lynching, an interracial body of 8 white and 5 black men. Another significant fact was that the commissioners had corroborated other evidence that, during the last 25 years, only 1 in every 6 persons lynched had been even accused of rape, the crime that white men of the South most often claimed as justification for insensate lawlessness. These hoisted victims seldom emerged from the horror of their statistical anonymity in the minds of readers. Indeed, sudden, random brutality hovered as an omnipresence in the lives of all classes of colored people, numbing their indignation and mocking due process at the hands of justice. The death of Fisk University's Dean of Women Students offered a case study of such lugubrious senselessness, however, that it expelled a cry of desperation and rage from the talented 10th and sent a shudder through several million men and women, whatever their class or racial background. 34-year-old Juliette Derricott possessed the class of her name. She was well-bred, as they said in those days, a graduate of Talladega who held a master's degree from Columbia's Teachers College. After a well-traveled career as secretary of the YMCA's National Student Council, she had taken the Fisk position in 1927. Her firmness, tact, and accessibility had made her popular with students and esteemed by faculty. Driving to Athens, Georgia, on family business, Derricott had left Nashville accompanied by 3 Fisk students, along for a free ride to their homes in Atlanta and Athens. In circumstances that were never to be satisfactorily explained, Derricott's car collided with another vehicle, driven by a white man, a mile or so outside the prosperous town of Dalton, Georgia, in the late afternoon of Friday, November 6, 1931. 3 colored Fisk professors, physicist St. Elmo Brady and Elmer Imes, and musicologist Warner Lawson sped off by car immediately for Dalton. It was Ethelbediant Gilbert, a white Fisk official and friend of Derricott's from their YWCA years together, whose 11-page, typescript chronicle was to comprise the core of Dalton, Georgia, Du Bois' wrenching narrative 5 months later describing the tragedy. Believing that there would be little expert treatment of Derricott and Johnson, the one student who was badly injured, if the attending physicians failed to appreciate their patient's social standing, Gilbert frantically called Dalton. After much confusion, she learned that no hospital ambulance had been dispatched for the Fisk group, but rather a hearse from the establishment of a prominent colored Chattanooga undertaker was on its way. Events in Dalton, even after the investigations conducted by Fisk and the CIC, were never pinned down. Gilbert's version of them had little to say about the role of the 3 faculty members, but it revealed enough to surmise that it was Brady, Lawson, and Imes who eventually managed to pierce the inertia in which Derricott's and Johnson's lives were ebbing away in the North Georgia township. The accident had occurred shortly before 4 p.m., after which at least a vital hour passed before the 2 badly hurt and the dazed victims were driven by a local white woman to the town, where white physicians decided that Johnson was beyond saving and that Derricott might be able to save herself if she lived through the night. As a horrified Gilbert was to learn, the injured women had then been carted off by the local Dalton Negro undertaker to the unkempt house of a Negro woman, where, as the much later CIC report delicately stated, physicians of Dalton have been taking patients, for a number of years, and major operations have been successfully performed there. As an afterthought, the CIC investigator observed that Mrs. Wilson, who was described by one of the Fisk professors as an ugly, barefooted woman, was without formal training or professional standing. Derricott and Johnson had lain unattended from around 7:30 p.m. until midnight, November 6, on a sofa and bed at the overwhelmed Mrs. Wilson's. It was sickening and heartbreaking to us to think of Miss Derricott and Miss Johnson having been allowed to lie there and suffer for 5 long hours, Lawson reported later. Confused information about ambulances leaving Dalton with and without patients for misidentified Chattanooga hospitals had wreaked havoc with the injured's chances. Attended by colored physicians from Chattanooga, along with 2 from Atlanta, and a white specialist from the city hospital, Lewis Wright stood by for a telephone consultation in New York. The Fisk dean opened her eyes in the Walden Hospital to the welcome sight of Brady, Imes, Lawson, and Ethel Gilbert at her beside. But Derricott's heart and thyroid condition seriously complicated treatment of her injuries. Although the group of doctors present in Chattanooga was highly competent, Walden Hospital possessed only the most rudimentary equipment. How the choice of Walden Hospital had been made, neither Gilbert nor, curiously, anyone else ever appears to have addressed, although Gilbert later learned that 2 excellent Chattanooga hospitals admit TED Negro patients, having not only wards but private rooms. Derricott never regained consciousness and died in the early morning of November 7. Derricott's was not, unfortunately, an isolated fatality involving automotive misadventure and medical sins of omission. Black people were known to die on southern roads as they waited for ambulances that never appeared or came only to take them past the nearest white hospital to another Mrs. Wilson's or to some understaffed clinic miles beyond. Through the firestorm of press coverage and subsequent investigations it caused, Juliette Derricott's obscene death would become the nightmare archetype of all such deaths, of which Bessie Smith's and Charles Drew's highway deaths would be widely interpreted as equally tragic replays. Du Bois gave Gilbert the last word in the crisis. I shall always have to compare in my mind all of the things that were done that would not have been done to me if I had been injured. I shall always have to remember that within 1/2 hour after the accident, I would have been in a modern hospital. I shall always have to think of Juliette dying in a place that should not be dignified by the name of a hospital. All of the people in that little Walden place were kindness and courtesy itself, but that does not take the place of the clean walls, the soft-footed, sure-fingered nurses, the well-equipped operating room, the comfortable bed, the shaded lights, the efficient doctors, that I had when I was taken into a hospital for an emergency operation. Evidence of the restiveness spreading across Negro America was strikingly manifest in the Crisis Symposium Du Bois conducted in the April-May issue, Negro Editors on Communism. His duty as senior intellectual of the race had seldom been better served than in stimulating a discourse about the potential relevance of Marxism to people of color in the United States. The world is ill, Du Bois announced with due solemnity. It has desperate economic problems intertwined with its problems of racial prejudice. The question to answer, then, was this: is communism as illustrated in Russia and America, a theory good for the world and for the American Negro? His invitation brought a range of responses from 17 editors and publishers from all points of the compass who were reputed to speak weekly to at least 500,000 subscribers and several million readers. That several of these fairly conservative businessmen, Murphy of the Baltimore Afro-American, Eugene Rhodes of the Philadelphia Tribune, and Roscoe Dungy of the Oklahoma Black Dispatch were willing to speculate on the positive aspects of communism was a measure of the political disaffection created by the economic and racial consequences of the Depression. No white group is openly advocating the economic, political, and social equality of Negroes, except communists, Murphy asserted, voicing the minority position. None of these men espoused the abolition of the market economy or had made, as Du Bois observed, any study of classic Marxian socialism. They were saluting not an ideology, but possible relief from a catastrophe. Their qualified indulgence of communism was motivated more by racial than by ideological considerations. As Du Bois intended, many of the delegates to the 23rd Annual NAACP Conference in late May 1932 arrived with the Negro Editors Symposium fresh in their minds. Many of them not only understood that the historic alliance of the Negro and the GOP had outlived whatever minimal value it once held, but that the failure of capitalism raised profound questions about the priorities and tactics of the civil rights establishment. Wright's feeling of drift and lack of imagination was shared by many, and Du Bois came to the conference fully prepared to mobilize the membership behind a new agenda, one in which the association's secretary would play a greatly reduced part. At the historic 5 days in Washington and Harper's Ferry, highlighted by President Hoover's greetings, Moton's receipt of the Spingarn Medal, and set-piece addresses by Senator Arthur Capper of Kansas and the indomitable clubwoman Addie Hunton, there were rousing speeches by Lillian Wald and John Dewey. At 65, Wald was one of the younger survivors of that band of progressives and settlement house workers who sang the battle hymn of the Republic as they assembled in the Great Hall of Cooper Union 23 years before to found the association. They were dying away. Ida Wells Barnett had died the previous year, and the editor wrote a correct farewell to a great pioneer who began the awakening of the conscience of the nation. Florence Kelley, on the other hand, received an almost effusive obituary less than a year later for her superlative insight and daring in race relations. Wald spoke movingly on the 18th of the association's 2-decade journey and of its great unfinished business. Dewey's speech on behalf of the LIPA the next day was undoubtedly courtesy of fellow League officer Du Bois, whose name was still on the masthead of the organization's stationery. calling on the delegates to take the message home that neither party deserved their support until they faced the issues which have to do with employment and security of jobs. The philosopher showed how well he understood this relatively privileged audience. It was silly to allow yourselves to be swayed by the fact that a few have received recognition and the emoluments of office, Dewey remonstrated. Du Bois placed his 4-point reorganization program before the delegates on the third day, the 18th. The NAACP as a mass-based organization could never become a reality so long as the attitude was to work for the black masses but not with them, he expounded. Decentralization was a sine qua non. The association must adopt a positive program rather than mere negative attempt to avoid segregation and discrimination, and this positive program had to concentrate on economic guidance and upon linking the world problems of color and race to our problem here in America. And finally, the organization must make itself more welcoming of youth. The ovation was thunderous as Du Bois wound up by declaiming that the interests of the masses are the interests of this association, and, the masses have got to voice themselves through it. The positive response in Washington and at Harper's Ferry inspired Joel Spingarn, whose attention span like Du Bois had begun to stray, to propose a second Amenia conference, this one, like the 1916 conclave, to convene as soon as possible at Troutbeck in order to conduct an open-ended discussion of the future course of the association. The first Amenia gathering had confirmed the talented 10th in its leadership position in Negro America. The imperative now was to formulate a new, revalidating position for the leadership. With Du Bois' encouragement, Joel Spingarn asked White to oversee arrangements for a second Amenia before the end of the summer. Away from NAACP headquarters much of the time, the editor expected to be asked by the secretary or his assistant, Wilkins, to confer about the meeting's agenda as well as to provide a list of prospective invitees. When still no word had come from the secretary's office about Amenia in early July, Du Bois inquired, only to learn that nothing had been done to prepare for the conference. The opportunity for a late summer meeting slipped away in a simulacrum of organizational interest. He always expected as much, Du Bois told Lillian Alexander. By October, the in extremis situation of the magazine forced Du Bois to apply a portion of his salary to keep the publication afloat. Embry informed him that next year's Rosenwald grant omitted the previous year's stipulation that the association and the magazine were to have equal shares. A few days before the report was due, Joel Spingarn wrote a confidential letter to John Hope at Atlanta University in which he anticipated the worst outcome from the Budget Committee's deliberations on November 17. The association might have to suspend the paper entirely, he feared, and in any case some reorganization of our work will certainly be made. The letter disclosed, however, that the two men had discussed a mutually satisfactory solution to what had now come to seem the inescapable fate of the magazine. If Hope could wire him in advance of the Thursday Budget Committee meeting, Spingarn was confident of being able to delay the inevitable. Could he know by that time whether there was any likelihood of your acting favorably in the matter, the president and chairman pleaded. A professorship for Du Bois at the new Atlanta University would save face for the association and the editor. Spingarn closed by stating what was only too obvious to Hope, who understood perfectly the elements of amour propre at risk, that it was of the greatest importance to our friend to have it go out to the world that he is leaving New York to accept an important post rather than because the paper is forced to suspend. Hope's telegram confirming his intention to invite Du Bois to be guest professor during the spring semester of 1933 reached New York on the day of the fateful meeting. 9. A new racial philosophy. The editor was deeply moved. On the evening of November 17, 1931, Helen Bryan, field secretary of the Committee on Race Relations of the Society of Friends, had organized a celebratory dinner on the occasion of the 21st anniversary of the crisis. Really, it was gorgeous. Du Bois wrote her. It had lifted him out of his heebie-jeebies, which had dug in for the winter. Even good friends and well-wishers quite forget the crisis, he said, and in a sense they think of it as independent and prosperous and needing no aid or comfort. But his uneasiness would return with full force the following year. Clearly, November 1932 was a disaster. The business manager was gone. One or two clerks were slated to go, and only by adopting a cheaper grade of paper and dropping more laggard advertisers could Dubois reassure the Spingarn brothers at the end of the month that he might just be able to keep the magazine afloat on a monthly budget of $1,000 and in a circulation range of about 13,000 copies. The arrival of Hope's telegram offering a guest professorship at Atlanta University in the midst of crisis worries presented a live option that was the culmination of nearly 2 years of episodic deliberations. Dubois would write in the autobiography that he had already for some years begun to canvass the possibility of a change of work. An earlier visiting professorship arrangement had come within a hair's breadth of a signature in January 1931 when Dubois agreed to give a 2-month seminar in sociology at Atlanta University beginning in February of the following year. Although the plan had lapsed fairly quickly, Dubois spent 2 weeks in March 1932 delivering 10 lectures on topics such as imperialism in the Sudan, 1400 to 1700 and the economic future of Black America on the 3 Atlanta University Center campuses. He returned to New York seriously contemplating Hope's appeal to return as a permanent member of the new Atlanta University faculty. "We could do so much together." With Joel Spingarn's confidential November 1932 letter in hand pleading that the editor be afforded a distinguished exit from a sinking enterprise, Hope had decided that it was the right time to deploy a bridge for Dubois' transition from 75th Avenue to Atlanta University's magnolia-shaded campus. A proposition of $2,000 for 5 months of teaching made the president's suasions all the more enticing in a period of extreme financial distress for the editor as well as for the country. Dubois left for Atlanta at the beginning of January 1933 angry, disgusted, and still fighting to keep the crisis alive and out of the hands of White and Wilkins, whom he now regarded as flawed in intellect and character. Unless he were permitted to counter what he saw as White's malign influence with a candidate of his own choosing to run the magazine during his absence, Dubois had informed Arthur Spingarn in the closing days of December that he would refuse to withdraw his resignation from the NAACP. "The managing editor must be a person in whom I have confidence," he snapped. "Mr. Wilkins does not have my confidence. He is lazy and unreliable." The editor could rely on Hazel Branch and Lulu Burton to follow the precise instructions he would forward from Atlanta in matters pertaining to copy editing, bookkeeping, and routine crisis correspondence. His New York eyes and ears, these resourceful women would discharge a range of responsibilities with such selfless, adoring proficiency that they evoked gratitude bordering on the sentimental from Dubois. Still, dedicated and dutiful as the women were, what was needed was a competent, loyal business manager/managing editor such as Dubois had once believed he had found in Wilkins. Leaving non-negotiable demands sizzling at national headquarters like a damp firecracker, the editor had headed south. "Another of our periodical fights, this one lasting more than 6 hours," he wrote Davis Dubois as he left. He was almost giddy to have gotten away from NAACP headquarters, exhilarated as he steered his impeccably maintained Willis sedan away from the snows, southwesterly across the Mason-Dixon line into the nation's capital. Poor Georgia Johnson told him her federal job was slated for extinction and that her kidneys had stones, but she seemed even more disconsolate that no publishers were interested in her latest offerings of poetry. Enjoining her to have courage and persevere, Dubois then drove across the Upper South into the Smoky Mountains between Tennessee and Georgia and on to Atlanta, humming Leader and chasing in his mind loose ends from his large Reconstruction manuscript. He reached the city on January 26, parking his car on the Spelman College campus, where he would live during the semester. Spelman College's white president, Florence Matilda Redd, a prim, 40-ish Mount Holyoke alumna and former staffer of the Rockefeller Foundation, had arranged for a large, pleasant room in Rockefeller Hall overlooking the college's manicured quad. During a brief December visit to Atlanta 5 years earlier, Dubois had been introduced to the Spelman president by Hope soon after her appointment. The editor and the Spelman president exchanged cordial, even somewhat playful, letters in the wake of their first encounter, a courtesy nourished by a second convivial interracial breakfast hosted by Red at the close of Dubois' lecture series in spring of 1932. As visiting professor, Dubois took up the pace of the 1933 spring academic and social calendar. There was no imitation of the institution-shaking disputes that lay a few years ahead with Florence Red, a compact brunette who was as prone to infallibility as was the balding charter officer of the NAACP. From Rockefeller Hall came contented letters to Nina, who had at last bade au revoir to house guest Elizabeth Prophet. It felt good to be back in familiar surroundings, and Will recalled for Nina the brightness of February mornings in Atlanta. The breakfast here is still the impossible time, 6:45, he complained. He solved the problem by having bread, butter, cream, and 2 eggs sent over daily from the Spellman dining hall. He cooked these in his room at 8. Nina's replies, with minimal mention of personal infirmities, were almost lively as they relayed news of Yolanda and 4-month-old baby Dubois, their new granddaughter. Nina missed Will, but there was no thought at this time of her joining him, even though he would eventually begin to worry about wife, daughter, and granddaughter remaining in the Harlem apartment during the summer. The visiting professor was more concerned about teaching and lecturing than family matters, although he continued to write dutiful advice to Nina and Yolanda. He plunged into his 2 courses, Karl Marx and the Negro and the Economic History of the Negro, incorporating data from the seminal, 2-part article The Possibility of Democracy in America into a weekly seminar on the history and sociology of the black voter. He wrote Arthur Spingarn, an old friend, about that teaching was rejuvenating. Yes, the South is still the South, but it was inspiring to be again among intelligent and enthusiastic young folk, 12 graduate degree candidates and top-flight seniors who stimulated his own thinking and did valuable library legwork for the manuscript on the Reconstruction period. He was reading and learning with the class, he would recall. One of the intelligent and enthusiastic students whose master's degree Dubois agreed to supervise, Louis Davis Shivery, was about 25 years older than the average graduate student, having received her bachelor's degree from Atlanta University in 1903. She headed the English department at Atlanta's Booker T. Washington High School, was brilliant, attractive, and endowed with a temperament as colorful as the clashing outfits she wore. Mrs. Shivery's abusive husband, George, Sr., a troubled dentist whose rages occasionally ricocheted up quiet Chestnut Street just off the Morehouse campus, had mysteriously faded, unlamented, from his family's life more than a dozen years earlier, leaving her to finish raising a son and daughter alone. George, Jr., a commercial artist in New York, had received commissions from the crisis, and Dubois was godfather to Shivery's daughter, Henrietta, Dimples, a graduate of Talladega College. Dubois and Shivery would lose no time in ripening the warm friendship begun more than 20 years earlier. He had visited her in Atlanta while Nina lived in London during Yolanda's matriculation at Bet Ailes. When he moved into the extensive New Georgian complex housing graduate students and unmarried or unaccompanied faculty the following year, Shivery's small corner house, attached garage, and covered porch across the street would offer him pleasant retreat and shelter for the Willis sedan and later the Buick. Louis Shivery would have rivals in the community for Dubois' affection, several, in fact. One of them, a much younger, hard-working newcomer to the city, was also beginning graduate studies in the new department of sociology. Among the growing retinue of interesting and accomplished women in Dubois' life, Ellen Irene Diggs, brilliant, trim, and stunningly black, was to grow in Dubois' esteem and affection over the years until those who knew the depth of their relationship thought that Diggs might become the second Mrs. Dubois. Irene Diggs certainly came to define her being in terms of that inestimable status. "She's never gotten over it," G. James Fleming, Diggs's longtime faculty colleague at Morgan State University, would reminisce a half-century later. In the fall of 1933, she was 27, with a University of Minnesota bachelor's in economics and anthropology, and headed for the first master's degree awarded for work in Professor Dubois' sociology department. Dubois found her energy and intellectual sophistication enormous assets as he pressed ahead on the first draft of the book he intended to call Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America. As the Depression groaned on and the plight of Negro Americans went largely unaddressed by the New Deal, Du Bois resolved to work out a social and economic program to fill the void into which the race's enervated political class had stumbled. Boasting that the personal library he assembled at Atlanta University contained the most comprehensive holdings on socialism and communism in the South, he set himself the formidable task of comprehensive assimilation of Marx's writings. It was to be Marx in months, not years, a mastery that would be uniquely Du Boisian. The stakes were historic, Du Bois believed. He saw the fantastic industrial structure of America threatened with ruin. Skilled labor was double-tongued and helpless, and common white labor was too frightened at Negro competition to attempt united action and only begged a government handout. The NAACP was in full disarray, though it could be salvaged, possibly, if one final attempt at genuine, top-down overhaul and radical recasting of the association's policies could succeed. Who better, then, to mount a Marxist rescue operation of the race than himself? To this imperative end, he undertook to package Marx appealingly for an introduction to Black America. Even as he motored south from New York in January, Crisis subscribers were reading Toward a New Racial Philosophy, the first of two editorials bearing this significant title in which Du Bois began to lower the curtain on nearly a quarter century of NAACP history of middle-class struggle and advancement for civil rights. Because the situation had changed enormously in its trend, objects, and details, everything about what was called the Negro problem must be examined from the point of view of the middle of the 20th century. The Soviet Union was an example to be envied, Du Bois thought. A contribution to the critique of political economy, the basic text of Marxism, he had already seen validated in stone, steel, and flesh during the 1926 trip to Russia, and that led him to embrace fully the dictum that the economic foundation of a nation is widely decisive for its politics, its art, and its culture. What he found to be powerfully appealing were not the political parties and trade union organizations deployed in dozens of nations to further the objectives of the Comintern, rather it was the extraordinary acuity attained by Marx in decoding the life cycles of economic systems. Like so many intellectuals in the 30s who broadcast Marxism as a verifiable science of society, the Atlanta professor was mesmerized by dialectical materialism. Calling Marx the greatest figure in the science of modern industry, Du Bois seemed to rediscover with the avidity of a gifted graduate student the thinker who Frank Toss-Singh, his Harvard economics professor, had smugly ignored. Marx made history make sense or more sense, Du Bois came to believe, than all other analytical systems. Marxism also appealed to his anti-clericalism. As a person of immense learning and sophistication, Du Bois' distaste for the vibrant evangelism of black religious observance was so palpable that he might well have invented the tagline about religion being the opiate of the people had not Marx supplied it. Notwithstanding those soaring passages in Souls and Gift of Black Folk, or, later, in Black Reconstruction, celebrating Negroes' peculiar spiritual quality and the Negro Church today. As sole surviving social institution of the African fatherland, an informed reading of Du Bois' oeuvre discloses virtually no modern role assigned to the Negro Church. Well-placed blacks and whites alike were often scandalized by the editor's castigations of what he viewed as the general mediocrity of the Negro clergy. But the screen of class standing between the worldly editor and millions of exuberant congregants was reinforced by much more than prejudices of a secular nature. Unlike a majority of Americans who, irrespective of race, spoke of godless communism with genuine religious aversion, Du Bois had long since weaned himself from any belief in the Almighty that could prompt such misgivings. Although he called himself an agnostic, it was an agnosticism professing such complete indifference to the hypothesis of an interactive supreme being as to be indistinguishable from atheism. No, he would write an inquiring Catholic priest some years later, no, he could see no proof to sustain such a belief, neither in history nor in his personal experience, of an intelligent deity. In Karl Marx and the Negro, the slender piece in the March Crisis, Du Bois proceeded to apply this knowledge to the condition of black people. Marx's writings about the uplift of the European working classes must be qualified in their application to people of color, observed Du Bois. The great political philosopher had, unfortunately, not studied at first hand their peculiar race problem here in America. Wilherberg's letter reacting to the large implications of such a statement betrayed a degree of astonishment at Du Bois' interpretive temerity. Did the editor intend to amend Marxist theory in its application to racism in America? Herberg, for one, would be greatly interested in learning your views on the subject. Du Bois' matter-of-fact reply, "This is exactly what I am going to undertake in my next article," was entirely in character. In Marxism and the Negro Problem, therefore, Du Bois presumed both to define the racial limitations of the political philosophy as well as its considerable relevance to Negroes living in a capitalist democracy founded on white supremacy. Significantly, the essay appeared in the same month as Sidney Hook's Towards the Understanding of Karl Marx, a revolutionary interpretation, by most accounts the definitive work by an American on the subject for at least 2 decades. Key portions of the 30-year-old New York University professor's book had appeared in the Journal of Philosophy and Calverton's Modern Quarterly, publications that Du Bois read regularly. Hook, advantaged by 14 weeks of Russian residency and superlative training in philosophy, would end his distinguished career celebrated on the political right as an anti-socialist socialist par excellence who even refused to allow the reprinting of his brilliant book. Marxism and the Negro Problem. The Gospel of Marx according to Du Bois ran in the May issue of the Crisis, a venturesome topic the author introduced with a trace of levity. Alluding to a dinner reception for Einstein at which the story was told of a professor having no sense of humor because he attempted to explain the theory of relativity in a few simple words, Professor Du Bois undertook, with all modesty, to accomplish a similar task. Marxism and the Negro Problem followed by 2 months Karl Marx and the Negro. Leading his readers on a brisk tour of scientific socialism, starting with the labor theory of value and cantering past the seductive dialectic at breakneck speed through the war of the classes to the triumph of the proletariat, Du Bois validated the main tenets of Marxism. While conceding that the theory of surplus value imported into Marxism from Manchester economics had been refuted and that the proletarian revolution was widely dismissed as the materialists' version of faith, Du Bois confessed his own version of that faith. Du Bois had always been a socialist in his bones, a proponent, long before Lenin coined the phrase, of controlling the commanding heights of national economies, even though he had deserted Debs and entered into a flawed bargain to back Wilson in 1912. Indeed, the romantic authoritarianism that underlay his irrepressible, often grating, elitism was in a curious way indissolubly linked to his socialist propensities, to a deep antipathy for a market economy in which everything had its price but values were at a discount. The framer of the talented 10th concept now wished it to be clearly understood in Marxism and the Negro Problem that the existence of a few 100,000 educated and prosperous people out of a total Negro population of 12 million was of negligible significance. More to the point, this black petty bourgeoisie was a false class, of peculiar position and too recent in origin and too remote from the real exploiters of wages and labor for its existence to correspond to the authentic conquering bourgeoisie. Color prejudice would preclude these classes from making common cause with capital, with the new class of engineers and technocrats, or with the most advantaged white workers, he stipulated. Still, Du Bois warned readers, the emergence of these phantom classes in the United States, Africa, and the West Indies posed a threat to proletarian vigor by draining off skill and intelligence into the white group, and leaving the black labor poor, ignorant, and leaderless save for an occasional demagogue. As a socio-economic phenomenon, then, Du Bois preferred to see the evolving talented 10th tethered hard and fast to the mass of black folk, to the abused and powerless toilers whose misery derived from the fundamental iniquities of the whole capitalistic system. Yet it was here, midstream in this watershed of a meditation, that Du Bois deployed an extraordinary conceptual disclaimer, a plangent nevertheless that would evoke varying degrees of stupefaction, consternation, and revisionism among the American Old Left. Nevertheless, he demurred, this black proletariat is not part of the white proletariat. Despite their similar grievances against capital, the two proletariats were separate, unequal, and antagonistic, a reality only partially due to the divide-and-conquer strategies of the capitalists, he asserted. Russian mujiks or much of the poor white detritus of the South might be mired in visceral hatreds and too unschooled in the workings of labor manipulation to realize their employer's endgame, but not the labor aristocracy led by Matthew Wall and William Green of the AFL. These leaders of organized labor had long been his bête noires, as had Gompers before them, and the editor had repeatedly decried the racial exclusivity of their affiliated unions. But now he lobbed the incendiary accusation that the class enemy of black workers was the upper tier of white workers. Colored labor has no common ground with white labor. Because the long memory of white working class racism in America was soldered to his cortex with such fixity as to mock the dogma of proletarian solidarity, Du Bois expended some of his bitterest published prose on this essay. In the ironic comfort of Rockefeller Hall, he fairly ranted about white labor that deprives the Negro of his right to vote, denies him education, denies him affiliation with trade unions, expels him from decent houses and neighborhoods, and heaps upon him the public insults of open color discrimination. Let there be no ambiguity about the source of the black workers' misery, his screed continued. The lowest and most fatal degree of their suffering comes not from capitalists but from fellow white workers. How then did Marx's philosophy apply to the black proletariat in the 20th century, asked Du Bois. To American Negroes, specifically. Only to a limited, modified extent, he ventured. Describing much of the American labor movement as a post-Marxian phenomenon evolving through rising wages and installment plan consumerism into a working-class aristocracy, Du Bois proceeded to such a curious blurring of the distinction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie as to cause heartburn among scrupulous Marxist students like Abram Harris. Despite a vexing imprecision about the character and functions of the new classes wedging themselves between the proletariat and the capitalists, Marxism and the Negro problem made a persuasive case for the formation of a Herrenvolk proletariat coexisting in such commingled collusion with capital as to force a revision of classical Marxism. Substituting a class analysis that anticipated by a generation that of Herbert Marcuse's analysis of Marx, Du Bois underscored the investment of American workers in the success ideology of capitalism. However eschatological the coming of the worker state was, he declared, American exceptionalism would be victorious in the short term. Call them aristocrats of labor or petits bourgeois, wrote Du Bois in effect, ordinary Americans believed they were standing on history's up escalator, and those who fell off due to hard luck or poor initiative were written off not as soldiers joining the swelling international of struggle, but simply as losers. European immigrant workers, he noted, had succumbed to a similar pattern of co-optation as they enrolled in the new global order of finance capital as clerks and constables used to keep darkies in their places. Marxism and the Negro Problem, Du Bois' seminal article, was still being shaped when Harris, disconcerted by what he read in Karl Marx and the Negro, had begged Du Bois to rethink his contention that the race problem in the United States had been inadequately addressed by Marx. Quoting from Marx's constant iteration that labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself without emancipating labor in a black skin, Harris wondered what more needed to be said. The Howard economics professor thought his mentor might do well to bone up on Hooke's new book to get a better understanding of value theory, and noted in the margin of his letter that Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, was a colored man. But it was precisely this Marxist postulate that the emancipation of the working classes would eliminate the causes of racism that Du Bois categorically rejected in the Second Crisis essay, writing acidly that no American Soviet of technocrats would do more than exploit colored labor in order to raise the status of whites. Whatever the validity of the class struggle for Europe during the Industrial Revolution, race trumped class in North America, he asserted. When the class struggle figuratively marched out of Ellis Island, it had invariably taken a detour into racism as layer after layer of European ethnics, Irish, German, Italians, Jews, Slavs scrambled over generations of excluded, exploited Negro men and women in order to escape into the wealthy class and become managers and employers of labor. Because he saw an indissoluble linkage between democracy and racism in America, much as historians of the 1970s and beyond, Edmund Morgan, John Sell, Alexander Saxton, and David Roediger, among others, would see. Du Bois concluded that the hope of a socialist revolution in the United States based on a united class-conscious proletariat was a mirage. Instead, he postulated an iron law of whiteness in which citizenship and status have been defined and measured by white yeomanry and succeeding waves of ethnics in terms of their political and socio-economic elevation above black people. Working class divisions based on color would endure, Du Bois sadly predicted, until crisis or catastrophe awakened white workers to their true historic destiny. He was on the cusp of proposing here the radical critique of Marxism that he would make 7 years later in Dusk of Dawn, where he wrote that the philosophy did not envisage a situation where, instead of a horizontal division of classes, there was a vertical fissure, a complete separation of classes by race, cutting square across the economic layers. It was a split grounded on centuries of instinct, habit, and thought, he would theorize, and implemented by the conditioned reflex of visible color. This flat and incontrovertible fact, imported Russian communism ignored, would not discuss. Racism, then, was not for Du Bois the epiphenomenon described by Marx, a fixation existing in the penumbra above and around the reality of class antagonisms. Racism had to be understood as an integral component of the dynamic of class, possessing a life of its own, and equal in the power of its agency to class. Despite his admiration for the Russian experiment, then, Du Bois continued to dismiss communism as a political solution for the United States and to discount its usefulness to a minority group like the Negroes. Still smarting from the association Scottsboro-Donnybrook, he remained emphatically disdainful of the American Communist Party. Unimpressed by the pusa vice presidential candidacy of black James Ford, Du Bois voted against FDR and for Norman Thomas and the Socialist Party in the pivotal 1932 elections. Given the deliberations expended by the Comintern on devising a coherent policy on black Americans and the high priority assigned to their recruitment, it was hardly surprising that Communist Party ideologues such as Harry Haywood were distinctly ungrateful for Du Bois' admonitions and, with the editor in mind, warned of the need for systematic but persistent struggle against the ideology and influence of petty bourgeois nationalists among the Negro toilers. On Saturday morning, May 13, 1933, Du Bois gave the penultimate address to the Conference on the Economic Status of the Negro, a 2-day Washington symposium in the Department of Interior Auditorium, sponsored and underwritten by the Rosenwald Fund. With Moten presiding and Eugene Kinkle-Jones and Embry seated on the stage, Du Bois peered over rows of serious brown, pink, and black faces in the vast, marbled room as he spoke to the topic "The Next Steps." Without doubt, he anticipated the ensuing ruckus. The Baltimore Afro-American exaggerated the message when it headlined, "U.S. will come to communism, Du Bois tells conference." Production for private profit was immoral, inefficient, and, ultimately, destined to give way to the collective ownership of the means of production, the editor announced. Communism was still years in the future, nevertheless, and black people could best prepare in the interim for the coming economic order by creating various forms of cooperative and collective economies. The New York Times quoted him as saying that since all efforts by Negroes to become an integral part of American civilization had failed, having tried song and laughter and rare good humor, having given the world hard, backbreaking labor, it was now the duty of the race to give the world an example of intelligent cooperation so that when the new industrial commonwealth comes we can go into it as experienced people and not again be left on the outside as mere beggars. His people had to save themselves in the present chaos, and in doing so they could accelerate the end of the profit economy. A Professor Herman Feldman of Dartmouth College's School of Administration and Finance congratulated Du Bois on his magnificent address, but little of that enthusiasm found its way to 69 Fifth Avenue. University and college campuses had always been a venue for significant Du Boisian pronouncements, so much so that his presence was unwelcome at conservative institutions such as Hampton and Wilberforce and a source of administrative nervousness at schools such as Fisk and Howard. Fisk beckoned him again a few weeks after the Washington Symposium. Du Bois had been invited to deliver the college alumni address, and he drove to Nashville from Atlanta in a buoyant frame of mind. President and Mrs. Thomas Elsa Jones threw a party the evening following his arrival, with Jim and Grace Johnson and Charles and Marie Johnson, along with select faculty and distinguished locals, paying court to him and to Max Jurgen, the commencement speaker of South African fame. Du Bois had come to Fisk again, 45 years after his graduation, to propound an ethnocentric ideal of service in higher education. In its own way, the oration he would give in Cravath Memorial Chapel was more explosive in its implications than Diuturni Silenti, delivered 9 years earlier from the same podium. The Negro College was a solemn farewell to a shimmering ideal, a radical revision by Du Bois of a race relations doctrine upon which institutions such as Fisk, the NAACP, the New Negro Arts Movement, the best of white liberalism and the identity of the talented tenth were founded. A valedictory to the exuberant gospel of assimilationist integration, the alumni discourse spoke to epistemological and ethical tensions between the ideal and the real, the abstract and the essential, permanently lodged in the Du Boisian core, that split in black and white whose parts had gone to war in the conservation of races and then metamorphosed as the enervated two-ness of a divided self in souls. The current generation of Fisk students was the wealthiest yet to attend the elite institution, as it was now selected almost as much by the economies of the Depression as through the screening of the admissions office. Not for them the malaise of the split persona, an American, a Negro. Graduates of Fisk, like those of Morehouse, Howard, and Lincoln, were determined to become simply Negro Americans. These students' sentiments had been voiced recently by the August Abraham Flexner, founding director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study and chairman of Howard University's Board of Trustees, which Du Bois paraphrased. Flexner had said that he was seeking to build not a Negro university, but a university. Du Bois knew that the alumni audience listening to the Negro College that June morning of 1933 fully shared Flexner's credo, his ideal of a great institution of learning which becomes a center of universal culture. Du Bois' own writings had often enough commended the kingdom of universal truth as not only superior to that of heaven, but as begetting a state of grace in which parochialisms of race faded away. In such a state of grace, racial identity was trumped first by class and then by membership in the human race where impurities and distortions were purified in the flame of knowledge. With all goodwill toward them that say such words, admonished Du Bois, he had come to insist that there can be no college for Negroes which is not a Negro college. An American university, like a German or Swiss university, could aspire to universal culture unhampered by limitations of race and culture, yet it must start on the earth where we sit and not, Du Bois continued, in the skies whither we aspire. Boring in on some hard truths here in America, in the year 1933, he called for an end to the fiction that the best attack of the Negro problem was by ignoring its most unpleasant features. Du Bois described the current condition of black social ostracism so deadening and so discouraging that we are compelled either to lie about it or to turn our faces to the red flag of revolution. The education of his people was becoming yearly not only racially more segregated but substandard by design. The chimera of universality obscured a primordial educational reality from black people, he insisted. The Spanish university was founded and grounded in Spain, just as surely as the French university is French. And what was the focus and function of these great institutions? A French university uses the French language and assumes a knowledge of French history. The present problems of the French people are its major problems, and it becomes universal only in so far as other peoples of the world comprehend and are at one with France and its mighty and beautiful history. The same syllogism applied to African American higher education. A Negro university in the United States begins with Negroes, he postulated, in an era where few if any of them offered a course in black history. It uses that variety of the English idiom which they understand, and above all, it is founded on a knowledge of the history of their people in Africa and in the United States, and their present condition. At their most pernicious, illusions about knowledge and race could and occasionally did have pathetic consequences for impressionable black minds. In an astonishing display of Dice's team at Lincoln University, the black Princeton students in the class of '29, Thurgood Marshall's class, had voted overwhelmingly against the hiring of African American professors in a poll administered by the Sociology Department. Langston Hughes, then in his third year at the school, had been as appalled as Du Bois, who roared against this act of racial masochism as the most astonishing blow which the higher education of Negroes has received for many a year. Although Du Bois denied that he meant to abjure older ideals of university education and that he was mainly shifting emphases and largely propounding some change of thought and modification of method, his Fisk address was truly remarkable for its anticipation and commendation of the Afrocentric and diasporic agendas that were to contend for pride of place half a century later in America. As he had stressed in Education and Work, his commencement address at Howard University 3 years earlier, the primacy of technical education versus liberal arts was an exhausted debate. The essential was no longer the form of instruction, but the degree to which it was informed by and promoted racial authenticity, the frankness with which both liberal and technical education acknowledged the real-world particularity of the black experience in America. In no other way can the American Negro College function, he underscored. It cannot begin with history and lead to Negro history. It cannot start with sociology and lead to Negro sociology. The fragility of the arts and letters movement of the 20s was a perfect illustration of this contention, he added. Why had it never taken real and lasting root? Because it was an exotic transplant, Du Bois answered, explicitly rejecting the Lockean premise of the Harlem Renaissance. It was literature written for the benefit of white people and at the behest of white readers, and starting out privately from the white point of view. The Negro College ended, as Du Bois' pivotal declarations typically did, at the gates of Armageddon, on the threshold of a new era. Imperatives followed admonitions. Unless the American Negro today, led by trained university men of broad vision, sits down to work out by economics and mathematics, by physics and chemistry, by history and sociology, exactly how and where he is to learn a living and how he is to establish a reasonable life in the United States or elsewhere. Unless this is done, the university has missed its field and function, and the American Negro is doomed to be a suppressed and inferior caste in the United States for incalculable time. As usual, in reconceptualizing higher education in the life of the race, Du Bois served as the point man for a paradigm whose influence would grow powerfully in the distant future. Nor was he alone in advancing university training anchored to the cultural and economic needs of the African in America. He had been preceded at Fisk by Woodson, whose 1931 commencement address, published in the August Crisis and expanded 2 years later into The Miseducation of the Negro, was a remorseless critique of the elitism and Eurocentrism he deemed much too prevalent in the colleges and universities. Du Bois' The Negro College was simply the most eloquent and intellectually nuanced formulation of an evolving reassessment of racial objectives. Meanwhile, medical bulletins from the crisis staff had grown more alarming during the spring semester at Atlanta. In late March, the faithful branch reported that receipts were pulling up little by little. A few days later, Branch's guarded optimism was punctured. Yesterday, we had a financial feast. Today, a famine is on, she sighed as she reported a mere $8.45 as the tally for March 30, 1933. Du Bois knew that the lifeblood was ebbing from his beloved creation, an eventuality he had shared with Nina a few weeks earlier. The crisis limped along only because the Atlanta University stipend enabled the NAACP to apply a portion of his unpaid salary to the magazine. His life insurance, heavily borrowed against, had been wiped out by the collapse of the two insurance companies. If Hope invited him to stay on permanently, as he assumed Hope would, he told Nina it might be wiser to accept regularly sick work at least part of the year at Atlanta University, hereafter. Nina's seismic news that Joel Spingarn had resigned in mid-March as president of the association and chairman of the board only bolstered Will's decision to arrange a characteristically memorable exit. He was simply stunned by Spingarn's resignation, as nothing had been said about it during their long and frank talk in New York. "What on earth is this I hear through Mrs. Dubois?" he now demanded to know. Although he and Spingarn had privately discussed the possibility 4 months earlier of the latter's leaving the presidency in favor of a colored successor, Dubois had counseled against doing so on the persuasive grounds that a time of stress, retrenchment, and criticism was not the time to make a change. He was relieved when Spingarn wrote by return mail that, contrary to some reports, he had only left the presidency but hadn't resigned from the NAACP, nor had he surrendered chairmanship of the board. Dubois was promised a full briefing when he came to New York in a few weeks. In the meantime, Dubois almost certainly learned the substance of 2 long, confidential letters in which the president stated his innermost feelings in a mournful explanation to the equally surprised Johnson and Ovington. Spingarn declared that he no longer approved of the spirit motivating the association. "And I do not feel like allowing my name to be used to represent that spirit. If I were a lawyer like my brother, I should find some difficult and interesting question involved in every one of our successive cases, and I should hardly miss the cement of a program. But as it is, I am not interested in a succession of cases. When I joined the association we had what was a thrilling program, revolutionary for its time, and one that gave us a little hope of solving the whole problem. Now we have only cases, no program, and no hope. Every effort I have made to try to put this hope into our work by framing a program has been ignored or thwarted by the secretary or by the board." By coincidence, Dubois' preliminary list of 68 participants for Armenia had arrived at 69 Fifth Avenue at the very moment Spingarn announced his departure from the presidency. Neither the secretary nor his assistant had shown an interest in discussing these materials until the resignation backlash brought them to confer sheepishly with Joel Spingarn in his brother's law office on the afternoon of April 7. The mass of biographical data worked up by Dubois in his capacity as chairman of the organizing committee seems to have overwhelmed White and Wilkins and given new enthusiasm about the conference, a delighted Spingarn reported to Atlanta. Both White and Wilkins were simply amazed at the mass of names so quickly assembled. The names Dubois proposed were the flower of Negro leadership. To visualize many of them fatally injured in a train accident was to imagine the decapitation of a race. As he and Wilkins comprised the 3-person organizing committee chaired by Dubois, White now made a convincing show of busy cooperation, and a whir of preparations for the conference-filled association headquarters. As conference host, it was Spingarn's privilege to decide the final number of participants. He settled on 32, but left the selection of names to Dubois. Forwarding the 32 names by return mail, Dubois suggested that Spingarn could drop Wilkins from the list without the slightest hurt to intelligent discussion. The correspondence for this transitional period strongly suggests that Dubois had decided to leave the NAACP soon after taking up the guest appointment at Atlanta University. The opportunity to resume his Atlanta professorship exercised a powerful appeal, but Dubois' decision had not yet been set in concrete for the good reason that Hope was temporarily barred from converting the visiting professorship into a permanent position. Until the directors of the General Education Board approved, 2 of whom, Trevor Arnett and Dean Sage, were trustees of Atlanta University, the appointment languished. Arnett, president of the GEB and chairman of the Atlanta University Trustee Board, had suggested to Sage during one of their frequent informal discussions a month or so after Dubois arrived on campus, it might be well to consider an appointment for a special period, say for a year, so that it might be seen how the matter progressed before making a definite commitment. Tenure for Dubois hung in the balance of good behavior, then, even as his skepticism about crafting an effective role for the NAACP deepened. Pending the outcome of the Atlanta position, he decided to spend the second weekend in April in New York conferring with Joel Spingarn on a plan for the reorganization of the NAACP. It was a period of high-stakes options during which the editor allowed himself to think that the civil rights organization could be overhauled almost with the stroke of a pen. Distressed to learn that business worries forced New Haven attorney Crawford, one of his closest and ablest friends, to resign from the board, Dubois begged him to delay. "Before you take final action, wait until you see the plan," he wrote. An appeal to the loyal friends of the NAACP, The plan circulated by Dubois in late April 1933, lived up to its billing. Tinkering with our present organization was pointless, Dubois insisted. If the NAACP was to do more than simply to survive, if it was to perform during the next quarter century as effectively as it has in the last, then a new start from a blank page was imperative. The radical plan was unusually complicated. All salaried officers of the association were to resign in 2 cycles, July 1 and December 31, 1933, with himself, White, Wilkins, and the field secretaries placed on half salary and spared until the second cycle. The annual June conference, slated to meet in Chicago, was to be postponed until December 1933. Review of policies and drafting of recommendations would take place in August at the Amenia Conference, a 3-day plenary board meeting in September would finalize the association's new structure, re-examine the Constitution, adopt the budget, and elect new officers and staff along with a new editor for the crisis. White, Wilkins, and Pickens, being immediately relieved of all organizational duties, were expected to use the time in securing other employment before the December resignation deadline. However complicated the particulars, the plan's real objective was instantly clear: an association purged of Walter White and Roy Wilkins. The editor may not have been terribly surprised when Joel Spingarn wrote that he and Arthur found the reorganization plan neither feasible nor advisable, a verdict fully shared by Harry Davis. The brothers agreed that the association's present course led to a dead end, but as the most prominent white custodians of the civil rights organization they recoiled from the stark choices imposed by a scheme they feared was too radical to enlist the support of the colored people of the country. Crawford understandably objected that the rationale for destroying the present structure would elude the membership and the nation at large, and Wright was adamant that the association needed the services of both the editor and the secretary. Dubois felt compelled to throw in the towel. In mid-May he told Lillian Alexander, the plan's sole booster, that he intended to do nothing further for the remainder of the year. Plainly, Dubois was adrift, his base of support within the association indecisive and dwindling. The note of resignation in a letter to Davis Dubois was uncharacteristic. "None of us can plan for next year, for the Lord knows what it's going to bring about. Possibly, we can all get a job with President Roosevelt's reforestation gang," he joked weakly. A mix-up in train schedules had denied him the pleasure of her company in New York after the Washington Conference on Negro Economics. Davis Dubois had gone off alone to join the crowd protesting the decision to obliterate the Diego Rivera murals at Rockefeller Center. Still, however frustrating and disheartening the times were, Dubois sustained a remarkable level of productivity. The final draft of his book on the Reconstruction period was only months away. He leapt at an invitation from the editor of Foreign Affairs to write a blistering account, appearing in July, of the collusion of the State Department and the Firestone Corporation in Liberia. Leaving the front office to wrestle with Chicago Convention arrangements as well as Amenia Conference logistics, the editor returned to Atlanta and focused again on the long-simmering issue of finding a business manager for the magazine. As part of the early January compromise lifting Dubois' resignation threat, the association had made a commitment to hire someone who could perform the dual role, under the general direction of the editor, of business manager and managing editor, a position that was to be co-equal with that of Wilkins. The candidate Dubois had in mind was George Streeter, whose excellent credentials impelled Joel Spingarn to ask whether he wasn't too smart and literary to be business manager. The Fisk undergraduate who had played an invaluable role in overthrowing President Mackenzie was now 31, equipped with a master's degree from Western Reserve University, and a popular if restive teacher of mathematics and physics at Bennett College, an exclusive black women's institution in Greensboro, North Carolina. Dubois' appreciation of this self-assured Southerner had grown stronger in the 7 years since they had conspired together to liberate Fisk. Tall, heavy-set, the intellectually aggressive Streeter was as devoted to Dubois as he was capable of dissent whenever issues of political principle came between them. He would also reveal a proneness for divining dark conspiracies and a capacity for personalizing honest dissent that would soon tire a remarkably patient Dubois, but these were traits not in evidence in the spring of 1933. Sounding more like Dubois than even Dubois had lately, Streeter prescribed a bit of daring, a change of tactics, less emphasis on what ought to be, and more on what is to get sales up. If they made the magazine the organ of the Negro masses, he was sure that the masses would buy it, even if they did not read it. Streeter's enthusiasm was infectious. Yet even as Dubois proposed his protégé to the board at the end of May, the crisis was so close to being terminal that he began to contemplate administering last rites. He was going to make a rather desperate effort to finish this year, he confided to Ovington. Prospects for 1934 verged on the impossible, however. Signals from the board along with reports from Branch and Burton reinforced the editor's pessimism. Promising no better than a 3-month trial arrangement with a monthly salary of $100, then, Dubois warned Streeter that the crisis would either stop publication or get another editor, or change in form if the NAACP fell short of a promised $7,000 subsidy. In marked contrast to Wilkins, Streeter brushed salary aside as secondary. "I am willing to sacrifice." His enthusiasm decided the issue for Dubois. The new business manager/managing editor would finally take up his post at the beginning of September 1933. Although Joel Spingarn's invitation to Dubois to put their friendship on a first-name basis had never taken, cooperation between these two imperious, principled intellectuals attained a new level of cordiality as they planned and presided over the Second Amenia Conference, held in August 1933. The conference was a high-stakes ploy to infuse new life into the NAACP by bringing together the best and brightest of the talented 10th for 4 days of sharply focused review and revision of the national civil rights agenda. The premise was one that held that it was still possible in the third decade of the 20th century to convene the small and relatively homogeneous Negro leadership class in executive session in order to inaugurate broad-gauge policies for the entire race. If the model for the gathering was avowedly elitist and even a touch paternalistic, Amenia's objectives were intended to be socially progressive at the least and even economically radical, if Dubois had his way. He would bring to Amenia his characteristic worldview in which absolutes declared war on half measures. Nonsense was no longer an affordable luxury. It was just as nonsensical for us to assume that the program which we had espoused in 1910 was going to work in 1950. We had got to prepare ourselves for a reorganization of society, especially and fundamentally in industry, he intoned. Dubois would claim after the fact that one of his regrets was the sharp skew to younger professionals at the conference. Outside of 4 of the elder statesmen, the median age was 30, he recalled, persons just out of college, their life work begun but not settled. Yet the decision to corral the cadets of the talented 10th had been as much Dubois' as Spingarn's or White's, and probably more so. He was counting on the irreverence for tradition and readiness for experimentation of younger men and women in order to lift the NAACP out of its rut. Locke, Eugene Jones, and Channing Tobias, all of them born in the 1880s, were passed over as too senior to blend well with the youthful majority. If elder statespersons were limited by quota, Dubois, James Weldon Johnson, Spingarn, and Pickens, another leadership group, was equally restricted. Despite their authority in the community, the small number of invitations sent to ministers of the gospel guaranteed, as Dubois much preferred, that they would be conspicuously underrepresented at Amenia. No response came from the new dean of the Howard University Chapel, Howard Thurman, a theological prodigy whose gospel of the common ground was to inspire over time A. Philip Randolph, Mary Bethune, and Martin Luther King, Jr. Benjamin Mays, another Howard professor whose religious scholarship and radiating influence as future president of Morehouse College would match Thurman's, pleaded the demands in connection with the Negro's Church, his bedrock survey published that year. The colorful, 25-year-old assistant pastor of Harlem's Abyssinian Baptist Church, Adam Clayton Powell, somehow failed to survive the final invitational cut. There were other surprising or significant omissions and absences. John P. Davis, the Bates College graduate who had ably managed the crisis during Dubois' 1926 absence in Russia, appears not to have been proposed, possibly because of Davis's frenetic efforts at that time to protest the New Deal's racial indifference by organizing his Joint Committee on National Recovery. As for Cullen and Schuyler, Du Bois may have regarded his former son-in-law's attendance as problematic and that of the caustic Schuyler, a friend of White and Wilkins, as quite dispensable. Hughes sent regrets from California. He had recently returned to the United States by way of Japan after a weird sojourn in the Soviet Union. A wealthy San Francisco patron loaned the poet a beach house in Carmel in which to rest and write. The lawyer and future Judge William Hastie had hoped to attend until the last week before the conference, as had Logan, who wrote that his doctor's orders to rest would now prevent it. Accommodated in 4 army cots each to 10 tents, the attendees began to arrive at the Spingarn estate on the morning of August 18, a rainy, unseasonably cool Friday. The conferees were uniformly exceptional. All except one were college graduates, Du Bois' summary press report stated. A number had advanced degrees and 3 had degrees of doctors of philosophy. Several, such as Fraser, described to Spingarn by Du Bois as the race's best expert on social studies, were already acknowledged paragons. Sterling Brown would come to Troutbeck at the last moment, after several weeks of hesitation due, probably, to finances. Bunch, Harris, Charlie Houston, and Ira Reid gave firm commitments from the outset. Thelma Taylor, Juanita Jackson, Hazel Brown, Bunchy, Houston, Sterling Brown, A.B. Harris, worth crossing a continent to know, YWCA staffer Francis Williams would gush afterward in a summing-up letter to White. Bunch, Harris, Brown, and Houston, radicals on the Howard University faculty, were attempting to shift the Negro intelligentsia's focus on race to an analysis of the economics of class. Fraser, still at Fisk, would leave for Howard in the fall of 1934 and sign on immediately with the Young Turks, or what he called the Thinkers and Drinkers faculty group. The consistency and duration of the Young Turks' Marxism varied greatly, but they were unanimously critical of what they saw as the incorrigible, petit bourgeois parochialisms of the black leadership class, the Horatio Alger creed of collective betterment, on the one hand, and the prescriptions for separatist nostrums, on the other. By education, lifestyles, and, in several cases, second-generation affluence, they fit the mold of talented 10th exemplars. Yet these same advantages tended to alienate them from the narrow class consciousness they believed afflicted too many of their seniors. Charlie Houston's position as vice dean of Howard's Law School and imminent appointment as the NAACP's first salaried special counsel tended to muffle any public expressions of disaffection, but the reforming law dean would become a loyal dissenter within White's regime of bureaucratic legalism. Like Charlie Houston, Los Angeles-born Ralph Bunche possessed the athletic good looks on which a talented 10th crisis cover could have been modeled. His economic analysis of the race problem had impressed Du Bois 2 years earlier when the editor participated in an institute on political status and condition of the Negro race sponsored by Bunche's political science department. In the years following Amenia, Bunche's growing antipathy for race leaders was to find devastating expression in the programs, ideologies, tactics, and achievements of Negro betterment interracial organizations, an essay lodged in the footnotes of Muirdahl's An American Dilemma. Bunche's controversial 1940 essay would boil over from the same distress he brought to Amenia that in the thinking of the Negro elite there is a tremendous gap between it and the black mass. Fraser's Marxist inclinations were less robust than the Jacobin prejudices he would pour into The Black Bourgeoisie, a book that incarnated the Negro elite in exquisite and perdurable caricature. Writing to a friend a year before Amenia II, Fraser had complained that all shades of articulate Negro thought are conservative, a judgment Du Bois and Bunche would have applauded. 32-year-old Sterling Brown came to Amenia in the wake of a brilliant literary success, Southern Road, his first volume of poetry having achieved a folk authenticity realized by no other Renaissance poet except Hughes. Brown's Marxism, such as it was the most casual of the Howard group, but the success of his poetry in bridging the gap between the creative artist and common black people was a form of radical political statement in itself. With Harris and Bunche alternately assuming the role of maestro, these young Turks performed the role of an exhorting chorus at Armenia. In accordance with Dubois and Spingarn's plan for the 4-day event, the participants ranged the grounds of Troutbeck Estate in spirited discussion, aggregated in small, freewheeling talking groups, and met at scripted intervals for plenary deliberations under a tent large enough for an audience of 75. To promote the freest exchange between them, the deliberations were voted as a private matter, noted Dubois. He insisted that the organizers took great care that no attempt was made to lay down a concrete program to be implemented by any organization or group. Their goals were open discussions with optional consideration of any and all questions pertinent to race relations and the national economy. Beyond a summary narrative, therefore, no record was made of the discussions at Armenia II. In keeping with the spirit of egalitarian candor, Dubois and elder statesmen Spingarn, Johnson, and Pickens maintained a low profile of avuncular accessibility. Distinguished whites from the neighborhood motored over to observe, mingle, and, in several instances, to sit in on sessions inconspicuously. Spingarn's friend and neighbor, U.S. Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, Jr., visited on the last day of the conference and promptly fell into deep conversation with Dubois. Ovington came for a day from her summer home in Great Barrington. The camera caught her in the group standing between Pickens and Johnson, a progressive relic with white hair accentuated against a smiling dark background. Johnson stood beside her, fedora at the jaunty angle befitting Gentleman Jim. He was increasingly unpopular with some of the young militants, who thought him too conservative and schmoozy in the company of powerful whites. A popular libel claimed that Johnson could whisper in a white man's ear so quietly that not even Johnson himself could hear what he was saying. A latecomer from Wilmington, Delaware, Attorney Lewis Redding, sensed an aura of deep momentousness pervading the first plenary session. Conferees swarmed from the large tent as from a hive, forming clusters buzzing with debate well into the night. Saturday morning belonged to the radicals, Redding observed, and rather insistent were the pronouncements, of the imminence of basic change in the political, economic, and social structure of our country. If none of them is reported as actually having said that the problem of the 20th century was not the color line but the class line, that was the unmistakable import of the Young Turks' argument, and economic exploitation through the power of organized labor and state planning and the race problem would fade away. But White and Wilkins came to Troutbeck from the Chicago Convention determined to hold the line against far-reaching departures from the association's economic and political programs. For his part, elder statesman Dubois looked on indulgently as Harris and Bunch appealed for a broad coalition with labor as part of a plan to bring about a social democratic revolution in the United States. The bespectacled, moon-faced Harris wore his scholarly activism with little of Bunch's gregarious charm. Harris possessed the considerable distinction, however, of having authored a classic at age 32, the indispensable The Black Worker, the Negro and the Labor Movement. Dubois' fondness for Harris in no way softened a conviction that the primacy given by Harris and others to class solutions was symptomatic of a dangerous myopia that discounted the institutional utility of racism. Most of the younger trained college group were convinced that the economic pattern of any civilization determined its development along all cultural lines, he sighed. Vigorous objections to the position advanced by Bunch and Harris at the conference materialized before long from a cluster of opinions forming, somewhat surprisingly, around Fraser that attempted to fuse socialism with racial solidarity. It seems inferentially apparent that Dubois spoke through Fraser as much as Fraser spoke for himself at Armenia when the sociologist commended a course of action that combined nationalism and socialism. In any case, writing in dusk of dawn of his disappointment in the conference, Dubois spoke of having held designs strikingly similar to Fraser's. I had hoped for such insistence upon the compelling importance of the economic factor, he remembered, that this would lead to a project for a planned program for using the racial segregation, which was at present inevitable, in order that the laboring masses might be able to have built beneath them a strong foundation for self-support and social uplift. Winona Bond and Delaware attorney Redding recorded a growing recoil from the economic radicalism of the opening session. It seemed obvious to Lewis Redding, though, that the class of people attending the conference had so subtly become infused with middle-class American success philosophy as to have trouble remembering the great mass of poor, ignorant, uncounseled, and exploited black people. Given Aminia's sylvan setting, good food, recreational diversions, and plenitude of credentials, perhaps it was understandable that the plight of the masses remained an abstraction for some of the conferees. After all, as Bond chirped, it was a grand crowd, nice people with whom to swim and row and walk and play baseball, and exchange jokes, people who do successful jobs, yet have time to follow hobbies and avocations with enthusiasm. The dominant point of view held that capitalism was down but definitely not out, and that the value of Aminia was to offer pragmatic recommendations to ensure that the best and brightest Negroes rode out the Depression. Du Bois noted Riley Spingarn's frosty reaction to a clumsy attempt at communist humor when one of the less polished young Turks was invited to the mansion with the other conferees. Du Bois called the young radical Jones. Jones stood in the parlor and grinned, and said aloud to the visitors, "Comes the revolution and Commissar Jones will live here." Spingarn did not appreciate the joke. Edward Spingarn, who remembers trailing along with his mother as she took moving pictures of the proceedings with an electric camera, believed his father was deeply concerned about the communist tendencies of the younger intellectuals. "My father felt that this was a tragic mistake," he claimed. To many, if not the majority of those who attended, the consensus for change that emerged from Aminia II, despite the incompatibilities and ambiguities, was exciting in its promise of ongoing momentum. "Four threads of thought entered into our conference," Du Bois recounted. First came recommitment to the fight against all forms of racial segregation and color discrimination. The second thread was the thin but strong one of Marxism and economic determinism. The third thread coiled around the entire group. According to Du Bois, no one dissented from the criticism that we had been thinking of the exceptional folk, the talented tenth, the well-to-do, that we must now turn our attention toward the welfare and social uplift of the masses. Out of the seeming catharsis of the Sunday night session filled with disquisitions and applause, then, came the selection of what Du Bois described as a continuation committee, temporarily chaired by Houston and composed of Bunch, Fraser, Harris, Reed, Wilkins, and one woman, Mabel Bird, an economist whose diligence in investigating discrimination under the NRA codes would earn notice in the black community. This was the committee, to be formally established a year later as the Committee on the Future Plan and Program, that the aggressive Harris would attempt to transform into an engine for the reinvention of the NAACP and redefinition of the civil rights struggle. If a transformation of the association was possible, Du Bois must have hoped that the brilliant economist might have a chance to achieve what Sisyphus, confounded by no less a task, had failed to accomplish. The editor revealed his cautious optimism about democratizing the association to Spingarn immediately, writing that the results may not seem to be tremendous, yet it may well be that they will prove as epoch-making as the first Aminia conference. Probably, though, Du Bois was already as disappointed as his verdict in Dusk of Dawn disclosed much later. The end of it all was inconclusive resolutions and no agreement, he would write. The editor had now all but decided not to return to the NAACP. 2 weeks before the Aminia conference, his ambiguous situation at Atlanta University had been resolved when he and Hope agreed over dinner in Manhattan on terms for a permanent appointment. What doubts remained about his decision can only have been strengthened the following day, August 4, when White pleaded that pressing legal bills made it impossible to honor a commitment to the magazine of several $100s. In early September, Du Bois forwarded a dire memorandum to the board declaring his intention to resign not later than January 1, 1934, unless the association guaranteed the $7,000 subvention for the year. A second memorandum at the end of the month informed the directors of the Crisis Publishing Company not only that he was off to Atlanta immediately, returning, possibly, in November and certainly in December, and that George Streeter would run the magazine as business manager, but also that Lulu Burton and Daisy Wilson, Du Bois' secretary, were leaving with him. Hope and Florence Red approved the transfer of Wilson's salary to Atlanta University's budget and a scholarship award to the Graduate School for Burton, an arrangement permitting the editor to apply these salary savings to the new business manager. Will's plans for Nina, however, were not to her liking. Shouldn't she come to Atlanta, at any rate for the coming year, or at least part of it? She almost beseeched. Even though her willingness to be with him in the city of Burghart's death was a touching proof of Nina's long-suffering desire to share in his life, her husband strongly recommended against it. Things were not definitely settled about the appointment, he wrote her in late May, but even were he to return the following year he saw almost insurmountable complications about being together. On the other hand, he recognized that Nina's responsibility for Yolanda and their granddaughter must take its toll. More space in quieter surroundings away from the deteriorating Dunbar apartments would be best, he thought. She might look around somewhere, he suggested, either in Harlem or the Bronx, or Brooklyn, for an apartment that would be suitable and near the ground with a yard. Of the 4 possibilities Will listed for Nina, including a year in France with Miss Profit, the 4th living together in Atlanta was least viable. His quarters next year in the new faculty dormitory would be spacious enough for the 2 of them, but children would not be allowed. It would not be possible to get accommodations for Yolanda and the baby. I'm afraid it would be practically impossible, Will repeated. The letter moved away from domestic complications that would resolve themselves in time to tell Nina of the recent drive to Fisk and the nervous white president's reception for him. My love to the whole family. Prospects for a permanent niche at O were enhanced after a summer of teaching there. The editor informed the association of his definite intentions in late fall of 1933. Presented with a fait accompli, the board ratified a year's leave of absence for Dubois at the reduced pay of $1,200, on November 3, with no duties except the writing of such editorials and articles as he may wish to contribute to the crisis. Streeter, assisted by Wilkins, was to run the magazine on a 6-month trial basis, after which time the board would decide the publication's fate. The solution allowed the editor to retain the best options. Through Streeter, he would be able to maintain control of his creation as long as it remained viable. Thanks to Hope, he would now be able to return to academic life at little or no cost to his level of income or his social life. Meanwhile, the momentum from Amenia continued to run for several months. An astonishing hypothetical was disclosed within days after the conference adjourned. Henry Morgenthau's interest in the proceedings at Troutbeck had been motivated by more than general curiosity, Spingarn revealed to Dubois. The U.S. Secretary of the Treasury was searching for a Negro advisor, someone who knew the race problem from the ground up. Spingarn continued with uncustomary excitement. It seems, and I am telling you this in strict confidence, that he has found his ideal advisor in you. Was it conceivable Dubois in service to the New Deal as special assistant on Negro affairs to a cabinet officer? Spingarn became almost dizzy from the implications of his great, good friend offering uniquely informed advice and designing substantive federal relief policies. But, on second thought, wouldn't your appointment frighten the South, he wondered, and even risk the plan being scuttled altogether than if a more neutral name were proposed? Still, on balance, Spingarn thought Dubois should accept the risk, although he wondered if FDR would dare to appoint you. However pleased by the unsolicited esteem, Dubois would have known that Morgenthau's was a momentary enthusiasm doomed to expire in the first hours of the secretary's return to Washington. A gentleman farmer and Hyde Park neighbor of FDR's, Morgenthau was a thin-skinned public servant whose lack of humor was exceeded only by his ignorance of race relations. Meeting Dubois had been a revelation, an exhilarating encounter that flattered the Treasury Secretary's considerable intellectual vanity and affirmed a tradition of Jewish uplift. With a bow to Spingarn's second thought, therefore, the editor recommended that Morgenthau choose the principal of Fort Valley High and Industrial School, 67-year-old Henry Alexander Hunt, a quiet, capable educator whose Southwest Georgia institution maintains solid academic standards without unduly offending the local whites. Expressing his appreciation for Dubois' confidence and interest, Hunt, whose qualities of perseverance and prudent courage had won the 1926 Spingarn Medal, accepted the position of assistant to the governor of the Treasury Department's Farm Credit Administration, FCA. That Dubois would have been badly miscast in the role of a token New Deal bureaucrat, the first of the derided pork barrelensis africanus, seems patently obvious from the vantage of hindsight. In the months immediately prior to the Amenia Conference, Dubois had concluded that his people would have to look out for themselves while the federal government repaired and restructured the broken national economy for the benefit of white Americans. Few students of politics possessed his detailed grasp of the intractable power of the Southern oligarchy, its chokehold through the congressional seniority system on New Deal legislation. As they watched Act One from offstage, the editor and the black leadership class saw their people all but excluded from playing parts in the alphabetized drama of recovery. The Agricultural Adjustment Administration, AAA, sent millions of dollars south to all-white county committees to pay for farmland retired from cultivation in order to reverse the free fall in prices due to overproduction. A study conducted by the CIC Swifter would soon tally the dismal consequences of AAA subsidy checks that never reached a sizable percentage of black farm owners, black sharecroppers, or black field hands, leaving those who stayed with the land eking out mean annual earnings of $295 and $175 for sharecroppers and field hands, respectively, as compared to $417 and $232 for whites. The Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, whose military-style encampments eventually housed 3 million men earning $30 a month for road building, irrigation, and reforestation projects, would remain 95% white in the first 2 years of operation. The Federal Relief Administration, FARA, reserved relief overwhelmingly for whites. The Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, a lacework of dams and hydroelectric generating stations across 7 southern states, was as white in its massive labor force as a Southern Baptist congregation, with less than 1% of its workers recruited among blacks. Even as the young professionals had debated the future of the race with their elders at Amenia, fateful hearings were underway in Washington to set up blanket codes under the National Recovery Administration, NRA, to regulate production, prices, wages, hours, and collective bargaining for the major sectors of the national economy. NRA stood for Negroes Ruined Again, the frantically resourceful John Davis charged, as he and Robert Weaver puffed themselves up that September into an ambitious paper entity they called the Joint Committee on Negro Recovery, JCNR. The quixotic duo of Davis and Harvard-trained economist Weaver begged, borrowed, and liberated sensitive federal documents and brazened themselves into hearings where they protested the Labor Advisory Board's plan to exclude predominantly black occupations of waiters, bellhops, porters, barbers, and domestics from the NRA codes. Exclusion from federal relief was only half the story, however. Skilled and semi-skilled occupations covered by the codes varied by region and race, with Southern pay scales generally lower than Northern, and minimum wages for black people in the South still lower. Yet if Negro leaders were to demand parity under the codes, the consequences would be terrible. To insist upon equal wages would inevitably lead to the mass displacement of blacks by whites, NRA officials gravely informed Mordecai Johnson, John Hope, Eugene Jones, T. Arnold Hill, William Hastie, and 15 others when they assembled in a blue ribbon gathering in mid-December. The occasion was a meeting in Howard University's Carnegie Library, requested by U.S. Commissioner of Labor Statistics Isidore Lubin, Special Advisor on Negro Economic Status Clark Foreman, about whom, more later, Labor Board member Rose Schneiderman, and 27 white NRA administrators to ratify the separate and unequal wages policy. The meeting's awkward silence was dramatically broken by Davis, arriving 15 minutes late, who proceeded to read the verbatim transcript of the Industrial Recovery Board's September meeting. Peppered with supercilious, demeaning remarks, made by several present at Carnegie Library, about clamorous Negroes and nuisance demands by people only wanting to be appointed to something or other, the government transcript had the impact of a tear gas canister. The Howard meeting ended too hurriedly even to be adjourned. Davis's single-handed exposure of the NRA's two-tier wage scales ricocheted off the marble hallways in Federal Triangle buildings and brought a pile of newspaper distress to the hospital room where Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes was recovering from a broken rib. Making no mention of Davis's JCNR, Du Bois lashed out with similar fury in the crisis against the NRA's bias toward the large employers and the racially exclusive AFL, predicting that, whether the New Deal's corporatist experiment ended in socialism or fascism, his people would continue to comprise the great bulk of the American social and economic mudsill. Sympathetic signals emanating from the Department of the Interior, headed by former Chicago NAACP chapter President Ickes, or those from the Department of Labor, presided over by social reformer Frances Perkins, the first woman appointed to cabinet rank, Du Bois tended to dismiss as chimerical. Instead, they disillusioned him all the more as the kind of white liberal goodwill that made its victims complicit in their own oppression. When Ickes persuaded FDR to agree to the appointment of a special assistant on the economic status of Negroes, a scheme proposed by Embry and Will Alexander and privately financed by the Rosenwald Fund, Du Bois exploded. The new special assistant was Clark Foreman, white, wealthy, and, by the race relations standards of his native Georgia, a charming liberal. The crisis for October 1933 roared that it was an outrage that we again, through the efforts of some of our best friends, should be compelled to have our wants and aspirations interpreted by one who does not know them. The democratic rhetoric with which Interior Secretary Harold Ickes, urban reformer and a past president of the Chicago NAACP, launched the Works Progress Administration, WPA, no discrimination exercised against any person because of color or religious affiliation rang hollow in Du Bois' ears. He knew in a general way of NAACP files brimming with case histories of acts of piteous discrimination against qualified applicants for federal assistance. One in particular, an anguished victim's letter to Charles Houston, was emblematic of the unfair workings of the color-coded safety net being woven by the New Deal. Nelson H. Nichols, Jr., a young Washington, D.C., attorney, had been a volunteer in the government's campaign to explain the National Recovery Act, NRA. Called for an interview at the Department of Commerce for a legal position with NRA, Nichols waited 3 hours until no other candidates remained and even the clerk had left. "I'll just cut the Gordian knot with you and be frank," said the annoyed Assistant Director of Personnel, unable to leave his office without passing Nichols. "Your qualifications are good and all in order," but no one had suspected that the young attorney was black and the NRA office positions were exclusively for white people. Within days, Nichols received a letter from the NRA administrator, General Hugh S. Johnson, thanking him for his fine services as a volunteer but pleading the unassailable wisdom of racial segregation. "You know as well as I do that there are some situations in which the races can be mixed and some where they can't." Nichols's NAACP file closed on a bitter note that Du Bois himself had sounded 1,000 times: "No nation can prosper which improperly denies recognition of the elementary civil rights of citizenship to the humblest of its loyal citizens who have labored to support it." Whether or not Nelson Nichols faced the prospect of selling apples and pencils in the vicinity of Union Station, Du Bois saw the hardship fate of the mass of African Americans as a condition that could be attenuated only by the embrace of a new racial philosophy. Yet, even as his magazine thundered against what it saw as fecklessness and tokenism, much of the black press began to cheer the formation of the Black Cabinet, or Kitchen Cabinet. Fort Valley's Hunt at FCA was joined before the end of the year by self-reliant Vann as special advisor in the Justice Department along with Hasty and Weaver as assistant solicitor and special assistant, respectively, at Interior, to be followed by Harris and Mabel Byrd on special assignment with the NRA and Eugene Jones at Commerce. The editor persisted in seeing little or nothing by which to be encouraged. "American Negroes will be beaten into submission and degradation if they merely wait unorganized to find some place voluntarily given them in the new reconstruction of the economic world," he warned, as too many influential Negroes mistook 24 federal appointments for political leverage. Talented 10th hopefulness would turn into euphoria after a jaunty white escorted 7 leaders into the White House on January 26 for 4 hours of what amounted to nothing less than a warm and soulful race relations symposium for the instruction of Eleanor Roosevelt. Knowing less about Negroes than Eskimos and, according to her biographers, given to enjoying polite darky stories, after this initial of many meetings to come, the First Lady became the NAACP's most valuable white ally. Stephen Early, Confederate General Jubal Early's grandson, and the Southern Palace Guard had shown their determination to keep the president from hearing from or speaking directly to 10% of the American population whose suffering under the Depression was greatest by banning colored reporters permanently from White House press conferences. Whatever should be done for citizens of color, lifting the poll tax, banning labor union discrimination, enacting federal sanctions against lynching, FDR's advisors told him he couldn't do. And what FDR could do, greeting the annual NAACP convention, moral suasion Early, Lewis Howe, Thomas, Tommy the Corcoran, and other intimates told FDR he shouldn't. Remember our white Southern brethren, the wily Howe counseled, and let the future take care of our anxious colored brethren. Besides, the colored brethren had voted overwhelmingly for Hoover. More than a year would pass until Eleanor Roosevelt found an opportunity to slip the NAACP secretary past Early, Marvin McIntyre, and other vigilant palace guardsmen onto the White House's southern portico on a warm spring Sunday, where an amused FDR, pressured by his wife and mother, finally agreed to talk with White about pending anti-lynching legislation. White reported the president's definitive words on the subject of civil rights, spoken with as much regret as realpolitik allowed. "I did not choose the tools with which I must work," he told me. "Had I been permitted to choose them, I would have selected quite different ones. But I've got to get legislation passed by Congress to save America." It was a bravura FDR performance, leonine head aloft and cigarette holder angled, whose candor both impressed and depressed White. The man himself said in effect that New Deal benefits would come to Negroes slowly and collaterally after providing public relief and jobs for whites, and with great care taken not to rile the white South. Had Monroe Trotter somehow been in White's place on the White House portico, Eleanor and Sarah Delano Roosevelt might well have been surprised to hear the President of the United States gravely reproached for writing off millions of desperate citizens. Walter White was no Trotter, however, and Trotter himself was no more. Out of the loop of civil rights leadership and a shadow of his once fiery, uncompromising self, the old newspaperman who pulled Du Bois into the Bucharite fray and debated segregation in Wilson's Oval Office had committed suicide 12 months earlier. The era of the organization man of White and Wilkins had ushered this brave New England maverick from the scene. In penning his tribute, Du Bois' insightfulness came close to committing an uncomfortable truth about himself. Trotter, he wrote, was a freelance, too intense and sturdy to loan himself to that compromise which is the basis of all real organization. The mailed fist has got to be clenched. The united effort of 12 millions has got to be made to mean more than the individual effort of those who think aright. Du Bois had done his best to prepare the race not only for the political realities governing FDR but also for the grim consequences of the descent of people of color into a pariah caste, a category all but ostracized from the social contract. On being ashamed flamed with the consternation of old in the September Crisis, 1933, but its thesis was new, or, rather, a novel recycling of an earlier one long since filed away by Du Bois. He restated the ideals of a once optimistic people. Committed to self-improvement and colorblind citizenship, the generation of Afro-Americans after slavery had worked wonders from pitifully little to become educated, industrious, and civically exemplary. In the years between emancipation and 1900, the theory of escape was dominant, he claimed with only mild exaggeration. We were, by birth, law and training, American citizens. We were going to escape into the mass of Americans in the same way that the Irish and Scandinavians and even the Italians were beginning to disappear. He described it as the time of our country 'tis of thee when race was expected to disappear from the vocabulary of the internation and educated folk dispensed with watermelon, rejected spirituals and held their noses in the presence of their less evolved cousins of whom this upper class of colored Americans were ashamed. Negro Americans faced lean times. In the national rebuilding underway, he predicted that the large state and corporate entities controlling the economy would increasingly dispense with black people. Even trained Negroes have increasing difficulty in making a living, the editor observed, and the virtual shutout by the unions of Negroes drove him to conclude that there was little or no chance of advancement for the Negro worker, the educated artisan, and the educated leader. Yet more dismally, in agriculture, where their numbers were greatest and their experience unmatched, blacks were being simultaneously ground into the dirt by white landowners, on the one hand, and forced off the land by federal farm policies, on the other. The historic disabilities of poverty, ignorance, and prejudice had finally acquired a phenomenology unique to no other racial or religious group in the United States. He is of Negro descent was all that is necessary for any Christian American gentleman to explain today in withholding courtesy, quality education, a job, or merited promotion from another person, declared Du Bois. Assimilation had been reduced to a mirage as the record of biracial politics in the post-Civil War South was airbrushed from history, as the sweat, loyalty, and ambition of millions of ordinary folk neither protected them from lynch law down south nor entitled them to union cards or housing loans up north, and, the essay bemoaned, as the achievements of remarkable men and women were angrily resented or cynically contested. Integration, the end game of talented 10th advancement, was leading the race pell-mell to crushing defeat, and so Du Bois broadcast the reasons for resigning his commission on the General Staff of Integration. There seems no hope that America in our day will yield in its color or race hatred any substantial ground, he foresaw fatalistically, and we have no physical nor economic power, nor any alliance with other social or economic classes that will force compliance with decent civilized ideals in church, state, industry, or art. 25 years of NAACP effort amounted only to valiant futility. All that remained was the solidarity forced upon a people whose greatest ambition had once been only to be allowed to merge with and blend into the American mainstream, for more and more largely in the last 25 years, colored America has discovered itself, has discovered groups of people, association with whom is a poignant joy. Pigment, family culture, superior education, and professional distinction would continue to matter behind the veil of color, Du Bois had no doubt, but, for better and worse, segregation's one-drop rule applied to the entire country had forced a black nation into being. Here was a revolutionary opportunity for his race to redefine a reversal as a breakthrough. What are we really aiming at, he entreated. The building of a new nation or the integration of a new group into an old nation? With all its terrible risks, Du Bois now decreed that it must be the former. But not what he despised as the mere rhodomontade and fatuous propaganda on which Garveyism was based. It had to be precisely and farsightedly planned and would entail increased segregation and even perhaps migration. He added sagely that this conception of group advancement would be pounced upon and aided and encouraged by every nigger hater in the land. On being ashamed of oneself ended on a Du Boisian imperative, the next step, then, involves the organization of intelligent and earnest people of Negro descent for their preservation and advancement in America, in the West Indies and in Africa, and no sentimental distaste for racial or national unity can be allowed to hold them back from a step which sheer necessity demands. The rest, he might have said, was easy. Du Bois' house-cleaning designs for the association now seemed to have Joel Spingarn's full support in the afterglow of Amenia. Although the chairman had confidentially prodded hope to take Du Bois on at Atlanta, the excitement of the conference and their years of mutual affection built on high-minded disputes and shared intellectual superiority induced a change of heart and persuaded Spingarn that without Du Bois the NAACP was not worth the candle. The controversies swirling around White made Spingarn all the more loath to see Du Bois retire from the scene. The Chicago branch of the association had come close to open mutiny during the summer of 1933 after White had ordered it to stand down from a call to boycott Sears and Roebuck. The old Chicago NAACP crowd had shrugged off years of complaints about policies that demeaned black customers of Marshall Field's, Wiebold's, Sears, and the other large department stores in the Loop. Women found it especially galling that they were not allowed to try on shoes in the Sears shoe department, an exclusion Sears enforced in other northern cities. The old ways ended abruptly with new NAACP leadership. In response to the local branch's letter demanding that the practice be abandoned, Sears replied with an unsigned denial of discrimination, and the Chicago branch issued an appeal for a nationwide boycott of the department chain. White's initial response was to back the Chicago branch, a decision taken immediately by the powerful National Association of Colored Women, NACW, whose annual convention was also to be held in the city that summer. In an unrelated development, however, White had recently asked for a subsidy from the Rosenwald family in order to compensate for the imminent reduction of Wilkins's salary, an action motivated in part by Spingarn's intention to unload the assistant secretary. William Rosenwald's letter to White brought a quick turnaround. He felt certain that White would want to take the appropriate steps to uphold the reputation of your organization, to make no mention of safeguarding Wilkins's salary. Then there was the Crawford case, a near disaster from which the NAACP had been spared a humiliating loss of credibility largely because of Houston's juristic sang-froid. The most highly publicized case taken on by the association since Clarence Darrow's defense of Ocean Sweet, George Crawford had seemed at first to be the answer to Scottsboro, a clean-cut, passably literate victim of Southern injustice accused of committing a double homicide in Loudoun County, Virginia. Martha Gruning, a seasoned investigator whose experience dated from her collaboration with the editor in uncovering the facts behind the 1917 East St. Louis race riot, had certified the alibi placing the young man in Massachusetts at the time of the murder of a Middleburg, Virginia, socialite, and her maid. Riding a wave of broad sympathy outside the South, the NAACP retained the services of a former Massachusetts Attorney General to defend Crawford while White fed the press background information about Virginia's culture of violence. Newspapers reported that a posse of local squires headed by fabled General Billy Mitchell, the father of the U.S. Air Corps, had set off to hunt and hang any black man the hounds flushed out of the woods on the night of the double murder. The battle to prevent Crawford's extradition reached the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals after the Massachusetts District Court ruled against Virginia on grounds that the accused would be denied a fair trial, a decision that brought Southern calls for Judge James A. Lowell's impeachment in Congress. Lowell was reversed by the Circuit Court and Crawford was remanded for trial in Loudoun County, his defense entirely, and unprecedentedly, in the hands of a team of Negro attorneys headed by Houston. White, galloping ahead of the learning curve that had made him one of the most successful Harlem Renaissance novelists, became an instant legal expert, joining Houston's team in late-night research sessions in Howard's Law Library, where a slangy, smart law student named Thurgood Marshall did gopher's duty. The case was closely followed by major white and black newspapers, South and North, as trial preliminaries commenced in December 1933. Houston and Company challenged the state's case on grounds of the historic exclusion of people of color from grand and petit jury roles. Dismissal and exclusion motions, unheard of in trials involving a black defendant, rattled the Leesburg prosecutors. Then, in a shattering confidence to Houston from the prosecutor, the Crawford bubble burst with the discovery that the defendant had, after all, returned to Virginia to see his wife at the time of the murders and fallen in with bad company. A bungled burglary and panic had cost the lives of the two white women. Ironically, the fear of backing a guilty party in an interracial crime, the fear that kept White from intervening in Scottsboro ahead of the ILD, now came disastrously true with the association's once ideal defendant. Shifting gears seamlessly, Houston turned the Crawford trial not into a plea for a guilty man but an opportunity for the state of Virginia to rise above judicial vindictiveness. Against every precedent and all expectations, the Loudoun County jurors declined to recommend the death penalty. White's portrayal of the outcome as a Southern milestone in the affirmation of due process was more persuasive, however, than his attempt to deflect sharp criticism about his management of the case. Among the most wounding would have been the editorial on the case slated for the May issue of the Crisis, which provoked an extremely angry letter in which White expressed utter amazement at Dubois' imputations and ignorance of the facts. "We gladly would have supplied you with information which was right here in the files," he would complain. Streeter wisely decided to withdraw the original editorial. It was in this squallish climate that Joel Spingarn took a hard look at new barometric readings for the association's future and decided on a change of course. On October 9, 1933, a Monday, the chairman was empowered to appoint a nominating committee to reconstitute the board of directors, news of which Spingarn immediately sent to Atlanta, where his conspiring friend awaited an invitation to serve with the new committee. Spingarn was elated. "Whatever happens, I want you to feel that the association is yours, something you helped to create, something you have helped to keep alive," he crooned. "Don't fail me or the association now." The other nominating committee members were Ovington and Lillian Alexander, chairperson, a composition virtually assuring the editor a free hand. Once again, national headquarters was roiled by Dubois' foundation-shaking redesigns. He called for more vice presidents and indefinite enlargement of the number of these honorary officers into a body of elder statesmen that was to include James Weldon Johnson and Arthur Spingarn. He proposed 12 additional seats on the board, 3 allotted to Whites, Martha Gruning and 2 others, and 2 to remain temporarily vacant. The slate of 8 candidates Dubois sent to the nominating committee was clearly intended to engineer the early retirement of White and Wilkins. Sterling Brown, Fraser, and Houston personally liked White, with whom they enjoyed an occasional game of poker, nor were they susceptible to knee-jerk deference to Dubois, whose interest in cards was minimal. On the other hand, the Howard professors were increasingly dissatisfied with an NAACP leadership style and organizational direction mainly propelled by egotism, boundless energy, and high-wire opportunism. Mabel Byrd, educated at the University of Oregon in economics and now employed by the NRA after serving with the League of Nations, had impressed Dubois at Armenia almost as much by her Levantine beauty as her acute intelligence. Rachel Davis Dubois was a preordained vote for the editor, as was Virginia Alexander. Gruning, too, was inclined to favor greater stress on bread and butter issues. Harris was known for his independent intellect, but Dubois had good reason to expect that the two of them would agree on major questions. Winter of 1933-34 was explosive. If Dubois had been at all inclined to any optimism about transforming the NAACP in the final weeks of the year, the contents of Harris's long, lucid despairing letter told him that time had run out. His short tenure on the board dealing with the likes of the Spingarns and distinguished Negro leaders convinced Harris that you can't rely upon the James Weldon Johnsons and the Walter Whites for any new programs. These people stood in the way of clear thinking on the present relation of the Negro to world forces. Lillian Alexander had suffered a mild heart attack in November. Herbert Seligman, never a forceful personality but competent enough as publicity director and generally sympathetic to the crisis, had resigned at the beginning of 1933. As a contributing editor to the Messenger and author of The Ribald Black No More, Schuyler's qualifications for the job might have seemed impressive. Mencken called him the most gifted writer of the Renaissance. The editor still smoldered over the book and article on Liberia, however, and when White moved to replace Seligman with Schuyler, Dubois expressed his displeasure in such categorical terms that Joel Spingarn decided not to approve the secretary's recommendation, reminding readers that he had devoted the year to making a restatement of the Negro problem through systematic discussion in the magazine of Demography, Marxism and Employment, The Vote, The Class Struggle Within the Race, and Education and Religion. Dubois ran up the warning flag of heresy in Pan-Africa and New Racial Philosophy that November. If Garvey read the November Crisis, he must have felt some degree of sour vindication. There are still large numbers of American Negroes who in all essential particulars conceive themselves as belonging to the white race, Dubois admonished. The thought surely suggested Garvey, if not the prose, as the editorial deplored those who, whether yellow, brown, or black, mistook the true meaning of their history and social surroundings. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands and dominated the upper tier of the race, these Negroes for whom nationality was paramount and racial identity a secondary characteristic or even a badge of shame. They were the people who were ever ready to flock to white America before they would flock to the brown West Indies or to black Africa or yellow Asia, people who failed to see that assimilationist options that once seemed attainable in the trial and error race relations before Plessy were now only cruel fictions. Du Bois reiterated chimeras whose wrong-headedness in the economic warp of the present might well prove fatal. Colored peoples of the world, and first of all those of Negro descent, should begin to concentrate upon this problem of their economic survival. Du Bois spelled out the meaning of self-sufficiency with salutes to utopian socialists Charles Fourier and Robert Owen. What can we do? We can work for ourselves. We can consume mainly what we ourselves produce, and produce as large a proportion as possible of that which we consume. In the past, Du Bois' periodic indulgence of black nationalist nostrums had never caused alarm. Few Americans, black or white, familiar with his outsized career doubted his ardent commitment to the NAACP's dogma of integration. But in the winter of 1933-34, separatist ideas from the pen of the country's leading civil rights advocate risked political consequences that rivaled the memorable controversy ignited by close ranks. A Southern official of the Department of the Interior, Clarence Pickett, had invoked the authority of Du Bois before the Joint Committee on National Recovery in defense of the Homestead Subsistence Bureau's decision to fund segregated resettlement communities. White's telegram to Atlanta at the end of November conveyed understandable alarm. "Very real danger from use of your name. Please wire us collect," implored White. Although Du Bois was almost past caring about White's concerns, the secretary might have expected cooperation in countering claims in Washington that the editor condoned racially parallel relief efforts by the federal government. Instead, Du Bois responded by lobbing a concussion grenade from the crisis. Segregation appeared in the January 1934 issue. It minced no words. The thinking colored people of the United States must stop being stampeded by the word segregation, Du Bois ordained. Racial segregation in the United States had almost always been tantamount to racial discrimination. But the two things do not necessarily go together, he explained to his overwhelmingly surprised readers, and there should never be an opposition to segregation pure and simple unless that segregation does involve discrimination. The editorial hit 69 Fifth Avenue in the backdraft of weeks of machinations and recriminations that had left the national office in a state of near chaos. The shotgun wedding of Wilkins and Streeter at the crisis had been a disaster from the beginning. To make matters worse, the board reconstituted the magazine's publication committee, gave it veto power over all advances from the association, and reinforced White's position on it by appointing Wilkins to serve with Wright and Arthur Spingarn, all without consulting the editor-in-chief. Holding his breath, Joel Spingarn informed Atlanta University's new professor of sociology on December 12, "Yesterday, the board took some radical steps. Could his friend please withhold judgment until they could meet?" Sheepishly, Spingarn noted that somehow his brother had been inadvertently put on the publication committee instead of Mrs. Alexander, quickly adding, however, that Arthur intended to resign, presumably in Alexander's favor. There was contained anger from Atlanta at first. His own authority could not be questioned. He, Du Bois, must either be editor or not editor, a real editor-in-chief with ultimate decisions over what goes into the magazine. If not, then, he was ready to step aside and assume the honorific of contributing editor, the balance of his salary promptly to be paid, but solely on condition that the new editor is a man whom I know and trust, he wrote both Spingarns. Streeter's editorial authority and $1,200 salary must be honored. Committees were acceptable in principle, but no committee with more than purely advisory authority was acceptable to him if Walter White was a member. But after 2 days of stewing, Du Bois' state of mind became almost feral. "The more I think it over, the more angry I get," he growled at Arthur Spingarn. Hazel Branch's frantic letter had just come about the printer's bill for $500 and the publication committee's immediate embargo on advances. "Please do your worst, I beg you, doctor. He was tired of being humiliated, tired of having continually to threaten severance of all connection with the crisis and the NAACP. As for any crisis committee or board with Roy Wilkins on it, Dubois found the idea absurd. Wilkins had neither the brains nor guts to be a member of any board, he raved, and demanded that the assistant secretary be replaced by Lillian Alexander. Dubois refused to be mollified. Joel Spingarn conceded that his objections were reasonable enough, pleaded the wisdom of putting disputes on hold until a face-to-face meeting, then wearily closed his letter by confessing uncertainty as to his feelings about the whole matter. But not only was Dubois unmollified, Streeter, his surrogate, addressed the chairman in an admonitory tone that the courtly Dutchess County squire was quite unaccustomed to receive from association employees. The young managing editor wanted Spingarn to understand that he was no impressionable idealist but a man of considerable professional experience whose office economizings, magazine redesign, and enrollment of new agents had begun to pay off in more subscribers and increased income. He had come to the crisis because of Dubois, because he believed in the quality of his mind, said Streeter. But he would never work for people he had come cordially to distrust. 3 months at the NAACP had been enough to show that White was a liability and Wilkins was a liar and a coward. Streeter predicted that the whole movement might as well fold up if White got control of the magazine. So much for Joel Spingarn's hope of a fortnight of peace until the conference with Dubois over the Christmas holidays. In the end, but only for the time being, he and the board were to be spared Dubois' December 27 resignation letter angrily imputing the intention of the board by 2 successive votes November and December, to terminate my services as active editor-in-chief of the crisis. Segregation had come instead. Segregation could be positive, and opposition to it was not or should not be from any distaste or unwillingness of colored people to work with each other, to cooperate with each other, to live with each other. Segregated schools, churches, neighborhoods, public facilities were anathema only because, with rare exceptions, the resources available to them were inferior. It was, therefore, not segregation as a prescription for group life but, rather, Dubois philosophized, the actual conditions of segregated life under white supremacy that were an abomination in the eyes of morality and the Constitution of the United States. Racial integration was also a desirable objective, of course. Doubtless, and in the long run, as Dubois well knew he could hardly avoid affirming, the greatest human development is going to take place under the widest individual contact, but in the present state of race relations the true community of all men and women was but a distant ideal. The logic of Duboisian segregation, then, was inescapable. It is impossible to wait for the millennium of free and normal intercourse before we unite. Just as the class-conscious working man was destined to bring about the global liberation of labor, so, predicted Dubois, it would be the race-conscious black man cooperating together in his own institutions and movements who would eventually emancipate the black race. 2 sentences in segregation stood out from the heretical others, leaving White and much of the talented 10th leadership almost as heartsick as had Garvey's overture to the Klan. With federal subsidies available to impoverished farming and mining communities in mind, Dubois urged that blacks should come forward, should organize and conduct enterprises in farms and communities voluntarily inhabited by themselves. It must be remembered, he stressed, that in the last quarter of a century, the advance of the colored people has been mainly in the lines where they themselves working by and for themselves, have accomplished the greatest advance. 12,000 crisis subscribers, 50,000 NAACP members, and hundreds of thousands of readers of the Defender, Courier, Afro-American, Amsterdam News, and scores of other black newspapers assimilated Dubois' new racial philosophy in reactions varying from bafflement to apoplexy. Resented and resisted in the Department of the Interior, assaulted each day by corridor expressions that could only be read as asking, "Boy, why are you here?" Assistant Solicitor Hasty told the Washington Afro-American that he refused to believe the editorial was possible until my own eyes had convinced me. Dubois, William Edward Burghard Dubois, himself or not himself making a puny defense of segregation and hair-splitting about the difference between segregation and discrimination. "Oh, Mr. Dubois. How could you?" Hasty's was an entirely predictable reaction. With Clark Foreman, the New Deal's white specialist on Negro affairs, citing Dubois as one of the outstanding Negro leaders who advocated cooperation within the race to develop leadership, White expected the editor to appreciate the discriminatory mischief to be made from his pronouncements. Surely Dubois must know that 20 black families were currently petitioning the Federal Home Subsistence Bureau for admission to the model settlement at Arthurdale, West Virginia. Direct pressure from Eleanor Roosevelt, in response to protests from the NAACP's Charleston, West Virginia, branch and the national office, had forced the Home Subsistence Bureau to review its initial decision to limit the Arthurdale colony to whites. We are informed that just as this was about to be done, White's urgent telegraph and letter informed Dubois, the editorial was published and that it has been used to hold up admission of these Negro families. The secretary wanted clarification. Mrs. Roosevelt wanted clarification. Possibly, the editor was unaware that the secretary, together with Moten, Mordecai Johnson, Charles S. Johnson, John Hope, and several others, would be conferring with Mrs. Roosevelt at the White House in little more than a week. What was the meaning of Dubois' refusal to publish White's own statement on the official NAACP position on segregation in the February crisis? He asked, an assertion plain and simple that the association had never officially budged in its opposition to segregation. Dubois had curtly dismissed White's statement as untrue and unfair, instructing the dumbfounded secretary that, as a historical fact, the NAACP had never actually taken a formal position on segregation. To that end, Dubois continued professorially, the matter of segregation has got to be threshed out very carefully by the association in the columns of the crisis. He returned White's letter with errors marked and invited him to contribute to the free forum whose announced objective would be to seek not dogma but enlightenment. Throughout the year, the magazine would devote itself to the subject of segregation. He was getting terribly tired fooling away time and energy on Walter White, he wrote Lillian Alexander. He's neither straight nor honest. As for Joel Spingarn, the bond of respect between them was still strong, but the editor understood only too well the chairman's dilemma. Although genuinely troubled by the NAACP's narrow, legalistic bent and its middle-class stodginess, Spingarn was by temperament and social position unreceptive to the radical social and economic solutions favored by Dubois and some of his young disciples. As custodian of the nation's oldest civil rights organization, his was the difficult duty of both encouraging innovative ideas and policies yet of safeguarding cohesion through sensitive, vigilant mediation. As much due to the talented 10th strategy of combating white prejudice with influential whites as to his abiding diplomacy and generous philanthropy, Spingarn's race and religion had seldom been an issue publicly discussed among colored Americans. They lay just below the civil surface of interracial comedy, nevertheless, as evidenced by the concern Van had shared 3 years earlier with Dubois that Spingarn's presidency was not only tantamount to a negative statement "we are not able to lead ourselves" but a potential source of Gentile rejection. Personally, he liked the man, but Van had reminded Dubois that the Christian world as we know it does not react too favorably to non-Christian leadership. As white men who were Jews, then, Joel and Arthur Spingarn knew that they must exercise great care whatever their feelings for Dubois never to appear to run against the grain of prevailing Negro opinion. Dubois told readers what they knew only too well: the vast majority of the Negroes in the United States are born in colored homes, educated in separate colored schools, attend separate colored churches, marry colored mates, and find their amusements in colored YMCAs and YWCAs. Segregation was a fact of American life, he was saying. His race must learn to make a virtue of a necessity. He had decided to exit with a bang. There would be no fulsome tributes on the occasion of his retirement from the crisis, no graceful fading away for him. He was disgusted personally and discouraged philosophically. Yet it was not what he said, but much more how Dubois chose to express it that occasioned a tsunami of reproach. The Afro-American tradition justifying separate racial development on grounds of realism or chauvinism, or both, was already an old one when Booker Washington perfected it. Even as shockwaves from the crisis reverberated, Kelly Miller and Woodson expressed ideas similar to Du Bois. Support for the man rather than for his thesis was far from lacking. The January 5 open letter to Carl Murphy was typical. Black people would as soon think of the United States without the Mississippi River as they would think of the NAACP and the crisis without Dr. Du Bois, it claimed. Signed by a nub of Du Boisians that included Reverend George Fraser Miller, the socialist preacher, Helen Curtis, the New Jersey clubwoman, Booty, the Harlem pharmacist, and Martha Gruning, it was addressed to the powerful board member who made no secret of his exasperation with the editor. Segregation. A symposium, like the watershed criteria of Negro art 8 years earlier, was designed to motivate informed controversy. It was the first of several proposed installments of the segregation controversy, appearing in March. Joel Spingarn, still prompted by philosophical integrity, expressed appreciation for Du Bois' broaching of the implications of segregation, then went on to underscore that the NAACP had always regarded segregation as an evil. Nor was that Du Bois' intention, Spingarn astutely observed, but a transvaluing of segregation, rather, into a good something like the cultural nationalism of the Zionists who insist that a people or a race can achieve its true development only when it creates its own spiritual center and disregards the centers of other races or peoples. Finally allowed an opinion in the crisis, White told readers that Du Bois' opinion was merely a personal expression on his part. The historic position of the NAACP from the date of its founding called for unyielding opposition to segregation, a grim struggle, said White, that the Negro must conduct for his own physical, moral, and spiritual well-being and for that of America and of the world at large. Letters to the crisis would rise like a flood from February to July until they burst onto the pages of the August number. The major black newspapers had gone on record about segregation weeks, and in the case of the Philadelphia Tribune months, before the second installment of Symposium Opinions that August, however. Lamenting that Du Bois was slipping, the Tribune wagged an editorial finger about the duty of an official to agree with the policies of his organization. Parting company with the race champion, the Defender declared the path of least resistance unacceptable. The debate was still Du Bois to lose in a climate of opinion that accorded his unwelcome thesis grudging appreciation for intellectual and institutional shock value. There must have been a good number of college students like the one who wrote the Defender that, for the intelligent Negro student, Dr. Du Bois is still a champion. A wise general, he has seen that the point of attack can be made from a more advantageous point. Segregation in the North recalled the distemper of a lunatic or a traitor, the infamous 1924 editorial that consolidated the opposition and irrevocably personalized the dispute with Marcus Garvey. Accentuating an hauteur excessive even for himself, Du Bois passed in review the contributions to the symposium, imperiously grading each one. Pierce of Cleveland was unconvincing. Miller and Schuyler were quite beside the point and labored under an amiable misconception that the North was different, when in truth the difference between North and South in the matter of segregation was largely a difference of degree. As for the chairman, if, as Spingarn asserts, the NAACP has conducted a quarter-century campaign against segregation, then Du Bois found nothing more to say than that the net result has been a little less than nothing. We have not made the slightest impress on the determination of the overwhelming mass of white Americans to treat Negroes as men. He was unimpressed by charges of doctrinal inconsistency. What worries me is the truth, Du Bois announced grandly, the truth of 1934, not 1910. As for the secretary of the association, Du Bois declared him to be as irrelevant as Garvey had once asserted that Du Bois himself was, and from the same shameful argumentum ad hominem, Walter White is white. He has more white companions and friends than colored. He goes where he will in New York City and naturally meets no color line, for the simple and sufficient reason that he isn't colored. 8 years had passed since an evening in late November when White had allowed himself to be drawn into an extraordinary conversation about racial aptitude in the chairman's Manhattan residence. Asked by Spingarn whether, frankly, he thought men of unmixed Negro blood capable of the highest achievement and character, the secretary had at first hedged by citing the singer Roland Hayes and a respected Methodist bishop. He gave all the other arguments that I as well as he and the rest of the NAACP have given for years, Spingarn wrote his wife, but when pressed harder, this is very confidential, White had conceded that unmixed Negroes were inferior, infinitely inferior now. Spingarn quoted him as saying, whatever they might possibly become in the future. Even if Du Bois had come to know what an aristocratic Jew and an assimilated octoroon knew about each other's covert prejudices, the personal attack on the secretary was an egregious lapse of couth and, from a tactical point of view, a serious mistake. The die was cast. The debate is one of W.E.B. Du Bois versus Walter White, several newspapers concluded. Deeply pained, Joel Spingarn wrote Du Bois of his great disappointment that his friend had stooped to hitting below the belt to settle an honest difference of opinion. Schuyler, embittered by Du Bois' withering disapproval of his coverage of Liberia, placed his acid Pittsburgh Courier pen at the service of White and Wilkins. Imagine the top sergeant of the talented 10th fouling like a punch-drunk pugilist despairing of victory, was Schuyler's apt judgment. By the time the board met again on April 23, it confronted a mass of mail demanding an end to divided leadership and confusing objectives. With the avalanche of letters came Du Bois' demand for a vote on his segregation position. Deploring racial segregation in principle, Du Bois had sent an awkwardly drafted statement on divergent development that the administration committee redrew and, with the chairman's help, considerably improved before submission to the board. It is true that we have always recognized and encouraged the Negro Church, the Negro College, the Negro School, and Negro business and industrial enterprises, as proofs of Negro efficiency, ability, and discipline, the modified Du Bois statement conceded. But the conditions creating such separation constituted an evil to be combated to the greatest extent possible. Faced with hard choices between principles and practices, then, the committee proposed a formula of prudent flexibility: we reserve to ourselves complete liberty of action in any specific case that may arise, since such liberty is essential to the statesmanship necessary to carry out any ideal, but we give assurance to the white and colored peoples of the world that this organization stands where it has always stood, as the chief champion of equal rights for black and white, and as unalterably opposed to the basic principle of racial segregation. The board's acceptance of this improved statement would have represented not only a victory for Du Bois but, far more consequentially, it would have been an ideological revision of civil rights whose epic implications would likely have altered the arrival time of Brown v. Board of Education on the calendar of the U.S. Supreme Court. In the end, the board categorically rejected Du Boisian segregation, however formulated, and opted for an indivisible conception of citizenship in which full equality and parallel rights were mutually exclusive. Its final statement of position declared, enforced segregation by its very existence carries with it the implication of a superior and inferior group and invariably results in the imposition of a lower status on the group deemed inferior. Thus both principle and practice necessitate unyielding opposition to any and every form of enforced segregation. By eliding the question of voluntary segregation, the NAACP not only avoided grappling with thorny issues posed by venerated black institutions and the nascent cultural nationalism but, as Du Bois interpreted the outcome, its leadership of younger and more prosperous Negro professional men, merchants, and investors was clinging to the older ideas of property, ownership and profits even more firmly than the whites. He saw class privilege and its corollary of eventual mainstream incorporation as the fundamental reasons for rejection of his plan for group solidarity based on economic cooperation. The upper-class colored world did not anticipate nor understand it. Who better to reprove the socio-economic parochialism of the talented 10th than Du Bois, who had summoned it into being? that his was but another reinforcement of widely held assumptions about the failure of capitalism and the coming of new social orders, whether socialist or fascist, made his indictment seem all the more urgently appropriate. His ear cupped to the rail of history, Dubois was certain he could hear the locomotive of world changes approaching. In this scheme of colossal decay and renewal, the integration of a model community in West Virginia was an irrelevancy when compared with what he saw as the unique opportunity to transform the masses of black people into an internal nation and potent economic force. Speaking for the integrationist upper tier of the race, the NAACP board chose what Dubois deplored as a parochial position, in large part from an absolute certainty that any nuanced statement of its civil rights creed, however carefully reasoned its clauses, was bound to be misconstrued and exploited in a real world whose disingenuousness intellectuals such as Dubois fatally minimized. Insofar as Streeter and his skeleton staff were still buoyed by hopes of increasing the magazine's circulation, they must have been encouraged by the materials going into the May issue. In parallel between Hitlerism and the persecution of Negroes in America, the leading reform rabbi, Stephen Wise, contributed a thoughtful reflection on Nazism and Jim Crow. Anna Louise Strong, the self-taught Marxist from Nebraska whose remarkable autobiography, I Change Worlds, was about to appear, provided a full translation of Foreign Affairs Commissar Maxim Litvinov's address to the Central Committee, The End of Pacifism. Nothing in the May crisis generated as much interest, however, as Dubois' postscript editorial. Segregation, a title as disquieting as Nigger Heaven, was another red flag unfurled in the midst of the confusion spreading among hundreds of thousands of colored Americans. He had said in the past that segregation was wrong. I am still saying it, he wrote. But if compromise meant taking less than you want, but not wanting less, then he pled guilty to the common sense of fighting for what was possible. A few blocks from his Atlanta University office was Beaver Slide, a dark, fetid slum he had seen now and again for 30 years. In its place, a model community for poor colored people, with all modern conveniences, was rising, funded by $2 million federal dollars. This is segregation, he thundered in a peroration that defied his critics. Heaping coals on the fire, the same May number carried the text of the segregation statement the board had rejected when offered for approval by Dubois. The final lines of the piece, "The Board of Directors on Segregation," were a direct challenge to the board's credibility. Did it believe in Negro history, Negro literature and art, in business, or in Negro spirituals, he asked. And if it does not believe in these things, is the board of directors of the NAACP afraid to say so? With both Spingarns present, Ovington down from Great Barrington, Studden making a rare appearance, and Lillian Alexander and Davis Dubois ready for a fight on behalf of the absent editor, the board voted by a decisive majority to muzzle Dubois at its meeting on May 14. On motions by Lewis Wright and one of its newest members, the rising young lawyer-politician Hubert Delaney, all communiques to the press were censored henceforth, and no salaried officer of the association was permitted to criticize the policy, work, or officers of the association in the pages of the crisis. The motion stipulated that the crisis was the organ of the association. His letter to the board, dated May 21, regretted that he was unable to comply with this vote. He had not always been right, but he had always been sincere, Dubois wrote, and he was certainly not willing at this late day to be limited in the expression of my honest opinions in the way the board proposes. He enclosed his immediate resignation. The month-old Committee on Segregation, chaired by Harris, was directed to do whatever it could to mollify the editor. Dubois agreed to stay pending the board's desperate maneuvering to find some face-saving formula. Counsels of Despair, appearing in June, rang down the curtain on 25 years. At turns caustic, condescending, and edifying, Dubois lamented the misconceptions of the anti-segregation campaign. This is not our fault, but it is our misfortune. Black America, having exhausted the means to reach a dead end, was in a citizenship limbo. We lose our manners. We swallow our pride, and beg for things. We agitate and get angry. And with all that, we face the blank fact: Negroes are not wanted, neither as scholars nor as businessmen, neither as clerks nor as artisans, neither as artists nor as writers. What can we do about it? We cannot use force. We cannot enforce law, even if we get it on the statute books. We are segregated. We are cast back upon ourselves, to an island within, to your tents, O Israel. Du Bois recalled the address delivered nearly 40 years ago in Washington before the now-defunct American Negro Academy, The Conservation of Races. That address now spoke to him across decades of varied, forceful pronouncements with all the brilliance of a nova, recapturing him in the powerful force field of the divided self, the bipolar predicament soon thereafter immortalized in the souls of black folk. Counsels of Despair quoted the epiphanic paragraph in Conservation. Here, then, is the dilemma, and it is a puzzling one, I admit. No Negro who has given earnest thought to the situation of his people in America has failed, at some time in life, to find himself at these crossroads, has failed to ask himself at some time, what, after all, am I? Am I an American or am I a Negro? Can I be both? If I strive as a Negro, am I not perpetuating the very cleft that threatens and separates black and white in America? Does my black blood place upon me any more obligation to assert my nationality than German, or Irish, or Italian blood would? Have we in America a distinct mission as a race, a distinct sphere of action and opportunity for race development, or is self-obliteration the highest end to which Negro blood dare aspire? Here was the paradox, he was saying, sometimes our actions are dictated by and suited to the potentialities inherent in our Americanness, at other times, we fall back upon and exult in our sense of uniqueness. It was a dynamic both reactive and assertive, that had produced, as its ultimate contradiction, outsiders whose historic existence placed them at the epicenter of the national experience. Yet in the dilemma was to be found a unique advantage, or so Du Bois perceived, a permanent possibility for transvaluing a predicament of race into an eschatology of civil rights. Connecting the dots in a history lesson packed with Greek letter fraternities, venerable Methodist churches, segregated officer training camps, the JCNR's fight for full inclusion in the NRA, and a good deal more, Du Bois diagrammed the zigzag struggle for civil rights across 3 20th-century decades. Use segregation, he reiterated. Use every bit that comes your way and transmute it into power. But by asserting in the next breath that it was a transmuted power that someday will smash all race separation, Du Bois, in effect, gave away the Socratic game he was playing. He had already done so in a Chicago address when members of the audience, impressed by his separate development thesis, had invited him to embrace the Puce's 49th state idea. His firm response had been naturally, that Negroes should not seek a separate culture in the United States, that segregation was an evil and should be systematically fought. Neither the Defender, which covered the exchange between the editor and the Chicago black communists, nor, with a few significant exceptions, the most prominent race leaders were inclined to muster the patience or acuity sufficient to interpret a new racial philosophy whose expositor chose to present it with calculating complexity and provocation. The intellectual smugness reflected in Counsels of Despair may well have grated on the convictions of tens of thousands when Du Bois pronounced, on the whole, I am rather pleased to find myself still so much in sympathy with myself. From January to June 1934, the literate class of Negroes had felt itself assailed by the editor's heuristic exercise, segregation in January, segregation and self-respect in March, segregation in the North in April, segregation, again, in May along with the Board of Directors on Segregation, Counsels of Despair in June. Owen Reed Lovejoy, Secretary of the Children's Aid Society of New York City and a racial progressive, commiserated with the editor in a fine letter. Lovejoy grasped that the new philosophy was, as he wrote, in no sense a reversing of the principles you have held for years but only an attempt to discriminate between principle and strategy. Lovejoy, however, was white. The last installment of the symposium, appearing in the August number of the Crisis, carried anguished reflections by prominent Negroes. Ferdinand Morton, the New York Civil Service Commissioner, confessed to being quite unable clearly to distinguish Dubois' proposals from certain of those put forward by Booker Washington. Moreover, Morton was certain that Dubois' scheme was of a magnitude that would require capital far in excess of that which we control or could reasonably hope to control. Francis Grimke's statement "the battle must go on" rejected unequivocally the new racial philosophy as countenancing evil. Robert Weaver pondered the baleful consequences of wage differentials based on race. There were minority voices. J.B. Watson, president of the Agricultural, Mechanical and Normal Institute of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, praised the editor for finally seeing the following stubborn facts after a quarter-century of scorning strategy and compromise. The Pine Bluff educator claimed to concur with Dubois that the black man was better off by himself and not trying to compete with people who have 1,000 years jump on him. Jews accept their fate, Watson wrote, let black people do the same. Watson, a confirmed Bookerite, was hardly an ally of choice, however. In any case, Dubois knew that nothing remained to be said. He had reinstated his resignation declaration on June 11. On June 26, he informed the board that he was allowing his nominal connection with the crisis to extend until July 1 in deference to its request for an 11th-hour mediation. White was now so determined to prevent further public airing of the controversy that he put his career on the line. In a blitz of letter writing and speaking engagements, he had won wide support across the country and softened up the editor's remaining supporters. Sounding like his nemesis, the secretary informed the chairman that he was thoroughly nauseated at the lack of moral courage on the part of some members of the present board. Further temporizing at the July meeting would leave him no other choice than to resign. An exasperated Carl Murphy telegraphed White that he regarded Dubois' leaving as the solution to present intolerable situation. A prominent Chicago attorney, Irvin Mollison, complained that Dubois' resignation threats over the board's gag rule were just a cover for the bankruptcy of the segregation issue. The disgusted Mollison accused him of attempting to sandbag the NAACP with the burden of failing to rescue Negro workers and tenant farmers from their plight. A typescript letter from Franklin Frazier, running on for 3 single-spaced pages, was one of the most remarkable sent to White. Condescending in the manner of brilliant young academics passing judgment on their distinguished seniors, Frazier explained that Dubois had nothing original to say about segregation as a natural social phenomenon. Frazier would expect as much from a student who has taken my introductory course in sociology. What the Howard University professor thought he divined as especially revealing about the separate development thesis, however, was its masking of Dubois' ideological bent and professional opportunism. Dubois seems to me to be simply engaging in intellectual play, Frazier speculated. It seems to be a confession, on his part, of the failure of his entire philosophy, and that since he is too old or is afraid to risk his livelihood in coming out in favor of communism or the destruction of competitive capitalist society as the only solution to the Negro's problem, he has sought refuge in a tame and harmless racialism. Expressing profound gratitude for the clearest and ablest analysis yet, White entered the meeting of the board on July 9 fully confident of victory. 2 weeks earlier, newspapers had reproduced the text of Dubois' second resignation letter stating his refusal to accept censorship. His decision to release it presented the board with a fait accompli. His departure was accepted with a motion of appropriate regret. Privately, Ovington breathed a sigh of relief to Oswald Garrison Villard, writing the crusty, former board member, "Now we are rid of our octopus, for of late he has been draining our strength." Whether his role in the association in recent years had been as octopus or avatar, Dubois knew how to frame his exit as one of selfless, principled commitment balked by timorousness and mediocrity. "To the very best of my ability, and every ounce of my strength," he proclaimed upon resigning. "I have since the beginning of the Great Depression, tried to work inside the organization for its realignment and readjustment to new duties. I have been almost absolutely unsuccessful. My program for economic readjustment has been totally ignored. My demand for a change in personnel has been considered as mere petty jealousy, and my protest against our mistakes and blunders has been considered as mere petty jealousy. the debate over segregation had been so fierce and distracting that, with the notable exception of Fraser, almost no one attacked Du Bois' plan for a cooperative economy as anti-capitalist and Marxist-inspired, which was just as well if its author hoped to secure an appointment from the trustees of Atlanta University. Indeed, trustees Trevor Arnett, Dean Sage, and their fellow Euro-Americans comprising the majority of the university's board were as favorably impressed by Du Bois' segregation essays and editorials as White, Johnson, Murphy, Wright, and most Negro notables were disconcerted by them. It is more than reasonable to suspect that Du Bois fully intended his writings to be capable of diametrically opposite interpretations. His savings, along with his life insurance, wiped out by the Depression, assailed by bewildering debts, a test for Arthur Spingarn's legal skills, associated with the old St. Nicholas Avenue house and the Dunbar Co-op apartment, the editor had pressing practical reasons to find work elsewhere. Du Bois certainly did not see his manufactured controversy as motivated by Jesuitical opportunism, of course. He was simply taking the Negro race to another place, more congenial and better salaried, from which to continue to the battle for civil rights. All is not yet vanity, and there is plenty to fight for and to do, he wrote comfortingly to a distraught supporter. I am simply changing because I had to. 10. Atlanta, Black Reconstruction and Casanova Unbound. He was sorely missed, Lillian Alexander wrote Du Bois at the beginning of 1934. She longed for his jolly presence, his influence, and most of all the rose. The dramatic exit from the NAACP would come 6 months later. So little to fight about because so little is being done, Alexander sighed. He shared her low opinion of the association under its current leadership, all the more so in light of White's recent decision to commit to an open-throttle campaign for a federal anti-lynching statute. The liberal wing of the Democratic Party, anticipating massive gains among Northern black voters in the 1934 midterm elections, welcomed the association's input in crafting the Costigan-Wagner bill, whose authorization of Justice Department investigations of mob action and imposition of heavy fines upon delinquent state and local officials the NAACP secretary defended in late February in a bravura appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee. When the Judiciary Committee voted a favorable report of the bill to the Senate 2 months later, Du Bois would still remain unpersuaded of the priority given to anti-lynching legislation at the cost of economic redress, especially, as he predicted, only too accurately, that Costigan-Wagner was doomed by the seniority prerogatives of Southern congressmen. The departed editor's misgivings were shared increasingly by Charlie Houston, the NAACP's legal muse, who would try to wean White from this single-track strategy, telling the secretary less than a year later, lots of us feel that a fight for anti-lynching legislation without just as vigorous a battle for economic independence is to fight the manifestation of the evil and ignore its cause. Du Bois would have found little to add to Houston's caveat. In any case, as he prepared spring semester lectures in the first days of 1934, the new sociology professor had already all but decided to end this chapter of his life, the quarter century at the NAACP editing its official monthly. Even he might not have been able to say precisely when the intellectual's impatience with quotidian stopgaps and piecemeal solutions became intolerable, the exact point during the early 30s at which personal ambition and organizational stasis had intersected antithetically. The record of his doings after Johnson's retirement and the last gasp at Armenia discloses an impressive range of career options, however. There were serious rumors of an appointment as university librarian at Howard, preliminary negotiations to become editor of an ambitious race project conceived by the Phelps-Stokes Fund, an invitation to organize the sociology department at the new Atlanta University Graduate Center, and vague feelers concerning a special mission to Liberia. He had opted for Atlanta University for a number of reasons: the ordinariness of some offers and the tentativeness of others, but above all because the well-salaried professorship tendered by Hope afforded time and resources essential to writing a history of the Reconstruction and World War I, projects Du Bois intended to turn into his most significant works of scholarship. Informed once again by the Guggenheim Foundation that he was too senior to be eligible for a fellowship, he had petitioned the Rosenwald Fund at the beginning of 1931 for a 5-year grant of $32,500 in support of the two histories. Digging in his heels at recommending such a large award from funds primarily reserved for younger men, old admirer Embry, the Rosenwald executive officer, had haggled Dubois down to 2 years and a still generous, Depression-era stipend of $6,000. Embry also permitted himself a bit of free, if futile, advice, having long felt, his note accompanying the award stated, that Dubois' exceptional literary gift might well express itself occasionally in general beauty rather than in advocating special aspects of truth as you see them. The final installment of the grant had come in June 1933, a full year to the month before the editor resigned from the association for the last time. The Reconstruction challenge had consumed Dubois from the outset, even as he managed the crisis through Streeter, lectured widely, conducted seminars at Atlanta, and maneuvered untiringly to oust the NAACP secretary. Learning of the intended scope of the Rosenwald project, Alfred Harcourt had offered the services of his firm in early September 1931. Responding fairly promptly, Dubois confirmed that Harcourt's spies were correct. The thesis of the book, he explained, was to be that the real hero and center of human interest in the period is the slave who is being emancipated. Dubois' 4-page outline of the book excited Harcourt, and after a meeting between the two in late October, the Harcourt, Brace and Company contract, offering a $500 advance, was signed within a few days. Even more than the history of black men fighting in the Great War, the story of the struggle of black people to become full citizens after the Civil War represented unconsummated scholarship that Dubois was singularly endowed to complete. As his Rosenwald Fellowship proposal reminded Embry, the Reconstruction saga had been told with learning and intense feeling exclusively from the point of view of the white South. With the exception of the solid scholarship of a single Negro historian whose 2 recent books had been virtually ignored, Dubois observed that little of note had been written from the black point of view since Reconstruction and its benefits, his own paper read long ago before the American Historical Association. In the 20-odd years since Dubois' extraordinary conference presentation, eliciting a compliment from William Archibald Dunning, eponymous maestro of Reconstruction historiography, the dozen years after Appomattox had been the jealous historical preserve of white men, assisted by 2 or 3 white women. The impact of Dubois' paper upon mainstream Reconstruction scholarship was as if it had never been written, even though Reconstruction and its benefits appeared in the July 1910 number of the American Historical Review, the standard of the discipline. For white historians and the public opinion instructed by them, the regime imposed upon the South in the wake of the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment had been a political aberration and a cultural travesty, a military dictatorship, the work of conspiring fanatics whose criminal designs had inflicted at bayonet point the rule of unlettered, untamed black people over a glorious white race, proud in defeat. Avoidable tragedy had engulfed the South and the nation, a dystopian detour to be retraced over and again by mainstream historians. The humane, expedited reintegration of the Confederate States that Abraham Lincoln had prudently begun to implement was not to be. Nor was Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's well-intentioned but disastrous successor, any more capable of mastering the radicals in Congress, determined as they were to control the Republican Party and the country through an obedient Southern black electorate, than he was able to tame the Bourbons of the South who, like their French spiritual ancestors, neither learned nor forgot. The mainstream historians were disposed to concede the provocation to the victorious North of electing the vice president, 6 cabinet officers, 4 generals, 5 colonels, and 58 congressmen of the former Confederate States of America, CSA, to seats in the 39th Congress, set to convene in December 1865. Some white historians such as John Bach M.C. Master also expressed dismay at Andrew Johnson's unanticipated and deeply infuriating veto of the 1866 Civil Rights Bill, and even some occasional regret that the president saw fit to veto the first Freedmen's Bureau bill providing federal relief to the former slaves. In his 8-volume epic, From the Compromise of 1850 to the McKinley-Bryan Campaign of 1896, James Ford Rhodes, the Ohio businessman turned historian, offered a condign judgment of the 17th president that would survive the coming revisionists of the discipline. Of all men in public life, it is difficult to conceive of one so ill-fitted for this delicate work as was Andrew Johnson. Still and yet, notwithstanding a chief executive well in over his head and a South teeming with impenitence, it was the consensus of the profession that, but for the insensate racial egalitarianism of a wholly unrepresentative knot of Republican lawmakers in Washington and the 11th-hour collusion of dominant financial and partisan interests in the North and East, the interlude of good faith reconciliation between the blue and the gray would have continued until harmony reunited the regions and racial accommodation prevailed throughout the South. Professors at Columbia and Johns Hopkins universities mainly blamed the Republican radicals in Congress for the serial policy disasters that were alleged to have foreclosed a sane solution. First had come, they wrote, the invidious propaganda of fact-finding federal officials, above all the vivid report of Southern horrors drafted by the revolutionary German immigrant Karl Schurz, and the terrorizing ascendancy in the Senate and House of the likes of Massachusetts' S. Charles Sumner and Ohio's Benjamin Wade, of Pennsylvania's Thaddeus Stevens and Illinois' George Julian. Then came subjugation of the white South under the special interest of a proposed 14th Amendment to the Constitution, the object of whose second, third, and fourth sections was the neutering of the South's natural leaders and the entrenching of black rule so as to perpetuate Republican control of the national government, to be followed a year later, historians shuddered as they wrote, by the First, Second, and Third Reconstruction Acts of 1867 nullifying the new state governments and dividing all but one, Tennessee, of the 11 states of the former Confederacy into 5 military districts. Readmission to the Union then came at the fearful price of biracial constitutional conventions, extension of the franchise to all adult black males, and approval of the 14th Amendment making people of color full citizens of the United States, with the terse 15th, decreeing that no citizens shall be denied the vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, but not sex, soon to come. With Sumner, the uncompromising Brahmin, discoursing in rolling periods in the Senate on the inalienable rights of black people, and Stevens, a cadaverous Robespierre, snarling retribution and preaching land confiscation in the House, the impeachment of Johnson was but the prelude to the upending of civilization, according to the prevailing interpretation of radical Reconstruction. The Manichaean calamity of nigger rule said to have debased the South in the decade from 1867. Armies of Euro-American historians, replenished across 20 years, were to write with greater passion and partiality than upon any other controversy in the national experience. No language has been spared to describe the results of Negro suffrage as the worst imaginable. A voice from the historical wilderness had cried out 15 years after the publication of Reconstruction and its benefits. The voice was Du Bois, writing in The Reconstruction of Freedom, a large chapter in the gift of black folk that propounded, among others, the heterodoxy that the enfranchisement of the slaves was the greatest and most important step toward world democracy of all men of all races ever taken in the modern world. It was, of course, a contention going against the grain of contemporary historiography, a losing proposition after 10 years in which the birth of a nation had inscribed indelible images of black and white libertinage, rapine, and corruption on the national cornea. The flickering archetypes of David Griffith's technical masterpiece were shaped from The Klansman, Thomas Dixon's powerful propaganda novel, but both the film and the novel owed their tone, form, and content to James S. Pike's The Prostrate State, South Carolina under Negro Government, 1873, a virulently racist tract masquerading as eyewitness journalism. Published as Reconstruction reached high noon in the Palmetto State, Pike's influential book depicted tragedy relieved only by farce in prose as vivid as it was unfair. The plight of white South Carolinians was rendered in piteous terms calculated to alienate and enrage northern white readers. War, emancipation, and grinding taxation have conquered them. Their struggle now is against complete confiscation. They endure, and wait for the night. Describing the scene in the State House as one of disorganized, shuffling Negro legislators arriving to occupy their seats, Pike provided generations of Reconstruction detractors with an irresistible quip, writing that 7 years ago these men were raising corn and cotton under the whip of an overseer. Today they are raising points of order and questions of privilege. While Sambo, Pike's favorite insult, orated, South Carolina burned. Writing 30 years after the prostrate state, William Archibald Dunning's principal professor at Columbia, John W. Burgess, founding grandfather of the regnant historical school, stipulated in Reconstruction and the Constitution, 1866 to 1876 that a black skin means membership in a race of men which has never of itself succeeded in subjecting passion to reason. After wrestling with the evidence and also praising the genius of his former student, diminished only by a shadow of color, Du Bois' principal Harvard history professor, Albert Hart, felt compelled to conclude in the Southern South, 1910, that race measured by race, the Negro is inferior, and his past history in Africa and in America leads to the belief that he will remain inferior. That same year, Woodrow Wilson produced Division and Reunion, 1829 to 1909, an immensely influential book in the spirit of Pike, that interpreted the purging of Negroes from office holding and the voting rolls of the South as merely the belated result of the natural, inevitable ascendancy of the whites. Yet as hostile as was Pike to the mixed and messy blessings of South Carolina's experiment in interracial governance, even he allowed that lawmakers such as Senator Beverly Nash, a man wholly black and self-taught, possessed character and ability. It is not all sham, nor all burlesque, Pike admitted. These elected ex-slaves and free persons of color managed somehow to exhibit an earnest purpose born of a conviction that their position and condition are not fully assured, which lends a sort of dignity to their proceedings. In a similar vein, Rhodes was capable of controlling his disdain for the governments established under the Reconstruction Acts to write that the constitutions which they adopted were on the whole moderate, excepting the reaffirmation of universal Negro suffrage. The occasional, and invariably begrudged, compliments historians and political scientists might pay black people tended to disappear, however, in an ocean of derision and victim blaming. Overall, said Burgess, Negroes had been trifling and corrupt politicians. Burgess was a slaveholder and Rhodes a businessman of no broad formal education, noted Du Bois, though even Rhodes found himself attacked by Wilson for anti-slavery sentiments. But it was Burgess's student, Dunning, whose name became synonymous with Southern historiography after the Civil War. A brilliant doctoral student at Columbia with the cachet of having studied under the venerable Heinrich von Treitschke at Berlin, Dunning returned to Morningside Heights to become Francis Lieber Professor of Political Philosophy and Seminar Drill Master to scores of graduate students from both sections of the country. History departments North and South were seated with Dunning PhDs who rose through tenured ranks to full professorships, heads of departments, and holders of endowed chairs. Dunning's ascendancy was such that before his death in 1922 he had achieved the rare distinction of election to the presidency of both the American Political Science Association, APSA, and the American Historical Association, AHA. Dunning himself, as Du Bois took pains to emphasize, wrote his books in a style of scientific scrupulosity that was the hallmark of German training. He was more often than not judicious, the Atlanta professor observed, and usually silent so far as the Negro is concerned, although Du Bois remembered to quote Dunning's less than judicious contention that all the forces in the South that made for civilization were dominated by a mass of barbarous freedmen. Dunning's writings and those guided by him hewed to a three-part thesis, according to Du Bois: first, endless sympathy with the white South; second, ridicule, contempt, or silence for the Negro; third, a judicial attitude towards the North, which concludes that the North under great misapprehension did a grievous wrong, but eventually saw its mistake and retreated. The Dunningite drumbeat rolled steadily on for more than 3 decades after 1900, some 16 published monographs along with, perhaps, a half-dozen others bearing his influence. The earliest, James W. Garner's Reconstruction in Mississippi, 1901, was, as Du Bois judged, strikingly balanced in its discussion of the Negro. Nor were the Reconstruction Studies of Michigan by Harriet M. Dilla, 1912, and Massachusetts by Edith E. Ware, 1916, preoccupied with discrediting the Negro, whose presence, in any case, was minimal in the populations of their states. See Mildred Thompson's Reconstruction in Georgia, 1915, was characterized by a racial condescension that was moderate for the period. T.S. Staples's 1923 Arkansas study was more tendentious. Two of Dunning's best students, C. William Ramsdell and James G. Darulhick Hamilton, simply ignored the record of black people in Reconstruction Texas, 1910, and North Carolina, 1914, respectively, their relative silence on the subject fully confirming the white Southerners' view, as the noted historian David Herbert Donald has written, that the Negro was innately inferior. There was no silence about racial inferiority in Walter Linwood Fleming's rabidly white supremacist Civil War and Reconstruction in Alabama, 1905, the second Dunning School monograph, or in E. Merton Coulter's Civil War and Readjustment in Kentucky, 1933, one of the last, which became widely regarded as templates of the series. Extremism in the service of history was no vice in the mind of these Southerners whose sway over the profession was long and often decisive from professorial perches at Vanderbilt and the University of North Carolina. In Fleming's history, the Negroes who had the temerity to overreach themselves by assuming elected office, those spoiled through contact with carpetbaggers, are the source and cause of the mischief, malfeasance, and malevolence of the time's mindless perpetrators and deserved victims of the calamity that is Reconstruction. Negroes had comprised a majority only in the Constitutional Convention and founding legislature in South Carolina, they were 50% in the Louisiana Convention. But in none of the former Confederate states were they ever a significant presence in the upper chambers. In Alabama, the object of Fleming's scholarship, they numbered only 26 to 84 whites in the first Reconstruction legislature, and, unlike South Carolina, Louisiana, and even Mississippi, where there were lieutenant governors, senators, secretaries of state, and assembly speakers, Alabama Negroes held no important state offices. Yet the legislature depicted by Fleming is a theater of the slightly absurd, evocative of the prostrate state, where Negroes mimic the business of state and propose fantastic social and ruinous economic bills while responsible whites scramble to mitigate the folly of their ex-bondsmen. There was nothing inherently wrong with the Negro that stern yet fair-minded white management couldn't correct, asserted Fleming in discussing what he saw as the tragically misconceived educational policies of the Freedmen's Bureau and the American Missionary Association. The start-up of public education in the South had been one of the principal achievements of the Reconstruction governments, as Du Bois' forgotten AHA paper had trumpeted. With an illogic about race that runs throughout Reconstruction in Alabama, Fleming claimed that the drastic curtailment of tax monies for Negro public schools after the overthrow of Reconstruction was justified because black children were poorly supplied with books by Northern relief agencies, and what few they did have they promptly lost or tore up to get the pictures. One of the results of the war was the freedom of the black race, Fleming quotes a local eminence as saying with implicit endorsement. We deplore the result as injurious to the country and fatal to the Negroes sick, but we are in honor bound to observe the laws which acknowledge their freedom. The Anglo-Saxon bonding between the elites of the North and South formed an ideal substrate for the Dunning School's supremacy. Its contents would have come as no surprise to Du Bois had he been shown the invitation sent by the American Historical Association's 1910 Program Committee to a leading Northern historian. Admitting frankly that the historical deck was already stacked, the committee chairman desired, nevertheless, that the Northern position should find some expression on the program. There is rather a disposition in the North at the present time to allow the Southern view to go without any statement on the other side, Chicago's Andrew C. McLaughlin was informed. The new orthodoxy grew with the new understanding among Northern upper classes that the South's race problem was but an earlier version of their own problematic of immigrant races and migrating Negroes who were saturating Boston, New York, Pittsburgh, and Chicago. The Southernization of Reconstruction historiography complemented the biases of the contemporaneous school of Northern historians that, otherwise, had scant tolerance for the lost cause nostalgia and hierarchical predilections of most of the Dunningites. The progressive historians or the new historians Frederick Jackson Turner, James Harvey Robinson, Carl Lotus Becker, Vernon Lane Parrington celebrated discontinuity and democratic breakthrough, while blending criticism with optimism in their study of the economic and institutional main currents in American history. But black people were either altogether excluded from the national narrative of the progressive historians or, when included, cursorily blamed for their own lowly and often desperate circumstances. Thus the dean of the Progressives seriously wondered why Negroes had not been more enterprising in slavery. Writing in their magnum opus, The Rise of American Civilization, Charles and Mary Beard determined that the slaves had not essentially improved their status through the years of bondage. At any rate, concluded the puzzled couple, they had made no striking developments in intelligence, nor had they succeeded in acquiring property to any extent. Like Turner and the others, the Beards dismissed the Negro as a factor in the sectional conflict and saw the cause of the Civil War in the machinations of Northern capital to destroy the South's veto power over national economic policy. In a real sense, the Progressives made common cause with the Dunningites. Little wonder that Du Bois would lament in the final pages of Black Reconstruction that he was writing in a field devastated by passion and belief. His pen dipped in acid, he would rage that most of the record of the Reconstruction period was based on the unsupported evidence of men who hated and despised Negroes and regarded it as loyalty to blood, patriotism to country, and filial tribute to the fathers to lie, steal, or kill in order to discredit these black folk. A small number of Negro authors and scholars, equally ignored or dismissed by white academics and the mainstream public, had begun to join Du Bois in the seemingly futile venture at rehabilitating the post-Civil War history of their people. The Crisis Publishing Company had printed a useful 1913 memoir by Maud Cuney Hare about her father, Norris Wright Cuney, the Texas businessman, politician and Republican state national committeeman from 1885 to 1893. In that same year, the remarkable John R. Lynch, elected Speaker of the Mississippi House of Representatives at age 24 and U.S. Congressman 2 years later, published Facts of Reconstruction, a valuable reminiscence taken seriously by no more than a handful of scholars, mainly those who subscribed to Woodson's then new Journal of Negro History. Literature professor Benjamin Brawley's pioneering A Short History of the American Negro, however inadequate to the task of refuting the Dunningites, also appeared that year. The book would serve an invaluable function for more than a decade as the unique textbook suitable for Negro history courses at Fisk, Morehouse, Howard, and other historically black colleges. We have seen Du Bois returning to the Reconstruction charge in his 1924 volume, The Gift of Black Folk, appearing 2 years after Woodson published his immensely popular The Negro in Our History, a more dense treatment of the subject than Brawley's. Inspired by these books and the history courses promoted or taught by Brawley at Morehouse, Locke and Kelly Miller at Howard, and the economist George Edmund Haynes at Fisk, a minuscule group of scholars went on to earn doctorates at Chicago and Harvard in order to form around Du Bois and Woodson a dedicated cohort of Davids to challenge the Goliaths of white history. James Hugo Johnston, Luther Porter Jackson, and Charles Wesley, along with several others from historically black colleges, were joined by Rayford Logan and the wonderfully named Alrotheus Ambush Taylor, both graduates of mainstream Northern schools. Dramatically, the Negro is the central thread of American history, proclaimed The Gift of Black Folk with hyperbole calculated to provoke revisionist thinking. There were even many Negroes who might have thought the claim was little more than Du Boisian chauvinism. Yet the overstatement contained the essential truth that the American narrative had become a monstrous binary distortion, an exercise in cultural sadism that would defy remedy so long as the part played by black people in history continued to be written as separate, unequal, and irrelevant. It was as though mainstream American history had embraced a paraphrase of Judge Taney's Dred Scott dictum that black historians had no interpretations that white historians were obliged to respect. There was now not the slightest ambiguity in the response of the historical profession to the fateful question Du Bois had posed in Darkwater: are we not coming more and more, day by day, to making the statement "I am white," the one fundamental tenet of our practical morality? And of our scholarship, he might have added. Du Bois had only to dip into Volume 1 of Ellis Oberholzer's United States History to gauge how what he called a theory of human culture had worked itself through warp and woof of our daily thought with a thoroughness that few realize. Northerners had little comprehension of the Southern race problem, Oberholzer observed there, because they had never seen a nigger except Fred Douglass, this from the friendly historian who had proposed the subject of Du Bois' only biography, the blazing John Brown. Rare exceptions to the intellectual discourtesy only served to prove the immutableness of the professional rule. The invitation to Du Bois to review Ulrich B. Phillips's problematic masterpiece, American Negro Slavery, in the March 1918 number of the American Political Science Review had been one such exception in a remarkable policy departure also extended in that year for the same purpose to Woodson by the Mississippi Valley Historical Review. Du Bois, as did Woodson, found it more than curious that Phillips's gracefully written book, long awaited as the definitive study of America's peculiar institution, reserved merely a supporting role to the slaves to darkies, niggers, and lowercase negroes, in the usages of the plantation-born University of Michigan professor. American Negro slavery was mostly about American slaveholders, those supermen, in Du Bois' ironic words, who created a special realm based on aristocratic leadership, land, crops, and, Phillips insisted, humanely managed conscript labor. Less a business than a life, according to the author, slavery had made fewer fortunes than it made men. Whatever harshness and infrequent cruelty the regime inflicted upon the conscripts were necessitated by the reluctant splitting up of families for sale or the sanctions enforced by troublesome truancy. The slave's time on the cross had been, if not pleasant, at least comfortable, Phillips assured his readers, as slavery involved ordinary human labor problems little different from those of modern factory labor and no more, and probably less, onerous. The inference to be drawn from the book indeed, wrote Du Bois, its unstated major premise was that Negroes were not ordinary slaves nor indeed ordinary human beings but subhumans whose pliant, childish, inborn natures made them perfect chattel. For Du Bois, the Phillips book represented all that was deplorable about the Southernization of history, its monumental accumulation of evidence in the service of conscientious obfuscation of the record and promulgation of a pernicious dogma. A model of criticism and reproach that even obliged Phillips's biographer to commend it 70 years later. Du Bois' review anticipated the propaganda of history, his Jeremiad at the end of Black Reconstruction in America. American Negro slavery was a shameful apology for slavery, Du Bois wrote sorrowfully, a defense of an institution that was at best a mistake and at worst a crime made in a day when we need sharp and implacable judgment against collective wrongdoing by cultured and courteous men. The mere fact that slavery left to the world today a heritage of ignorance, crime, lynching, lawlessness and economic injustice, to be struggled with by this and succeeding generations, is a condemnation unanswered by Mr. Phillips and unanswerable. But far too few mainstream historians considered the objections raised by Du Bois worthy of answering. Finally, the Rosenwald Fellowship and the Harcourt, Brace book contract presented the opportunity to put black people into the national narrative at the poignant moment of their assumption of constitutional citizenship. Had the powerful philanthropies and his own restiveness in the face of scarlet racial tensions allowed Du Bois to remain at Atlanta University 25 years before, he most likely would have already written the Reconstruction monograph. His response to a letter from a Niagara Movement collaborator the year before resigning his Atlanta professorship to join the NAACP indicated Du Bois' strong desire to do so. The educated Negro owes the world a history of Reconstruction, James Diggs of Lynchburg, Virginia, urged. No subject has been treated in a way more harmful to our race than this one subject, and Diggs proposed a series of state histories to counter the Duningite studies. Clearly, he believed that no one was more capable of carrying out such a plan than Du Bois, and, replying that Diggs's idea was excellent, so did Du Bois in summer of 1909. Even in the thick of the UNIA controversy, the mission to Liberia, and management of the crisis, the saliency of the project was to be evident again in 1924 when Du Bois included a chapter on the Reconstruction era in The Gift of Black Folk. 5 years later had come the Encyclopedia Britannica affront when he withdrew his article on the Negro in the United States rather than delete a paragraph on the positive Reconstruction role of black people. I remember hearing some time ago that you first began to write Black Reconstruction because of the article, turned down by the Britannica editors. Charles Peirce at Harcourt would write in anticipation of receiving a finished manuscript in July 1933. But the more immediate goad had been Claude G. Bowers's The Tragic Era, The Revolution After Lincoln, a 1930 Literary Guild selection that was the literary equivalent of The Birth of a Nation in CinemaScope. Author of a fine biography of Thomas Jefferson, Bowers was the editor of the New York Post and a fiercely partisan Democrat who believed in states' rights and raged against a recrudescent Southern GOP. Alarmed by the cracks in the solid South caused by Catholic Al Smith's 1928 run for the presidency, Bowers, FDR's future ambassador to Spain, had pledged to turn his book into a potboiler about the Republican Party in the post-Civil War South that would be the most tremendous indictment of that party ever penned in history. The Tragic Era was certainly the most tremendous indictment of black people during Reconstruction. That the Southern people literally were put to the torture is vaguely understood, the preface intoned, but even historians have shrunk from the unhappy task of showing us the torture chambers. No longer. In Bowers's Chamber of Horrors, heroic Andrew Johnson loses to Sumner and the bitter, abnormal Stevens. Carpetbaggers and scalawags rile up the Negro against those who understood him best. The Negroes would not work, the plantations could not produce. The economic status of the races is to be reversed through the distribution of the land among them. Civilization crumbles as the aberrant 14th and 15th Amendments unleash black power. Compared to Bowers's, Fleming's text was almost insipid. While discomforting to some mainstream historians, the book was judged representative of the consensus in the field by Harvard's Arthur Schlesinger, Sr., in The New Republic. Educated people of color considered the book to be the last Dunningight straw. They thought of it as tantamount to a lynching in prose, and its enduring popularity in high schools and colleges was long to be a source of angry humiliation. James Diggs's 20-year-old appeal was taken up now by educators such as the remarkable feminist Anna Julia Cooper, by the reviewer of Bowers for The Crisis, and by James Weldon Johnson and others who believed in Du Bois' unique ability to mount a credible counterattack. It seems to me that the tragic era should be answered adequately, fully, ably, finally, and again it seems to me thou art the man. Cooper wrote him. And who but the editor could the Crisis reviewer have had in mind in asking, who will write the Negro's side of the story written by Mr. Bowers from the viewpoint of the Negro's despisers? That it was his duty to write such a book must have been a significant, compensating factor in Du Bois' waning interest in the affairs of the association. The plunge into research and writing began in earnest immediately after he received Embree's notification in February 1931 of the Rosenwald Grant, then accelerated after signing with Harcourt, Brace that November. The next 3 years were devoted to what was to be one of the superlative achievements in the writing of American history. That even he was able to write this massive study while skirmishing with White and Wilkins, and all in the course of orchestrating the Amenia Conference, performing magic tricks with the magazine's debts, supplying feisty editorials, polishing lectures, and undertaking cross-country speaking engagements, is a tribute to Du Bois' disciplined genius. On the other hand, wearing several occupational hats precluded Du Bois from conducting the kind of extensive primary research expected of a professional historian. That he chose instead to concentrate on government reports, proceedings of state constitutional conventions, dissertations, and virtually every relevant published monograph, but made only occasional use of newspapers and none of unpublished archival records at historical societies, state repositories, and courthouses would disturb scholars, several of whom would note dyspeptically the author's generous foundation support. Not only were such reproaches to be of little concern to him, for whom the book's rationale was preeminently one of aggressive reinterpretation rather than of original research, but they conveniently ignored the almost insurmountable handicaps confronting Negro scholars wishing to gain access to Southern repositories. Before the Civil Rights era it was rarely possible for them to gain admission to historical societies and state archives, as the American Historical Association's first African American president, John Hope Franklin, relates in his vivid reminiscences. It is hard to imagine Du Bois motoring from White Courthouse to campus and reading entry of red-faced custodians, or even, should he have been admitted, agreeing to remain out of sight in a small, windowless back room poring over records provided by resentful white employees. On May 4, 1933, Du Bois' delighted editor at Harcourt, Brace, received the first draft of Chapter 1. The editor's sole reservation was the title Du Bois proposed for the book. Pierce thought that Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America would be much improved if rendered simply as Black Reconstruction in America, to which the author readily assented. Several of his letters during this period mention intense concentration and almost monastic withdrawal from social intercourse. Mildred Jones, who'd not seen him for many months, wrote Du Bois anxiously in the spring of 1933, "Where are you, and are you well?" She was alarmed. "Too busy to explain. We'll write more later," he promised her. A letter from Atlanta in late March shared a few details with Davis Du Bois. He and his graduate students were reading Das Kapital. "I've got them now, each working on a state study of Reconstruction in the South," he revealed to her. Still, the self-imposed timetable he had promised Pierce in March, not the slightest doubt but what the manuscript will be finished and entirely rewritten by July 1, had gone the way of most unrealistic schedules. On July 10, Du Bois wrote Pierce from Atlanta that he was still struggling to shape the book after 2 rewritings. He was dealing with a manuscript more than twice as long as a book of this sort can afford to be, he complained. And there was, for the stylist Du Bois, another embarrassment: Black Reconstruction in America was not yet a piece of literature. It still resembles a PhD thesis, Pierce was told, well documented and with far too many figures. As he would explain to Harcourt somewhat later, there was a special reason for the manuscript's great length. From Pike to Bowers, the denigrating of Negro legislators had been remorseless, yet many were men of exceptional ability. Yet to confine himself to complimentary statements, such as, for instance, that some of the Negro members of the legislatures made excellent speeches, would fail to convince, Du Bois wrote. There was nothing for me to do but quote the entire speeches. Returning to New York at the end of Atlanta's summer session, Du Bois wrote Hope in mid-September 1933, with the Amenia Conference now behind him, that he had been working on the book practically every day, including Saturdays and Sundays, all this summer, and have had no vacation, and yet the thing hangs on. He simply wouldn't be able to leave for Atlanta until just before the first week of classes. It was no one's business but his, but it seems Du Bois did allow himself a pleasurable week's respite at the end of August to entertain a Miss Sorella Shook, an adventuresome young woman, on her first visit to the Big Apple from Nashville. "It was nice of you to give me so much time while I was there," she enthused, what with his book project and all. Earlier in the summer, an adoring Shook had accepted his invitation to motor as far as Chattanooga after Du Bois gave his seminal The Negro College Address to the Fisk alumni. Back in Atlanta in early October, he bore down hard to meet the new deadline, writing furiously in his spacious living quarters in Ware Hall, O's new graduate dormitory facility. He was sure to be quite comfortable there, he remembered to write Nina, with a parlor nearly as large as our living room, and a fireplace, and a bedroom twice as large as my bedroom. Finally, the first draft was ready. He wrote a delighted Mildred Jones, who hoped to see more of him now, that he had been working his head off on that book and finished it on December 1, 1933. To Alfred Harcourt, Du Bois wrote with considerable understatement, "It was really a very difficult job." It was also only the end of the first phase of the difficult job, however, for Du Bois informed the publisher a day or so later that another $500 above the original advance was needed in order to make the book sufficiently error-proof to withstand a great deal of criticism. Every lapse or mistake as to fact and every date must be caught and corrected, Du Bois insisted. He would need to hire help. The professional reader consulted by the publishing house corroborated the general opinion that Du Bois had produced a masterpiece, She also confirmed the author's estimate of the work yet to be done. Harcourt, Bois, pleading the asperity of the times, eventually provided half Dubois' requested amount and suggested another appeal to the Rosenwald Fund or, alternatively, the Carnegie Corporation. In light of its future dealings with Dubois, the Carnegie Corporation's generous response to his petition was notable. On March 16, 1934, after a 2-month review interval, President Frederick P. Keppel notified Dubois that the Carnegie Corporation had awarded a $1,000 grant for the completion of Black Reconstruction. By then, Dubois had yoked a half-dozen persons to the project: sociologist Fraser and political scientist Emmett Dorsey, both at Howard, and historian Logan, now conveniently at Atlanta, for documentary research, poet and literary critic Sterling Brown for stylistic advice, Trotskyite journalist Benjamin Stahlberg for Marxist theory, the wife of a Morehouse English professor for proofreading at 30 cents a page, and graduate student Ellen Irene Diggs for typing. Stahlberg's 11th-hour reservations, hurriedly mailed to Dubois on October 3, as galleys were shuttlecocking between New York and Atlanta, proved invaluable. The young Marxist had become an intimate confidant and respected sounding board for ideas in the relatively short time Dubois had known him. Turning to the theoretical superstructure Dubois had imposed on parts of Black Reconstruction in America, Stahlberg expressed the view that it would get Dubois into critical difficulties. Originally, Dubois had intended to call Chapter 10 The Dictatorship of the Black Proletariat and another The Dictatorship of the White Proletariat, contending that the evidence showed a conscious ideal on the part of black laborers to tax and administer the state primarily for the benefit of labor after 1867. But Stahlberg insisted that a proletarian dictatorship was a historical impossibility in the age of pre-Marxian politics that even the Paris Commune of 1870 had foundered in petty bourgeois ideology, and that, particularly in post-Civil War America, socialist conceptions did not exist. He observed that our working class then if now was not ready for them. As Dubois had heard similar objections from Harris, Bunch, and Dorsey, he decided to delete dictatorship from these chapter headings as well to elide the scientific connotation of proletariat in the text. In his invaluable introduction to the 1976 reissue of Black Reconstruction in America, the Marxist historian Herbert Aptheker underscored Dubois' use of the term proletariat as being more classical than Marxian. It meant the lower classes, says he, and from the Latin proletarius, meaning a citizen of the lowest class. Unwilling to adopt Aptheker's more generous interpretation, both Marxist and anti-Marxist critics would spend a generation deploring to excess the book's overlay of unorthodox Marxism. He was into the final stretch, allowing nothing and no one to stand in the way of the book. He annulled his commitment to teach in the workers' school sponsored by O, and upbraided patient John Hope, who was told in no uncertain terms that teaching summer school was not covered by the contract. As Dubois interpreted its terms, his $4,000 annual salary was to be based on 9 months' work. Not only did he expect additional compensation for the summer classes he was teaching as he completed the book, Dubois virtually demanded that Hope immediately reduce his course load from 15 to 10 semester hours. He dealt with Ira Reid, his junior sociology colleague, even more peremptorily, informing him that he was withdrawing the departmental secretary from general duties in order to work on the manuscript. Miss Diggs, from her work last year, knows more about it than anyone else, he explained to Reid, who kept his considerable annoyance to himself. Dubois and Irene Diggs worked together in a nearly perfect master-servant bond without rest. November came as the checking of references, fine-tuning of prose, sharpening of emphases, and taking of several major last-minute decisions accelerated. Pierce had been immensely relieved to get the first 160 pages of corrected proof with comparatively few changes at the end of October. But Chapter 10, large enough for a book, covering the black proletariat in South Carolina, Mississippi, and Louisiana, had to be restructured. After 2 postponements of the publishing date and ongoing revisions of and insertions in the proof, Alfred Harcourt was finally constrained to call Du Bois' attention to the contractual stipulation that the cost of all changes in the proof above 25% must be borne by the author. It was clear that several $100s had to be spent to make the book ready, as well as that another delay in the release of the book was unavoidable. Du Bois' personal check for $250 was gratefully acknowledged by the firm, but it insisted that a perfected book would need an additional $600 in editing and typesetting. Money must be no object, no corrections must be omitted, Du Bois assured Harcourt in a letter that was almost a cri de coeur. My method of writing is a method of afterthoughts. I mean that after all the details of commas, periods, spelling and commas, there comes the final and to me the most important work of polishing and resetting and even restating. This is the crowning achievement of my creative process. Pondering the delays, the advance, investment in plates, and the hefty $4.50 sales price, Harcourt was moved to quip to the author, "I must say that I wish you had had your afterthoughts first." At Harcourt's suggestion, Du Bois appealed once again to the Carnegie Corporation, explaining in detail to Keppel how such large overruns had come about but why they must not further delay publication of the work. He had a book of unusual importance, it must be said. Of course, it will not sell widely, it will not pay, but in the long run, it can never be ignored. Answering Du Bois on November 28, Keppel said that the cupboard was pretty bare, but he could find a supplementary $250 if that would see the job through. Recalculating the book's costs, Harcourt thought the amount, together with Du Bois' check, sufficient to proceed. On April 17, 1935, the author forwarded the last proofs. He had succeeded in trimming the text to 729 pages. Black Reconstruction in America reached bookstores in early June in a first printing of 2,150 copies. The dedicatory inscription to Virginia Alexander read, "Ad Virginiam Vitae Salvatorum to Virginia, Savior of my life." A certain lore has surrounded the book. Because it was ignored by the American Historical Review and disparaged by some of the mainstream historians during the era of McCarthyism, the impression persisted well into the 1970s that Black Reconstruction received scant notice at the time of publication or, to the extent it did, that it was widely dismissed as serious scholarship. It is devoutly to be wished that readers in the 21st century will contemplate with astonishment that the state of race relations was such that Du Bois believed that it was imperative to stipulate to readers in the early 20th century that he had written his history as though Negroes were ordinary human beings, realizing that this attitude will from the first seriously curtail his audience. Yet, as Du Bois well knew, the book faced the code of snide denigration prevailing in upper-middle-brow publications such as The New Yorker, which observed that the author took the odd view, in distinction to most previous writers, that the Negro is a human being. Time magazine's dismissal of Du Bois as an axe grinder whose Reconstruction history was a wonderland in which all familiar scenes and landmarks have been changed or swept away hardly came as a surprise. The unwritten racial rules of the period precluded book club adoption of a serious book about people of color by a colored author. Even so, there was gratifying notice by the Book of the Month Club News, where Jonathan Daniels, a white newspaperman of impeccable Southern credentials, was moved to welcome Black Reconstruction as a correction for much white history about a period in which the Negro played a great part. Daniels went so far as to applaud the book's philosophical interpretation of Reconstruction as a conflict within the labor movement to set not only Negroes but the white proletariat free. As pleased as he must have been by such well-placed appreciation, Du Bois may have been rather surprised by the critical enthusiasm with which the Hearst dailies in New York, the American and Daily Mirror, welcomed the book. For the Daily Mirror reviewer, Black Reconstruction was a long-burning torch on humanity's high road, while the American savored it as a bristling piece of scholarship that should disturb complacent historians. Could it be that, with the exception of Time, Du Bois' extraordinary work had been hailed by the mainstream press of the North? An incredulous reader asked in a letter to the Pittsburgh Courier. To his elation and that of a great number of other American Negroes, the critical response to Black Reconstruction was generally quite positive outside the South, although even below the Mason-Dixon line the book caused exceptional breaks in the ranks of lost cause historians. Louis Gannett, friend, Harvard man, and fellow association board member, wrote an ecstatic review for the Daily New York Herald Tribune, declaring that if anything finer has been written in English in recent years, he was unaware of it. When a scholar such as Henry Steele Commager could justify the black codes enacted by white Southerners immediately after the Civil War, Du Bois' rehabilitation of Stevens and Sumner and impassioned attack upon slave-minded historians was all the more welcome, Gannett believed. The reviewer for the New York Sun seconded Gannett, saluting the book for demolishing the self-satisfied distortions of the period which have passed without challenge for the last 30 years. Oswald Garrison Villard, who always blamed Du Bois for driving him out of the NAACP, filled 3 pages of the Saturday Review of Literature with critical praise of the remarkable book. The nation had taken a wrong turn into evil ways with the 1876 Hayes-Tilden Compromise, Villard wrote, and historians from Burgess to Bowers had distorted a record of Negro achievement that Du Bois' history had splendidly recaptured. William MacDonald of Yale's History Department was both captivated and skeptical in his well-grounded review in the Sunday edition of the New York Times. Although he wondered why a scholar subventioned by the Rosenwald Fund and the Carnegie Corporation had not made fuller use of primary sources and was disturbed by interpretations shot through with Marxian economics, MacDonald believed that Du Bois was absolutely justified in his rancorous onslaught on American historians of the Civil War period. He found the global context of proletarian exploitation in which Du Bois situated the emancipatory struggle of black people to be as suggestive as it was suspect. But MacDonald saw Black Reconstruction's calmer sections on the maligned Reconstruction governments to be substantial refutations of scandalous white historiography. The Times Review offered a summation that was both severe and generous. One puts down this extraordinary book with mixed feelings. There is no need to accept the author's views about racial equality in order to recognize the imposing contribution which he has made to a critical period in American history, nor need one be a Marxian to perceive that, in treating the Negro experience as part of the American labor movement in general, he has given that movement an orientation very different from what it has commonly had. Yet there runs through the book a note of challenge which seems to point, in the author's mind at least, to the imminence of an inescapable and deadly racial struggle. Du Bois had done a grand piece of work, and no one else could have done it. A tremendously proud James Weldon Johnson saluted the author in the name of the talented 10th. Walter White sent word that Eleanor Roosevelt promised to read the book immediately and quoted her as saying that she would also try to get the president to read it. Another significant marker in the slow healing of the rift between Bookerites and Du Boisians was the generous salute from Emmett Scott, a man with whom Du Bois had often clashed in print and recently even in court. The Negro people of the United States, in fact, the colored peoples of the world, owe you a sincere debt of gratitude for your monumental work, Black Reconstruction. We have long needed a virile pen such as yours to set forth the true facts of Reconstruction. It must be most gratifying to you to read the approving criticisms which are appearing in the metropolitan newspapers. It will not be easy in the future for so-called historians to smear the Negro's part in that lamentable period. If Scott's prediction about the staying power of the Duningite dogma was much too optimistic, his assessment of the intrinsic, transformative value of Black Reconstruction was to prove wholly accurate in time. The book represented one of those genuine paradigm shifts periodically experienced in a field of knowledge, one that sunders regnant interpretations into the before and after of its sudden, disorienting emergence. Had he ventured to paraphrase Marx, who both inspires and deforms the book, Du Bois might well have observed that he had set Reconstruction historiography upright after finding it standing on its head. Black Reconstruction, as adumbrated by its subtitle, The Attempt to Reconstruct Democracy, heralded a reconstruction of democracy in the writing of the history of the American South that none of the volume's seemingly considerable flaws would diminish. As novel in thesis as it was and the result of much personal reflection and writing, Du Bois' book was nevertheless not sui generis, but the particular beneficiary of new scholarship produced by 3 younger academics, one of them black. Alrothius Taylor's The Negro in South Carolina during Reconstruction, 1924, and The Negro in the Reconstruction of Virginia, 1926, were distinguished by meticulous primary research, clean writing, and such restrained subversive interpretation as to compel muted commendation from the few mainstream historians who deigned to read monographs published by Woodson's Asnell Press. His work exposed the inflated claims in these states of carnivalesque inefficiency, confiscatory taxation, and of vaunted superior integrity supposedly evinced afterward by the so-called Redeemers. Corruption in the post-Civil War South was colorblind and no respecter of partisan affiliation, with carpetbaggers and Redeemers evenly matched in the potlatch of state contracts and railroad bonds. Furthermore, as Taylor documented, Negro legislators never controlled the key committees for graft, not even in South Carolina where they held a majority in the lower house. Francis Butler Simpkins and Robert Hillard Woody, 2 unusually liberal white Southern historians who did pay close attention to the small, shy Fisk professor, incorporated Taylor's revisionist findings in their jointly authored and racially nuanced South Carolina during Reconstruction, published just as Du Bois was gearing up to write. But while Taylor quietly concluded that Negro legislators gave Virginia the only democratic instrument of government it has ever had, and Simpkins and Woody noted almost in afterthought that South Carolina's whites had no disposition to keep Governor Wade Hampton's promise that he would protect the political rights of the Negroes, Du Bois scored such revelations for full orchestra. What Du Bois borrowed, he invariably transformed and enlarged. By far, Black Reconstruction's greatest achievement was to weave a credible historical narrative in which black people, suddenly admitted to citizenship in an environment of feral hostility, displayed admirable volition and intelligence as well as the indolence and ignorance inherent in 3 centuries of bondage. It invested these former slaves 4 million men and women whose numbers comprised a majority in 2 southern states and a sizable portion in the remainder with what a later generation of historians would gravely call agency. Du Bois returns them to the center of the Reconstruction epic as they steal away to freedom, a great many clueless in the early days but quickly setting their minds to getting a plot of land, some little book learning, and soon enough voting their own kind into office. The treatment of these first days of manumission summons the author's awesome gift of lyricism to full throttle in The Coming of the Lord, a chapter drawn in mesmeric purple. In a passage that a Dunningyde historian might have envied, the author observes, "It was all foolish, bizarre, and tawdry. Gangs of dirty Negroes howling and dancing, poverty-stricken ignorant laborers mistaking war, destruction, and revolution for the mystery of the free human soul." A few lines more, and the frenzy becomes majestic in uppercase, all that was beauty, all that was love, all that was truth, stood on the top of these mad mornings and sang with the stars. A great human sob shrieked in the wind, and tossed its tears upon the sea. Free, free, free. Writing as the scribe of his race, then, Du Bois offers the quintessence of what he knows has been and long will continue to be the dilemma of race in America. Of all that most Americans wanted, this freeing of slaves was the last. Everything black was hideous. Everything Negroes did was wrong. If they fought for freedom, they were beasts. If they did not fight, they were born slaves. If they cowered on the plantations, they loved slavery. If they ran away, they were lazy loafers. If they sang, they were silly. If they scowled, they were impudent. The tone poem celebrates its special folk in a euphony of sound clearly intended to transport the auditor-reader into the gnosis of jubilee. There was joy in the South. It rose like a perfume, like a prayer, Du Bois limbs. Men stood quivering. Slim dark girls, wild and beautiful with wrinkled hair, wept silently. Young women, black, tawny, white and golden, lifted shivering hands, and old and broken mothers, black and gray, raised great voices and shouted to God across the fields. A great song arose, the loveliest thing born on this side of the seas. The sonata builds, recapitulating the chords registered unforgettably in souls. It did not come from Africa, though the dark throb and beat of that ancient of days was in it and through it. It did not come from white America, never from so pale and hard and thin a thing, however deep these vulgar and surrounding tones had driven. Not the Indies nor the hot South, the cold East or heavy West made this music. It was a new song, and its deep and plaintive beauty, its great cadences and wild appeal wailed, throbbed, and thundered on the world's ears with a message seldom voiced by man. Guardians of Southern history, sensing the book's potential for great mischief to their cause, were instantly on the qui-vive. There is a feeling of ripeness in the writing, and an occasional passage of almost Old Testament grandeur. Provocative is a mild adjective for black reconstruction, warned John R. Selby in a Nashville, Tennessean review, syndicated to several major Southern newspapers, alerting the region to a bombshell. Volition, intelligence, and agency Du Bois applied in bountiful, and some critics would insist in overripe and excessive, portions to Afro-Americans in the Reconstruction drama. But it was in his interpretation of the generative function of black labor in the formation of industrial wealth that Du Bois posited the first of several original conceptions of profound impact. Writing in The Black Worker, the book's opening chapter, that black labor became the foundation stone not only of the Southern social structure, but of Northern manufacture and commerce, of the English factory system, of European commerce, of buying and selling on a worldwide scale. Du Bois cast the slave from Africa as the fulcrum of the Industrial Revolution. It had been the Treaty of Utrecht of 1713 that marked the historic moment when a small island won the means to become a global powerhouse, a significance underscored by Du Bois' inclusion of the treaty's text in the appendices to the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States, his prize-winning Harvard dissertation. By the terms of the treaty, the victorious British acquired exclusive license, asiento de negros, to import slaves into Spain's colonial empire, by virtue of which Georgian England became the 18th century's chief supplier of human flesh at £20 a head times 10 million. That 18th century profits from the Atlantic slave trade had financed the steel production and textile manufacture of the British and French maritime bourgeoisies was a proposition that must have come as a matter of logic to the author of The Suppression of the African Slave Trade, now steeped in Marx. The author's embryonic thesis was to be brought to full term a decade later by a West Indian admirer whose analytical sophistication matched Du Bois'. The scholar-politician Eric Williams's controversial classic, Capitalism and Slavery, argued that the profits pouring into Bristol and Liverpool from the triangular trade in slaves, sugar, rum, cotton, and finished goods underwrote to a controversial degree Great Britain's remarkable industrial takeoff. Many of the critics who saluted the brilliance of the book tended to feel uncomfortable or become suspicious when dealing with its sweep and depth. Nor is it unexpected that much of what troubled, exercised, and alienated Du Bois' critics now seems less significant, 6 decades after publication, to contemporary students of society who have divined insights in black reconstruction that the former either ignored or completely overlooked. Thus, there was more than met the eye in Du Bois' vivid correction of Phillips, whose influential American Negro slavery perfected the apathetic fallacy by substituting depersonalized conscripts and truants for the black men, women, and children who toiled under the overseer's lash. Du Bois wished it clearly understood that Thomas Carlyle's witticism about the cause of the Civil War people cutting each other's throats because one half of them prefer hiring their servants for life, and the other half by the hour was a deadly absurdity. For in 1935 it was still imperative to remind progressive historians and curious readers only 4 years before the release of Gone with the Wind that American slavery had not been simply another permutation in labor management but a travesty of uniquely inhuman dimensions. Once accustomed to poverty, to the sight of toil and degradation, wrote Du Bois, it easily seems normal and natural, once it is hidden beneath a different color of skin, a different stature or a different habit of action and speech, and all consciousness of inflicting ill disappears. Physical abuse, cultural impoverishment, economic and civil nullity were only part of the dismal condition of color-coded abasement, however. Black Reconstruction disclosed as brilliantly as The Souls of White Folk, written a quarter century earlier, the interlocked perniciousness of democracy and race in America, what it might well have called the metaphysics of class and skin color. Even as the racial basis of American slavery hardened over the decades, masters and slaves endured in a codependency based on coercion, manipulation, antagonism, and consanguinity that required of the millions of excluded poor whites little more than political passivity and police work. The South under slavery was not yet Brazil, but with at least 350,000 people of mixed racial heritage in 1850, a majority of them free, the trend toward hybridization showed no sign of slowing. We now know that before 1850, as one extremely knowledgeable historian maintains, race relations in the Lower South partook of the character of race relations among its Latin American and especially its West Indian neighbors. Du Bois emphasized that the planters only began to appeal across class lines to the poor whites on the basis of color with the onset of the Civil War, telling the poor, disfranchised white man that after all he was white and that he and the planters had a common object in keeping the white man superior. Du Bois ignored the pre-Civil War role of poor whites as citizen police authorized to challenge any black person they encountered. Consider the consequences to social democracy of this appeal to whiteness, insisted the author in the chapter titled The White Proletariat in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, so long as the Southern white laborers could be induced to prefer poverty to equality with the Negro. Just so long was a labor movement in the South made impossible. Leftist reviewers deplored as flagrantly un-Marxist, of course, any contention that white workers would choose compensation by a sort of public and psychological wage. But for Du Bois, and for revisionist scholars of a later time, the wages of whiteness would serve as an exceptionally potent tool of social analysis in a settler nation where successive waves of dark and different Europeans were inducted into a white republic from which people of color were excluded by an almost hysterical one-drop rule. The exclusion of black people from the white republic was an inevitability for which the victims themselves have, with a fine illogic, been blamed. Du Bois used black reconstruction to expose the Homeric contradiction of an entire people being forced into the pariah status of second-class citizenship in order to justify, in policy and law, their unfitness for full citizenship. Set free without preparation, denied ownership of land, and deserted by the national political party to which they had rendered such strategic, vital service, these people were uniquely vulnerable to being scapegoated and marginalized. The reality was that whatever they did in slavery and freedom had to be discounted and denatured simply because to do otherwise was to complicate enormously the ideals, politics, and economics of the American creed of laissez-faire. There was one libel that black reconstruction would rebut that Negroes had long resented as a fabrication of surpassing historical license, the libel of the willing support of the Confederate war machine by the slaves. The lore of the Lost Cause depicted the peculiar institution as having been so benign that the slaves had been proud and happy to serve as the mainstay of the fighting South. Many a bullet was sent into the northern lines by slaves secretly using the white soldiers' guns, Fleming maintained in his colorful history of Alabama. That the reviewer for The Nation offered the Southern loyalties of 4 million slaves in categorical repudiation of black reconstruction was a telling instance of the libel's tenacity, its reinforcement among Northerners of black unsuitability for the burdens of citizenship. In the problematic 4th chapter of the book, therefore, Du Bois propounded a controversial general strike of the slaves as the second most important factor in the defeat of the South. He certainly knew that the phrase itself, with all of its anarcho-syndicalist and anti-Leninist karma, was a provocation inviting heated discussion, misconstruction, and even derision. General strike evoked images of millions of workers in the great capitals of Europe acting in disciplined concert to paralyze reactionary governments, men and women versed in the notions of Fernand Pelloutier and Georges Sorel and steeped in the martial ethos of the labor union. The proposition that illiterate black men and women had been capable of intelligent, collective action decisive enough to affect the course of history was as much anathema to racist historians as it was theoretically vexatious to many of socialist persuasions. Stripped of its overlay of political theory and associations with France's Confédération du Travail or Great Britain's Trades Union Congress, Du Bois' general strike amounted to little more than the common sense of self-preservation exhibited on a massive scale. As formulated in Black Reconstruction, the general strike entailed wholesale evacuation of the plantations by the slaves, and involved directly in the end perhaps 500,000 people. They wanted to stop the economy of the plantation system, the author explained, and to do that they left the plantation. Some 145,000 of the 180,000 Negro troops in the Union armies were slaves who had either escaped to the Union lines or signed up when the Yankees marched through the neighborhood. What the Negro did was to wait, look, and listen and try to see where his interest lay. Du Bois wrote of the slave's mindset with verisimilitude. As it became clear that the Union armies would not or could not return fugitive slaves, and that the masters with all their fume and fury were uncertain of victory, the slaves entered upon a general strike against slavery by the same methods that they had used during the period of the fugitive slave. The post-war lament of one Georgia slaveholder that in too numerous instances those we esteemed the most have been the first to desert us was iterated on a great many plantations in the closing months of the war. By the mid-1960s, leading authorities on Reconstruction would begin to embrace the concept of a general strike in all but name, so that, first, John Hope Franklin, then Kenneth Stamp, and, in the final decade of the 20th century, Eric Foner, an avowed Du Boisian in what was once Dunning's history department, adduced the slaves' determination to break away from the plantation system as a crucial component in the North's victory. In Looking Forward, a chapter brimming with fecund ideas and ending with a poem by Jesse Fawcett, Du Bois deployed the concept of the American assumption to explain the failure of Reconstruction. This assumption, that wealth was mainly the result of its owner's effort and that any average worker can by thrift become a capitalist, had ceased to be valid after the Civil War, he claimed, but its tradition lasted down to the day of the Great Depression, at which point, Du Bois announced, it had died with a great wail of despair. In his American assumption, Du Bois formulated a version of the creed of exceptionalism that scholars have come to regard as uniquely American, escape from the rise and fall of history into universal opportunity for individuals and endless progress for the nation. Yet, for a split historical second in the heat of radical Reconstruction, Du Bois maintained that the American assumption had been temporarily counterbalanced. Alarmed by the return to Congress in 1866 of unreconstructed Southerners who might repudiate the Civil War debt and almost certainly reduce the tariff, Du Bois characterized Northern industry as frightened and moving towards the stand which abolition democracy had already taken, namely, temporary dictatorship, endowed Negro education, legal civil rights, and eventually even votes for Negroes to offset the Southern threat of economic attack. The American assumption Du Bois described as a sort of trapdoor underneath the political and economic projects of radical Reconstruction, whether it was General Sherman's Special Order No. 15 giving emancipated slaves possessory titles to 40 acres of land in Georgia and South Carolina, whether it was the Freedmen's Bureau's success in feeding, clothing, negotiating work contracts, and educating 247,333 new citizens in 4,329 elementary schools, the first federal anti-poverty program. Or protecting black voters and office holders under the Civil Rights Act of 1875. Much sooner than later, in Du Bois' version of events, the dictatorship of labor imposed upon the South by the alliance of Northern industry and the abolition democracy collapsed and dropped away through the American assumption. Analytical yet intuitive, densely researched but impressionistic, judicious, and sweeping, Black Reconstruction pushed the figurative beyond the bounds of the historically permissible in its determination to integrate black labor into a Marxian schematic of proletarian overcoming. Generously interpreted, a general strike of the slaves was a valuable insight capable of factual corroboration. A dictatorship of labor, however, was, as Stahlberg and others had warned, analytically much too fanciful. It was an interpretive rift that completely dismayed economic historian Sterling Sparrow in his Nation Review. Quoting one of the book's most provocative passages claiming for radical reconstruction one of the most extraordinary experiments in Marxism that the world, before the Russian Revolution, had seen, Sparrow erupted incredulously: a proletarian dictatorship resting on the military forces of victorious industrial capital. Not only were the fiercest congressional radicals economic liberals whose divergent interests were bound together by a civic ideology embracing the sanctity of property and the primacy of capital, but, as Foner, one of Du Bois' most judicious interpreters, would emphasize in his synoptic reconstruction, America's unfinished revolution, most Southern Negro office holders were conservative to silent on the make-or-break issue of land redistribution, the American blind spot, in Du Bois' words, as well as moderate about sharing political power with white men of affairs. In Chapter 9, The Price of Disaster, when he re-invoked the American assumption in explanation of the freed slaves' deceived expectation of federally distributed land, most Americans used the Negro to defend their own economic interests, and, refusing him adequate land and real education, and even common justice, deserted him shamelessly as soon as their interests were safe. Du Bois was somehow able to ignore the contradiction. And so it was to be Back Toward Slavery, the title of the throbbing, penultimate chapter, with the wages of whiteness destroying any possibility of the solidarity of labor across color lines. The dilemma of divided destiny imposed by white America on black America far more intensely than upon other people of color pressing up against the white republic crackled again in the high-voltage prose of Souls. What other racial group in any advanced nation had been as widely inhibited and mentally confined as the American Negro? Du Bois implored. Within the colored race the philosophy of salvation has been curiously twisted and distorted. From the defeat of Reconstruction to the despair of the Great Depression, where had history taken them, he asked, what signposts pointed to a way out of the 300-year-old box? Shall they use the torch and dynamite? Shall they go north, or fight it out in the south? Shall they segregate themselves even more than they are now, in states, in towns, cities or sections? Shall they leave the country? Are they Americans or foreigners? Shall they stand and sing, My country 'tis of thee? Shall they marry and rear children and save and buy homes, or deliberately commit race suicide? Long ago, in the flush of a Harvard doctorate and of precocious sociological studies, Du Bois had been certain, as he would write in the autobiography, that the cure for the race problem was knowledge based on scientific investigation. The lynching of Sam Hose, policies of the General Education Board, and bloody race riots in Atlanta and Springfield, Illinois, had disabused him of an ideal far more suited to Europe in the Enlightenment than to Georgia in the reign of Tom Watson. His faith in the ameliorating power of knowledge had never dissipated, of course, but had only sought what had promised to be the more effective strategy of militant journalism informed by uncompromising principles and vital social science. That conviction was never to be more intensely manifested than in the propaganda of history, the solemnly magnificent coda to black Reconstruction in which the strictures of Calvin and Cromwell thundered. Du Bois proclaimed that history as truth could empower true democracy, if only historians chose to lie less. He was writing in a field devastated by lies told by Rhodes and Dunning, Fleming and Bowers, and a library of others. There would never be a science of history until we have in our colleges men who regard the truth as more important than the defense of the white race, he remonstrated, and men who will not deliberately encourage students to gather thesis material in order to prejudice or buttress a lie. Du Bois' last chapter soared beyond an appeal to honest history into a realm where moral philosophy fused with the symbolism of the creation. But if it was special pleading as biased in its own way as any white supremacists', he saw it as partisanship in the cause of justice and democracy, as he proclaimed the most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history. It was the transportation of 10 million human beings out of the dark beauty of their mother continent into the newfound El Dorado of the West. They descended into hell, and in the 3rd century they arose from the dead, in the finest effort to achieve democracy for the working millions which this world had ever seen. It was a tragedy that beggared the Greek. It was an upheaval of humanity like the Reformation and the French Revolution. Yet we are blind and led by the blind. We discern in it no part of our labor movement, no part of our industrial triumph, no part of our religious experience. And why? Because in a day when the human mind aspired to a science of human action, a history and psychology of the mighty effort of the mightiest century, we fell under the leadership of those who would compromise with truth in the past in order to make peace in the present and guide policy in the future. The writing of distorted history was but part of the encompassing sin against humanity as one reads the truer deeper facts of Reconstruction with a great despair, Du Bois concluded. The triumph of the White South had been a phase in the global exploitation of the darker world. The last images in Black Reconstruction were truly horrific. Immediately in Africa, a black back runs red with the blood of the lash; in India, a brown girl is raped; in China, a coolie starves; in Alabama, 7 darkies are more than lynched, while in London, the white limbs of a prostitute are hung with jewels and silk. Flames of jealous murder sweep the earth, while brains of little children smear the hills. It was a measure of the growing diversity and self-confidence within the talented tenth that 2 of its prodigies, Bunch and Harris, were to be found among the severest critics of Black Reconstruction. That both men genuinely admired Du Bois is plainly evident from correspondence. Du Bois had participated at Bunch's invitation in a conference on the Negro and the National Economic Crisis, jointly sponsored by Howard University's Social Science Division and Davis's Joint Committee on National Recovery, less than a month before the release of the book. Harris had continued to seek Du Bois' advice in connection with his task as chair of the NAACP's Committee on the Future Plan and Program until his resignation in frustration at the end of 1934. But if Du Bois was the person for whom Harris felt greater affection and admiration than any other, no holds were barred when it was a matter of a young Howard professor's opportunity for a showpiece critique in the prestigious New Republic. Harris graded Black Reconstruction as the most completely fantastic attempt at applying Marxian dogma to history conceivable. Both strikingly similar in tone, Harris and Bunch profess superior socialist understanding tinged with consideration for the author's advanced years, the latter opining in the Journal of Negro Education that Du Bois' racialism appears a much too virulent breed to permit successful crossing with Marxism, that the general strike proposition was untenable, that Reconstruction state governments were petit bourgeois creations, that Southern white labor had been maligned, and warning. Finally, that the serious student of contemporary social forces and events must read the book with due caution. The Young Turk's grievance was given nutshell statement in The New Masses by Loren Miller, a multi-talented 10th renegade. Du Bois was a romantic, a racialist, and an old man given to dreams of a shopkeeper's paradise as a solution to the Depression. At a time when the masses of Negroes need more than ever to throw their support behind movements for real labor governments and genuine dictatorships of the proletariat, Miller, age 32, condescended, Du Bois can only yearn for a limited bourgeois democracy that will give him and his beloved talented tenth a place in the sun. In years to come, white historians would alternate between pretended indifference to and grudging recognition of the significance of Black Reconstruction, until the book was rediscovered by liberal arts majors and graduate students in the 1960s and, consequently, by publishing houses happy to cash in on the new vogue in Black studies. Its continuing appeal to those few historians who pushed the envelope of scholarship, however, would be reflected in the quality of letters to Du Bois from 2 of the profession's arbitral figures, Howard K. Bale and C. Van Woodward. Pursuing studies at Columbia for his master's in 1932, Woodward had made it a priority to become acquainted with Du Bois, interviewing the editor at the Crisis before heading for a summer sojourn in Moscow. Working under Bale for the doctorate at the University of North Carolina in the mid-1930s, Woodward had gritted his teeth as he sat through the Duningite lectures of Beale's senior colleague, J. G. Darulhick Hamilton. Taking up his first teaching position in Atlanta, Woodward's brief flirtation with the left had caused his dismissal from Georgia Institute of Technology after he publicly defended the cause of Angelo Herndon, the black communist labor organizer. Contemplating a visit to Atlanta from his new appointment at the University of Florida, the 27-year-old assistant professor would write Du Bois in the spring of 1938 to ask for a meeting to discuss a plan of research Woodward had in mind. The research plan in question concerned revision for publication of Woodward's doctoral dissertation, a small portion of which had just appeared in the Journal of Southern History as Tom Watson and the Negro in Agrarian Politics, a copy of which Woodward proudly enclosed. Reminding Dubois that he had followed his career for a number of years with interest and profit, Woodson pledged that his Tom Watson article had been written in a spirit that I hope you will approve, whether you can agree with my conclusions or not. The letter closed by especially acknowledging Woodward's indebtedness for the insight which your admirable book, Black Reconstruction, has provided me. Bale had expressed his appreciation for Dubois from the early 1930s, seeking advice in preparation for a major work on the freedom of instruction in public education. A progressive Southerner who had awaited eagerly the appearance of the Reconstruction book, Bale would decide to make a professional declaration of his esteem by writing the 1940 Turning Point essay in the August American Historical Review, on rewriting Reconstruction history, in which he acknowledged the catalytic scholarship not only of Dubois but of Horace Mann Bond's Negro Education in Alabama, a study in cotton and steel. In his endlessly rich history of the American historical profession, Peter Novick appropriately cited Beale's essay as marking the symbolic collapse of the consensus on this highly charged issue of Reconstruction. Dubois had made his disdain for Charles S. Johnson's scholarship clear enough when, instead of reviewing the Negro in American civilization himself, he ran Stolberg's dismissive Herald Tribune assessment in the crisis. It was this scrupulously neutral 1930 monograph described by Stolberg as a competent example of a certain type of very bad book that promoted Johnson to the rank of senior Negro sociologist of the day. Johnson, to his credit, resisted any temptation to repay the slight in a survey-graphic appreciation that was a model of judiciousness. Dubious of what he saw as Marxist reductionism and alert to its narrative obfuscations, Johnson's review engaged the mind of the book masterfully, writing that its major thesis was simply that the result of the Civil War had been an enfranchisement of labor, black and white, but that the entrenched bigotries of the landed oligarchy and the ignorant racial prejudices of white labor so weakened the strength of labor as to render it helpless before the forces of industrialism and capitalism. When placed alongside the sportsmanlike critique of Professor Benjamin Kendrick in the Southern Review, concerned readers and students of history had, perhaps, the soundest temporary last words in a debate that had now been irreversibly transformed. Kendrick, a University of North Carolina historian, understood that, as he wrote, the debate between us cannot be decided by an appeal to the sources. We can both find support there for our respective contentions. Even had the White South made its archives available to a patiently petitioning Dubois, Kendrick assured readers that the issue would still have been less one of historiography than of ideology, would remain everlasting by one of sources placed in the service of social ideals. How meaningful Black Reconstruction would become for the fostering of social ideals was reflected in a letter to the author from a file clerk in the Illinois Department of Labor, Bernice Herford. Is it asking too much for you to autograph one book for me to keep and to use as a symbol to my boys? To give them courage to fight on. *******. It was nice to see you for a moment, and we will look forward to your next visit. Lonely Nina wrote Will in the second week of the year, 1936. Much had happened, and yet little had changed in her life, since Will's relocation to Atlanta. It was nice to see you and the baby, even for a moment, he replied in the rush of his public and private activities. He had returned from New York to preoccupations with departmental and university business, as well as to plans for a short Midwestern lecture circuit and a stop at Hotel Jones, as Mildred Jones invited him to think of her Indiana Avenue home. Plans for a 6-month research stay in Germany and Austria were still 3 or more months from completion, but they entailed a mountain of preparatory correspondence. Busy as he was, though, the family concerns of New York that had caused much worry throughout the previous year continued to tug at him, requiring numerous long-distance phone calls and a stream of didactic dispatches. This St. Nicholas Avenue property, which Dubois had deeded to Nail in the mistaken belief that he was satisfying a mortgage indebtedness, had come near bringing financial ruin in spring of 1933 until Arthur Spingarn came to the Dubois' rescue once again. In a tortuous, 3-sided negotiation involving an uncomprehending Dubois, a now bankrupt, vague Jack Nail, and the exigent special deputy superintendent of banks in charge of the defunct Mercantile Bank and Trust Company of New York, Spingarn managed to have the Du Bois's liability reduced. The eventual remittal of $500 Depression-era dollars to the mortgage bank in early 1935 had sent Nina into such a deep funk that Virginia Alexander conveyed her concerns to Du Bois. There had been much on Nina's mind at the time. All in all, Will thought she failed to realize how little we have suffered from the Depression. Nail was finished. Their friends the Bouts, who had enjoyed an annual income in 1929 of about $10,000, were barely solvent. The Alexanders have lost money and felt the pinch severely. The secretary of the Harlem YMCA staggered along on 60% of his salary. Du Bois could have added that ordinary black people were suffering the trials of job squared, although the 1934 midterm elections, in which Negroes dramatically switched to the Democrats, had resulted in a greater enrollment in the CCC and more attention to extending relief to them. The America of Hoovervilles under bridges and of caravans of overloaded tin Lizzies outrunning Dust Bowl vortices was the stuff of crisis copy, mercifully remote from this talented 10th family. But they were by no means immune. This St. Nicholas calamity had been averted finally only when the NAACP made good on half the $1,000 salary debt still owed to the editor. The solution to their predicament at the Dunbar Co-op had been more complicated. Soon after the collapse of the stock market, Du Bois had converted from an apartment purchase agreement with the Dunbar Co-op to a rental plan, with the understanding that deductions for that purpose were to be drawn periodically against an equity reserve of $1,300, a costly interim solution. The birth of Yolanda's daughter, baby Du Bois, in October 1932 had very soon trebled the occupants of 5G&J, as mother and daughter came to live with Nina while Yolanda pursued studies for her master's at Columbia University's Teachers College. It was Nina and Virginia Alexander, commuting from Philadelphia for a special course at NYU the following year, who assumed the hands-on care of the lively baby. Virginia, who had delivered baby Du Bois, swore by cow's milk, syrup, and water for the infant. The strict feeding and bathing schedule enforced by grandmother and pediatrician contrasted markedly to the slipshod care the baby might have received given Yolanda's limited capabilities. Monitoring the stressful circumstances from Atlanta, Du Bois had preferred, ideally, some quieter, less unsettled locale for the family in Brooklyn or the Bronx, a nicely ventilated place with a garden. He had fretted over Nina's perfectly ridiculous Sunday washings by hand of baby Du Bois' clothing, making the day even less a day of rest than it can be. Futile scoldings, however, as Nina could not help herself repeating the compulsive hygienic regimen she had imposed on Yolanda in her infancy. Subconsciously, perhaps, she still wished desperately to obliterate the Jim Crow microbes that had robbed her of their beloved firstborn, Burghard, 34 years before, snuffing out the flame of Will's passion for her. Apostrophized in Souls as the dream of black fathers staggering a step onward in the wild phantasm of the world, recovered allegorically in Dark Princess as messenger and messiah to all the darker worlds, Burghard lived on in their primordial desires, a succubus on the Du Bois' affections for each other, a ghost who inhabited books and even troubled his niece's gender Yolanda's daughter, handicapped with the name Du Bois Williams. Family economics had finally prevailed in the summer of 1935. Du Bois yielded to the inevitability of Nina's move from 226 West 150th Street to a smaller Dunbar apartment located at 210 West 150th in the complex. Although at first she had hoped to escape Harlem where, as Nina complained, living conditions here seemed to be more and more difficult, money and racial considerations had prevented her doing so. Nina had found New Rochelle, Yonkers, and other locations so disappointing.